mind-reading, a pawn disguised as a pig to consume the tiger, and the pleasure of tormenting the scum. Xingchen, while undergoing tribulations, unexpectedly transformed into a mere stepping stone, the princess who was schemed against by her husband and a white lotus, resulting in her being forced into a union with a beggar, leading to an unplanned pregnancy. Her husband seized her family's assets, causing her family to fall into ruin, while the malicious white lotus disregarded Xingchen's miscarriage, deliberately bringing in jailers to humiliate her repeatedly, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Yet, her husband used her family's wealth to win the favor of the court, rising to power on the foundation of her blood and bones, eventually claiming the throne. In her second life, Xingchen gazed upon the arrogant young prince, who, despite appearing close to the king of ink, ultimately became a stepping stone for him to be trampled upon. The young prince was so frightened he cried, thereafter striving to improve himself in obscurity. She turned her attention to the grand princess, who treated the king of ink as a beloved brother, only to be sent away for a political marriage, ending up as a military concubine. In an enemy camp, subjected to daily humiliations and torments, living a fate worse than death. The grand princess immediately severed ties with the king of ink and aligned herself with Xingchen. Ultimately, Xingchen clung tightly to the leg of the regent, lamenting her previous infatuation with the king of ink, whom she now deemed unworthy. Chapter 1. Your Highness, how impressive. Songyue Kingdom, year 739. The residence of the king of ink. Within the expansive tent, the red silk fluttered, the ambience intoxicating, and the sounds emanating from the bed were enough to redden anyone's cheeks. A woman lay motionless on the ground beside the bed, her forehead stained crimson, a stark contrast to the allure displayed above. Your Highness, how impressive, a soft voice accompanied by moans echoed. It was a mix of feigned reproach and excitement. Rower, did you not say you adored my domineering ways? Today, I shall cherish you well. The king of ink relished the moment, clearly enamored by Fu Yuru's gentleness and dependence. But, Your Highness, is it appropriate to act this way before the princess? It might embarrass her. Fu Yuru feigned bashfulness while wrapping her arms around the king of ink's neck. The king of ink disdainfully dismissed the woman on the floor. Why regard her? My allowing her to witness this is already a favor. Were it not for the Empress Dowager, I would never have wed Xingchen, a worthless piece of trash. His contemptuous voice rang loud and clear. Xingchen felt an acute headache were not the characters she had recently read about. In a moment of distraction during her tribulations, she had been struck by heavenly lightning, unexpectedly finding herself transported into the very story she had been reading. In that tale, Xingchen was the legitimate daughter of the prominent Yi family, the foremost merchant family in Songyue Kingdom. During a visit to the temple, she was nearly ruined by robbers, but was saved by the king of ink, Xingchen. Xingchen fell in love at first sight, offering her family's vast wealth as her dowry. Unbeknownst to her, this was all part of Xingchen's scheme. He had orchestrated the robbery to stage a heroic rescue, aiming to marry the Yi family's sole daughter and gain their support. After their marriage, the king of ink suppressed her at every turn, humiliating her while lavishly utilizing her dowry. Initially inconspicuous, he leveraged Xingchen's wealth to win favor and expand his power, transforming from an overlooked prince to a favored figure in the emperor's court. Empowered, the king of ink grew to despise Xingchen, framing her family for treason, secretly exterminating them, and seizing all their assets. The concubine Fu Yuru maliciously informed the pregnant Xingchen that the child she carried was not the king's, but rather the result of a night spent with a beggar. Xingchen, in disbelief, sought confrontation with the king, only to be kicked into miscarriage, branded as unworthy of residing in the king of ink's palace, and was imprisoned. In anguish and despair, witnessing the corpses of her loved ones in prison, Xingchen regretted her choices, realizing she had brought ruin upon her entire family. The jailers, bribed by Fu Yuru, mercilessly humiliated her, leading to her tragic death in confinement. Meanwhile, the king of ink leveraged the Yi family's wealth to bolster his power, eventually scheming against the crown prince to ascend the throne, with Fu Yuru becoming his empress. Why, Xingchen couldn't help but smirk at her fate as the unfortunate pawn, a tragic princess. Your Highness, you are so wicked, a pretentious voice chimed in. Men are only loved when they are bad. My affection is solely for you. The king of ink proclaimed triumphantly. With disdain, Xingchen observed the two attempting to humiliate her, envisioning how she would turn the tables. Rising from the ground, she purposely disheveled her hair and smeared her face, resembling a vengeful spirit. She glanced at the two bronze gongs nearby, a smirk forming. Xingchen seized a gong and approached the bed, striking it with a resounding clang. "Your Highness, so powerful and domineering, a tireless workhorse." The previously engrossed king of ink was startled, his expression darkening as he turned to the source of the noise, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Xingchen, with her hair in disarray, bloodied and ghost-like, struck the gong repeatedly at the king of ink, leaving him utterly petrified. "Ghost! A ghost!" Fu Yuru shrieked, her face paling as she instinctively covered herself with a nearby blanket. "Silence!" The king of ink bellowed, shoving Fu Yuru aside in a fit of rage. The commotion had extinguished his previous enthusiasm. "Xingchen, are you seeking death?" The king of ink ground out through clenched teeth. How dare this wretched woman compare him to a workhorse? Xingchen feigned innocence. "Your Highness, did you not summon me for this observance? You were indeed quite the spectacle moments ago. It is said there are no fields ruined, only overworked cattle. I dare say your vigor surpassed that of 10 bulls. Xingchen, you dare equate me with cattle? You are courting death." The king of ink roared, lunging towards her. Feigning fear, Xingchen bent slightly, evading his attack. "Your Highness, I did not say you were a workhorse. You are far superior. Begone. I never wish to see your face again. Gujiu, fetch paper and pen. At once I will write a divorce decree." The king of ink shouted angrily. Gujiu appeared troubled. "Your Highness, please calm down. Have you forgotten the Empress Dowager's words?" The king of ink's forehead twitched in irritation. He certainly had not forgotten. The Empress Dowager had stated that no matter how much he disliked her, he was not to dismiss her, merely providing her a place to reside as long as she did not commit a grave offense. Thus, the king had summoned Xingchen to witness the wedding ceremony, intending to humiliate her into leaving, yet she had audaciously cheered him on. Truly a fool. "Write it yourself." The king of ink seethed. A hint of irony flickered in Xingchen's eyes. Xingchen feared the Empress Dowager's wrath, yet wished for her to take the blame. She would not comply with his wishes. "Very well," Xingchen replied decisively. The words left the king of ink dumbfounded, as did Fu Yuru and his confidant Gujiu. "What did you just say?" The king of ink stammered in disbelief. Xingchen, who had been infatuated with him, enduring humiliation for 3 years without leaving, now casually agreed. The king of ink could not help but suspect she was plotting something. "Did you not instruct me to write? Bring the paper and pen," Xingchen insisted, growing impatient. This time, before Gujiu could take action, the king of ink excitedly approached the writing desk and handed it to her personally, urging, "Write." Why, Xingchen did not hesitate. Her brush danced across the paper, and soon she proclaimed, "Finished." The king of ink eagerly seized the divorce decree, but as he discerned the words inscribed upon it, his expression turned as frigid as ice, and a menacing aura enveloped him. Xingchen, Chapter 2, The Divorce. Divorce Decree. Xingchen is wed to Mo Tingchen, who has left her to endure 3 years of solitude, under the mistaken belief of his impotence. To her astonishment, he has proven otherwise and has even overshadowed his concubine, forcing her to remain in bed. Such negligence of marital duties and deliberate humiliation warrant a divorce henceforth. Matters of marriage and death shall have no bearing on one another. Mo Tingchen's eyes darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, rage radiating from him. "Xingchen, how dare you draft a divorce? Such vile words are utterly treasonous." Xingchen feigned innocence. "Didn't the prince instruct me to write this?" Unconcerned with her attire, Fu Yuru rushed over. She had awaited this day for 3 years. With Xingchen finally taking the initiative to write the divorce decree, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Yet, upon reading its contents, Fu Yuru's face turned pale with shock. "Xingchen, how dare you declare your divorce from the prince? I am the one who instructed you to write it. I have divorced you." Mo Tingchen ground out through clenched teeth. Once Xingchen completed the decree, he vowed to dismember her, leaving no trace behind. "That is unacceptable. If I am divorced, others will mock me as a discarded woman, reducing me to a mere pariah. The prince possesses a thick skin, thus I shall endure for his sake." Xingchen deliberately provoked him. "Xingchen, You have sealed your own fate. Mo Xingchen seethed, his hand tightening around her throat with ferocious force. How could the esteemed king of Ink of the Songyue kingdom be publicly humiliated by a mere merchant's daughter through a divorce decree? If this were to spread, he would become the laughingstock of the realm. Xingchen's complexion flushed, her breath quickened, and she instinctively struggled, but his grip was like iron, rendering her efforts futile. Fuyuru watched with glee as Xingchen teetered on the brink of suffocation, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Go ahead, Prince, do as you wish. Once Xingchen is dead, the position of the king's consort shall be mine. However, the furious man suddenly froze, while Xingchen effortlessly pried his hand from her throat, reclaiming her freedom. What have you done to me, you wretched woman? Mo Xingchen fumed, his arm had inexplicably lost all sensation. Isn't it amusing that you are the one who initiated the attack? Since the ceremony has concluded, I shall not intrude on your regal demeanor any longer. Xingchen yawned, turning to leave. Stop right there. Xingchen ignored him entirely and continued on her way. Mo Xingchen, filled with wrath, was about to retort when a sudden crack echoed through the air. A bone snapped, causing his face to turn pale. He could no longer afford to contend with Xingchen. Gujiu, summon the royal physician at once, yes. My lord, what has happened to your hand? Yuru is so worried. Fuyuru exclaimed, with feigned concern. Mo Xingchen felt a surge of gratitude. Yuru is the only one who truly cares for me. That wretched Xingchen shall pay dearly. That night, Mo Xingchen was unable to sleep due to the pain in his arm, and Fuyuru was no better off. It was her first day in the residence, and the prince had only spent half an hour with her before retreating to his study. She could only imagine how the household would gossip about her the following day. Princess, wake up. Granny Zhou is here, demanding your immediate presence in the palace. Surely, it's yet another punishment for you, the maid fretted. Indeed, Granny Zhou was waiting in the courtyard. Rest assured, it remains to be seen who shall be punished this time, Xingchen retorted coldly. In the palace, following Granny Zhou, Xingchen entered the royal palace, gazing at the glazed tiles, the vermilion walls, the towering pillars, and the intricately carved beamset was a sight to behold. This palace is truly magnificent. Xingchen marveled. Granny Zhou scoffed. This is the most esteemed place in the entire Songyue kingdom, not just anyone can enter. So, does that make you a particularly special servant? Xingchen inquired playfully. Granny Zhou's expression darkened in an instant. How dare you insult me as a mere servant? She raised her hand, preparing to strike Xingchen. The Empress Dowager disdained Xingchen, and the King of Ink loathed her even more, thus the servants never regarded her with any respect. Given that Granny Zhou was often the one to administer punishment on behalf of the Empress, she felt emboldened. Yet, before her slap could land, Xingchen swiftly retaliated. Ah! Granny Zhou shrieked, astonished as she stared at Xingchen. You dare strike an old servant? I strike you, the old tyrant, for all the times you've bullied me, Xingchen retorted coldly. Granny Zhou, a long-time servant of the Empress, was accustomed to receiving deference even from other concubines. Today, however, she had been publicly slapped by Xingchen, a humiliation as she could not endure. You little wretch! Just because you are called princess, you truly believe yourself to be one? You dare to strike an old servant? You seek death. Granny Zhou continued to hurl insults, but Xingchen delivered more blows to her face. Granny Zhou was left dazed, while the two maids beside her were terrified. Typically, the king's consort would ingratiate herself with them, but they had never witnessed such ferocity from her. Fearful, they hesitated to intervene, leaving only Granny Zhou's cries of distress. Xingchen pummeled her until she resembled a pig before finally relenting, turning to flee, but instead of heading toward the palace gates, she dashed deeper into the palace. Quick, apprehend her. I shall teach her a lesson. Granny Zhou's shrieks and curses echoed behind her. Ah! Xingchen cried out, the pain overwhelming her. Who dares obstruct the regent's carriage? A chilling voice rang out. Could this be the dreaded regent of the Songyue kingdom, known for his ruthlessness and bloodthirst? Unbeknownst to Xingchen, the atmosphere inside the carriage had suddenly plunged to a chilling degree, laced with an ominous danger. Boldly, you dare to utter the regent's name. You seek death. Zhang Baihu shouted. Calm down, dear sir. I merely became overly excited upon hearing it was the regent. Xingchen hastily offered an excuse. Over there. I saw her run that way. Quickly, seize that little wretch. Granny Zhou's voice reached her from around the corner. Though Xingchen held no fear, being captured and dragged before the Empress would undoubtedly lead to embellishments that would spell trouble for her. However, with nowhere to hide in the vast expanse around her, Xingchen steeled her resolve and bolted into the carriage. Regent, may I borrow your carriage?
Chapter 3. She actually teased herself in her heart. The scene unfolded with such rapidity that Zhanbai was momentarily taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that someone would audaciously crawl into the regent prince's carriage without a hint of trepidation. Upon entering, Xingchen beheld the figure seated within, a man whose hair was as finely cut as a blade, brows resembling delicate ink paintings. With eyebrows sharp as swords and lips sculpted with precision, his profound black eyes were as deep as the ocean, and his attire, a simple black brocade robe, accentuated his aloof and solitary demeanor. The aura surrounding him exuded an air of eternal frost, creating an impression of a person isolated from the world. His composed and restrained presence was formidable, demanding attention and respect. Xingchen had never encountered such an exquisitely handsome man before, and she found herself utterly captivated. This regent prince is truly remarkable in appearance, far surpassing Xingchen. How blind the world is to have crowned him the most handsome man in Songyue country. Even if we cannot be together openly, a clandestine affair with the regent prince would certainly be thrilling. Song Boy's expression darkened, the veins on his forehead protruding. At that moment, he was utterly certain that this was no mere illusion. He could distinctly hear the thoughts of this unimpressive woman. It was indeed perplexing. And she, astonishingly, was teasing him in her mind. Very well. She must not know how to write the word death. Before Song Boy could utter even a second word, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Such a pity, though. She is a short-lived wretch, destined for a tragically grim demise. Every year, the emperor insists that the regent prince reside in the palace for a while, and the world believes it to be a testament to their brotherly affection, allowing renowned physicians to treat the regent prince's ailments. In truth, that is merely the key to his demise. Song Boy felt a jolt of shock, his piercing gaze fixating on Xingchen. How could she possibly know these things? It was true that the emperor did summon him to the palace each year, seeking out famous doctors to heal him. Song Boy had suspected that the emperor might be poisoning him, yet even his most trusted confidant, Feng Yunmu, could not uncover any evidence, leading him to abandon the thought. He had not anticipated that the stranger would utter such critical words. Song Boy's dark eyes assessed the woman before him. Her figure was unremarkable, her appearance moderately pleasing, but the extravagant adornments in her hair were undeniably excessive. He couldn't bring himself to commend her attire. Your Highness, forgive me. It was my oversight that allowed this person to enter your carriage, Zhanbai immediately confessed. The prince had a well-known aversion to women, never permitting them to approach him, let alone share a carriage. The last woman who dared to come close had her arm severed and was discarded into a brothel, left in a state of desperation. Since then, no one in Songyue country had dared to approach the prince again. Zhanbai's heart raced with anxiety. To intervene now seemed impossible, and to remain idle was unbearable. No matter, leave the palace, came a cold voice from within the carriage. Zhanbai was startled. Leave the palace? Your Majesty has summoned a physician to await your care. Are you certain you wish to leave? If your ears are deaf, I would not mind replacing them for you. Song Boy's chilling tone sent shivers down Zhanbai's spine. Although he did not recognize the woman before him and could not ascertain the truth of her words, he felt an inexplicable trust in her, as he too harbored doubts regarding the emperor's intentions. Yes, at once. Zhanbai instinctively shivered and hastily instructed the driver to turn the carriage around. Xingchen absent-mindedly checked her attire and realized she had not brought any talismans. With a flick of her finger, a strand of hair fell free. Your Highness, consider this as an apology. Place it under your pillow tonight to alleviate your pain. Zhanbai's lips twitched in disdain as he thought to himself. How shameless of the princess consort to send hair to the prince. Such tokens are usually exchanged between lovers. Does she dare to harbor feelings for him? Song Boy's expression darkened further. He had heard rumors about Xingchen, but had never expected her to be so audacious. He did not take the hair she offered, but instead asked coldly, You struck Lady Shou's maidservant. Do you not fear her retaliation? As the words escaped him, he was surprised by his own concern for the well-being of another, especially one so closely tied to the Mo prince. A smirk tugged at his lips. Old witch. Indeed a fitting title. Zhanbai, halt the carriage. Understood. As the carriage came to a stop, Xingchen emerged, declaring, "Your Highness, do not forget to place my hair under your pillow tonight." With a wave, she departed. Inside the carriage, Song Boyi peered through the curtain at her carefree silhouette. His gaze dark as night. "Your Highness, this Mo princess consort is excessively brazen. To send you a lock of hair is a gesture reserved for a beloved. Could it be she has taken a fancy to you?" Zhanbai remarked, exasperation evident in his tone. "Zhanbai, should you speak such nonsense again, I will not hesitate to have your tongue replaced." Song Boyi's voice was icy and brooked no argument. Zhanbai trembled in fear, promptly silencing himself. "Send someone to watch Xingchen. Report to me immediately should she make any moves," Song Boyi commanded, casting a thoughtful glance at the lock of hair left behind. It was indeed remarkable that a mere woman from the inner court possessed knowledge of the emperor's potential poison, something even he could not uncover. Understood. Meanwhile, Xingchen had descended from the carriage and, after inquiring with several maidservants, made her way directly to the Jade Blossom Palace of concubine Xian. Upon entering the courtyard, she overheard the exaggerated voice of Granny Zhou. "Please, Your Highness, help an old servant. Look at what the Mo princess consort has done to me. The entire palace knows I am your handmaid. She is slapping your face." Concubine Xian's fury erupted, and she angrily shattered a teacup on the floor. "How dare she strike my people? I shall not let this go unpunished. Bring the Mo princess consort to me. A mere merchant's daughter shall not be permitted such insolence." A smirk of irony graced Xingchen's lips as she strode confidently forward. "No need for concubine Xian to take action. I have come myself." Inside the chamber, concubine Xian sat regally, adorned in a light green floral palace gown, draped in a matching sheer veil. The voluminous attire was embroidered with auspicious lotus patterns, exuding elegance. Despite being in her 30s, she maintained a refined appearance, her figure graceful and her complexion radiant, adorned with an array of elaborate hairpins, exuding an air of nobility. Though concubine Xian had often tormented the original owner of this body, one could not deny her beauty, stunning and ruthless. No wonder she had been favored in the harem for so many years. With a disdainful glance, concubine Xian fixed her gaze on Xingchen and coldly inquired, "Why did you strike Granny Zhou? She is my servant and represents my dignity. Do you not understand your transgression?" Chapter 4. Why should I kneel? The Empress Dowager resides within the palace, and with such words, Granny Zhou has insulted her, likening her to a mere stray animal. Furthermore, she referred to her daughter-in-law as a lowly wretch, unworthy of attention, suggesting that both the Empress Dowager and the Prince of Mo harbor disdain for her. Even if the daughter-in-law were to perish, it seems no one would care. Regardless of her lack of favor, she is still the Princess of Mo, bestowed by His Majesty. How could a mere servant dare to humiliate her so? Were such words to reach the Emperor's ears, it would only reflect poorly on the Empress Dowager's ability to maintain order, allowing a servant to insult her betters. Thus, to preserve the dignity of the Empress Dowager, the daughter-in-law felt compelled to teach her a lesson. I wonder if the Empress Dowager believes her actions were justified? Xingchen, neither servile nor arrogant, recounted the events. The expression on the Empress's face darkened as she glared angrily. "So, should I be thanking you then? This detestable Xingchen, when did she become so eloquent?" Fuming, the Empress commanded, "How dare you claim to alleviate my burdens, Xingchen? Kneel before me." Xingchen, bewildered, responded, "Why should I kneel when I have done nothing wrong?" "Because you married the Prince of Mo and have not borne him a child in 3 years. That is a grave sin," the Empress retorted sharply. "It is not my fault. The prince has not yet consummated our marriage, and I remain untouched. How can I conceive?" Xingchen countered, a smirk on her lips. The Empress's anger flared. "Silence. How dare you suggest that my son is incapable? Reflect on why the prince does not approach you." Feigning remorse, Xingchen replied, "I can see that I am not as favored by the prince as Fu Yuzhou. On her first night, she managed to break his arm. They must have been quite vigorous on that bed. I am simply not worthy." "What did you say? The prince's arm was broken?" The Empress's anger was replaced by concern. She was well aware that yesterday marked Fu Yuzhou's entrance into the palace, but she had not anticipated such an incident. Indeed, last night the prince summoned me to witness the ceremony. He and the consort were entangled on the bed, and in a moment of excessive fervor, he broke his own arm, Xingchen explained. The Empress's lips twitched. It was indeed audacious for a consort to invite the princess to witness such a spectacle. Yet, it was not entirely surprising given her son's character. "This wretched Fu Yuzhou has caused my son's injury. Truly, a beauty can be a source of calamity. Summon Fu Yuzhou to the palace immediately, and dispatch a physician to the prince's residence." The Empress commanded furiously. "Yes," a palace servant promptly acknowledged. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Xingchen's eyes, relishing in the misfortune of the two lovers. "Your Highness, what about my face?" Granny Zhou lamented, sensing that the Empress would not punish Xingchen. Before the Empress could respond, Xingchen interjected, "Oh, Granny Zhou, your bracelet appears quite exquisite. It resembles the one the Empress bestowed upon you last time." The revelation stunned everyone, particularly the Empress, whose gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Granny Zhou's wrist. Granny Zhou, filled with panic, thought, how could this wretched girl know about the bracelet? No one witnessed that night. Acting instinctively, she covered her wrist. "You speak nonsense. I purchased this at the market. It holds no value," she protested, desperation evident in her voice. The Empress, however, could see that the bracelet was of exceptional quality, far from what one could acquire in a marketplace. "Why would the Empress bestow such a gift upon you, Granny Zhou?" she inquired with a smile that masked her fury. Granny Zhou's scalp tingled with fear. "Your Highness, I am innocent. I have never even laid eyes on the Empress. Mother, during my last visit to the palace, I chanced upon the Empress rewarding Granny Zhou with the bracelet, and she spoke of sowing discord between the Yi family and the prince," Xingchen quickly added. The Empress gripped her handkerchief tightly, understanding the implication of such discord. The Empress had always been her rival, and now she dared to target her son. This could not be tolerated. "Very well. Take Granny Zhou away and administer punishment until she confesses," the Empress declared through gritted teeth. "Yes," came the reply. Granny Zhou, upon hearing this, panicked. "Your Highness, spare me. I have learned my lesson. I will never do it again. I initially refused the Empress's gift. I abjure betrayal. You are a servant of mine, loyal for decades. If it were not for you, Xingchen, I would remain oblivious to the traitor in my midst. Take Granny Zhou away for punishment." The Empress's voice was cold and resolute. "Please spare me." Granny Zhou cried out in desperation as two attendants dragged her away. "Since you witnessed the Empress bestowing the bracelet upon Granny Zhou, why did you not speak of it sooner?" The Empress scrutinized Xingchen. This was a fair question. The Empress, now regarding Xingchen with a less hostile demeanor, acknowledged that she had just eliminated a traitor from her ranks. Xingchen smirked inwardly. She had anticipated this. Previously, the Empress had attempted to gift someone to her son, and the original character had vehemently opposed it, resulting in severe punishment. Now, she was not the same as before. "I will heed your wishes, Mother," Xingchen acquiesced. Now it was the Empress's turn to be astonished. Previously, Xingchen had stubbornly resisted, even defying her, but now she readily agreed. "Do you truly consent?" "Previously, I was naive. But I have come to understand that even without your gift, there will be other consorts. As long as they serve the prince well, I desire nothing more," Xingchen explained. "At last, you demonstrate wisdom," the Empress expressed her satisfaction. Having dealt with the traitor and secured a potential ally, the Empress felt elated. She now regarded Xingchen with newfound favor, bestowing upon her a few pieces of jewelry before she departed. Chapter 5. Assisting the King of Ink in securing beauties. Xingchen departed with the two women, yet she did not exit the palace. As she passed through the imperial garden, she noticed two young eunuchs whispering to each other, prompting her curiosity. "What are you two discussing?" she inquired, approaching them. Upon seeing her, the eunuchs lost their previous nervousness and casually performed a half-hearted bow, lacking any true respect. After all, the entire palace was aware that Consort Xian held no affection for the King of Ink's wife. Every time she was summoned to the palace, it was merely a test of endurance. The palace eunuchs and maidservants were adept at reading the winds. Xingchen, undeterred, boldly stated, "To be honest, I seek your assistance in relaying a message. Anyone wishing to deliver women to the King of Ink must come to the city gate today. I will await them there for a mere incense stick's time. Latecomers shall be disregarded. Should you successfully fulfill this task, a reward of 1,000 taels shall be yours." Initially reluctant, the two eunuchs were swayed by the sight of the silver note. "Very well, we shall assist you." Within less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a multitude of women approached the palace gates from all directions. "We have come to meet the King of Ink," they announced, bowing gracefully. "Indeed, you are all quite beautiful. As long as you serve the King of Ink well, we shall be good sisters," Xingchen declared with generosity. The women, expecting to be tested or challenged, were taken aback when Xingchen did not question them further. Once in the carriage, she invited the two women bestowed upon her by Consort Xian to join her. "What are your names?" she asked. "I am Dai Shui," replied one. "And I am Luo Bing," said the other. "From this day forth, we shall be like family. Here are 4,000 taels. Each of you shall receive 2,000 to purchase exquisite jewelry and attire. Prepare yourselves well. For the crucial task of serving the King of Ink shall rest upon your shoulders," Xingchen proclaimed with a flourish. Dai Shui was astonished. Your Highness truly intends to reward us and allow us to adorn ourselves. She expected Xingchen to find ways to belittle or humiliate them. But the sudden generosity left her stunned. Of course, you must employ all your charms to win his favor, ensuring you do not fall short against the other women outside. After all, you are favored by the Queen Mother, and we are closest to her, Xingchen reassured them. But if we gain his favor, will that not make the king hold you in even less regard? Luo Bing raised the pivotal concern. The King of Ink's indifference towards me is not a recent development. As long as you make him happy, he will certainly treat me with greater kindness for facilitating the arrival of beauties. Xingchen feigned a sigh of resignation. Deeply moved, Dai Shui extended her hand to accept the funds. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. I shall not disappoint you. Luo Bing furrowed her brow, recalling the previous demeanor of the King of Ink's wife. This sudden display of magnanimity struck her as peculiar, yet she chose to remain silent. At the King of Ink's residence, Dai Shui immediately spoke up. I am a gift from Consort Xian. I am bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen. Another chimed in. And I am sent by the virtuous consort, said yet another. The steward, Wang, felt a pang of anxiety as he surveyed the women, all adorned in vibrant colors and resplendent attire, clearly not to be underestimated. Steward, ensure they are well accommodated. Do not treat them with negligence, Xingchen instructed. The beautiful women expressed their gratitude towards Xingchen, astonished by her thoughtfulness. Indeed, Wang replied. Fully aware that each of these women was backed by powerful figures within the palace, any one of whom could easily bring him to ruin. Heavenly Lord, I beseech you to safeguard our noble lady's return and spare her from undue hardship, Qing Luo prayed fervently. To receive guidance from Consort Xian is indeed a fortune. You foolish girl, what are you saying? An elderly maid scoffed. How can you say that, Mama Lu? The lady is clearly going to endure humiliation, Qing Luo countered. That may be true, but it is her misfortune for being unable to capture the king's attention and for enduring the whims of Consort Xian. Who knows how long she can survive? Mama Lu expressed disdain. Xingchen recalled the tales that Mama Lu was aligned with Fu Yuro, consistently showing disrespect to the original owner of her identity, and had aided in scheming against her. After the original, Xingchen finally consummated her marriage with the king and became pregnant. She was blissfully unaware that it was Mama Lu who had orchestrated the concealment of the truth, leading her to share a bed with a beggar, resulting in her pregnancy. Meanwhile, although Qing Luo was merely a lowly maidservant, her loyalty was unwavering. Ultimately, when Xingchen fell into misfortune, Qing Luo was brutally punished by Fu Yuro and discarded on the streets, meeting a tragic end. Reflecting on this, Xingchen strode forward and delivered a forceful kick that sent Mama Lu sprawling to the ground. With a cry of pain, Mama Lu was caught off guard and propelled several meters away, rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. Your Highness, how could you strike an old servant? She gasped. If I can strike Madame Zhou, why not you? A mere treacherous servant dare curse me? You seek death, Xingchen retorted, advancing to deliver further strikes without mercy. It was satisfying to handle such a petty individual personally. The other servants watched in horror, the usually submissive Xingchen, who had endured their disdain without retaliation, now displayed a fierce and formidable side that terrified them all. Qing Luo stood in shock, though fearful. She found a sense of vicarious satisfaction in the scene. In the once peaceful courtyard, only the echoes of Mama Lu's cries remained. After some time, Xingchen paused, exhausted from her exertions. Madame Zhou disrespected me today, and I turned her into a pig-ass head. Yet, Consort Xian not only refrained from punishing me, but even rewarded me with some jewelry. You, an old treacherous servant, do you dare consider your position superior to Madame Zhou's? Deliberately, Xingchen displayed the jewelry bestowed upon her by Consort Xian, flaunting her newfound treasures. Mama Lu was utterly bewildered. She recognized the jewelry all too well, having pilfered it for herself. Now, seeing the precious items in Xingchen's possession, she could hardly comprehend how Consort Xian, who despised Xingchen, would reward her. Even so, I am loyal to the king. For you to strike me is akin to defying him, Mama Lu whimpered, though her resolve was faltering. Consort Xian is nothing to me, let alone the king, Xingchen coldly replied. Mama Lu, I recall you pilfering quite a bit from me. Today seems an appropriate moment for reckoning. Chapter 6. Punishing the arrogant servant. Madame Lu lifted her gaze to a nearby young maid and exchanged a knowing glance. The maid promptly dashed towards the door. Xingchen observed this scene, realizing that there were still many traitors in her courtyard. With swift movements, she traced an incantation in the air and suddenly shouted, "Freeze!" The maid, who had already taken a step outside, found herself immobilized in an instant, sending Madame Lu into a panic. Before she could utter a cry, Xingchen rushed over and severed one of her arms. The sound of shattering bone accompanied Madame Lu's anguished screams, echoing throughout the courtyard. The other servants were paralyzed with fear, too terrified to speak. Gone was Madame Lu's earlier arrogance. She was now utterly terrified, recognizing that the princess before her was more fearsome than the very depths of hell. "I was wrong. Please spare me, Your Highness." "I will return it," Madame Lu pleaded, retrieving a bracelet and a gold hairpin from her sleeve. Xingchen smirked coldly. "I recall that the daughter of the royal family of Dian once developed a truth elixir. Consuming it guarantees one will speak only the truth. This elixir was generously gifted to our royal family, and coincidentally, Xian Fei presented me with a vial today. Would you care to partake?" Madame Lu's face turned ashen. As an elder of the Mo Wangfu, she had heard much about the elixir from the Mo Wang himself and was acutely aware of its potency. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I was wrong. The other jewelry is at my residence. I shall fetch it for you." "Qi Luo, you go," Xingchen commanded. "Yes." Qi Luo immediately dashed towards Madame Lu's quarters. Madame Lu felt her heart plummet. It was over for her now. She could no longer hide even a single piece. Xingchen glanced at the overflowing box and scoffed. "With so many ornaments, if reported to the authorities, you would spend the latter half of your life in prison." Madame Lu panicked. "Your Highness, please spare me. I will never dare again. I have a foolish son to care for. If I am imprisoned, he will suffer. I beg for your mercy. Whether your son is foolish or not is of no concern to me." "Qi Luo, go report this," Xingchen replied coldly. She was no saint and showed no mercy to those who betrayed her. "Understood," Qi Luo complied without hesitation. Although today's princess seemed different and somewhat unapproachable, Qi Luo favored her current demeanor. Madame Lu watched as Qi Luo exited the courtyard, collapsing to the ground in despair. This was truly the end for her. Xingchen surveyed the ground, littered with gold, silver, and an assortment of stolen trinkets, even teacups and chopsticks. She grimaced, realizing the servants of the Mo Wangfu were quite adept at thievery. "Your Highness, I am the prince's wet nurse. You are truly severing ties with the prince." Madame Lu made her last desperate attempt. "In my eyes, the Mo Wang is insignificant," Xingchen retorted disdainfully. "Xingchen, you have gone too far." A chilling voice echoed from outside the courtyard, filled with fury. It was the Mo Wang himself, followed closely by Qi Luo. "Your Highness, I encountered the prince on my way out, and he forbade me from leaving," Qi Luo whispered. Xingchen understood and cast a dismissive glance at the newcomers, feigning innocence. "My prince, I fail to comprehend your words. Have I offended you in any way?" The Mo Wang, Xingchen, was seething with rage. "Xingchen, how dare you play the fool? This cursed woman had actually sent a maid to report to the authorities. If officials arrived, it would bring disgrace to the Mo Wangfu." Upon seeing the Mo Wang, Madame Lu crawled toward him like a drowning woman, tears streaming down her face. "Your Highness, please save me. I have watched you grow. The princess wants to send me to the authorities. Please spare me." Madame Lu's eyes darted nervously. "It was I who accidentally swept away the princess's hairpin while cleaning her room, and the princess is furious and wishes to punish me. Is a mere hairpin worth reporting to the authorities?" "Xingchen, you are being petty," Xingchen scorned. Xingchen remained unperturbed, turning her gaze to Madame Lu. "A hairpin? Are you not ashamed to say that? This entire box of jewelry was discovered by Qi Luo in your room. Surely there are dozens of hairpins here." Xingchen finally noticed the box on the ground, filled with hairpins, red hairpins, bracelets, and necklaces, an entire treasure trove, some of which he recognized as items Xingchen had worn. Selling this box of jewelry would fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. With Madame Lu leading the way, others had stolen what they could, even the utensils of the household. Did it imply that the palace was so impoverished they could not afford bowls for meals? After all, I am the Mo Wang Fei, bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Their theft of my possessions shows a blatant disregard for your authority. If they dared to steal from me today, they would certainly not hesitate to steal from you tomorrow. Should they be bribed by ill intent and take items from your study, the consequences would be dire. Or is this all by your design? Are you instructing Madame Lu and the others to pilfer my belongings?" Xingchen countered. Xingchen's face darkened. He had not anticipated that his household harbored so many opportunistic servants. Enraged, he shouted, "Silence! How could I allow anyone to steal from you? Madame Lu has acted immorally, pilfering from her master. Given her status as an elder of the household, she shall receive 50 strikes and be expelled from the estate, never to be employed again. As for the others, 20 strikes each, and they shall all be sold off. My household will not tolerate dishonest servants." Your Highness, please spare me. I will never dare again. Do not cast me away. Madame Lu immediately pleaded, kneeling and banging her head on the ground. In the past, whenever she made a mistake, she would only ask for mercy, and the prince would forgive her. Yes, the steward promptly summoned the guards. Qi Luo did not steal from the princess, Xingchen kindly interjected. Qing Luo, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." The steward and guards took the other servants away, leaving only Qing Luo behind. The prince does not favor me but rather beautiful women, so I have taken it upon myself to gather them for him. I hope they serve him well, allowing him to flourish and remain vigorous. Perhaps, in light of their presence, the prince will treat me a bit better. Xingchen wore a self-satisfied expression, reveling in her cleverness. Chapter 7. I await your plea. Xingchen wore an expression of utter disdain and revulsion, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Vulgar. Ignorant. If this prince desires a beauty, do I require your assistance? Those concubines who feign to present beauties to me are merely placing spies by my side. You fool." Observing Xingchen's indignant demeanor, it seemed she was not pretending. Could it be that this woman truly did not comprehend the implications of those concubines sending beauties? Reflecting on Xingchen's dim-wittedness, he realized he had overestimated her intelligence. "Fool. Henceforth, you are not to enter the palace without cause," Xingchen commanded. "But what if my mother summons me?" Xingchen queried, perplexed. "Do I need to instruct you? Simply claim you are unwell and unable to walk." Xingchen replied irritably before departing. Xingchen, feeling quite pleased, rose and approached Qi Luo, extending her hand to assist her up. "Get up, from now on. Our courtyard relies on you." Qi Luo, both excited and touched, responded, "Thank you, my lady, for your trust. I shall ensure the courtyard is well kept and prevent anyone from stealing your belongings." Qi Luo, "Do you know where my dowry is stored in the manor and who is in charge of it?" Xingchen asked. "Now I understand," Qing Luo said. "Let us tidy up as we prepare to depart." "Yes, my lady." The bustling streets were filled with a continuous flow of traffic, vendors lining the roads, and townsfolk bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. "Qing Luo, do you know where we can procure yellow paper and vermilion?" Xingchen asked directly. "Very well. Let us take a look," Qi Luo replied. At the incense shop, upon seeing Xingchen's opulent attire, the shopkeeper warmly greeted them. "May I inquire what you require?" "Our shop has an abundance of incense and paper money. Bring forth your finest yellow paper and vermilion," Xingchen instructed. Of course. The shopkeeper promptly summoned a servant to fetch them. Xingchen took a glance, her expression turning cold. "Shopkeeper, are you not being sincere?" The shopkeeper appeared bewildered. "Madam, what do you mean? This is indeed our best offering." The yellow paper was of a dark hue, thin and coarse to the touch, clearly of inferior quality. As for the vermilion, its overly vibrant color indicated it was counterfeit. "How dare you sell such fraudulent goods in the capital? Do you wish to find yourself in prison?" Xingchen coldly scoffed. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily explaining, "I did not realize the madam was an expert. It was merely the oversight of my servant. I shall fetch our prized offerings immediately." In no time, the shopkeeper personally returned with the items. Xingchen examined them and remarked, "This prized item is nothing remarkable. Do you have anything better?" "Madam, this is indeed the finest we possess. I can assure you. Nothing better exists on this street. If you seek superior quality, it can only be found in the palace, where the nobility uses the best," the shopkeeper murmured. "Yu Lu, is this not the renowned first tavern of the Songyue kingdom, said to be named after the surname of a noble lady from the Dian kingdom?" Xingchen pondered aloud. "My lady, the first tavern?" Qi Luo questioned, confused. "Oh, it is nothing. Let us go and indulge ourselves," Xingchen declared, striding forward, with Qi Luo quickly following suit. However, just as they reached the tavern's entrance, they heard a sarcastic voice ring out. "Oh, is this not the shadow of the Mo King? Unable to win his affections, you resort to gathering a horde of beauties. How pitiful it is for a woman to live such a life." Xingchen turned to see a man with thick brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome yet exuding an air of arrogance, clad in a flamboyant red robe. His ostentatious appearance was hard to overlook. "My lady, he is the illegitimate son of the Duke of the State, known as the Tyrant of the Capital. The Xian Fei is his sister, and even the prince shows him some respect. Should we not change venues?" Qi Luo whispered cautiously. Xingchen felt an ominous heaviness in her heart, a dark cloud looming over her. Raising an eyebrow, she retorted, "Whether I am pitiful or not is of no concern to you. However, you shall soon find yourself in a state of despair, and that will occur tomorrow night." Yan Tianming's fury ignited. "You wretched woman, how dare you curse me? No wonder the Mo King pays you no mind. With your flat figure, You could only sell bones even if you ventured into the meat trade. Laughter erupted from the tavern patrons. For Xingchen's relentless pursuit of the Mo King had long since become a source of amusement for the public. Unfazed, Xingchen merely cast a cold glance in his direction. I advise you to choose your words wisely. Otherwise, when you find yourself in need, I shall not extend my aid. Huh, as if I would ever seek your help. I will never beg you. You must be out of your mind if you think I would. Yan Tianming scoffed arrogantly. Very well, I shall await that moment, Xingchen replied dismissively, turning away with Qing Luo in tow. The tyrant of the Duke of the State, born on the 15th of July, encounters a female ghost every month on that date, who drains his life force. Ultimately, he perishes at the hands of a multitude of vengeful spirits. Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the 15th of July. Yan Tianming, suddenly hearing this chilling pronouncement, bristled with indignation. I do not believe in such ghostly tales. He only saw Xingchen's retreating figure and was unaware that these were her inner thoughts, mistaking them for her spoken words. Despite his dismissive words, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, instinctively drawing back. Young master, what troubles you? A servant inquired promptly. It is nothing. That detestable woman, Xingchen, is merely trying to frighten me. I am in perfect health and full of vitality. I would never fall for such nonsense. Now let us drink, Yan Tianming declared, striding into the tavern without a second thought. At the Mo King's residence, as Xingchen entered, she sensed an unusual tension in the air. The servants appeared nervous and cautious, while a young attendant approached her. What has transpired within the manor? Xingchen inquired, casually tossing a gold melon seed to the attendant. Chapter 8. The regent's poisoning. It remains unclear which maid divulged the news to the side consort, but upon entering the palace today, the consort not only received no reprimand for the queen, but was instead rewarded with exquisite jewelry, resulting in her fainting from fury. Xingchen felt a surge of satisfaction. Muttering, it serves her right, one reaps what one sows. This is merely the beginning. She instructed a servant to make a trip to the Yi family, requesting her mother to send over a few capable maids, preferably those skilled in martial arts, so that she would not be bullied by cunning servants. As she spoke, she handed the servant a few golden melon seeds. The servant, grinning from ear to ear, exclaimed, "It is a blessing to serve the esteemed consort. I shall go at once." With that, he hurried off to deliver the message. In another corner, a peculiar creature resembling a plump, white radish with roots for limbs stirred. It had a nose and eyes, and a red string was tied around its head. Xingchen's lips twitched, were it not for the unique nature of this space. She would have suspected she had wandered into the wrong realm. Who are you, and why are you in my space? Xingchen scoffed. There was no need for inquiry. The chaos within the space could only be attributed to this little creature. Startled awake, the creature rubbed its sleepy eyes and, upon seeing Xingchen, ran towards her with a look of distress. Master, I finally found you. I missed you so much. It clung to her leg. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Do I know you? The little creature, looking wounded, released its chubby hands and pointed to the red string atop its head. You tied this for me. I was nearly devoured by a venomous snake, but you saved me. I've since transformed. Only then did Xingchen recall tying a red string around a ginseng she had saved from a snake in the woods. It had been half broken, and she had casually placed it in the space, which was rich in spiritual energy, forgetting about it entirely. To her surprise, it had transformed. Master, you must not abandon me again. I am so pitiful. The little ginseng wailed, hugging her tightly once more. Xingchen observed the little ginseng's teardrops. Curiosity piqued. So ginseng can cry? Are your tears not nourishing? The little ginseng boasted, Master, I am a treasure in my own right. I might be able to assist you in the future. Please keep me. Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. Oh, Master, long live. Meanwhile, Zhan Bai seethed with anger. What audacity does the consort of the Ink Prince possess, claiming that Yan Tianming seeks her assistance? Such arrogance. He is the little tyrant of the capital, a reckless and flamboyant scion who disregards anyone. Not even the emperor can control him. With his illustrious lineage and boundless wealth, surrounded by sycophants, it is inconceivable that he would seek help from the Ink Prince's consort. However, within the palace, the Ink Prince's consort had effortlessly eliminated a traitor with just a few words, which seemed rather implausible. Her confidant, Su Ruan, analyzed the situation. The palace had its own network of informants, and word of everything happening with Xingchen had already reached others. It must be that the Ink Prince's consort stumbled upon a stroke of luck. She even shamelessly sent our lord a lock of hair, suggesting he place it under his pillow to alleviate pain. Such a brazen woman will stop at nothing. Zhanbai remarked, his impression of Xingchen plummeting. Su Ruan, taken aback, asked, My lord, did the Ink Prince's consort truly send you here? Song Boyi's expression was as cold as eternal ice, his sharp black eyes scanning the room. Send someone to continue monitoring Xingchen and Yin Tianming. We shall see if she is merely putting on a show by tomorrow. My lord is wise. As long as Yin Tianming remains unharmed, Xingchen's claims will crumble, and we shall see how she deceives others in the future. Zhanbai promptly set out to execute the orders. That night, in the dead of midnight, Song Boyi was awakened by excruciating pain. His body felt as if it were engulfed in flames, his skin burning as if on fire. Yet, at the same time, his chest felt as though it were pierced by a blade of eternal ice, cold and agonizing, a torment beyond endurance. A low groan escaped his lips, prompting Zhanbai, who was stationed outside, to rush in. My lord, it seems the poison within you has flared up. I shall summon Feng Yunmu immediately. Endure for now. Zhanbai dashed to the neighboring courtyard. Others, alerted by the commotion, quickly gathered. Feng Yunmu hurried over, flustered. How could this happen earlier than expected? I calculated it would be 2 days from now. We are uncertain. You must see to the Lord. Su Ruan urged anxiously. Feng Yunmu entered the room, took Song Boyi's pulse, and hastily placed a pill in his mouth. This poison has come on fiercely, 2 days ahead of schedule. My lord, you must hold on. He immediately retrieved his medical kit to administer acupuncture, though the results seemed less than promising. Zhanbai, observing his lord's pallid complexion and the sweat-soaked garments clinging to his back, grew increasingly worried. Feng Yunmu, are you capable? Why does my lord's pain not subside? Zhanbai's countenance darkened. Do not mention it. I encountered the Ink Prince's consort on the way, and she meddled with the lord's carriage. He left the palace shortly thereafter. Song Boyi felt as if he were caught in a tempest of ice and fire, suffering unbearably. A tumultuous wave surged within his chest, and suddenly he tasted a metallic sweetness in his throat before violently spitting out blood and collapsing into unconsciousness. My lord, are you all right? Zhanbai shouted in alarm. My lord, Su Ruan echoed, worry etched across her face. Feng Yunmu continued with the acupuncture, but his own expression grew increasingly grim, clearly straining to do his utmost. If only my master were here. Alas, his whereabouts are erratic, and I dread becoming a scapegoat. That statement felt akin to a death sentence. Su Ruan's brow furrowed deeply. Zhanbai, did you not say the Ink Prince's consort suggested that the lord place her hair beneath his pillow to alleviate his pain? That is what she claimed. Who knows if it is true? Zhanbai scoffed. Where is the hair? Where is it? Chapter 9. Her hair truly works. Zhanbai was utterly astonished. Are you really going to let it go? You actually believe Xingchen's words? Reluctantly, he approached the wastebasket beside the table, rummaging through it until he retrieved a strand of hair, which he then handed over. Su Ruan shot him a glance and placed the hair beneath her lord's pillow, stating, Let the prince rest. Though Feng Yunmu found the situation absurd, he was at a loss and could only comply. As time passed, the once pale face of Song Boyi gradually regained some color, and his breathing became steadier. Feng Yunmu was taken aback. He immediately felt Song Boyi's pulse, astonished. How could this be? How could this happen? What's wrong? Is the prince in a more perilous situation? I told you not to trust the words of the princess of Mo. If a single strand of hair can alleviate the prince's suffering, I would rather eat dirt. Zhanbai's words were interrupted by Feng Yunmu. You can indeed go eat dirt. What? Say that again? Zhanbai retorted angrily. I said, the prince's pulse is more stable than before, his breath is even, and his face has regained some color. It seems he is not in as much pain as before, especially considering he had just furrowed his brow deeply. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. I never imagined that this hair would actually be effective. It is akin to a miraculous elixir. Feng Yunmu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if he had discovered a treasure. Zhanbai stood there dumbfounded, but seeing the improvement in his lord's complexion, he muttered in disbelief. How could it really work? Su Ruan glanced between the prince and Zhanbai, teasingly asking, Zhanbai, does your face hurt? Who was it that looked down upon this and said it was worthless? Zhanbai's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, realizing he had underestimated the effectiveness of Xingchen's hair. The embarrassment of his previous disdain left him feeling utterly humiliated. I nearly caused harm to the prince, he mumbled. You must not judge a person by their appearance, especially not the princess of Mo, Su Ruan advised. Yet he was curious. How did Xingchen know about the poison within the prince? Only Feng Yunmu and the palace's divine healer were privy to this information. Neither the prince nor Zhanbai would divulge it to her. It seemed he would have to wait until the prince awoke to clarify. Song Boi slept soundly through the night and did not awaken until midday the following day. Upon seeing the prince awake, Bai was ecstatic. The prince has awakened. This is wonderful. What time is it? Song Boi asked with a hint of indifference. Feng Yunmu, who had just come in with a bowl of food, looked at Song Boi's complexion and checked his pulse again. Your pulse has returned to normal, my lord. You have successfully endured the most painful days of the month. Bai was overjoyed. This is fantastic. The prince has finally made it through another month. Each month. There were 3 days when Song Boi suffered from the effects of the poison. Days when he felt as if he were trapped in a furnace and an ice cellar simultaneously, enduring intolerable pain. Each time those 3 days passed, he felt as though he had lost half his life, requiring time to recuperate. Everyone felt deep sympathy for the regent, wishing they could bear his suffering for him. But no one could. They could only watch him endure his torment. For years, Feng Yunmu had been assisting Song Boi in managing his health. Initially, he would arrive a few days in advance each month, and later he took up residence in the regent's estate, aiming to provide immediate treatment. At this moment, Song Boi furrowed his brows, still in disbelief. Why was it only 1 day this time when it has always been 3? What happened last night? Song Boi was astonished. Is it true? Indeed, it is true. Last night, your condition was perilous, and I was at my wit's end. It was Su Ruoan who suggested placing the hair beneath your pillow, and to my surprise, it truly worked, more effective than my acupuncture or elixirs. My lord, you have struck gold this time. You must express your gratitude to the princess of Mo. Feng Yunmu jested. Song Boi narrowed his dark eyes, realizing that Xingchen possessed such remarkable abilities. He had not anticipated that her hair could save him. Reflecting on how he could hear her thoughts and her awareness of the poison his brother had inflicted upon him, Song Boi no longer dared to underestimate Xingchen. What kind of woman is she, truly? Suddenly, Bai knelt down, exclaiming, My lord, it was my foolishness that nearly caused you harm. Please punish me. Song Boi regarded Bai's remorseful expression and replied softly, Rise. This is not your fault. I did not expect Xingchen's hair to be effective. In the future, treat her with more respect when you encounter her. Yes. The next day arrived, and Xingchen awakened at her own leisure. Having listened to the little ginseng's chatter late into the night, resulting in a late start, Qing Luo promptly approached to report, My lady. The Yi family sent 6 individuals last night. I have instructed them to wait in the courtyard. My mother's efficiency is commendable. Let us go see. Xingchen said as she stepped out, spotting 6 individuals standing in the courtyard. We have seen the princess. The 6 bowed respectfully. Since you were sent by my mother, you are one of us. There are no strict rules in my courtyard, so do not address each other as servant or maid. From now on, we are sisters, and I shall not treat you poorly. However, I detest traitors who betray their own. If I discover anyone with ulterior motives, I shall not show mercy. Understood. Qing Luo immediately began distributing items to everyone. The newcomers were deeply touched. Initially, they feared that the princess might not be easy to get along with. Yet here she was, declaring them sisters and gifting them protective charms. Such a master was truly wonderful. We shall serve the princess wholeheartedly and will never harbor any ill intentions, they promised. Excellent. Xingchen raised an eyebrow at the overcast sky, which felt oppressive. Even the wind carried a chill. With a smile, she remarked, The appearance of evil spirits is splendid. An opportunity to receive silver is at hand. Chapter 10. The audacity to curse my son as dusk fell. An eerie chill enveloped the duke's residence, casting an ominous shadow over the household. The servants bustled about, their heads bowed, consumed by a palpable fear. In the expansive courtyard, a table draped in yellow cloth stood at the center, adorned with a large brass censer, a peach with sword, incense, and various other ritualistic items. A congregation of over a dozen monks and Taoist priests gathered, the atmosphere charged with solemnity. Master, do you think this will suffice? Lady of the Duke inquired, her face etched with concern. Her son had been born on the 15th day of the 7th month. And every year, the Duke would summon numerous monks and priests, yet the outcomes remained disheartening. The following day, her son appeared as though he had lost half his vitality. Frail and weak, requiring months of recuperation. Such a cycle stirred profound anguish within a mother's heart. Fear not, my dear. I visited Bayaguosi a month prior to enlist the aid of a revered monk, in addition to the renowned Taoist Master Dao Tian. With their presence, you need not worry. The Duke reassured her. But mother, do not fret. Master Dao Tian is exceptionally powerful. I have heard he has performed rituals for noble patrons in the palace. So there is no cause for concern. If all goes well tonight, I shall march to the gates of the Mo Wang mansion tomorrow and smash them to pieces. That vile woman, Xingchen, dares to claim that a female ghost is siphoning my essence. I shall make her pay, Yin Tianming declared with fervor. As the Duke's favored son, he had grown accustomed to indulgence, never having faced a curse directed at him. What? Xingchen dares to curse my son? That insignificant Mo Wangfei is nothing of consequence. I shall confront her at once. Lady of the Duke seethed with indignation. Even if she is of little favor, she remains the Mo Wangfei. We must show some respect to the Mo Wang. Tomorrow, I shall petition the Emperor to punish her. The Duke replied, his anger flaring. Mother, do not act rashly. She claims my life is in peril tonight. Once I stand before her unscathed tomorrow, I will shatter her face. Yin Tianming gritted his teeth. Lady of the Duke considered this rationale. Very well, we shall wait until tomorrow. The noble women of the capital are all on good terms with me. I shall see to it that she is ostracized. Soon, the hour of Z approached, and the atmosphere within the Duke's residence grew increasingly sinister, punctuated by unearthly laughter that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. In the courtyard, Yin Tianming sat surrounded by monks fervently reciting scriptures, while Master Daodian wielded a brass bell, chanting incantations with fervent conviction. The Duke and his wife, troubled for their son, took refuge in a nearby room. Their doors sealed with yellow talismans, leaving a narrow gap to observe Yin Tianming's plight. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, and the previously composed Yin Tianming's expression contorted in agony. His body began to tremble violently, his complexion paling as he flailed his arms. Begone! Leave me! He shouted, cursing vehemently. Lady of the Duke's face tightened with fear. My lord, what is happening to our son? Is there truly a malevolent spirit present? The Duke furrowed his brow. Do not speak such nonsense. The residence is adorned with talismans to ward off evil, and with so many esteemed monks present, nothing will happen. Yet, despite the invisible threat, the monks' anxious expressions betrayed their unease, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. In a moment of chaos, Master Daotian's brass bell slipped from his grasp, and he hastily brandished the peachwood sword, declaring, Malevolent spirit, retreat at once. Yet, as the words left his lips, the sword shattered in his hands. A fierce wind surged forth, toppling the table and scattering its contents across the courtyard, sending Master Daodian tumbling several meters away. Malevolent spirit, it has come to claim lives. A voice cried out, and the monks, gripped by terror, fled in disarray. Master Daodian, summoning his remaining strength, shouted, Release young Master Yin, or I shall ensure your annihilation. He unleashed all his talismans, but the malevolent spirit proved insurmountable. With a swift motion, it sent Master Daodian flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Forgive me, Duke. I implore you to seek someone more capable. I am powerless against this spirit. Master Daodian began to retreat, only to be blocked by the furious Lady of the Duke. My lady, I have never encountered such a formidable spirit. I shall return your payment. I wish not to earn riches with my life at stake. He hastily offered, handing over the silver notes. Should you dare flee today, I shall see to it that you meet your end. The Duke roared, advancing toward him. Master Daodian froze, his foot suspended in midair, regretting his greed. I should have heeded the warnings. The payment was substantial, but this spirit is indeed fearsome. Quickly, search for someone more powerful. Scour the entire capital if you must. Urged Lady of the Duke, kneeling in desperation, pleading for divine intervention. Such words are easier said than done, the Duke replied, his brow furrowed in frustration. The Mo Wangfei, that incompetent fool, can drive away evil spirits? How absurd. He scoffed, recalling his son's claims that she had cursed him. Lady of the Duke, disregarding her earlier indignation, focused solely on her son. My lord, send someone to summon her. Regardless of her capabilities, we must try. I would kneel before her if it meant saving our son. Such folly. You are the esteemed Duchess. How can you seek the aid of a merchant's daughter? The Duke protested vehemently. What does her background matter? If she can save my son, I demand you send someone to the Mo Wangfei. Lady of the Duke commanded. Do not go. There must be someone more powerful. I shall send for assistance. The Duke insisted. By the time you find help, my son may be lost. What matters more, your pride or my son's life? I shall go myself. Should you attempt to stop me, I will take my own life at the Duke's gates. Do not forget who elevated you to your current station. Lady of the Duke shouted defiantly, rising to leave. Chapter 11. What is a mere concubine prancing about? The Duke of Xingguo's expression was exceedingly grim. Once, he was but a destitute scholar without family or connections, but upon achieving the rank of a top scholar, he caught the eye of the lady, which propelled him to success. With the support of his wife, Lady Lu, he ascended to the esteemed position of Duke. He observed the affection Lady Lu bestowed upon Yan Tianming and feared her reckless nature. He believed she would not hesitate to act violently if provoked. Should anything happen to her, how could he account to the Lu family? He did not prevent her from proceeding. Lu Jin, accompany the lady and ensure her safety. Yes. Lu Jin promptly followed. At the Mo Wang Manor, a lavish carriage halted at the entrance. The Duchess of Jingguo alighted and hurriedly approached the grand door, knocking forcefully. Let me in. I seek an audience with the Mo Wang Fei. I am the Duchess of Jingguo, beseeching to meet the Mo Wang Fei. Please, I implore you. Save my son, she shouted. Please, Wang Fei, save my son. Lu Jin and the coachman echoed. The gatekeeper, trembling with fear, opened the door. I have the honor of meeting the Duchess. Where is your Wang Fei? The Duchess inquired, her mind too fraught to engage in idle chatter, and she rushed into the manor. The Wang Fei was naturally in the courtyard. Lead the way. Lives are at stake, she urged. The gatekeeper, not daring to delay, guided her directly to the Wang Fei's quarters. In truth, Xingchen had not been asleep. She had been waiting, anxious to discern whether Yan Tianming was truly in peril. Upon hearing the cries for help from outside, a smile crept upon her lips. Upon encountering Xingchen, the Duchess wasted no time. I implore you, Wang Fei, save my son. I shall accept any conditions. Since the Duchess has come in person, I shall grant you this favor. Let us go see, Xingchen replied, yawning as she rose. Are you not bringing anything? Such as an amulet for exorcism? The Taoist master warned that the vengeful spirit is formidable, even he is not its match, the Duchess questioned with skepticism. Did she come to the wrong place? Could this frail woman truly expel evil spirits? Exorcising with talismans is the work of lesser practitioners. I require none, Xingchen declared. Striding forth, the Duchess was taken aback but did not have time to ponder. She hastily followed. As they approached the manor entrance, they encountered the Mo Wang and his secondary consort, Fu Yura, who were exiting. I have the honor of meeting the Mo Wang, the Duchess greeted. There is no need for such formalities, Duchess. I was informed by my servants that you sought the Wang Fei. What calamity has befallen that prompts the Duchess to visit at this hour? The Mo Wang inquired, his countenance darkening. The servants had only mentioned that the Duchess knocked at midnight to find the Wang Fei, thus the Mo Wang's inquiry. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Am I merely a harbinger of disaster in your eyes? Aside from causing trouble, what else do you do? The Mo Wang retorted with a scoff. Sister, do not hold it against the Wang, for you have often drawn calamity upon the Wang manor. The threshold of the manor has been worn by the feet of the nobility. Had you been more discreet, the Duchess would not have sought you out at such an hour, Fu Yurua gently admonished. The Duke of Zhenghua, witnessing the tension, could not help but reflect on the Wang Fei's lack of favor. Emma Wang, you misunderstand. I have come to implore the Wang Fei for assistance. I wish for her to save my son, the Duchess clarified. The Emma Wang was taken aback. Save him, relying on her. Duchess, have you erred? Aside from indulgence, my sister possesses no redeeming qualities. Her notorious arrogance is well known throughout Songyue City. Do not be deceived, Fu Yurua warned, her tone laced with concern. The Duchess's expression turned icy. Pardon my bluntness, but what right does a mere concubine have to speak ill of the Wang Fei? Such audacity is truly astonishing. Regardless of her status, she is the Wang Fei, honored by His Majesty and welcomed into the family with great ceremony. You, a mere concubine, have no standing to voice your opinions. I am but a straightforward woman, should I have offended the Mo Wang. I hope you will not hold it against this old woman. My son's life hangs in the balance, and I urgently need the Wang Fei's aid. So I shall take my leave. I trust the Mo Wang will understand. Without waiting for a reply, the Duchess turned and grasped Xingchen's hand, heading for the exit. Fu Yurua's face shifted through shades of green, purple, and finally black. She detested being referred to as a concubine. In that moment, she vowed to eventually supplant Xingchen as the Mo Wang Fei. My lord, I am merely concerned that the Wang Fei's actions may tarnish your reputation. It is I who brings shame upon you, Fu Yurua lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you for your concern for Roro. But can my sister truly save him? If she fails and calamity befalls, what will become of your reputation? Fu Yurua left her thought unspoken. Song Tingchen's expression turned as cold as ice. If anything were to happen, it would be her own doing. I shall take this opportunity to dismiss her. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Meanwhile, Xingchen followed the Duchess into the carriage. Thank you for your forthrightness earlier. Oh dear, my tongue. Wang Fei, please do not take offense. My words slipped out in a moment of passion. I hope this does not deter you from saving my son, the Duchess implored. Being naturally forthright and the head of her household, the Duchess could empathize with Xingchen's circumstances and felt a pang of sympathy for her. As they conversed, the carriage arrived at the Duke's residence. Xingchen immediately disembarked, glancing at the ominous clouds swirling above the courtyard, foreboding the presence of a formidable spirit. Wanfei, allow me to escort you inside, the Duchess offered, leading the way. Before they entered the courtyard, they heard anguished screams. From a distance, Xingchen saw Yin Tianming sprawled on the ground, wailing, surrounded by several female specters. Wanfei, I beseech you to save my son, the Duchess pleaded. Rest assured, I will open your eyes to the truth. Mere words hold no weight. You must see for yourself to believe, Xingchen murmured as she chanted softly, her fingers touching the Duchess's eyelids. Instantly, the Duchess beheld the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Ah, what are those? Why are they all tormenting my son? The Duchess gasped, her face ashen. Chapter 12. I shall end your life, she witnessed, with her own eyes, several female spirits surrounding her son. Some were headless. Others had severed limbs, and one possessed a tongue that extended over a meter, presenting a ghastly and terrifying sight that nearly caused her to faint. Yet, Xingchen, swift and perceptive, grasped her. Madam, you must not succumb to unconsciousness. Princess Mo, I implore you, please save my son. The voice of the lady of the state Duke quivered with trepidation. It is best if the Duke observes for himself. After Xingchen spoke, she lightly tapped twice on his eyelids. Upon witnessing a scene not far away, even the normally commanding Duke of the state turned pale in an instant, his entire being trembling. Ghosts, indeed, there are ghosts. Why are they tormenting my son? Princess, you must save Tianming. The Duke's previous ire and disdain vanished. What he beheld before his very eyes was utterly shocking. Steady yourself, my lady. After Xingchen spoke, she turned and walked toward the female specters. You, young lady, truly possess the ability to vanquish spirits? Those female ghosts are formidable. Do not venture forth to meet your demise. I am no match for them myself. Came a pained voice from the ground. It was Master Daodian speaking. Xingchen cast a sidelong glance at Master Daodian and remarked, your limitations do not dictate mine. Oh dear. I offer you a kind warning, and yet you look down upon me. If you were to fall victim to those vengeful spirits, I shall not be held accountable. Master Daodian said with a hint of pride. No need. Xingchen strode directly towards Yin Tianming, halting 5 meters away from him. Regardless of the grudges you bear against him, I am determined to rescue him today. Depart at once, and I shall not lay a hand on you. Xingchen let out a cold snort. The female spirits entangled with Yin Tianming, upon hearing this, were filled with indignation. You can actually see us? Should you meddle in our affairs, we shall include you in our endeavors. The headless corpse swiftly approached, circling around Xingchen. You smell exquisite. This is a superior tonic. Absorb her, just absorb her. Upon hearing this, the other female specters immediately drifted towards Xingchen, intent on absorbing her vital essence. However, before they could even make contact, she swiftly dispatched them with a single, forceful slap. Ah! A series of mournful wails echoed, piercing the air with their intensity. The other female specters were taken aback. How could you possibly have the power to send a ghost flying, regardless of her identity? Anyone who dares to harm our sisterhood shall face a fate worse than death today. Let us unite and confront her together. A female ghost let out a furious shriek. The other female ghosts charged towards Xingchen, while the Taoist Master Daodian stood in shock, having never witnessed someone capable of sending ghosts flying with mere hand movements. Had he underestimated her? A cold smile crept upon Xingchen's lips as she swiftly sidestepped, seizing one of the female ghosts by the head. With a fierce tug, a sickening crack echoed as the ghost's head was violently wrenched away. Ah, my head, oh my head, the wailing of the female ghost echoes. Xingchen delivered a powerful kick, sending one female ghost's leg flying, and with a swift motion, grasped another ghost, using her as a makeshift punching bag, spinning around to strike the other specters. Ah! The chilling cries sent shivers down the spine of those who listened. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she dispatched all the female specters with ease. Who, pray tell, are you? The female ghost she had captured wailed in inquiry. Naturally, it was the one tasked with dealing with you. You still have time to leave now. Xingchen arched an eyebrow. I shall kill you. Not far behind her, the female ghost whose head had just been torn off by her, suddenly charged fiercely towards Xingchen. A reckless act. Xingchen swiftly produced a yellow talisman and affixed it to the female specter, causing her to dissipate into ashes in an instant. The remaining female spirits were immediately struck with terror. Spare us, dear maiden. We were in the wrong. We shall depart at once. With that, they vanished in a flash. The expansive courtyard fell silent in an instant. Yin Tianming lay sprawled on the ground, his face ashen, his eyes wide with shock, appearing utterly dazed and unresponsive. In truth, when Xingchen approached, he had already placed a yellow talisman upon Yin Tianming with his mind, ensuring that he witnessed the entire scene unfold before him. Known in the capital for his reckless demeanor, Yin Tianming faced the dilemma of how to deny the events that transpired. As he had seen it all with his own eyes, leaving him no room for evasion, Xingchen knelt beside him. Examining the situation, young Master Yin has had his vital energy siphoned by the specter and has fainted from excessive fright. I wonder how the Duke of the State intends to rescue him. Oh, my son, my dear son. The lady of the Duke of the State rushed over in tears, lifting the fallen Yin Tianming from the ground. Do not be afraid, my son. All is well now. The Princess of the Ink King has driven away those malevolent spirits. What does the Princess of the Ink King mean by this? The voice of the Duke of the State softened considerably. After all, Xingchen was capable of severing the head of a female ghost, which was indeed terrifying. Young Master Yin was utterly horrified. If it were merely a matter of collecting souls, it would cost 10,000 taels. But the same events would recur every year on the 15th day of the 7th month. If he wished to ensure peace for 3 to 5 years, the price would rise to 50,000 taels, yet after that period, the female ghost would still come seeking him. The most effective solution would be to eliminate the problem entirely. I could guarantee that young Master Yin would never again be disturbed by a female ghost for a sum of 100,000 taels. Therefore, the Duke and his wife should consider which course of action they will take to save him. Xingchen spoke in a haunting tone. Naturally, I wish for Tianming to live a life free from troubles, but 100,000 taels is exorbitant. I have served alongside the King of Ink. Could you possibly grant me a discount in consideration of his influence? The Duke of the State deliberated. Mentioning the King of Ink was ill-advised. As soon as he did, Xingchen's expression darkened. The King of Ink holds no sway here. The Duke may choose not to save him. With that, she turned to leave. Lady of the King of Ink, wait. 100,000 taels it shall be. I implore you to save him, the Duchess of the State declared earnestly. Have you lost your senses? That is a sum of 100,000 taels. The Duke of the State, with a stern countenance, remarked, You old wretch. Are you hoarding your wealth to carry it to your grave? Is my son's life not worth 100,000 taels? Even if I must sell everything I own to procure the sum, I shall acquire those 100,000 taels. The Duchess of the State wore a serious expression. The Duke was momentarily rendered speechless, harboring inward grievances against Xingchen for his excessive avarice. The Duchess, however, was resolute. In the verdant thicket of the yard, 2 ethereal souls of Yin Tianming drifted near the flower bed, ultimately merging with his being. Yin Tianming awoke, exclaiming, Father, Mother, save me. A female ghost seeks to devour me. Yin Tianming exclaimed. The Duchess of the State, her face alight with joy, cried out, my son is finally well. Thank you, Princess Imo. Thank you. Is this truly all it takes? The Duke of the State harbored suspicions. With a flick of his fingertip, Xingchen severed a strand of his own hair, entwining it with a crimson thread in 9 loops, then instructed young Master Yin to carry it with him, ensuring his life would be free from worry for eternity. What? A mere 100,000 taels for a single strand of your hair? The Duke of the State was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 13. Could she truly have taken a liking to you? The Duchess of Xingguo was utterly astonished. Princess of the Ink King, you jest, do you not? Before Xingchen could respond, the Taoist Master Daotian hurriedly interjected, You are unaware, I presume. Hair is the essence of a person from head to toe. The most concentrated essence resides in the hair. If you doubt me, I would be willing to purchase a strand. If it were not for the knowledge that Master Daotian was unfamiliar with the princess, the Duchess might have suspected a ruse. Yet, recalling the moment when Xingchen subdued the malevolent spirit sent a shiver down her spine. Her hair must possess remarkable power. I shall buy it, provided it can save my son, the Duchess asserted solemnly. Madam, you are most agreeable, Xingchen remarked as she extended a single strand of hair. The Duchess promptly reached out, cradling it with utmost care. Hurry, go fetch the red string. Quickly. Yes, indeed. Where has everyone gone? The Duke urged. Master Daotian's gaze was fixed intently on Xingchen. Princess of the Ink King, might you be willing to sell me a strand of your hair? Absolutely not. Xingchen's response was resolute. Why? Master Daotian inquired, puzzled. You have no need for it. How can you say that? I frequently encounter malevolent spirits and need it desperately. Sell it to me, and I shall offer you more. How does 11,000 taels sound? His tone was pleading, his posture humble. How can I trust you won't sell it to another for 20,000 taels? As you mentioned, hair is the essence of a person. If someone were to use my hair against me, it is not an impossibility. Thus, regardless of your offer, I shall not sell. Xingchen coldly declined. Her reasoning was indeed sound, yet Master Daodian had never encountered someone so formidable. The ability to open the eyes of others and dispatch malevolent spirits with bare hands spoke volumes of her terrifying prowess. Meanwhile, he could only open his own eyes, unable to aid anyone else. This was the chasm that separated them. Resolute, Master Daodian fell to his knees before Xingchen. If you refuse to sell me your hair, then please accept me as your disciple. I wish to learn from you. His declaration left everyone in shock. The Duke was taken aback. Master Daodian was a renowned exorcist, and yet he knelt before the princess, requesting to be her disciple. It was truly astonishing. The Duchess, however, remained composed. As long as her son was saved, she cared not for anything else. Witnessing this scene only solidified her belief that she had not erred in her choice. The princess of the Ink King was indeed an extraordinary individual. Xingchen, too, was taken aback by Master Daodian's actions. She regarded him coolly. I shall not accept you. I do not wish for you to exploit my name for personal gain or to deceive others. Master Daodian's lips twitched, although he indeed harbored such intentions. To have them voiced by Xingchen was profoundly embarrassing. I would never engage in such conduct. Rest assured, Princess of the Ink King, I can swear to uphold my integrity. Madam, you need not worry. I shall protect the princess. He hastily added, Fear not, my lady. Even malevolent spirits are no match for the princess. Our residence is merely 3 streets away from the Ink King's manor. There is no cause for alarm. The Duke reassured her. The Duchess finally exhaled a sigh of relief. You were correct. Today it is your fault for speaking out of turn. Why bring up the Ink King in the presence of the princess? The king is but a one-eyed man, favoring his concubines over his wife. You must not err again in her presence. Fortunately, the princess is magnanimous. What if she were to become enraged and refuse to save our son? Did you dare to speak such words in front of the king? He is a royal prince after all. The Duke shivered. I would dare to speak such truths even before the empress. What does a mere prince amount to? He retorted. In any case, you must show utmost respect to the princess from now on. She is our son's benefactor. Yet it cost 10,000 taels, the Duke muttered. What of the 10,000? It must be spent wisely. Had you not encountered the princess, you would not have known where to spend it. You old fool. The Duchess shot him a glare. Very well, I am indeed a fool, he conceded. That is much better. Meanwhile, Bai, who had been perched atop the wall of the Duke's residence, was unable to quell his turbulent emotions. Today marked the day Xingchen had mentioned Yin Tianming's troubles, and he had accompanied the shadow guards to witness it firsthand. Although he lacked the celestial eyes to perceive the malevolent spirits, the reactions of the Duke and Duchess made it evident that a fierce battle had ensued, yet Xingchen had resolved it with remarkable ease. Did something truly happen to Yin Tianming? Su Ruan inquired with curiosity. Not merely something. It is a significant matter. One of the shadow guards who had accompanied Bai recounted the events. Bai's deep, dark eyes reflected a hint of shock. He had not anticipated her words to ring true, let alone her ability to exorcise malevolent spirits. Who exactly was she, and how many more surprises awaited him? You mentioned that a strand of the princess's hair was sold to the Duke for 10,000 taels, and Master Daodian offered 11,000, yet she refused? Su Ruan exclaimed in disbelief. Bai's expression turned awkward. He wished fervently to vanish into a hole in the ground, his face burning with embarrassment. Recalling his earlier remarks about the princess's lack of propriety and having carelessly tossed her hair into a wastebasket, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if he were to blame for the princess' potential predicament. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Bai's mouth. Indeed, she places her trust in me. Had it been otherwise, she would not have dared to enter my carriage. Who could have foreseen that a mere strand of hair could bear such immense value? My lord, could it be that she has genuinely taken a liking to you? Su Ruan asked instinctively. Aside from this possibility, he could conceive of no other explanation, for after all, that was a staggering sum of 10,000 taels. Chapter 14. Bringing home a son. Bai cast a glance at him, exclaiming, Well deserved. Your flattery has backfired. You dare reproach me? Perhaps you should contemplate what to say when you next encounter the princess consort of Mo. Su Ruan retorted, pouting. Bai's expression darkened considerably. He chose to ignore her and turned to leave. My lord, the princess consort's hair has saved you. You should at least express your gratitude. If you require assistance in selecting a suitable gift, I am more than willing to help, Feng Yunmu immediately inquired. He was eager to meet this extraordinary princess consort, whose hair could alleviate the regent's pain. Song Boi glanced at him and replied, "No need. I shall convey my gratitude personally." "How can that be? I have nothing but idle time on my hands." "My lord, you mustn't be stingy," Feng Yunmu countered. Song Boi shot him a fierce glare. "Since you are so idle, why not venture to Bailey Kingdom? I have heard that they are currently suffering from famine." "My lord, I just remembered that I must brew medicine." "Oh dear. It seems to have burnt. I must check on it." "I shall not disturb you further." Feng Yunmu dashed away faster than a rabbit. Song Boi turned to Su Ruan, asking, "What do you suggest I offer as a token of gratitude?" "I recall that the shadow guards mentioned the princess consort was unable to find satisfactory yellow paper and vermilion at the incense shop." "My lord, why not present her with the finest yellow paper and vermilion?" "Surely not. The esteemed regent sending such gifts is rather parsimonious." A voice exclaimed from outside, the very Feng Yunmu who had not yet left. Song Boi glared at him furiously. "Feng Yunmu, do you dare call me stingy?" "Not at all, my lord. However, a single strand of hair is worth 100,000 taels. What do yellow paper and vermilion amount to?" Feng Yunmu retorted. Song Boi frowned. "It is indeed somewhat inexpensive. You, a mere herbalist, cannot comprehend the significance. The princess consort specifically sought out those items, indicating they are of utmost importance to her. If you deem it insufficient, simply add more gifts," Su Ruan suggested. "That proposal is commendable. Go procure the finest yellow paper and vermilion in all of Songyue Kingdom." Song Boi commanded. "Understood." Meanwhile, Xingchen leisurely strolled down the street after exiting the Duke of State's residence. "Princess consort of Mo. Consider this. If you take me on as your disciple, I shall heed your every command. I will serve you tea and water, and care for you in your old age," Dao Tianfa offered, seeking to curry favor. Xingchen raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. "You could very well be my father. Are you certain you can provide for me in my old age?" Dao Tianfa looked down at himself and chuckled awkwardly. "Indeed, it seems rather inappropriate. I merely wish to demonstrate my loyalty. Should you accept me as your disciple, I would do anything for you, even warming your bed." "How shameful for a celestial master to utter such words. You are far too old for that," Xingchen scoffed. "Could you not leave me with a shred of dignity?" "Do you require it?" Xingchen countered. "In the presence of my master, it is unnecessary," Dao Tianfa replied with a silly grin. As they conversed, a child's wail pierced the air. Xingchen turned to see a chubby child of 4 or 5, resembling a doll from a New Year painting, clad only in a red belly band, sobbing heartily in the middle of the street. The child, crying profusely, suddenly produced a large bubble of snot, only for it to shrink when he inhaled. Xingchen chuckled. "What a delightful little fellow. Pretty sister, you can actually see me?" Fu Bao exclaimed in astonishment, ceasing his cries immediately. "Of course, you are simply too adorable for me not to see you. Now tell me, why are you crying?" Xingchen approached him. Noticing the child's belly band, she removed her cloak and wrapped it around him, saying, "This will keep you warmer." "Thank you, sister. You are truly kind," Fu Bao replied joyfully, following Xingchen. "Master, wait for me." Dao Tianfa hurried after them, feeling frightened, yet comforted by his master's presence. "I am not your master. Cease that nonsense, or I shall render you mute," Xingchen warned. Dao Tianfa fell silent, trailing behind her. Fu Bao gazed at the grim statue of Yama, his little face scrunching up in dismay. "This statue is utterly hideous." Dao Tianfa felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively shrinking his neck. He quickly caught up, saying, "Master, how did you know he was a little ghost?" "Master is wise," he added, realizing his mistake. "I won't call you that anymore." At the Mo Wangfu, Xingchen entered without hesitation, while Dao Tianfa found himself locked outside, nearly colliding with the grand entrance. "Master certainly has a temper. I like it. I have decided on this, master." Typically, he would seek to avoid the household's occupants, but today he strode boldly, unnoticed, for no one dared to emerge. Xingchen gently tapped the lock on the storeroom door, which clicked open. She pushed the door ajar, and by the moonlight, she beheld an array of gold, silver, jewels, silks, and ancient artifacts within, exclaiming in awe, "The original owner's dowry is exceedingly lavish. No wonder the Mo1 could win over the hearts of the entire court. Who would turn away from wealth?" After a restful slumber, she was roused at dawn by a dramatic voice. "Quickly, awaken the princess consort. The Duke of State has come to settle accounts with her, and she still sleeps soundly. Truly, she is unfazed." Chapter 15. If one must part, it shall be I who dismisses him, your highness. What do you mean by that? Qing Luo inquired, perplexed. "In a few days, you shall understand. I shall present you with a grand spectacle," Xingchen teased, shrouding her words in mystery. "Your highness, The autumn air is crisp and the skies are clear. Would you care to take a stroll? A servant suggested. Xingchen recognized her as someone sent by her mother. Speak, is there something amiss? A warmth enveloped Xingchen's heart. In her past life, she had been utterly alone, devoid of family or concern from others. Like wild grass, she had yearned deeply for familial affection. At this moment, within the Yi household, a middle-aged steward, accompanied by 4 young attendants, entered, carrying a trunk. Madam Yi, these cosmetics are gifts from the princess of the Ink Kingdom. They are the finest from our shop, presented for you. The young attendants promptly set down the trunk and opened it, revealing a treasure trove of cosmetics arranged in 4 lavish layers, each box adorned with golden edges, unmistakably of the highest quality. Are you certain this is from the princess of the Ink Kingdom, my daughter? Madam Yi questioned, her skepticism evident. Madam Yi felt a wave of gratitude. At least this girl has a kind heart. Soon after, more gifts arrived, an array of weapons, the latest fashions for both men and women, totaling over 100 sets. Countless antiques and artworks filled the courtyard. Madam, has our daughter suffered some distress? Or has she been dismissed by the Prince of Ink? Why this sudden generosity? Ye father exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Initially delighted, Madame Ye's expression shifted to concern. It was indeed a good thing for her daughter to gift her, but such an overwhelming display was bound to raise alarm. I too sensed something amiss. We must send someone to the princess' residence to check on Xingchen. Hasn't encountered any trouble, has she? Madame Yi insisted. Hearing this, Ye father and Ye mother rushed out to see their daughter in a state of excitement. Daughter, have you been cast aside by the Prince of Ink? Ye father asked directly. Yi Xingchen winced at the insinuation. Father, why would you say such a thing? Ye mother shot him an admonishing glare. If you cannot speak wisely, it would be best to remain silent. No one regards you as mute. Xingchen, has something transpired recently? Has someone angered you? Yi Xingchen looked bewildered. Father, mother, what exactly are you implying? Your father and I worry you might be despondent over being dismissed by the prince and might do something rash. You have never lavished gifts upon us before, and now you present a courtyard full of treasures. One might think you are preparing to leave us. A cheeky voice chimed in. The speaker was none other than Yi Xingchen's 5th brother, Yi Xiasa. True to his name, he was as charming as he was impertinent. Tall and elegant in a pristine white robe, yet his words could be infuriating. Be quiet. Your presence is unwelcome here, Madame Yi snapped, glaring at him. Mother, I merely speak the truth. Rather than speculate, it is better to seek clarity, Yi Xiaosao retorted dismissively. Yet you must not curse your sister in such a manner. It was only then that Yi Xingchen comprehended the absurdity of the situation, glancing at the extravagant offerings that cluttered the courtyard. Is it truly so? Yi father remained doubtful. Are you certain the prince has not dismissed you? Yi Xiaosao pressed on. Yi Xingchen rolled her eyes at him, as if he were worthy. If there were to be a dismissal, it would be I who releases him. Now that is the spirit. That is my fearless sister, Yi Xiaosao declared with satisfaction. Very well, very well. Misunderstandings dispelled, the family gathered together, exchanging laughter and joy, filling the air with warmth. Yi Xingchen indulged in both lunch and dinner, spending a delightful day in their company. After dinner, a maidservant entered with a bowl of medicinal soup. Madam, your medicine. Mother, are you unwell? Yi Xingchen inquired with concern. Allow me to examine you. Yi Xingchen approached to take her pulse. Madame Yi was taken aback. When did you acquire knowledge of medicine? While idling in the palace. I passed the time studying medicine. Over time, I have picked up some skills, Yi Xingchen explained, seeking to justify her newfound knowledge. Madame Yi felt a pang of sorrow. To have so much free time that one could learn medicine was a sign of idleness. Her daughter was infatuated with the prince, yet he treated her poorly. Madame Yi knew this all too well and had cautioned her daughter before, but she had chosen to leap into the fire. Ultimately, it was her daughter's path to tread, a matter between husband and wife, and thus Madame Yi refrained from further comment, though her heart ached for her child. Mother, your health is severely compromised. I possess some elixirs, consume one daily, and within half a month, you shall feel as strong as an ox. Yi Xingchen retrieved a vial of pills from her space. You can concoct elixirs? Madame Yi gasped in disbelief. These will strengthen your constitution. Do not hesitate to take them. Yi Xingchen reassured her, offering a pill. Madame Ye's lips twitched. She knew her daughter's capabilities all too well. Were these pills truly safe for consumption? Years prior, when she expressed a desire to learn horseback riding, Madame Yi had purchased her a horse ranch, yet after a single day of riding, her daughter had declared it tiresome and never rode again. When she claimed to want to learn business, Madame Yi had acquired 10 shops for her, all of which closed within a month. Later, when she wished to learn about cold weapons, Madame Yi had purchased an entire weapons estate, only for her daughter to gift it to the Prince of Ink. Xingchen, your mother can manage with her medicine. Do keep those pills for yourself. Yi father intervened, attempting to temper the situation. Observing their reactions, Yi Xingchen understood. Do not worry, father and mother. These elixirs are indeed effective. I shall demonstrate. She prepared to consume one. Stop. Mother will eat it. I trust you. With a determined resolve, Madame Yi snatched the pill from Yi Xingchen's hand and swallowed it whole, regardless of whether it were poison, for it was given by her daughter. Yi father was horrified, shouting, Quickly, summon a physician. Madam, how could you be so foolish? Spit it out at once. Chapter 16. An invitation from my prince. Yi Xingchen felt 3 lines of black frustration crossing her forehead. Father, your exaggeration is beyond comprehension. Would I ever poison mother? I cannot speak for your intentions towards your mother, but I can assure you, you have consumed poison at my hands, he retorted. In your childhood, you were deceived into believing that I possessed a miraculous elixir that granted eternal life. When you questioned its unpleasant odor, I misguidedly claimed that bitter medicine is good for the body, ultimately leading you to suffer for half a month from severe gastrointestinal distress. All because I had concocted a remedy from dung beetle feces. You nearly met your demise by my hand. A furious voice echoed in the room. It was Yu Xiaosa. Yu Xingchen pondered briefly and recalled that the original owner had indeed committed such a ludicrous act. No wonder Yu Xiaosa regarded her with disdain upon their first meeting. The thought that the original owner had deceived him into consuming excrement at such a tender age left her feeling utterly appalled. As an expression of my remorse for my past misdeeds, allow me to present you with a cleansing elixir, one that can transform your very essence and enhance your martial prowess. Yi Xingchen declared, retrieving a porcelain vial from her spatial pocket. She recognized Yi Xiaosa's exceptional potential for martial arts. Yi Xiaosa merely scoffed. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. This time, you will not deceive me again. Ah, Yi mother exclaimed suddenly. My lady, are you all right? You can indulge Xingchen as you please, but do not jest with your own life. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly endure? Yi father expressed his concern. Yi mother shot him an exasperated look. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely feel that my dizziness has subsided, my legs no longer ache, and I am filled with vigor. Yi Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The medicine was evidently taking effect. Master, my lady, the physician has arrived, the steward announced. Dr. Lu, please attend to my wife, Yi father urged, still uneasy. Very well. Dr. Lu promptly examined Yi mother's pulse, astonished. Madam, your pulse is steadier and stronger than before, and your vitality appears restored. What miraculous remedy have you employed? Naturally, she could not divulge that it was her daughter's medicine. Such remarkable talents must remain a secret. I see, it is vital that you continue to rest, my lady, Dr. Lu advised, leaving with a prescription. Now do you believe that my daughter's medicine surpasses Dr. Lu's? Yi mother declared proudly, discarding the prescription. Yi father glanced at his wife, noting her improved complexion, which eased his worries. Xingchen, I may have overreacted earlier. Do you have any more of that elixir? Could you spare one for me? Of course, but father, you cannot take this one as it is meant for mother. I can hear your labored breathing and occasional cough. It seems you may have a throat infection. Allow me to fetch something to soothe your throat, Yi Xingchen replied, presenting him with another porcelain vial. Excellent, excellent, Yi father said as he eagerly consumed a dose. Father, how do you feel? Yu Xiaosa inquired with anticipation. Yi father feigned a cough or two. A refreshing coolness flows down my throat, quite invigorating. My daughter truly is remarkable. Witnessing this, Yi Xiaosa promptly seized the cleansing elixir. I wouldn't want you to waste it. Allow me to safeguard it for you. Yu Xingchen chose not to expose him. Very well, keep it for now. If you find it insufficient, feel free to ask for more. How considerate of you. Divorce? The family was taken aback. Xingchen, what prompted this sudden thought of divorce? Has he mistreated you? Yi father questioned. In the past, I was naive. I fell for the Prince of Ink after he rescued me. However, I recently encountered the very bandits who once robbed me. I covertly followed them and learned that the Prince of Ink had orchestrated the entire affair, feigning heroism to win my affection. His true motives were merely to exploit the wealth of the Yi family, and the dowry I provided went towards bribing influential officials in the court. Recently, I attempted to confront the consort, only to eavesdrop on a conversation between her and the Prince of Ink. He spoke of using Yi family wealth to ascend to power, at which point he would frame the Yi family for treason, leading to our execution, all to pave the way for his mistress. It was then that I realized I had been deceived. The Prince of Ink is nothing but a despicable wolf in sheep's clothing. Hence, I am determined to seek a divorce and protect the Yi family from harm. Xingchen revealed, half-truthfully. If she spoke of dreams or divine guidance, her parents would surely dismiss her, especially since the original owner had once been adamant about marrying the Prince of Ink. That wretched Song Xingchen has plotted against Xingchen and the Yi family. I shall storm the palace and demand justice, Yi father declared, filled with righteous anger. Indeed, while our Yi family is a royal merchant, we are not to be trifled with. Does the Prince of Ink truly believe he can bully us? Yu mother concurred. Count me in. My sister is not someone a vile scoundrel can manipulate, Yu Xiasa added, indignant. Yu Xingchen felt an overwhelming warmth and gratitude. Dear parents, I am truly fortunate to have you. However, I implore you not to intervene. This is all part of the Prince of Ink's scheme. And even if you were to confront him, the Emperor would not believe you, nor would he admit to any wrongdoing, regardless of whether her parents believed her. It was essential to prepare them for potential danger, ensuring they were aware of the prince's treachery. Fear not, my daughter. Knowing that the Prince of Ink is a shameless rogue, I vow never to provide him with a single coin again, Yi father vowed fiercely. Since Yu Xingchen's marriage to the Prince of Ink, the Yi family had unconditionally supported him whenever he required assistance, hoping for better treatment of their daughter. Little did they know the prince's insidious intentions. That is reassuring. The following day, after finishing her lunch, Yu Xingchen strolled through the bustling streets. Her spirits lifted as she contemplated how to navigate the divorce process. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Princess of Ink, my lord summons you, announced Su Ruoan respectfully. Yi Xingchen glanced at him, taking in his handsome features, his demeanor exuding an air of scholarly elegance as he held a folding fan. And who might your lord be? She inquired, directing her gaze towards the second floor. Su Ruoan promptly gestured towards the upper level. Following his indication, Yu Xingchen's gaze met that of Song Boyi, the regent. Song Boyi, adorned in a water-blue cloud-patterned long robe, possessed an ethereal beauty. His brows resembled distant mountains, skin as smooth as jade, and his lips were naturally tinted with a rosy hue. His hair, elegantly gathered with a jade hairpin, complemented his exquisite demeanor. Though devoid of makeup, she appeared as a living portrait. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, accompanied by a shared smile. Chapter 17. As you wish, your highness, please. Su Ruoan respectfully spoke. Thank you. Yu Xingchen followed Su Ruoan upstairs. In the elegant chamber, Regent Wang Song Boyi tightened his grip on the teacup, instinctively asking, Zhan Bai, do you perceive any faults in this king? Zhan Bai, known for his bluntness, replied without hesitation, Your Highness has no faults. Everything is splendid. Your garments are custom-made by the palace, so naturally, there is nothing amiss. Feng Yunmu shot him a glance. No wonder you can only be a guard. And a single one at that. Your Highness, the hue of your purple robe today is exquisite, accentuating your regal presence and overshadowing all others. Mind your words. We wouldn't want to frighten the princess of the Ink King, Song Boyi remarked, his usually icy tone softened by a hint of amusement. Your Highness, the princess of the Ink King can handle even the fiercest of spirits. Would she truly be frightened by me? Feng Yunmu retorted. Song Boyi shot him a sharp glance, prompting Feng Yunmu to wisely fall silent. As you command, Your Highness. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, and Song Boyi set down his teacup, adjusting his posture slightly. Come in. Yi Xingchen entered with Su Ruoan, her gaze sweeping across the opulent chamber, nearly blinding her. My heavens, the regent is exceedingly wealthy. Even this tea room is adorned with such extravagance. Although I cannot discern the value of these decorations and calligraphy, they surely reflect the work of a master. Even these pearl curtains are made from mutton-fat jade. He is truly a tycoon. The regent certainly knows how to indulge himself. Listening to Yi Xingchen's thoughts, Song Boyi felt an immense satisfaction. It seemed this woman had an eye for quality. Please, take a seat, Song Boyi said, his tone warmer than usual. Feng Yunmu stood in astonishment. When had the prince spoken so gently? Very well. Yu Xingchen moved to sit opposite Song Boyi. Their previous encounter in the palace had seen her preoccupied with avoiding Granny Shou, merely catching a glimpse of the regent. Now, in such proximity, she studied him intently. Song Boyi's eyebrows were slender and thick, resembling a sharp sword. His eyes, deep as the sea, held an unfathomable sharpness and wisdom. Beneath a prominent nose lay tightly closed lips, both sensual and cool. Clad in a luxurious purple robe with gold embellishments, it accentuated his lean, powerful frame and the austere lines of his visage, enhancing his air of cold intelligence. He exuded an innate imperial authority that was utterly imposing. Yi Xingchen gazed, entranced, unconsciously swallowing. The regent is exceptionally handsome today. He aligns perfectly with my aesthetic, powerful, influential, and strikingly attractive, a quintessential domineering figure. I must have been blind before. How could I ever have chosen that scoundrel, Xingchen? Song Boyi's slight smirk lifted his mood significantly. Indeed, one must have been blind. Xingchen stiffened. Your Highness. Who are you implying is blind? She hadn't quite caught that. Did he mean her? Song Boyi realized his slip and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Pouring tea for Xingchen from the pot on the table. This tea is harvested in summer and sun-dried for a month before being sold. Do give it a taste. Oh. Xingchen lifted the cup and took a sip. The tea was rich and fragrant, leaving a lingering sweetness. Truly excellent tea. If you enjoy it, I shall have the shopkeeper bring some for you later, Song Boyi offered. Thank you, Your Highness. Xingchen's mind momentarily blanked while staring at the teacup. The regent personally poured tea for me. This is truly unprecedented. He is nothing like the cold, bloodthirsty figure of legend. Even if it were poison, I would drink it for that face. Had it been the regent who saved me during my abduction, I would have surely married him. Alas, I am already wed to the Ink King. A man as exceptional as the regent would surely not desire a second-hand wife. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to catch the regent's eye in the future. Song Boyi, once in high spirits, suddenly darkened. Wishing he could pry open Xingchen's mind to discover her incessant thoughts, to prevent her from drifting further into her musings. He promptly addressed her. I must express my gratitude for the hair you sent last time. It indeed alleviated my pain. To show my appreciation, I have procured the finest yellow paper and cinnabar in the capital. I hope you will not find them lacking. Su Ruan, ever perceptive, presented the items. Xingchen's eyes sparkled upon seeing them. The quality is unmistakably superior. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall graciously accept. Your delight is all that matters. Song Boyi's expression softened slightly. Indeed, I am very pleased. Xingchen caressed the yellow paper and examined the cinnabar, overwhelmed with joy. These were far superior to what she had previously purchased at the incense shop. The effects of high-quality materials would undoubtedly yield better results in her talismans. Su Ruan, brimming with pride, exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Yunmu. See, I told you my method was effective. Feng Yunmu stood stupefied, utterly unresponsive. What troubles you? Are you possessed? Su Ruan inquired. Has the prince ever poured tea for you? Feng Yunmu pressed. Su Ruan smacked his forehead. Have you lost your mind? The prince poured me tea. Why would I fear for my lifespan? But the prince poured tea for the Ink King's wife, Feng Yunmu pointed out. It dawned on Su Ruan, and she was instantly taken aback. Indeed, our prince is the regent of the current Songyue kingdom. Even the emperor has never been served tea by him. His regard for the Ink King's wife is indeed extraordinary. Thus, the two stood at the door, gossiping about the unfolding scene within. I have a question. Though I hesitate to ask, Song Boyi finally voiced, after a moment's contemplation. Your Highness, please feel free to inquire, Xingchen encouraged boldly. How did you come to know of my physical afflictions? Song Boyi's gaze fixed intently on her face, eager to capture every expression. He wished to ask how she knew of his poisoning, but feared alarming her, considering it was her inner thoughts. Is that all? Of course, Xingchen smiled candidly. I would not divulge that I have read the entire tale. I am fully aware of your fate. The pain you endure is a result of the poison inflicted by the emperor, intended to render you miserable, to make life unbearable. Not only did he poison you, but he also set up a formation in your estate to siphon your fortune, gradually deteriorating your health until your tragic demise. Royal brothers can be more fearsome than foes. Chapter 18. Devote yourself to meet. Song Boyi was utterly astonished, as the esteemed regent, surrounded by people and affairs that felt palpably real. How could this possibly be a mere tale? Yet, if it were not so, how could she possibly know that his elder brother had poisoned him? The dark depths of Song Boyi's eyes narrowed slightly. His former physique was far from the frail state he now endured. In the past, he had wielded a sword and practiced martial arts, albeit only for the briefest of moments, yet now he could scarcely lift a blade. When had his body begun to deteriorate to such a weak condition? It seemed to coincide with his relocation to a new residence. Initially, his elder brother had gifted him this new abode out of concern that he could not care for himself. Everything within the estate was tailored to his preferences, from the grand courtyard's artificial hills to the exquisite vases and ornamental curios. Subsequently, his brother had scoured the 4 nations to invite renowned physicians to treat him. While outsiders remarked on the elder brother's profound affection for Song Boyi, only he understood that it was merely a means for closer surveillance. Song Boyi believed his brother's malice was limited to poisoning him, not realizing the extent of his cruelty in usurping his fortune as well. This was a plot to ensure his demise without raising suspicion. Recalling the last time he had seen his brother, vibrant and full of vitality, Song Boyi's rage surged. And with a fierce grip, he crushed the teacup in his hand, inadvertently slicing his palm. A drop of crimson blood spilled forth, stark against the table. Outside, Zhanbai was startled and rushed to enter, only to be stopped by Su Ruoan. "What are you doing?" "As a single man. Such a splendid opportunity should not be wasted. Clearly, it is meant for the princess of Mo," Su Ruoan retorted with a glance. "What do you mean?" "It means do not disturb them. Your lord has withstood far worse than a mere finger wound," Feng Yunmu teased. Yet, Zhanbai remained unconvinced. "There is no need for concern," Feng Yunmu insisted, grasping Zhanbai's left arm, while Su Ruoan took hold of his right, the three of them settling in to observe. In the private chamber, Xingchen gasped, "Regent, your hand is injured." "It's nothing, but it should be treated," she added, picking up a piece of yellow paper and vermilion powder, swiftly crafting a blood-stopping talisman and affixing it to Song Boyi's hand. In an instant, the bleeding ceased. Xingchen retrieved a silk handkerchief to bandage it properly. "Although the bleeding has stopped, you must still be cautious of the wound. Fortunately, it is not deep. My lord, take care in the future. Such a beautiful hand, injured, it pains me to see," she thought, listening to her internal lament. A hint of warmth flickered across the cold severity of Song Boyi's face. "Thank you. You are too polite. This is also a token of gratitude," he said, presenting her with a box. Upon opening it, she discovered a token inside. "What is this?" "This is the token of the Cloud Pavilion. With it, one can summon any personnel from the Cloud Pavilion and withdraw any amount of silver from the Cloud Pavilion within the kingdom of Song Yue, up to 100,000 taels." Song Boyi elucidated. Xingchen was filled with delight. Could this be the legendary secret guard unit of the Cloud Pavilion, trained to take on 100 foes? Gathering intelligence from all 4 nations, infiltrating every city? Song Boyi nodded slightly. "My lord, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept such a gift." Though she spoke thus, her hand had already discreetly tucked the token into her sleeve. "Heavens, the regent is exceedingly generous, bestowing upon me a token from one of Song Yue's most esteemed secret guard units. What a strikingly handsome and generous man. I could easily fall for him. If I had not married the Prince of Mo, I would surely offer myself in gratitude." The notion of offering herself for a mere token deepened Song Boyi's frown. Did she entertain similar thoughts when receiving tokens from others? "My lady, you are too courteous. This is merely my way of expressing thanks. I have heard that a single strand of your hair fetched a sum of 100,000 taels from the Yin family." Song Boyi murmured. Xingchen offered an awkward smile. "It was simply because Yin Tianming was arrogant and shameless. I treat all arrogance with disdain." "Impressive. Yet I am curious as to how your hair can alleviate headaches and ward off evil spirits?" Song Boyi inquired, honing in on the crux of the matter. "It is simply because I have cultivated myself. You know the Prince of Mo holds me in disdain. I often recite scriptures and visit temples to pray for blessings. And over time, I have absorbed some knowledge," Xingchen explained with a smile, casually savoring a pastry from the table. "Oh, this pastry is delightful. Fragrant yet not overly sweet. Quite good. If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge," Song Boyi encouraged. "Very well," Xingchen replied, unreservedly placing a plate of pastries before herself, devouring them until her mouth was stuffed. "With my mouth full, the regent shall not question me further." Song Boyi, aware that Xingchen was not being entirely truthful, refrained from pressing her. "I have heard that the Prince of Mo treats you poorly. Isn't that common knowledge throughout the capital?" Xingchen countered. Song Boyi's lips twitched. He seemed to have uttered a triviality. "You are still young. Do you truly intend to remain in the Prince of Mo's residence?" Outside, Su Ruoan was bubbling with excitement. "Look, our lord is making moves to woo her. How magnificent. The lord is bold and straightforward. Such speed is remarkable," Feng Yunmu remarked, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "You two talk too much," Zhanbai scoffed, yet could not resist glancing inside. Xingchen took another bite of pastry. "At present, I have no intentions of leaving." Song Boyi's austere expression darkened. Did she truly harbor affection for the Prince of Mo? Suddenly, he heard a voice echoing in his mind. "If I were to divorce now, wouldn't that simply benefit that scoundrel, the Prince of Mo? I must ensure the princess residence is thrown into chaos. Otherwise, it would be unjust to my 3 years of youth. Despicable, hypocritical scoundrel, how dare he scheme against me? I shall show him what I am capable of. I need to devise a clever plan, one that allows me to deal with the prince while ensuring my own retreat." Song Boyi's furrowed brows began to relax, his mood lifting. As Xingchen munched on pastries, She doodled on the yellow paper, deliberately avoiding Song Boi, for she knew he would not comprehend her scribbles. My lord, I present you with these peace talismans. May you remain safe and sound. Xingchen extended the talismans to him. Thank you. Song Boi accepted them. He gazed at her retreating figure, hesitating before finally speaking. In truth, I do not mind a woman's marital status. Chapter 19. Is he confessing to himself? As Xingchen stepped a few meters away, she froze momentarily, instinctively turning to glance at the person behind her. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Song Boi looked at Xingchen with a bemused expression in his phoenix-like eyes, his thin lips curving into a slight smile. It means exactly what it says. Xingchen furrowed her brow, soon overwhelmed by shock. If it means exactly what it says, then does that imply that the regent prince is indifferent to a woman's marriage leave? And is he speaking to me? How could he suddenly say this to me? Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Feeling the intensity of Song Boi's gaze, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave, she declared, striding away. No. I must be overthinking this. I am, after all, famously known in the capital as a dim-witted fool, the consort of the Ink King. While the regent prince holds such a noble status, how could he possibly be interested in me? He must be merely considering my feelings, deliberately saying such things. Yes, that must be it. Song Boi observed Xingchen's somewhat disheveled retreat, with a smile playing on his lips. It seemed even he had moments of retreat. How intriguing. Indeed, as Su Ruoan and the others saw Xingchen leave, they hurriedly approached. Your Highness, you are quite bold. Just met her for the first time and already professing your feelings? This speed and exceptionality are truly unmatched, Feng Yunmu exclaimed in admiration. Professing feelings? Song Boi frowned. Isn't that the case? Those words were indeed spoken by you, Your Highness. You wouldn't deny it, would you? Feng Yunmu asked, perplexed. Is this truly what constitutes a confession? Song Boi raised an eyebrow. After all, he had lived for 20 years without the company of women and was unfamiliar with the concept of a confession. Your Highness, do you genuinely have feelings for the Ink King as consort? Su Ruoan quickly inquired. Su Ruoan shot him a glare. You blockhead. No wonder you remain a bachelor. Even a dog wouldn't look your way. Zhanbai felt a bit irritated as well. I merely stated the truth. If I truly liked someone, would I care about such trivial matters? Song Boi retorted, his tone commanding. However, I have an important task for you all. Su Ruoan, you shall personally visit Wanan Temple and invite the abbot to my residence. I require his counsel on a pressing matter. Understood. Su Ruoan did not ask further questions and turned to leave. Zhanbai, you will immediately seek out the renowned geomancer from the Four Nations. Ensure utmost secrecy. No one else must learn of this. Song Boi instructed. Yes. Feng Yunmu pouted. With an abbot and a geomancer involved, are you planning some sort of ritual? Indeed. Song Boi replied without further elaboration. After all, this was merely Xingchen's heartfelt expression. If it proved to be false, it would simply be a waste of effort. But if true, he would not let the matter rest. Upon entering, she was met with the unwelcome sight of the secondary consort, Fu Yuro. Sister, as the Ink King's consort, how could you not return all night? If word of this gets out, who knows what others might say? Fu Yuro remarked sarcastically. Xingchen shot her a disdainful glance. My absence is of no concern to you. As a legitimate consort, I need not report to a mere concubine. Fu Yuro's face darkened with anger. She loathed being referred to as a concubine, and even more so being called out by Xingchen. As she was about to retort, she noticed someone approaching and quickly masked her ire, feigning innocence. Sister, while my status may not match yours, I do care for the prince. I was merely worried about you last night, fearing someone might tarnish the prince's reputation. How could you humiliate me so? Xingchen observed Fu Yuro, who had just been bristling with anger, now transformed into a meek little rabbit. Glancing toward the direction Fu Yuro was looking, she quickly deduced the situation. Besides, only those within the Ink King's residence are privy to my absence. Outsiders are oblivious. If rumors arise about me being unfaithful or consorting with others, it would surely be an inside job, a deliberate slander. Fu Yuro's hands, clenched within her sleeves, dug her nails into her palm, pain registering without her acknowledgement. Damn it. When did Xingchen become so sharp-tongued? With her character, she should have scolded Fu Yuro for meddling and slapped her, or at the very least berated the prince. How had she become so articulate? With just a few words, Fu Yuro felt her plans thwarted. Originally intending to spread rumors about Xingchen's alleged misbehavior, she realized that by speaking out, she had closed off her own avenues. Otherwise, it would be an act of self-incrimination. Sister, you worry too much. I was merely concerned for you. In a few days, there will be an auction, and the prince mentioned that he would take me along. Would you like to join? I can ask the prince to bring you as well. Fu Yuro feigned concern, yet was actually boasting. What does it matter that you are a consort? You are still not favored by the prince. The auction will be attended by the city's elite and noble families. The prince will take me, not you. Xingchen. You should be mindful of your position. Xingchen yawned. Not interested. With that, she turned to leave, only to see the Ink King a few meters away. Xingchen's expression was as cold as ever. He knew Xingchen thrived on excitement, yet he never brought her along to important events, solely to humiliate her. Your Highness, what brings you here? Fu Yuro hastily approached, linking her arm with Xingchen's. You are so kind. Xingchen suppressed her nausea, unwilling to witness their mockery. Ignoring Xingchen entirely, she prepared to walk away. Xingchen, feeling snubbed, erupted with rage. Xingchen, are you blind? Do you not see me standing here? His voice was filled with anger and frustration. Xingchen's forehead pulsed with fury as he recalled their conversation about the auction. If you kneel and beg me, I might consider taking you. Chapter 20. A contest of tea. Xingchen, upon hearing what she deemed a ludicrous proposition, let out a cold laugh. What kind of ridiculous auction is this? Must I kneel and beg you? Are you out of your mind? Do I not possess legs of my own? Can I not go myself? Xingchen, enraged, glared at Xingchen with fiery eyes. How dare you insult me, your prince, with such words? Do you think anyone can attend this auction at will? I have no interest in it. You wretched one. Xingchen cursed, raising his hand as if to strike Xingchen. Meeting his furious gaze, Xingchen feigned innocence, exclaiming, Oh dear, the prince is striking me. Someone quickly informed the empress. I fear I shall be beaten to death. Xingchen's hand froze mid-air, his face darkening with anger. Xingchen, how dare you turn the tables on me? My lord. You are mistaken, Xingchen retorted. I did not turn the tables. You cannot claim that your raised hand was not meant to strike me. I cannot wait until you have hit me before I cry for help. Should your blow be too severe, I might not even have the chance to call for aid. At that moment, two guards rushed over. Xingchen, irritated by Xingchen's defiance, thought to himself that he would see how long she could flaunt her audacity. Eventually, she would be on her knees begging him. My lord, it was all my fault. I spoke out of turn and upset my sister. It is I who should be punished, Fu Yuro said, her voice filled with remorse. Upon seeing her about to cry, Xingchen's heart softened. Yuro, you are too kind. How could I bear to punish you? It is that insufferable Xingchen who fails to recognize her own worth. I merely wish to temper her arrogance. Yuro rested her head against Xingchen's chest, feeling comforted. Only Yuro understands the prince's heart, he thought, feeling immensely satisfied. Since Xingchen had brought those women from the harem into the prince's residence, they had all employed every means to entice Xingchen. Though he had been sleeping in Fu Yuru's quarters for the past few days, she heard whispers that he had favored a woman named Luo Bing in his study the previous day. That was a sacred space. Even Fu Yuro could not easily enter. Yet Luo Bing had managed to intrude, which she found utterly intolerable. As Fu Yuro fumed with indignation, a sudden commotion broke her thoughts. So many butterflies, how beautiful. This is delightful. Not far away, Daishui was frolicking amidst a bed of flowers. Xingchen turned toward the sound, and his gaze fell upon a woman in white, dancing among the blossoms, surrounded by fluttering butterflies. Her smile was radiant, resembling a celestial being from a painting. For a moment, he was entranced, unaware that such a stunning beauty resided within his estate. Fu Yuro, initially intent on feigning vulnerability to garner Xingchen's sympathy, now seethed with anger at the sight of his captivated expression. My lord, she exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. Before she could finish her sentence, Xingchen dashed over, catching the girl who was about to fall. Daishui, startled, found herself enveloped in his embrace, her face pale and shocked as she gazed up at him. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, silence enveloped them, as if time had come to a standstill. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Daishui blushed, her cheeks turning crimson. Fu Yuro, twisting her handkerchief in agitation, prepared to feign a fall to attract Xingchen's attention when Daishui suddenly cried out, Oh, it hurts. My foot. What happened? Did you twist it? Xingchen's voice held genuine concern. Daishui bit her lip, her face contorted in pain as she nodded slightly. My foot hurts so much, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Xingchen's heart tightened, and he swiftly scooped her into his arms. Someone, fetch a doctor at once. Yes, my lord. The guards responded promptly. Fu Yuro watched Xingchen's retreating figure, unable to believe her eyes. In the past, a mere display of discomfort from her would have elicited his utmost tenderness, yet now he was taking another woman away before her very eyes, igniting her fury. This seductress dares to steal my prince. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Fu Yuru seethed. In Xingchen's embrace, Dai Shui felt exhilarated. She had not anticipated such swift progress. She had feared today would not yield success. Thanks to the advice of the prince's consort regarding bathing in flower nectar to attract butterflies, her strategy had proven effective. Recalling Fu Yuru's vexed expression earlier, Dai Shui felt a sense of triumph. Meanwhile, Fu Yuru, unable to contain her anger, made her way directly to Xingchen's quarters. Xingchen, this is all you're doing. The prince has been lured away by another woman. Are you satisfied now? Oh, so the pretense is over? Weren't you just calling me sister? Now you dare to speak my name directly? How disrespectful of you to defy me, the prince's consort. Guards, seize her. Xingchen replied with a derisive snort. You dare? I am the prince's consort. Who would dare lay a hand on me? Fu Yuru scoffed. Tang Yu, take action. Xingchen commanded. Tang Yu and Tang Feng, servants sent by Xingchen's mother, possessed martial skills that would come in handy at this moment. Yes, before Fu Yuru could react, Tang Yu struck her face with swift blows. The sharp sound of slaps echoed throughout the courtyard. Fu Yuru felt her face burning with pain, her eyes stinging. Consumed by a desire to exact vengeance on Xingchen. Xingchen, you madwoman. How dare you strike me? Show proper respect to my position. Xingchen demanded. Chapter 21. 100,000 tales delivered to your door. Fu Yuru was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of insults when she caught sight of Tang Yu's raised hand, causing her to instantly retreat in fear. The sharp pain on her cheek stung fiercely. Should she receive another slap, it could mar her beauty and jeopardize her chances of winning favor. Sister, forgive me. It was my thoughtless words that offended you. I shall never dare to speak so again. Fu Yuru quickly pleaded for mercy. Xingchen raised an eyebrow at her. It seems you possess some wit. Should there be a next time, it will not merely be a slap. However, I am not your sister. I do not have a concubine's younger sister. If you dare to call me sister again, I would not hesitate to sever your tongue. Fu Yuru's complexion turned a ghastly shade, particularly upon grasping the implication of being a concubine's sister. Xingchen was relentless in her humiliation. Yet, what terrified her more was the possibility of her tongue truly being cut out. Oh, and what do you believe should be done? Xingchen provocatively inquired. Naturally, they should be driven out, not a single one spared. Only then can the prince see the princess, Fu Yuru retorted with a sense of urgency. Xingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. If they all depart, the prince would not belong to this princess at all, but rather to you. How does it feel to have so many women vying for his affection? Fu Yuru's face darkened with rage, her brows knitting tightly, yet upon seeing Tang Yu beside her, she dared not act out. Princess, why do you speak in such a manner? The prince is ours. As long as we unite, they will pose no threat. Why should I ally with you? Xingchen coldly scoffed. Because you harbor feelings for the prince. You nearly faced danger at the hands of bandits. And it was the prince who saved you. Have you forgotten? Fu Yuru reminded her of the past. Xingchen's previously stern expression darkened instantly. For Fu Yuru's words served as a reminder. It was indeed Prince Mo who had orchestrated the bandit attack to stage a performance before the original owner. I have not forgotten. The prince did save me, which is precisely why I intend to present him with a grand gift. No matter how fiercely those women compete for affection, I remain the princess bestowed upon by His Majesty. But your standing is different, so do utilize your talents wisely. Tang Yu, see them out. Xingchen dismissed her with an air of indifference, seeing that Xingchen was impervious to her pleas. Fu Yuru seethed with indignation and left in frustration. Princess, the side consort clearly intended to use you as a pawn. I was worried you might agree. But thankfully you did not. Qing Luo voiced her concerns. Foolish girl, do you think I am that Navi? Xingchen teased. You are the wisest princess. Qing Luo replied. 3 days later, early in the morning, the Duke of Xin and his wife arrived at the regent's residence, their imposing demeanor startling the gatekeeper. Upon hearing that the duke's family had come, Fu Yuru hurriedly gathered her maidservants and rushed to the study of Prince Mo. Upon seeing Luo being assisting the prince with his grinding, Fu Yuru concealed her jealousy and hatred, her expression fraught with anxiety. Your Highness, something is amiss. The Duke of Xin and his wife have come. It cannot be that the princess failed to save someone a few days ago, Fu Yuru exclaimed. Luo Bing, who had been grinding, frowned slightly upon hearing this, but remained silent. Prince Mo, Song Tingchun, erupted in fury. That wretched Xingchen only knows how to stir trouble. Now that the Duke of Xin has come, I shall certainly cast her aside today. With that, he followed Fu Yuru to the front hall. Upon seeing Prince Mo approach, the Duke of Jin immediately bowed. Old Minister pays his respects to Prince Mo. The same to you, Duke, his wife added. No need for such formality. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xingchen asked. We have come to see the princess. Is she in the residence? The Duke inquired, his expression sour. After all, it was a sum of 100,000 taels they had borrowed from several relatives and colleagues to gather. If it is because my sister did not save someone, if she has made any mistakes or been negligent, I, Ruer, will apologize on her behalf. Fu Yuru interjected with false understanding. The Duke's wife immediately darkened. That statement from the side consort is incorrect. How can a mere concubine represent the principal wife? Moreover, who said the princess did not save anyone? She saved my son. Today, my husband and I are here specifically to thank her. I already said we should go directly to the princess's courtyard. My husband insisted we first see Prince Mo. This has led to misunderstandings and nearly cast blame upon the princess. The Duke's wife vented. Fu Yuru's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Not only at being called a concubine, but also upon hearing that Xingchen had indeed saved someone. Enough, speak less, the Duke admonished his wife with a glare. I did not speak wrongly. The situation remains unclear, yet she leaps to conclusions. How could such behavior be that of Prince Mo's concubine? Truly, an eye-opener. The Duke's wife retorted, her words laced with disdain. She had already harbored disdain for Fu Yuru. Had Fu Yuru been more discreet, she would not have had the opportunity to confront her. Your Highness, Fu Yuru looked at him with a pitiful expression. Xingchen was too preoccupied to offer her comfort. Still processing the implications of the words, Duke, did Xingchen truly save someone? How is that possible? Xingchen was taken aback. How could this be? I had prepared the divorce papers, and now I hear she saved someone. This turn of events is too much for me to bear, Xingchen thought, grappling with the shock. This is our token of gratitude for the princess, 100,000 taels, delivered in full, the Duke's wife stated. Several servants carried in dozens of chests, and upon opening them, the sight of gold, silver, jade, and antiques dazzled Fu Yuru's eyes. Xingchen was further astonished upon seeing the wealth. Xingchen actually demanded 100,000 taels from you? Such a sum was beyond his imagination. Indeed. 100,000 taels to ensure my son's safety. May I ask where the princess is? I wish to express my gratitude to her, the Duke's wife inquired. Xingchen cast a cold glance at Fu Yuru but chose not to expose her, since the Duke and Duchess have come to the residence. Why not come in for tea? On account of the 100,000 taels, Xingchen's tone softened considerably. Since the princess is not at home, my husband and I shall not impose further, the Duke's wife replied. I shall take my leave, the Duke concluded, and he and his wife departed. However, just a few steps out, they encountered a familiar figure. Princess, did you not say you were not in the residence? The Duke's wife asked in surprise. Xingchen turned to look at Fu Yuru, whose gaze was averted, filled with extreme embarrassment, while Xingchen also found it difficult to meet her eyes. Xingchen surmised that the two were attempting to monopolize the 100,000 taels. Indeed, Tang Yu and the others immediately approached, carrying the chests away. The sight of those chests being taken away left Fu Yuru utterly humiliated. Watching them go, her anxiety surged. How could that damned Xingchen have received news so quickly? That was 100,000 taels, an amount she had never seen in her life. If only that money were hers. Chapter 22. Following other men, Fu Yuru watched as the boxes were carried away, her expression darkening in an instant. That was a staggering sum of 100,000 taels. She had never encountered such wealth in her lifetime. Xingchen had chosen this very moment to arrive, a deliberate act without doubt. The Duchess of the State of the Realm, astute as ever, caught a glimpse of Fu Yuru's reaction in the expression on the Prince of Mo's face. Quickly deducing the situation, Princess Mo, I am truly grateful for your rescue of my son. This 100,000 taels is indeed his lifeline, and it is rightfully yours. I trust the Prince of Mo will not allow anyone to misappropriate or conceal it, the Duchess remarked, directing her gaze pointedly at Xingchen. Xingchen, initially displeased, erupted with fury. What is the meaning of this, Duchess? A mere 100,000 taels is hardly worth my notice. The Prince of Mo, with his grand demeanor and regal presence, would naturally not regard such a sum lightly, yet one could not rule out the possibility of envy from others. The Duchess deliberately turned her attention back to Fu Yuru. Fu Yuru, incensed, retorted, Why do you look at me, madam? I would never stoop to such actions. Since the side consort has spoken so, I feel reassured, the Duchess said, and then followed Xingchen away. Upon returning to her courtyard, Xingchen personally poured tea for the Duchess. Madam, please enjoy a cup of tea to soothe your throat. Thank you, Princess. I simply cannot abide by duplicitous behavior. The Duchess replied, accepting the cup and downing it without hesitation. The Duke felt somewhat awkward. Your tongue is quite sharp. You may have offended the Prince of Mo and will not enjoy the consequences. Are you suggesting that the Duke fears the Prince of Mo? Xingchen countered. How could an old man like me fear the Prince of Mo? The Duke stubbornly refused to concede. Enough of this, you stubborn old man, the Duchess interjected, revealing the truth. Could you not grant me a modicum of dignity? Dignity is of little use. Can it be eaten? I hope I have not embarrassed you, Princess. The Duchess responded with a hearty laugh. Xingchen smiled, serene. Not at all. Your banter is a form of happiness. Since you both have come personally, allow me to gift each of you a talisman for peace. As a mother, my greatest wish is for the safety and health of my children. Then I shall offer you an additional one. Xingchen handed over another talisman. The Duchess was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Princess. You are a benefactor to the Duke's household. Rest assured, should you ever require assistance, we shall not hesitate to help. Excellent. Meanwhile, Xingchen was beside himself with anger, shattering the teacup on the ground. That wretched woman, Xingchen, should not presume that saving the Duke's household grants her a stronghold. A mere Duke, I hardly regard him. Indeed, my lord. How could sister-in-law disregard your dignity? She used to obey you without question. My lord, do you not find something peculiar about sister-in-law? She seems transformed, as if she were a different person. Fu Yuro expressed her suspicions. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. Indeed, Xingchen had once been the epitome of obedience. Whenever he directed her, she would not dare to defy. When did she begin to oppose him? It seemed to coincide with the night he married Fu Yuro when she attended the ceremony, after which she consistently clashed with him. In the past, she would have readily handed over any funds, but now she allowed them to be taken away, clearly undermining his authority. Sister-in-law as a woman. Why would she need money? The royal household provides for her abundantly, and you have never neglected her. I worry for her, lest someone deceive her, Fu Yuro continued. Song Tingchen's expression darkened further. I have declared I would not misappropriate her funds. Therefore, I shall not take them. Otherwise, the Duchess might think I covet that 100,000 taels. Xingchen has always given the best to me. There is no need for concern. I await her to present it to me personally. The prince, being proud, knew that if he voiced such thoughts, it would undoubtedly provoke his ire. Thus Fu Yuro refrained from further comment. But you, why did you suddenly claim that Xingchen is absent from the manor today? Song Tingchen questioned, suspicion glimmering in his eyes. Fu Yuro was taken aback by the inquiry, startled by the coldness of his gaze. Taking a deep breath, she feigned composure. With the auction approaching, and given my modest background, I feared I could not assist you, hence my comment. If my lord disapproves of my words, I shall refrain from speaking in the future. I only wish to support you. Fu Yuro's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Song Tingchen's heart ached at her distress. He drew her into his embrace. I know your concern is for me. You alone in the entire palace are devoted to me. How could I bear to blame you? Stay in your courtyard tonight. A flicker of triumph crossed Fu Yuro's eyes as she leaned closer to the prince. You treat me the best, my lord. As the day of the auction arrived, Fu Yuro rose early, meticulously preparing herself before accompanying the prince to Fu Yuan Pavilion. Floating Cloud Pavilion, the royal auction house, attracted the city's elite and noble families. The entrance bustled with activity, vibrant with the commotion of carriages and attendees. Not far from the corner, Xingchen observed Song Tingchen and Fu Yuro entering. Her expression cold and detached. Did they think they could confine her? She had arranged for her maid to help her scale the wall. Such a lively occasion could not proceed without her interference. Xingchen watched as the attendants at Floating Cloud Pavilion verified identities. She contemplated whether to forge an invitation. Xingchen, what are you doing here? Yan Tianming approached, his expression tense, but he hesitated before continuing. My mother wishes to thank you for saving my life. No need. The Duchess has already compensated me with 100,000 taels. I have no further ties with the Yin family. The 100,000 taels is from my mother and has nothing to do with you. Though I may not hold you in high regard, you did save my life. Should you require anything, I shall certainly assist you, Yin Tianming awkwardly stated before turning to leave. I wish to enter Fu Yuan Pavilion. Will you allow me? Yin Tianming's demeanor brightened. As my family is affiliated with Fu Yuan Pavilion, I can certainly grant you entry. Allow me to escort you inside. Wonderful. Xingchen followed Yin Tianming. In a nearby carriage, Song Boy's expression was icy as he observed the pair's retreating figures, his deep-set eyes dark as the sea, his grip tightening around the teacup. "My lord, it seems we have arrived too late. The Princess Mo is entering with Yin Tianming." Chapter 23. The Regent's Jealousy. "Alas, your highness, we must hasten. We cannot allow the princess of the Mo kingdom to be whisked away by that young lad." Feng Yunmu promptly interjected. This statement held merit, as Su Ruoan concurred. "She is the legitimate consort of the Mo prince. Whether or not she is taken away has little bearing on us." Zhanbai countered, inadvertently offending 3 individuals. The plight of a single dog was indeed understandable. "Your highness, may I render Zhanbai mute?" Feng Yunmu inquired, glancing at the regent in the carriage. The already darkened countenance of Tsang Boyi transformed into an icy glare. Zhanbai, who had been in the regent's service for quite some time, instantly recognized his anger and hastily covered his mouth. "Your highness, I was mistaken. I shall remain silent henceforth. Were you to have acted thus from the outset, you would not have provoked his highness's ire," Feng Yunmu remarked. "The lad from the Yin family lacks both the looks and power of our esteemed prince. It is certain that the princess of the Mo kingdom would not be smitten by him," Su Ruoan observed. "Yet youth is favored nowadays. Do not all admire fresh faces? At your age, your highness, you are akin to aged meat," Feng Yunmu retorted. Tsang Boyi's forehead twitched with veins protruding as he gritted his teeth. "Feng Yunmu, you are provoking me. I shall keep an eye on the princess of the Mo kingdom." Before the regent could utter the final word, Feng Yunmu fled. Su Ruoan trembled slightly. "Your highness is not old. You are in your prime, regal and commanding, the most handsome man in the kingdom of Tsangyue." She continued, "Moreover, it is said that women prefer those older than themselves, as older men tend to be more caring. I suspect the princess of the Mo kingdom would not be interested in that young pup, but rather in a great wolf dog." "Are you insinuating that I am a great wolf dog?" Tsang Boyi's expression darkened further. Su Ruoan awkwardly coughed twice. "How could you be a great wolf dog, your highness? You are the king of wolves galloping across the grasslands." "Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed." Tsang Boyi dismissed her words with a wave of his hand. "Yes." The steward of Fuyuan Pavilion, upon seeing the regent's arrival, immediately greeted him with respect. "I have prepared room 1 for you. Your highness, please follow me." Tsang Boyi did not move, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings, yet he did not catch sight of Xingchen. Su Ruoan observed the regent's subtle actions. "Steward, I just saw the princess of the Mo kingdom enter with that young lad from the Yin family. Where are they seated?" "Oh, they are in room 5, which is a standard private room, conveniently opposite your highness's room 1, the steward explained. Tsang Boyi ascended to the 2nd floor, passing room 5, where he overheard a conversation inside. "Xingchen, what brings a neglected princess like you to Fuyuan Pavilion?" Yin Tianming inquired, perplexed. "Naturally, I am here to assist Song Tingchen." "Assist him? With you?" Yin Tianming's disbelief was evident. "Do not forget who helped you rid yourself of that vengeful spirit," Xingchen retorted, rolling her eyes. Yin Tianming, recalling the ghastly specters, instinctively recoiled. "I do not look down upon you. Today is the annual auction, and acquiring the top item requires substantial funds. Is the 100,000 taels your family provided not sufficient?" Xingchen countered. Yin Tianming felt stumped. "That amount was cobbled together by my parents borrowing from several families. How can you squander it so? Since it is given to me, I shall use it as I see fit." "That is a valid point." Outside, Song Boyi's expression darkened as he stepped past room 5 and directly entered his own room 1. Su Ruoan followed closely, acutely aware of the change in her prince's demeanor. Had she known better, she would not have accompanied him. She would need to tread carefully from here on. Song Boyi, oblivious to the voices within, remained unaware. "If you are indeed here to assist the Mo prince, why do you not enter with him, instead of separating?" Yin Tianming had always been at odds with the Mo prince, their animosity rooted in childhood rivalries. Although the 100,000 taels had been given to Xingchen, the notion of her spending it on the Mo prince irked him. "He truly does not deserve my expenditure." Xingchen concurred. "At least you possess some sense. It is wiser to keep your funds for yourself. Should the day come when you are cast aside, you will have a fallback." Yin Tianming could not help but quip. Xingchen shot him a glare, opting for silence. In the hall on the 1st floor, a servant began to strike a brass gong. Ding, ding, ding. Today marks the annual royal auction, featuring gold, silver, jade, exquisite artifacts, calligraphy, paintings, ferocious beast elixirs, and much more. We appreciate your presence as we commence the auction. The first item was a piece of Hittian jade, shimmering in a vibrant green, of exceptional quality, once belonging to the harem of the Northernly Kingdom. With a starting bid of 1,000 taels, As the servant finished speaking, the attendees began to raise their bids. Xingchen remained unhurried, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, while listening to the commotion outside. After several items had been auctioned, the sixth item, a white-eyed tiger, was introduced, fetching 9,000 taels. 10,000 taels. Xingchen shouted. Yin Tianming, who had been sipping tea, was caught off guard and sputtered. Did you not say you wouldn't spend for the MO prince? Who says I cannot bid if I do not spend? Xingchen retorted. Yin Tianming was left speechless. Indeed, there was no such rule. Outside, the crowd was astir, as rooms 1 to 4 were occupied by esteemed individuals. Every year, the MO prince occupied room 2, and upon hearing his bid, the others would typically refrain from further bidding. However, when a voice from room 5 suddenly called out a higher bid, astonishment rippled through the audience. Who is in room 5, daring to bid against the MO prince? Has he lost his mind? The little tyrant from the Yin family just entered room 5. It is no surprise he would bid against the MO prince, the spectators whispered, eager for the unfolding drama. Inside room 2, the MO prince, Xingchen, was infuriated to hear someone bidding higher than him. Continue bidding. Room 2, 12,000 taels. 13,000 taels. Xingchen persisted. 15,000 taels. 16,000 taels, she continued. Xingchen, fuming, declared that insufferable Yin Tianming. He always raises the bid by only 1,000 taels, clearly opposing me. 20,000 taels. With that final bid, room 5 ceased to raise further offers, and the item was sold for 20,000 taels. In room 1, Song Boy's gaze deepened. Was Xingchen truly there to assist Xingchen? He could not shake the feeling that things were not as they seemed. Chapter 24. The male deity in my heart, a knock echoed from room 5. Before a response could be given, Feng Yunmu confidently pushed the door open. Greetings, Princess Mo. I am a representative of the Regent King. We met previously at the tea house. May I enter for a moment? Xingchen glanced at Feng Yunmu, recalling their previous encounter at Song Boy's place. Please come in. Has the Regent King also arrived? Thank you, Princess Mo. My lord has come. Upon hearing of your presence, he specifically sent me to convey his greetings. Feng Yunmu quickly referenced his lord. Your lord is too courteous, Xingchen replied. Yin Tianming, astonished and skeptical, interjected, Xingchen. This is excessive. Even if you wish to attract the attention of the Mo King, you needn't fabricate a pretense by invoking the Regent King. It is utterly ludicrous. The Regent King is a merciless figure. How could a neglected princess like you claim to know him? Out of respect for your past assistance to me, I shall pretend I did not hear your earlier words. Unacquainted with Feng Yunmu, Yin Tianming dismissed him as a charlatan. Unaware that Feng Yunmu was tasked with managing the Regent King's health and rarely made appearances. Had it not been for the unique hairstyle of the Princess Mo, Feng Yunmu would not have revealed himself. If the Emperor or others were to discover his identity, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Given the multitude of individuals who wished for the Regent King's demise, Xingchen rolled her eyes dramatically. Yin Tianming, are you out of your mind? You think I would hire someone to play a role? You must have watched too many dramas. Feng Yunmu shook his head vigorously. The Lord merely worries too much. What do you mean? Xingchen inquired, puzzled. Nothing. My lord fears that someone might bully the Princess Mo, so he sent me to assist in any way necessary. Feng Yunmu diligently sought to enhance the Regent King's reputation in Xingchen's eyes. A sense of gratitude welled up in Xingchen. Please convey my thanks to your lord. Yin Tianming observed them quietly, thinking, continue your act. I am thoroughly entertained. The sounds of the auction resumed outside. Xingchen remained focused until she heard a bid from room 2 and promptly raised the stakes by 1,000 taels. After several rounds, Xingchen secured the item at a high price. Princess Mo, it seems you are deliberately competing with the Mo King, Feng Yunmu noted, recognizing Xingchen's intentions. Indeed. I am here to stir things up, Xingchen admitted without hesitation. Feng Yunmu regarded her with admiration. I raise my cup of tea to honor you, princess. You are too kind, she replied. Meanwhile, Song Boy in room 1 refrained from bidding, quickly discerning Xingchen's strategy. His earlier irritation dissipated, replaced by a pleasant mood. Su Ruin, please deliver this fruit platter to room 5, Song Boy commanded coolly. Understood. Su Ruin promptly picked up the platter and made his way to the opposite room 5. He politely knocked on the door. Princess Mo, I'm Su Ruin, sent by the Regent King to deliver this fruit platter. Before Xingchen could respond, Yin Tianming's temper flared. Xingchen, are you still playing pretend? I want to see which accomplice you have this time. He opened the door, only to freeze upon seeing Su Ruin. He recognized him as the Regent King's trusted aide. having encountered him several times in the palace. You truly are Su Ruoan? How is this possible? Yin Tianming stammered in disbelief. Su Ruoan smiled indifferently. Indeed. I am Su Ruoan, without question. He stepped past Yin Tianming with confidence. Thank you, Xingchen expressed graciously. Your gratitude should be directed toward the Regent King, who awaits in room 1, Su Ruoan replied respectfully. Realizing the Regent King had first sent Feng Yunmu to protect her and now had sent someone with a fruit platter, Xingchen felt compelled to express her thanks. Very well, I shall thank the Regent King. She took the platter in hand, eating as she walked. Yin Tianming watched her swagger confidently toward room 1, entering without hesitation, leaving him utterly bewildered. She really knows the Regent King? This fool is no match for the Lord. Feng Yunmu remarked disdainfully. I concur, Su Ruoan agreed, and the two promptly followed her. Inside the elegant room, Xingchen marveled, truly, room 1 is magnificent. The space is larger than room 5, adorned with exquisite luxury. Even the tea sets are of a much higher quality. The Lord certainly knows how to indulge himself. Song Boyi glanced at the fruit platter in her hands, noting a piece missing, a slight smile forming. If you enjoy it, you are welcome to visit room 1 anytime. Is that permissible? Xingchen asked. Of course, he replied. Then I am grateful to the Lord. Xingchen approached, taking a seat opposite Song Boyi. Thank you for the fruit platter. Too kind, Song Boyi said, pouring a cup of tea and setting it before her. Xingchen took a sip. Her gaze appraising Song Boyi. Oh, the Lord wears a blue brocade robe today, exuding a cool and handsome demeanor, yet with an air of aloofness. This color suits him perfectly. He is truly the male deity in my heart. Such a handsome man personally pouring tea for me. I must savor this tea. The Lord possesses power and influence, yet is so considerate. Should he frequently appear before me, I suspect I might develop feelings for him. As Song Boyi peeled a citrus fruit, he overheard Xingchen's thoughts, a smile breaking through his previously icy demeanor, warming the atmosphere around him. Try the citrus. It is imported from Bailey Kingdom, sweet and refreshing, he offered, extending a piece. Xingchen accepted, tasting it. Delicious. It's sweet and tangy, just to my liking. If you enjoy it, I shall arrange for some to be brought to you later. Thank you, my lord. Xingchen graciously accepted. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in room 2 was frigid. Song Xingchen seethed with anger, recalling how in previous years he could secure the top prize with a few tens of thousands of taels. Today, however, Yin Tianming's interference had driven the bids to over 100,000 taels, far exceeding his budget. My lord, please calm down. That Yin family brat is simply inconsiderate. Perhaps Ruru should speak with him, Fu Yiru volunteered. As the side consort of the Mo king, she believed her status would lend her some influence. Then it falls to you, Ruru, Song Xingchen replied. If this continued, the top prize would surely exceed 100,000 taels, and though he valued his reputation, he could not ignore the reality of the financial burden. It is my honor to relieve my lord's worries. Fu Yiru stepped out and spotted Yin Tianming standing at the door diagonally opposite. Greetings, young Master Yin. You are indeed charming and generous in your bidding, which I greatly admire. However, my lord is bidding for these items as a tribute to his majesty. Your actions might inadvertently undermine his good intentions, Fu Yiru said. Employing a mix of flattery and persuasion, Yin Tianming coldly retorted, Song Xingchen's tribute has nothing to do with me. At an auction, everyone relies on their own capabilities. If he lacks funds, I can lend him some. To feign poverty while expressing filial piety is truly laughable. Chapter 25. Colliding into the embrace of the regent, Fu Yiru's face turned pale with anger. Young Master Yin, your words are misguided. My lord Mo is not lacking in wealth. If you continue this way, people will only think you are being obstinate. If those who flatter my lord take advantage of this and inform his majesty, he will surely believe you are ungrateful and hinder Lord Mo's filial piety. Since Yin Tianming showed no respect, she felt no need to be courteous. Yin Tianming glared at her. With your demeanor, it is no wonder only the blind-eyed Song Xingchen would take an interest. Even if offered freely, I would disdain it. Fu Yiru, infuriated, instinctively raised her hand to slap him, but was seized by the wrist by Yin Tianming. Do you even take a moment to look at your own worth? You think you can threaten me? Fu Yiru winced in pain. I am a side consort of Lord Mo. Release me, or my lord will not let you off lightly. Let go of the side consort. Song Xingchen's confidant immediately intervened. Humph, I would like to see how Song Xingchen will not let me go, Yin Tianming retorted, appearing unafraid. Young master, please release her. There are many people downstairs watching. The lady has asked you to avoid trouble, a servant advised softly. Fu Yiru broke free. shooting an angry glare at Yin Tianming before storming away. Inside the private room, Xingchen's expression darkened to an extreme. Although Yin Tianming had not raised the bid, someone else had, and the voice was unmistakably from the adjacent room one. Even more infuriating was that it was the exact same voice as before. Fu Yuru's eyes glistened with unshed tears. My lord, young Master Yin was displeased at first, and it took me a long time to persuade him to agree. Fu Yuru had expected Xingchen to praise her or offer some comfort, but he remained unmoved, as if he had not heard her at all. My lord. She called again. Xingchen finally responded. What is it? The voice from the neighboring room echoed again. 31,000 taels. Increase it. Continue to raise the bid. Xingchen commanded. Yes, 35,000 taels. A subordinate shouted. Xingchen, in room 1, furrowed her brows slightly. With the previous items, this was already the limit that the Mo Wangfu could offer, so she refrained from raising the bid further. Song Boi observed her expression closely. If you like it, I can bid for you. No need. I do not desire these items. I simply enjoy raising the stakes against Lord Mo. Xingchen replied honestly. Song Boi's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Are you not afraid he will find out and trouble you? Xingchen smiled brightly. With you around, how could I be worried? I am bidding in your private room. Outsiders will only think it is you who is calling out the bids. Surely the regent would not betray me. After all, this would offend Lord Mo. The regent cannot be that kind of person. I trust he will not. If he dares to betray me, I shall summon a few female ghosts to haunt him, making his nights restless. Song Boi's lips twitched at her whimsical thoughts, amused by her creativity. However, her trust in him brought him great satisfaction. You have quite the imagination, he said, shaking his head in amusement, devoid of anger. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Uncle Wang, I know you're inside. May I come in? Xingchen's hand holding the pastries froze. What is Xingchen doing here? I cannot let him see me, she exclaimed, preparing to hide. Yet the private room was too small for concealment, and the window faced the street. Jumping down would surely result in injury. Song Boi noticed her predicament, and his expression turned slightly cold. Are you so afraid of him? I am not afraid. It is just that if he sees me in your room, he will surely misunderstand. I do not wish to cause you trouble, Xingchen explained. Song Boi's expression softened a bit, but just as he was about to speak, Xingchen suddenly slipped and fell sideways. Song Boi reacted swiftly, catching her and pulling her into his embrace. The solid warmth of his chest enveloped her, and a refreshing scent filled her senses, leaving Xingchen momentarily dazed. Their eyes met, and she forgot to react. Heavens, I have fallen into the regent's embrace. Although it is somewhat cold and hard, it strangely brings a sense of security. From this angle, the regent is undeniably handsome. If only I could steal a kiss. Before she could finish her thoughts, the door was kicked open, startling her. Cursing herself for being infatuated and forgetting about Xingchen, Xingchen attempted to get up. But Song Boi pressed her head down with his wide sleeve, covering her face perfectly. Do not move. If you do not wish for him to recognize you, stay still. His deep, magnetic voice resonated from above, and Xingchen, who had intended to rise, suddenly felt paralyzed. Xingchen rushed in, failing to spot Xingchen's face. But he was taken aback to see the regent holding a woman so intimately. Uncle Wang, are you not averse to women? Previously, when women attempted to approach Song Boi, they had faced dire consequences, leading to rumors that he preferred men. Now, seeing him so close to a woman left Xingchen in shock. Song Boi's expression turned icy. What? Am I not allowed to have a woman I cherish? Xingchen was taken aback by the rebuke and quickly clarified. Uncle Wang, do not misunderstand. You are free to like women. I merely heard about the bidding from room 1 and came to check. Song Boi observed the items being bid on with disinterest, questioning why he was raising the stakes today. Song Boi instinctively glanced at Xingchen in his arms. You defied the emperor for the sake of a side consort. Can I not spend lavishly for a woman? Xingchen's brows knitted tightly, wondering who this woman was that warranted such protection from the regent. If you truly like her, I can relinquish her to you. Xingchen offered respectfully. I have already bid on several items. If you fancy any, I shall have them delivered to you. Hoping you will be generous with the last item. Despite Song Boi's current disinterest in court affairs, Xingchen still dared not act recklessly before him. Song Boi was about to speak when he heard Xingchen's voice. Chapter 26. Longing to be held by him, the regent's response was met with disdain. What gives the regent the right to agree to you? Who do you think you are? At the auction, everyone relies on their own abilities. Does the regent need your assistance? Perhaps you should take a look at your own worth. To play the familial card here, how audacious. The regent must not be deceived by his feigned benevolence. As for the regent's final auction item, do not yield to him. Otherwise, I would lose all respect for you. Song Boyu, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In all four nations, perhaps only Xingchen would dare to look down upon him. With a stern expression, Song Boyu replied, "Since this is an auction, let us rely on our own capabilities. Do you believe that this prince is less affluent than you?" The king of ink, Xingchen, was left in an awkward position. "Your Highness has misunderstood. I did not think that at all. If so, then do not disturb me while I am with the beauty." Song Boyu issued an outright dismissal. Xingchen left in a huff, though begrudgingly. The other guests in the private rooms on the second floor were left in shock. The regent had actually disregarded the king of ink for the sake of a woman and was prepared to compete with him. Good heavens! The regent is actually arguing with the king of ink. One guest exclaimed. Rumors suggested that the regent was indifferent to women, a man of the same gender. But such slander was unfounded. The regent clearly had an affinity for the fairer sex, holding her tightly. The identity of this woman, who could cause such a rift between the regent and the king of ink, remained a mystery. She truly was a femme fatale. However, it was more accurate to say that even heroes could falter before the charms of a woman. The guests on the second floor whispered among themselves, their attention drawn to room 1. Our regent does not appreciate being disturbed. Feng Yunmu, with great foresight, promptly closed the door. The spacious private room returned to tranquility, with Song Boyu still holding Xingchen. Through the thin fabric, he could feel her warmth. Unlike other women, she exuded a refreshing fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, soothing and uplifting, easing his spirit. In that moment, Song Boyu was suddenly overcome with a desire to never let her go. How wonderful it would be to hold her forever. Now that the king of ink has finally left, what should I do? I suddenly don't want to leave the regent's embrace. Though his hold is somewhat cold, it inexplicably brings comfort. I wish he would hold me like this indefinitely. Can I pretend to be asleep? If I doze off, won't the regent have to keep holding me? Heavens, I am so clever. That is precisely what I shall do. With these thoughts in mind, Xingchen leaned against Song Boyu's chest, feigning sleep. Hearing her inner musings, Song Boyu could not help but chuckle. Her thoughts mirrored his own. The deep, magnetic sound of his laughter resonated above her, causing Xingchen to stiffen. Why did the regent suddenly laugh? What is he finding amusing? Song Boyu immediately ceased his laughter. Unwilling to admit that he could hear her thoughts, yet he found it amusing nonetheless. Suddenly, the voice of the auctioneer echoed from outside. The final auction item is a Fuyuan pill, known to strengthen the body, prolong life, and enhance beauty. Starting at 10,000 taels. Room 2 bids 15,000 taels. Xingchen, unable to ponder further, quickly extricated herself from Song Boyu's expansive sleeve. Room 1, 20,000 taels. Seeing her emerge, Song Boyu chuckled in resignation. She had indeed taken on the king of ink. Nevertheless, he found it delightful. Bid as you wish. Everything is within my purview. His voice bore a note of indulgence. Thank you, your highness, for coming to my aid just now. Xingchen expressed her gratitude. This time, he refrained from referring to himself in the royal manner, instead using I, indicating that he considered her one of his own. No need for such formality. It was merely a fortunate coincidence, he replied. In that case, let us dispense with pleasantries. Song Boyu continued, choosing not to inquire about the matter of her hair, fearing it might lead her to overthink. Very well. Room 2 bids 23,000 taels. Room 1, 25,000 taels. Room 2, 30,000 taels. Room 1, 35,000 taels. The bidding continued in this manner, ultimately reaching 60,000 taels, much to Xingchen's chagrin in the adjacent room. His brow furrowed, veins pulsing at his temples. Damn it. My royal uncle is resolutely opposing me, all for the sake of a woman. How infuriating. His confidant, Gugio, sensing the tension, swiftly interjected, Your Highness, you cannot continue to raise the bid. Otherwise, the royal treasury cannot accommodate such a sum. Xingchen glared at him. A mere 10-odd thousand taels. Why would I be unable to produce it? Did not Xingchen just receive 100,000 taels from the Duke of the State? Gugio, looking troubled, replied, Your Highness, you previously stated that money was for the princess. You wouldn't have ulterior motives, would you? If you were to suddenly ask her for it. It may not be appropriate. What is inappropriate? She is also mine. That money naturally belongs to the royal treasury, and I shall use it as I see fit. Xingchen retorted angrily, disregarding his prior promise to Xingchen. Fu Yuru's eyes glimmered with triumph, Splendid. Let us see how Xingchen can flaunt her 100,000 taels before me now. Fuyuru then quietly reassured, Your Highness speaks true. The princess's money is indeed yours to use as you wish. However, since the regent is determined to win, perhaps we should let it go. It is merely a pill. Your health is robust. There is no need to contend with that ailing regent. Xingchen's expression softened slightly. You truly understand my intentions, rower. Since my royal uncle is so insistent, I shall concede. His tone carried a hint of condescension, as if granting a favor. Meanwhile, Xingchen in room 1 waited for quite some time without seeing Xingchen place another bid, her expression one of suspicion. Why isn't Xingchen bidding? This is unlike him. Just then, a servant outside announced, Room 1 bids 60,000 taels. Are there any further bids? If not, 60,000 going once. 60,000 going twice, 60,000 going thrice, sold. With a finality that sent shockwaves through the crowd, the onlookers erupted in cheers, praising the regent's audacity. Yet, inside the room, Xingchen's face contorted with regret. Oh no, I seem to have miscalculated. How could that wretched Xingchen fail me at such a crucial moment? 60,000 taels. I never intended to purchase that pill. Observing her distressed expression, Boya smiled indulgently. It is of no consequence. A mere 60,000 taels is nothing for you to fret over. That cannot be. I cannot allow you to bear this cost. I shall pay it myself. Xingchen protested. The tales of the regent's lavish spending had already spread, should it be known that he allowed a woman to pay. It would surely be the subject of ridicule. Save your money. It will be of use in the future, Boyu reassured her. Chapter 27. Entering the regent's mansion, Boyu was taken aback. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Only then did he realize that Xingchen intended to go to his residence to lift the curse. It was he who had overthought the situation. Will you be in danger? Boyu inquired with concern. His handsome brows knitted tightly. If that is the case, then forget it. I do not wish for you to be harmed. After all, I am already in this frail body. Living a few more years or fewer is of little consequence. Xingchen felt a surge of emotion. Had it been anyone else, they would have eagerly agreed upon hearing that the curse could be lifted. Yet, Boyu prioritized her safety over his desires, demonstrating a level of care that deeply moved her. Boyu smiled knowingly. Thank you. However, if you go out like this and are seen by others, it could lead to misunderstandings that would tarnish your reputation. A flicker of gratitude crossed Xingchen's eyes. Thank you, Your Highness, for considering my well-being. How shall I proceed? Your Highness, I have prepared a bamboo hat for the young lady to wear, came Su Rowan's voice from outside. Good. Boyu personally opened the door, bringing in the hat and assisting Xingchen in putting it on. His long, fair fingers gently tied the straps beneath her chin, with the hat obscuring her face. Xingchen failed to notice the faint blush on Boyu's ears. Through the delicate veil, she gazed at him from such close proximity, and her heart fluttered. Wow, the regent is so gentle, personally helping me with the hat. I am touched and elated, she thought. No. I must hasten to find a way to divorce and regain my single status. She recalled his previous remark about not caring whether a woman was married and wondered if it were genuine. Though I would be a second wife post-divorce, I am, in essence, an untouched maiden. I have never consummated my marriage with the King of Ink. This does not differ much from a first marriage. It is merely a matter of name, she mused. Indeed, according to local customs, I am considered to be living as a widow. Regardless, I must first pursue a divorce. I cannot allow a man as exceptional as the regent to be taken by someone else. Boyu, overhearing her thoughts, couldn't help but smile, particularly at the realization that she had yet to consummate her marriage with the King of Ink. At that moment, he felt a pleasant sense of being desired. Shall we depart? Boyu suggested. Yes, Xingchen replied, following him as they exited the elegant room, descended the stairs, and boarded the carriage, heading straight to the regent's mansion. In the Tianzi No. 2 elegant room, Xingchen watched as Xingchen left with the regent, his figure lingering in the air until they vanished from sight. The woman, adorned with a bamboo hat, concealed her face from him. Yet, there was something eerily familiar about her silhouette, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not place it at that moment. Gujiu. Find out the identity of that woman who provoked the emperor uncle and caused a rift between him and me. I shall not tolerate her, Xingchen declared furiously. Yes, Gujiu immediately set to work. The entire Fuyuan pavilion erupted with excitement, as news of the regent's lavish spending for a beauty, even at the cost of antagonizing the King of Ink, spread rapidly. Within no time, the capital of Yue was abuzz with gossip about the regent's enchanting companion. leaving many curious about her origins. At the regent's mansion, Xingchen had just alighted from the carriage when she observed a dark mist enveloping the entire estate. Reminiscent of oppressive storm clouds, creating an atmosphere of heaviness and gloom. The grand plaque above the entrance displayed 4 gilded characters, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions that seemed to guard the entrance with fierce majesty. "Your Highness, these stone lions at your gate are quite formidable," Xingchen remarked with raised eyebrows. Before Song Boi could respond, Zhanbai interjected. These were crafted by the emperor's skilled artisans, naturally exuding grandeur. Xingchen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. These stone lions signify the very lifeblood of this estate. Yet, their grandeur serves not to impress the outside world, but to intimidate the lord of the mansion. Zhanbai was taken aback. "Princess of Ink, what do you mean by that?" "Very well," Song Boi replied, leading her through the estate. The residence was spacious and elegant, with meticulously arranged layouts, rockeries, pavilions, and intricately designed beams. The pathways were paved with cobblestones, flanked by a variety of exquisite flowers and plants, showcasing the owner's discernment and taste. This mansion was bestowed upon me by my elder brother. Every aspect of it was constructed under his direct supervision, Song Boi explained candidly. Xingchen remained silent, accompanying Song Boi as they toured the premises before entering the main hall. Song Boi dismissed the attendants, retaining only Zhanbai, Su Ruan, and Feng Yunmu. "What is amiss within the estate?" Song Boi inquired straightforwardly. "The pavilion to the north, the rockery to the west, and the pond to the east form a reverse trigram formation, entrapping the entire residence. Long-term habitation here would lead not only to your own fatigue and declining martial prowess, but also to dizziness and weakness for everyone residing here, ultimately resulting in a depletion of vitality, rendering them less healthy than ordinary individuals." Xingchen reported truthfully. Su Ruan stood frozen. "No wonder I have felt so fatigued and unwell lately. I consulted several physicians, yet none could determine the cause." Feng Yunmu was astonished. "So? The emperor intends to cause the regent's demise without his knowledge, along with all of us as collateral damage?" Chapter 28. The wound must hurt deeply. The expressions of the others were pallid to the extreme, for they were acutely aware that His Majesty harbored no desire for the prince's well-being. However, none could have anticipated such malevolence, that he would ensnare the courtyard with a deadly formation. "Your Highness, your health has already been frail. This could cost you your life," Su Ruan remarked, her face taut with concern. It was no wonder that every time I endeavored to restore the prince's health, I saw no improvement. Living in this courtyard daily, how could he possibly recover? "The emperor truly is malicious," Feng Yunmu concurred. Zhanbai approached directly, saying, "Your Highness, we must vacate this place at once. We can no longer reside here." In contrast to their panic and ire, Song Boi remained remarkably composed. "Even if we leave this place, the emperor will simply assign me to another residence. His desire for my demise will never wane." Xingchen furrowed her brow. "Why does the emperor harbor such hatred toward you, wishing to see you dead? In truth, my lord has no interest in the throne, yet the emperor remains uneasy. For years, he has covertly sought to undermine the prince, ensuring my lord's life is fraught with difficulty. Moreover, he dares not act overtly. For the regent is the war god of Songyue Kingdom. Publicly, he showers my lord with kindness, bestowing estates, gold, treasures, and beautiful women, while secretly harboring ill intentions." "Oh, he has even sent beautiful women to the prince?" Xingchen inquired, her interest piqued. Just as she lifted her gaze, she met Song Boi's deep, ocean-like black eyes. Momentarily taken aback, "Is the regent explaining this to me? He need not feel compelled to share these matters. After all, the regent possesses power, influence, and charm. Any woman would be enamored. Yet, the women sent by the emperor surely cannot have benevolent motives. Thankfully, the regent has not been ensnared by their allure. Who would have thought that the regent, despite his outward grandeur, endures such hardship? He must constantly be on guard against hidden threats. Indeed, he must be weary." Song Boi, having discerned Xingchen's thoughts, realized she bore no anger, and he silently exhaled in relief. "You suddenly share such matters with me. Do you not fear that I might betray you?" Xingchen jested playfully. Otherwise, Su Ruan would not have readily divulged these details to her. Zhanbai stiffened, instinctively glancing at his prince. Upon witnessing the regent's cold, furious glare directed at him, Zhanbai recoiled, retreating several steps in fright. "It was my folly, and I humbly accept your punishment, Your Highness," Zhanbai offered, willingly taking the blame. "Without my command, you are forbidden to act independently, and you must show proper respect to the princess consort of Mo. I have trust in her." Song Boyi spoke in a voice both grave and commanding. Yes, Your Highness. Su Ruoan and Feng Yunmu exchanged glances, further convinced of the prince's regard for the princess consort of Mo. Xingchen felt a warmth in her heart. Surprised that the regent would express his trust in her in front of his confidants. She understood the importance of living up to that trust. Your Highness, please extend your left hand to me, Xingchen requested. Though puzzled, Song Boyi complied, extending his left hand. In truth, my lord has no interest in the throne. Yet the emperor remains uneasy. For years, he has covertly sought to undermine the prince, ensuring my lord's life is fraught with difficulty. Moreover, he dares not act overtly. For the regent is the war god of Sanyue kingdom. Publicly, he showers my lord with kindness, bestowing estates, gold, treasures, and beautiful women, while secretly harboring ill intentions. Xingchen furrowed her brow. Why does the emperor harbor such hatred toward you, wishing to see you dead? In truth, my lord has no interest in the throne. Yet the emperor remains uneasy. For years, he has covertly sought to undermine the prince, ensuring my lord's life is fraught with difficulty. Moreover, he dares not act overtly. For the regent is the war god of Sanyue kingdom. Publicly, he showers my lord with kindness, bestowing estates, gold, treasures, and beautiful women, while secretly harboring ill intentions. Oh, he has even sent beautiful women to the prince? Xingchen inquired, her interest piqued. Just as she lifted her gaze, she met Song Boyi's deep, ocean-like black eyes. Momentarily taken aback, is the regent explaining this to me? He need not feel compelled to share these matters. After all, the regent possesses power, influence, and charm. Any woman would be enamored. Yet, the women sent by the emperor surely cannot have benevolent motives. Thankfully, the regent has not been ensnared by their allure. Who would have thought that the regent, despite his outward grandeur, endures such hardship? He must constantly be on guard against hidden threats. Indeed, he must be weary. Song Boyi, having discerned Xingchen's thoughts, realized she bore no anger, and he silently exhaled in relief. You suddenly share such matters with me. Do you not fear that I might betray you? Xingchen jested playfully. Otherwise, Su Ruoan would not have readily divulged these details to her. Zhanbai stiffened, instinctively glancing at his prince. Upon witnessing the regent's cold, furious glare directed at him, Zhanbai recoiled, retreating several steps in fright. Chapter 29. I hope he devotes himself to you. It is I, the king, who has caused you pain. Here's the healing balm. Song Boyi, filled with self-reproach, initially intended to mention her possession of a healing talisman. However, upon meeting the concerned gaze of the regent, she refrained from uttering a word. Immediately, Zhanbai produced a medicinal ointment from within his robes. Song Boyi accepted it, then took leave Xingchen's hand to administer the remedy, stating, You were injured for my sake. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Regardless of your request, I shall fulfill it. His voice bore an added tone of tenderness, mingled with deeper remorse. Observing this, Su Ruoan shrewdly ushered Feng Yunmu and Zhanbai out into the corridor. Li Xingchen smiled at Song Boyi, her heart contemplating. Might I dare to propose to the regent that he offer himself in return? It is unlikely that he would agree. After all, he is the regent. Perhaps we could engage in a clandestine affair, which would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Alternatively, a night of passion with such a powerful and handsome man as the regent could prove to be quite remarkable. However, given that he has been deprived of fortune for so long and has never shown interest in women, could he truly be capable of such a liaison? As Xingchen contemplated, she instinctively cast a glance at the regent. Song Boyi, who was currently applying medicine to Xingchen's injuries, was suddenly taken aback by her thoughts, causing his hand holding the bottle of ointment to tremble slightly. He was genuinely curious to pry open Xingchen's mind to uncover the thoughts that resided within. How could a woman utter such extraordinary and astonishing words while appearing so obedient on the surface? What infuriates me the most is her audacity to doubt her own capabilities. Kangbo gazed at Xingchen, who was staring blankly at him with her head lowered, and his expression instantly turned icy. He declared emphatically, This king is quite capable. Huh? Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. I assure you, my body is entirely sound, save for a slight weakness, Song Boyi explained, suppressing his anger. Xingchen's expression turned guilty, her cheeks instantly flushed as she hastily averted her gaze. Why has the sovereign suddenly said this? Could it be that he knows what I am thinking? It shouldn't be the case. How could he possibly know? If you were to venture out now, you would undoubtedly be discovered by Song Tingchen's men, and by then, any attempt at explanation would be futile. Song Boyi remarked nonchalantly. What? Song Tingchen has sent someone to follow me? Xingchen looked utterly astonished. This prince has never pursued women. Yet today I squandered a fortune for the sake of a single lady. Not only Xingchen, but everyone in the capital of Yue must be investigating your identity," explained Song Boi. Upon hearing the mention of a lifetime, Song Boi's stern expression softened slightly. He secretly wished she could remain here forever, though he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Over the years, he had made countless enemies, and with the palace's watchful eyes upon him, he naturally did not wish for Xingchen to wade into such murky waters. "It appears there is no other choice. I shall rely on the regent," Xingchen said with composure. "No need for formality. What would you like to eat? Do you have any dietary restrictions? I will have my servants prepare everything in advance." Song Boyu expressed his concern and inquired, "What difficulty is there in this? I shall summon the chef from Yunlu to prepare a meal at the manor." Song Boyu immediately issued the order. Upon hearing that the princess of the Mo kingdom would remain for dinner, Su Ruoan quickly dispatched someone to Yunlu to request the head chef. Xingchen observed in surprise, "My lord, is Yunlu owned by you?" Song Bo nodded, extending a jade token towards him. "This is for you. With it, you may indulge in food and drink at the Cloud Pavilion for a lifetime, free of charge." "Thank you, your highness," Xingchen replied, immediately cherishing the token as he tucked it into his pocket. "No need for formalities. Are you adept at chess?" Xingchen shook his head, declaring, "No, it is indeed uninteresting to play chess. What would you like to do instead?" Song Boi gently inquired. Outside, Feng Yumu, upon hearing this, was taken aback. How audacious the prince consort is, boldly suggesting to the prince that she wishes to rest during the day. This is rather hasty. Zhang Bai's expression also soured, yet having learned from previous admonitions, he refrained from further comments. Perhaps if the prince and the prince consort were to consummate their union, it would alleviate the prince's solitude, Su Ruoan mused. Listening intently, Feng Yunmu leaned closer. Inside, Xingchen, noticing Song Boi's silence, realized he had misunderstood. "My lord, I merely arose too early this morning and am somewhat fatigued. The sun is splendid today. Shall we not step outside to bask in its warmth? Your health is frail. Having lost much of your fortune, it is essential to absorb the sun's energy," Xingchen elucidated. "Very well." Song Boi promptly followed Xingchen outside, even instructing servants to bring forth 2 imperial concubine chairs. Su Ruoan, ever perceptive, served fruits, pastries, and tea. "Prince consort, please indulge." Xingchen expressed her satisfaction. "Thank you. Given your thoughtfulness, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Refrain from traversing the night roads recently." Su Ruoan froze in fear. "Prince consort, may I inquire as to the reason?" Some words she cannot express too directly. "Thank you, Princess Mo. I assure you I will not venture out at night recently." Su Ruoan naturally trusts Xingchen's words without reservation. "Princess Mo, could you please advise me on any precautions I should take?" Feng Yunmu immediately approached and inquired. Xingchen shook his head. "It matters not whether you pay attention. The calamity that is destined to arrive will inevitably come. Why is it that Su Ruoan does not traverse the night roads? Yet when she comes to me, it becomes a catastrophe." Feng Yunmu wore an expression of dissatisfaction. "This love calamity is extraordinary. May you seek your own fortune." Xingchen chose not to elaborate further. "Love calamity? How could I be entangled in matters of the heart? I am, after all, one who has seen through the illusions of the world and shuns the grave of matrimony." Feng Yunmu scoffed. A fierce glare from Song Boi silenced him immediately, prompting him to retreat with a sense of propriety. Xingchen nibbled on a snack, fatigue enveloping her, and she closed her eyes without hesitation. The sound of her gentle breaths elicited a smile from Song Boi. Golden sunlight enveloped her entirely. She slept with such tranquil detachment, as if all worldly disturbances had come to a halt. A soft breeze stirred, causing a cluster of hibiscus flowers to cascade down, one petal fortuitously landing upon Xingchen's eye. She imperceptibly furrowed her brow but remained still, continuing her slumber. Observing this serene tableau of time, Song Boi felt a warmth blossom within his heart. One person, one flower, a moment of blissful tranquility. He quietly instructed Su Ruoan to fetch paper and ink, intent on capturing this scene. Chapter 30. A month's appointment. Xingchen was unaware of how long she had slept until the rumbling of her stomach finally roused her. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a tall figure standing before her, his back turned. With hair as dark as ink, his silhouette was striking, accentuated by the blue Tianluo Yunjin robe that enhanced his already slender frame. He stood in front of her like a barrier against the world, and in Xingchen's eyes, he was all that remained. My goodness, even the regent's back is so handsome, she thought. What a perfect man. Everything about him is captivating. But then a question arose in her mind. What is he doing standing in front of me? Song Boya, having heard her unspoken thoughts, turned to her and said, "The sun was rather intense, and I feared you might be too hot, so I shielded you from it." Xingchen was immensely touched. Her face remained composed, but her heart was already brimming with joy. "The regent actually shielded me from the sun. How considerate of him," she mused. "What an extraordinary man." "Thank you, Your Highness," she replied. "There's no need for thanks. You must be hungry. Let us go eat," Song Boya suggested. "Very well," Xingchen said as she attempted to rise, only to realize that one of her legs had gone numb. Unable to maintain her balance, she stumbled, but Song Boya quickly caught her, pulling her close and wrapping an arm around her waist. "Be careful," he cautioned. Embarrassed, Xingchen replied, "Thank you, Your Highness. I slept for too long, and my leg went numb." "Indeed," she said, rubbing her leg. Song Boya crouched down but halted his hand just before it touched her leg. "There is a distinction between genders. I was inconsiderate," he remarked. "Do you still care about such things, Your Highness?" Xingchen retorted, quite pleased. "Thank you for your consideration. I am fine now. Let us go." "Very well." As they made their way to the main hall, Su Ruoan promptly instructed the servants to serve the dishes. Before long, a lavish spread filled the table. What a feast! No wonder Yunlu is renowned as the best tavern in Sanyue Kingdom. The dishes look delightful. "I shall not be polite with you, Your Highness," Xingchen declared as she took her seat. "Do try it," Song Boyu encouraged, sitting beside her and using chopsticks to serve her. After tasting a bite, Xingchen exclaimed, "This is quite delicious." "Then eat more, if you enjoy it. You may come often," he said, his thoughts lingering on the idea of seeing her frequently. "That will not happen," she replied, and Song Boyu's expression softened. "Your Highness, this plum wine is delightful. Where did you acquire it?" Xingchen inquired. "Ah, you are surprised that I brew wine?" She responded with astonishment. "In my leisure, I brew wine to pass the time. I recently received a few baskets of fresh plums from the southern capital. If you wish to learn, I can teach you," Song Boyu offered. "That sounds wonderful. Once I learn, I can brew my own whenever I desire." Xingchen agreed eagerly. After their meal, Song Boyu had the plums brought forth, and he personally guided Xingchen in washing and drying them, before searching for a large jar. "You place the sugar. I shall add the plums," he suggested. "Very well." Thus, Xingchen layered sugar at the bottom of the jar, followed by Song Boyu adding a layer of plums. And so they continued in this manner. By the time the plum wine was completed, night had fallen. This plum wine must ferment for about a month before it can be enjoyed. "On this day, a month from now, we shall drink from this jar together," Song Boyu proposed. "Agreed. This shall be our appointment for a month," Xingchen affirmed. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. At midnight, Zhanbai used lightness skills to escort Xingchen out of the regent's palace, ultimately placing her at the back door of the Mo Wangfu. As she approached the back entrance, she realized that sneaking out could be risky. If a servant spotted her and informed Mo Xingchen, he would undoubtedly find a reason to confront her. Thus, she decided to use a teleportation talisman. Upon focusing, she saw Yin Tianming. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I was concerned for your safety. Even though you accompanied the regent, if the Mo king discovers that you deliberately inflated the price, he would not spare you." Yin Tianming explained in a hushed tone. "I awaited you at the regent's palace, but after being warned by the shadow guards, I dared not linger there, and instead came to the Mo Wangfu to keep watch." Xingchen was taken aback. "You worry about me?" Yin Tianming scoffed. "I simply do not want my savior to meet an untimely end. Although my parents provided you with a substantial sum, that is not what I owe you." Xingchen was pleasantly surprised by Yin Tianming's gratitude. "Since you are the most notorious rake in Sanyue Kingdom, you must be well versed in the pleasures of life. Where is the most expensive entertainment venue in the capital?" Yin Tianming beamed with pride. "You have indeed come to the right person. The best place in the capital is naturally Fengyue Tower. It offers dining, drinking, and gambling, and especially the courtesan Schwerer, who has captivated many a noble with her mesmerizing performances. Her beauty is stunning, her musical talent exceptional, and her intellect unparalleled. She is the living symbol of Fengyue Tower. To become her private guest, it starts at 50,000 taels. Moreover, she is famously known for selling her art, not her body, which deed is many. Given that a mere performance costs 50,000 taels, a steep price indeed. However, there are those willing to spend lavishly just for a glimpse of Schwerer. She only appears at Fengyue Tower for 3 days each month, and today just happens to be the 20th. Xingchen, recalling the 100,000 taels in her courtyard. Suddenly had an idea. Since you speak so highly of it, I shall accompany you to witness it for myself. Let us go. Though it was already late in the night, Fengyue Tower was ablaze with lights and filled with a lively crowd, both men and women mingling, chatting, and drinking in a festive atmosphere. How is it? Quite lively, isn't it? Yin Tianming asked proudly. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Xingchen agreed. Ah. Why has young Master Yin arrived so late today? The ladies have been longing for you. And why have you brought a lady with you? This is a paradise for men. The matron approached them enthusiastically. Xingchen glanced at the matron. I wish to see Shuer. The matron was taken aback. Sizing up Xingchen. My dear, Shuer is our top courtesan. Not just anyone can meet her. The starting fee is 10,000 taels. I will pay 100,000 taels for a day with Shuer, Xingchen declared boldly. Chapter 31. The top performer is actually male. The words, once uttered, left the audience in stunned silence. Other patrons widened their eyes in disbelief, many abandoning their drinks to turn and watch the unfolding spectacle. One guest spoke up, incredulous. 100,000 taels, did I hear that correctly? Is there truly someone willing to pay such a sum? Just 3 months prior, the last suitor for Shuo had offered merely 50,000 taels. Miss, are you in your right mind? This is a place for men to indulge. What business do you, a woman, have here, especially with such a lavish offer? Voices buzzed with skepticism, questioning the authenticity of her claim. The madam, quick-witted, approached. My dear lady, I see you were brought here by young Master Yin. I shall overlook your jesting. Young Master Yin, please take her away. Yin Tianming, finally grasping the situation, exclaimed. Xingchen, have you lost your senses? Offering 100,000 taels? Are you insane? I am not mad. I am Xingchen, the princess consort of the Mo kingdom. My words are not mere jest. I intend to spend 100,000 taels to purchase one day with Shuer. This sum is not from the Mo king. It is the reward I received from the Duke of Xinghua for inadvertently saving young Master Yin a few days ago. Young Master Yin can attest to this. Xingchen stated with solemnity. She deliberately revealed her identity as the princess consort to test the Madam's resolve and to see if she dared to offend the Mo king. After all, the Mo king had spent lavishly at the Fuyuan pavilion. Once he discovered that the dowry stored in the vault had vanished, he would surely be furious. Xingchen would not clean up his mess. She intended to spend this sum openly, leaving the Mo king with no recourse should he rage against her. Ah, the Mo princess consort, the one who is not favored by the Mo king, a patron remarked. No wonder she looks familiar. She must be a woman of unfulfilled desires seeking entertainment at the brothel. Isn't she supposed to be a useless fool? How could she possibly save young Master Yin? Is what she says true? Someone asked loudly, turning to Yin Tianming. All eyes turned to him, and he smirked. What she says is indeed true. Though I have little regard for her, she did save my life. I can corroborate. The Duke of Xinghua even approached my father for a loan, claiming he needed to gather 100,000 taels to save his son. My father lent him 20,000 taels from his private stash, only for my mother to discover his hidden wealth, and now my father is at home kneeling on a washboard, Wu Yongqing chimed in. Having witnessed the borrowing incident just days prior, understanding dawned upon the crowd, and they began to believe her. Young Master Yin, how did she save you? Isn't she a useless person? Someone whispered, glancing curiously at Xingchen. The others too were intrigued, eager to learn the details. Yet Yin Tianming resolutely refused to divulge anything. Regardless, her 100,000 taels are indeed from my parents, not the Mo King's. He shot a glare at Xingchen. Didn't you claim that Shuer is a beauty beyond compare? A rare gem? Xingchen retorted. Upon hearing the word beauty, the madam frowned slightly but was unwilling to let the 100,000 taels slip away. The Mo princess consort is truly remarkable, so forthright. I have neglected my manners. Since the funds are legitimate and with young Master Yin as a guarantor, I shall accept this transaction. Once the 100,000 taels are received, you shall be Shuer's esteemed guest. The madam's demeanor shifted dramatically, her enthusiasm palpable. Xingchen, using her mental powers, affixed a transfer talisman to the treasures in the space. And in an instant, they appeared at the entrance of the brothel. Come, let us go. Xingchen turned to exit. Yin Tianming, bewildered, protested. Xingchen, if you're going to put on a show, at least have a plausible excuse. We didn't even bring any silver. Before he could finish, he spotted several chests at the entrance and was immediately dumbfounded. These chests were indeed sent by the Duke of Xinghua, clearly marked with the Duke's insignia. When did you bring these over? I had no idea. Yin Tianming asked in shock. There's much you are unaware of. Xingchen replied enigmatically. My heavens, so much wealth. The Mo princess consort is extravagantly generous. Someone, bring these chests inside and inform Shuer to prepare for guests. The madam exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, ma'am. Several young attendants hurried to carry the chests inside. Yin Tianming watched, pained at the sight. This is indeed 100,000 taels. You are truly throwing money around. No. Spending a fortune. Life is fleeting. One must seize joy when possible. Xingchen reassured him. Please, Mo princess consort, right this way. The madam offered, leading the way. Very well. Yin Tianming could only follow, begrudgingly accepting that the money had been spent. He too wished to meet Shuer. The crowd erupted into chatter. Astonished by the Mo princess consort's lavish expenditure of 100,000 taels for merely a day with Shuer, no one drank or entertained themselves any longer. All were engrossed in discussion about the event. As word spread rapidly throughout the capital, Xingchen followed the madam to the third floor. Knocking on the door of a particular room, Shuer, the Mo princess consort has generously offered 100,000 taels to enjoy your company for a day. You must treat her well. Certainly, the Mo princess consort shall have a splendid time, the madam replied, stepping away. Xingchen entered the room, only for Yin Tianming to nearly trip over the threshold in his excitement. Xingchen caught him, warning, be careful. Isn't it just my eagerness to meet Shuer? He chuckled awkwardly. Xingchen rolled her eyes at him. Such a lack of ambition. Shuer has heard of the Mo princess consort. Thank you for your esteemed favor. A sultry voice emerged. Xingchen looked up to see a woman clad in red, her brows like distant mountains, her almond eyes sparkling with spring. A subtle blush graced her cheeks, resembling the dawn's glow, and her lips, blooming like cherry blossoms, were enchanting. With a delicate figure and a gown of sheer red, she exuded an irresistible allure, captivating the hearts of those who beheld her. Yin Tianming gaped. Shuer, you are stunning, truly a celestial being. This 100,000 taels is worth every coin. However, Xingchen's expression darkened as she scrutinized Shuer, her brows furrowed with concern. Regardless of what the Mo princess consort desires, I shall comply, even if it means accompanying you in whatever manner you wish. Shuer approached, reaching for Xingchen's hand. Yet, Xingchen sidestepped, asserting, you are a man. It was not a question but a declaration. Shuer froze, her seductive gaze meeting Xingchen's. If it pleases the Mo princess consort, I can be either male or female, ensuring your satisfaction. Silence. Xingchen retorted coldly, instinctively glancing at Yin Tianming. Didn't you say he was the top performer? How is he a man? Chapter 32. What have you done to me? Yin Tianming was utterly astonished. What? Shuer is a man. She was clearly a woman. Everyone had proclaimed her to be a breathtaking beauty, capable of captivating hearts with her charm and grace. Was it not said that she was enchanting and irresistible? To think a man would be used to deceive me. This matter is far from over. Yin Tianming could never have imagined that the person he had longed for would turn out to be male. He found it utterly unacceptable. This was blatant deception, and the cost was a staggering 100,000 taels that had been provided by his family. With that, he stormed out in a fit of rage. Xingchen made no effort to stop him, and simply entered and took a seat. Shuer raised an eyebrow. Why is the princess of the Ink King not angry at all? Did you already know I was a man? In truth, she had no intention of returning the 10,000 taels. The absence of a refund would allow her to discreetly abscond with it. The princess of the Ink King was indeed perceptive, but compared to her, I prefer to call you by your name, Xingchen. Starry Sea, what a lovely name. Shuer spoke as she took a jug of wine and poured it for Xingchen. Here, let me toast to you. Shuer raised her cup and brought it to Xingchen's lips. Xingchen, however, did not drink. With a forced smile, she said, Yin Tianming mentioned that you excel in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why not play a tune for us? Since it was what Xingchen wished to hear, Shuer complied. She turned gracefully towards a gouging and began to play. Her long, fair fingers danced across the strings, producing a melody that flowed like a gentle stream, melodious and delightful. Xingchen was quite pleased and produced a binding talisman, flicking it with her fingertip so that it adhered to Shuer's back. Shuer felt nothing amiss and continued to throw flirtatious glances at Xingchen, reveling in her apparent triumph. However, as soon as she finished the piece and intended to stop, her hands continued to play involuntarily, leaving Shuer utterly astonished. Why can't my hands stop? After all, 100,000 taels could not be earned with just one song. It was only fair to ensure it was worth the price. Xingchen scoffed, pouring herself another drink. Shuer was in a state of shock. having never encountered such a situation where her hands played uncontrollably. Was this some sort of hex or a ghostly encounter? Suddenly, loud shouts and scoldings echoed from downstairs. "You heartless old matron! Why didn't you disclose that Schwer is a man? Refund my money at once, or I shall set this place ablaze." Yin Tianming roared. His booming voice caused a stir throughout the establishment. The other patrons were equally stunned. What? Schwer is a man? How could this be? Isn't she the top courtesan? She looks like a celestial being. How could she be male? Yin Gongzi, you must be mistaken. Yin Tianming was even more furious. I am not blind. How could I be mistaken when he admitted it himself? Old matron, come out here. This matter is far from over. The sight of Yin Tianming, seething with rage, left the onlookers in awe. So Shui was indeed a man. Yin Gongzi and the princess of the Ink King had suffered a significant loss, 100,000 taels. Fortunately, I do not possess such wealth. Otherwise, if word got out that I had purchased a man for a day, others would think I was a eunuch. You cannot be a man, but the princess of the Ink King is a woman. She has been guarding her chastity daily. No wonder the princess is so generous with her spending. The discussions shifted from Schwerer's gender to the princess of the Ink King, keeping a handsome young man. The old matron sashayed out. Oh, Yin Gongzi, why are you so angry? I never claimed Shui was a woman. It has always been your assumption. You are deceiving your patrons. If you had stated he was a man, I would never have bought him. Yin Tianming bellowed. Yin Gongzi, it was not you who purchased Schwer, but rather the princess of the Ink King. Listen closely, that is Schwerer's signature piece. And it is emanating from the third-floor parlor. It is enough to demonstrate the princess's utmost satisfaction. Instead of fuming, you should enjoy it, the old matron replied smugly. Indeed, the crowd began to turn their attention to the third floor, where the music continued to flow. Yin Tianming gritted his teeth in frustration. That damned Xingchen. Has she never seen a man before? Everyone knows the princess of the Ink King is not favored. It is rare to see Schwer, such a gentle and attentive man. And she is naturally pleased. Life is short. One must seize joy when possible. The old matron finished her remarks and departed. Yin Tianming was aware of the powerful connections behind the establishment. There had been instances when a prince had caused a disturbance, only to be swiftly expelled, vowing revenge. But the next day he had his leg broken. Since then, he had not dared to provoke the place again. Yet his ire was directed primarily at Xingchen, who had been deceived yet still found time to enjoy music. He stormed towards the third floor. Xingchen, have you lost your mind? How could you allow him to play for you? That was 100,000 taels for something so trivial? Shui feigned innocence, Yin Gongzi. Who was it that admired me so fervently, lingering beneath my window for half a month just to catch a glimpse of me? Enough. Had I known you were a man, I would never have lingered at your window. How disgusting. Yin Tianming retorted with disdain. Yin Gongzi. Saying such things will surely hurt his feelings, Schwer replied, pretending to weep. Be silent. A man dressed so flamboyantly, deliberately masquerading as a woman to deceive others. How shameless. Yin Tianming was infuriated, and upon seeing Xingchen indulging in wine, his anger flared even more. Are you really going to swallow this humiliation? That was 100,000 taels. That 100,000 taels has nothing to do with you, Xingchen countered. Yin Tianming felt defeated but still approached and sat directly across from her. Although that money belongs to you, I still feel a pang of regret. If you feel regret, then drink more, Xingchen consoled. The attendant outside promptly fetched wine. Knowing well that 100 jars were hardly worth the price of the two individuals associated with the 100,000 taels. Meanwhile, outside the establishment, the townsfolk, despite it being late, were unable to resist the thrilling news. In no time, word of the princess of the Ink King's patronage of a handsome man reached both the Ink King's residence and the prince's manor. Inside the Ink King's quarters, as he rested in the chamber of Fu Yuru, he learned that Xingchen had spent 100,000 taels to buy the top courtesan from the establishment for a day, only to discover that the courtesan was a man. Xingchen was instantly consumed with fury. That wretched Xingchen. She actually squandered that amount of money at the brothel for a man. Is she courting death? No. She had been confined to the Ink King's residence. How had she managed to leave? And how could such a vast sum suddenly be transported to the brothel? Immediately accompany me to Xingchen's quarters, Xingchen coldly declared as he rose, leaving without even donning his outer robe. Chapter 33. Xingchen, come out. In Xingchen's courtyard, the several dozen boxes that had been stacked there had indeed vanished, inciting the immediate wrath of Xingchen. Damn Xingchen, who gave her the audacity to abscond with 100,000 taels. Seize every servant in this courtyard at once. He bellowed. Yes, The guards promptly set about their task. Fu Yuro, who had accompanied him, surveyed the barren courtyard and her expression turned grim. Your Highness, how could the princess have moved so many boxes? Xingchen frowned. Bring me the young servant who has been on watch these past 2 days. Understood. His trusted aide, Guizhou, personally went to apprehend the servant. Before long, all the servants from Xingchen's courtyard were brought forth, trembling in fear, bewildered as to why the Prince of Mo would summon them at such an hour. The young servants guarding the front and back doors of Mo Wangfu were also gathered, looking utterly perplexed. Your Highness, what business do you have with us? I demand to know when Xingchen took those boxes out. Xingchen interrogated fiercely. The young servant quivered in fright. Your Highness, the princess has not left the premises. Did you not confine her to her quarters? Indeed, Your Highness, I also did not see the princess leave, another servant chimed in. Xingchen's face darkened, his fury palpable. Is it possible she sprouted wings and flew away? Could it be that these few servants assisted the princess in her escape? Fu Yuro suggested softly. Xingchen's temples throbbed with rage as he glared at Qi Luo and the others. Speak the truth. Who aided the princess in leaving the estate? If you dare withhold even a word, I shall see you thoroughly punished. When Tang Yu and Tang Feng were summoned, they too noticed the absence of the boxes, their expressions mirroring the confusion of the others. Where could the princess's 100,000 taels have gone? Qing Luo fell to her knees in terror. Your Highness, I would never dare defy your orders. I would rather die than assist the princess in leaving. The others quickly knelt in solidarity, including Tang Yu and Tang Feng. We implore your Highness for justice. Those boxes were beyond our strength to lift. How could they have been moved? Their words rang true. Those boxes had been brought in by burly men hired by the Duchess of the State. By the heavens, beat them until they confess. Xingchen seethed, his rage boiling over. A guard approached with a whip, hesitating momentarily before striking it down. Ah! Qi Luo cried out, her face paling as she collapsed to the ground. Tang Yu frowned, a flash of indignation crossing her features. She attempted to rise, but was restrained by Tang Feng, who signaled her to remain still. You are right, Yuro. That wretched Xingchen is indeed reckless. Guizhou, take a group and head to the Fengyue Tower. Xingchen stormed towards the door. Yes, at Fengyue Tower. Yin Tianming lamented the loss of the 100,000 taels, drowning his sorrows in liquor, while Xingchen poured herself a drink, listening to the commotion outside. This night was destined to be tumultuous. By now, the Prince of Mo should be arriving soon. As she contemplated, a cacophony erupted just outside her private room. Xingchen stormed in, flanked by his guards, sealing off the entire first floor of the establishment. The patrons, taken aback, sensed the atmosphere of impending danger and ceased their revelry, retreating to the sides to watch the unfolding drama. Xingchen, come out at once. Xingchen's roar resonated with unrestrained fury, echoing throughout the Fengyue Tower. The once lively establishment fell into a stunned silence, the patrons holding their breath, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. After all, the news of their princess seeking male companionship had spread like wildfire, a scandal that was an affront to the Prince of Mo. From her room on the 3rd floor, Xingchen smirked, her demeanor unfazed as she continued to drink. Suddenly, Yin Tianming regained his composure. Xingchen has arrived. You are in serious trouble. 100,000 taels for a man? Xingchen, you might want to make your escape through the back door. This time, I cannot protect you. Xingchen shot him a disdainful glance. Since when have I required your protection? Yin Tianming's lips twitched. Isn't it out of concern for you? Unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the hall below, Xingchen grew increasingly incensed as Xingchen remained absent. Search this place. Check every room, even if it means digging through the earth to find Xingchen. Yes. Guizhou was about to lead the search when the madam of the establishment stepped forward. Ah, is that not the Prince of Mo? What brings you here at this hour? She greeted warmly. Xingchen glared at her. Where is Xingchen? Summon her forth. Your Highness. All patrons of the Fengyue Tower are guests. It is against our rules to disclose their whereabouts. I hope for your understanding. The madam replied with unwavering composure. You seek death. Xingchen seethed, drawing Guizhou's sword and pressing it against the madam's throat. Tell me, where is she? Seeing the prince's fury, the madam trembled, quickly capitulating. Please spare me, Your Highness. The princess is in a private room on the 3rd floor. I will escort you there immediately. Xingchen sheathed his sword. If you dare play tricks, I shall end your life. Of course, of course. The madam began to lead him up the stairs when a voice rang out from above. Your Highness, have you come in the middle of the night because you cannot sleep, yearning for me? Song Xingchen looked up to see Xingchen leaning against the corridor railing, her expression infuriatingly smug. Xingchen, do you wish for death? How dare you spend 100,000 taels to procure a man for a day? Who gave you the gall? His voice was laced with wrath, sending chills down the spines of those who heard. Yet Xingchen stood undaunted, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with meaning. Why does the prince rage so? The entire capital knows of your disdain for me. Since that is the case, why should I hang my hopes on a single tree? Those 100,000 taels were not your funds. I saved Yin Tianming, and the Duke of the State granted them to me. Those present can vouch for me. A few days prior, the Duchess of the State had visited the prince's residence bearing gifts, during which he had openly declared that the money was hers to do with as she pleased, showing no interest in the sum. Is it that you lost at the auction, leaving you financially embarrassed, now coveting my 100,000 taels to rectify your losses and save face? Xingchen's words were sharp and unyielding, offering no grace to Song Xingchen. She aimed to expose his shamelessness for all to see. Song Xingchen, struck by her words, erupted in fury. Having endured humiliation at the hands of the regent, he could not tolerate this further affront from Xingchen. Xingchen, you seek death. Song Xingchen roared, thrusting the sword infused with his internal energy toward her with fierce intent. Chapter 34. The regent's heroic rescue. The others in the Fengyue Tower were utterly terrified, their eyes wide with concern as they gazed at Xingchen. The prowess of the Mo Wang was renowned throughout the Songyue kingdom, and few could stand against him. To think he would attempt to assassinate Xingchen in such a public manner was tantamount to a brazen act of murder against his wife. The crowd held their breath, some timid souls even closing their eyes in fear. Xingchen coldly regarded the sword that was thrust towards her. She neither flinched nor showed any fear, treating it with utter disdain. Yin Tianming emerged from the private room, and upon witnessing the scene, was instantly struck with horror. Xingchen, be careful, he shouted as he rushed forward, but he was far too late. Just as Xingchen prepared to act, a gleaming object shot towards her with the swiftness of lightning, striking the sword that had almost reached her. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and the sword fell from the third floor, accompanied by a cascade of beads that shattered upon impact, scattering across the ground. Song Xingchen glared in fury as the sword was disarmed. Who dares to save someone under my sword? He demanded. A cold, powerful voice answered from behind. It is I, the regent. The crowd turned in astonishment. It's the regent, one exclaimed in fear. Rumors had painted the regent as the king of hell within Songyue, a figure of ruthless and merciless authority. It was said that offending him was far worse than incurring the wrath of the king of hell himself. In the dead of night, the regent's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. Song Xingchen's furious gaze met that of the regent, and he froze in disbelief. Uncle, why are you here? The regent's cold, piercing eyes swept over him before settling on Xingchen on the third floor. Their gazes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Why has the regent come? It's late. How could he possibly know I was in danger? He just saved me. How touching. Did he come for my sake? I'm perfectly fine. Song Xingchen cannot harm me. Song Boyi concealed a smile at the brilliance of Xingchen's phoenix-like eyes. Were it not for his ability to hear her thoughts, he might have been deceived by her outward calm. She was secretly reveling in the situation. Assured of Xingchen's safety, Song Boyi's expression returned to its usual icy demeanor, emanating an aura that commanded respect and instilled fear. Mo Wang has quite the audacity to attempt murder in public. Does His Majesty know of this? He spoke with a voice sharp as a blade. Song Xingchen's face darkened instantly. Having already been humiliated by his uncle at the auction earlier that day, now being publicly disarmed by him filled him with profound shame. Yet, he was painfully aware of the regent's superiority. He had acted recklessly in trying to kill Xingchen when there were far more prudent methods available. Should the emperor learn of this folly, his wrath would be inevitable. Uncle, you exaggerate. I was merely joking with my wife. There is no need to take it seriously. Song Xingchen attempted to deflect. The onlookers exchanged glances, silently deriding the Mo Wang. A joke? Who would jest with a life? That last strike had been infused with inner strength, a deadly move indeed. Had the regent not intervened, Xingchen would surely have been a lifeless corpse by now. The Yi family was the foremost merchant family in Songyue. If he were displeased with Xingchen, he could simply seek a divorce. To attempt murder so publicly was utterly foolish. The regent made no effort to conceal his disdain. Song Xingchen, you have disgraced yourself. Even if you are dissatisfied with Xingchen, you need not resort to such drastic measures. You are not blind to the consequences of your actions. Song Xingchen was flustered, questioning why his uncle was so protective of Xingchen, even discarding the Buddhist beads bestowed by the emperor. If the emperor learned of this, he would surely be displeased. One could perish together. Who fears whom? Song Boyi's lips curled into a cold smirk. My Buddhist beads were broken in saving a life, while your sword was drawn to take one. Should the emperor learn the truth, the blame will not fall on me, but on you, though you enjoy favor. The emperor has many sons. A prince who dares to murder his wife in public is unworthy of attention, and the emperor would not dare to favor such a one. If you can slay your wife today, what has to prevent you from committing patricide tomorrow? Should you ever ascend to the throne, would the citizens of Tsongyuan not be at your mercy? The crowd silently applauded the regent's words, resonating with their own sentiments. Xingchen was immediately alarmed. Uncle, do not speak in such dire terms. I have never contemplated patricide, let alone harming the people. Is that so? The regent retorted, his words cutting deep. The cold sweat trickled down Xingchen's forehead as he realized the gravity of his uncle's accusations. If the common folk were swayed by the regent's words and they reached the emperor's ears, he would surely lose his claim to the title of crown prince. His confidant, Gugio, leaned in close. Your Highness, this situation is indeed unfavorable. Better to preserve the mountain than to worry about firewood later. With heads hung low, Xingchen and his companions retreated, allowing the crowd to finally exhale in relief. Xingchen was utterly shameless, dismissing the incident as drunken folly. Yet the witnesses were not blind. He had indeed intended to kill her. Xingchen turned to Yin Tianming. Though I did not require your assistance, I thank you for your bravery. To her surprise, Yin Tianming had rushed to her aid, indicating that perhaps his nature was not entirely flawed. He scratched his head awkwardly, adopting an air of pride. I must have been drunk. They say liquor emboldens the timid. Should Xingchen dare to strike again, I would not intervene. I still wish to live. You will not perish here. Could you not utter a kind word? I genuinely worried for you in vain. Below, the regent Song Boyi observed the playful banter between Xingchen and Yin Tianming on the third floor, his previously severe expression now icy as frost. Su Ruan, standing behind him, instinctively shivered at the sight of her lord's displeasure. Your Highness, shall we ascend for a drink? Su Ruan inquired. The brothel owner, keenly perceptive, immediately recognized the regent's grim demeanor. Your presence graces Fengwei Tower, truly a moment of honor. If the regent does not mind, please, take a seat. On the third floor, Xingchen suddenly realized, I must express my gratitude to the regent for saving my life. If the regent does not mind, allow me to toast to you. Song Boyi's expression remained inscrutable, yet he turned to leave the Fengwei Tower instead of ascending the stairs. Xingchen was left bewildered, unable to comprehend his sudden departure. What has come over the regent? Why does he leave so abruptly? Chapter 35. She fell asleep against the regent's shoulder. The regent could not possibly be angry, could he? After all, you know him well. He came to the brothel in the dead of night to save you. Such camaraderie must be profound. Even the emperor likely could not summon him at this hour. Yin Tianming remarked with a humph. Outside the brothel, the regent, Song Boyi, had just boarded his carriage when Xingchen dashed over in a few swift strides. Su Ruoan's eyes brightened, and she prudently stepped aside. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the carriage. Regent, are you angry? Song Boyi's expression turned icy. Weren't you speaking with Yin Tianming? Why are you here? Upon hearing this, Xingchen instantly grasped that the regent was indeed upset. With a sly grin, she climbed into the carriage. To me, the regent holds greater significance than Yin Tianming. If you are displeased, I must come to check on you. She explained. The regent came to rescue me in the middle of the night. Naturally, I am moved and wish to see him. The regent is far more handsome than Yin Tianming. I am not blind. I wonder if the regent felt any discomfort after blocking that sword for me? As Song Boyi listened to Xingchen's thoughts, his anger dissipated like mist, and the cold atmosphere within the carriage vanished. He gently placed a hand over his chest and coughed softly. Regent, are you unwell? Did blocking that sword for me provoke the poison within you? Let me check. Xingchen said with a worried expression, reaching out to grasp Song Boyi's hand to feel his pulse. Song Boyi's deep, dark eyes glanced at Xingchen's hand resting on his wrist, feeling the warmth of her fingertips. A subtle smile graced his lips. Perhaps I exerted some internal energy. I feel a bit tight in my chest, he replied, his expression as impassive as before. The pulse of the prince, though slightly fluctuating, was relatively stable. It should not cause discomfort in his chest, Xingchen noted, placing her hand over the area where he indicated. Song Boyi stiffened entirely. It was the first time a woman had been so close to him, leaving him momentarily dazed. His heart raced, and his ears turned crimson. Feeling the powerful rhythm of the regent's heart, Xingchen furrowed her brow. Regent, Why is your heartbeat so rapid? As she spoke, she looked up and met Song Boyi's profound gaze, which seemed to burn with intensity, as if he were trying to engulf her within his eyes. But isn't that a gift from His Majesty? She countered. And so what? It is merely a string of beads, he replied dismissively. Indeed. His Majesty even arranged formations for the house he gifted you. It might be wise to avoid those beads altogether, Xingchen concurred. Song Boyi raised an eyebrow at her. Yet, why did you venture to the brothel in the dead of night? I instructed you to save your 100,000 taels, yet you squandered it so frivolously? He had intended to spare her 60,000 taels, yet she had turned around and spent 100,000 on the brothel's top courtesan. Had he known, he would have preferred she spent her own money. Then she would not have had the funds to purchase the courtesan's services. His tone grew noticeably colder, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the carriage, causing Xingchen to shiver involuntarily. With an awkward smile, she replied, I was merely concerned that Song Xingchen might have designs on my 100,000 taels. Having lost to you at the auction, he would rather strike a blow to his pride than allow my money to remain intact. Moreover, I tested the matron. She recognized me as the princess consort of the Mo king, yet still accepted my 100,000 taels, indicating that the powers behind the brothel are unafraid of the Mo king, which gives me peace of mind to spend. Listening to Xingchen's reasoning, Song Boyi shook his head. She was indeed clever. I shall not disclose to the regent that I marked that 100,000 taels. I merely utilized the brothel temporarily to sever Mo Xingchen's ambitions. Regardless of who backs the brothel, they shall return the 100,000 taels just as they received it. My money is not something just anyone can claim. To spend 100,000 taels for a mere courtesan? They must think me a fool. I would not even glance at her. If we are to speak of men, it must be the regent. I find him utterly captivating, as he aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. Xingchen's thoughts were like the warm sun in winter, instantly dispersing the chill that surrounded Song Boyi. The coldness of his demeanor visibly softened, transforming into a gentle expression. At least this girl was not blind to see that she surpassed the brothel's top courtesan in beauty. Yet, what did she mean by marking the money? Could she stealthily retrieve that 100,000 taels? That was a considerable sum. However, considering she had the ability to capture malevolent spirits, she must possess some means. Feeling the effects of the wine, Xingchen's head swirled. Regent, may I lean on you for a moment? I have had a bit too much to drink tonight. Without hesitation, she shifted closer, finding a comfortable position, resting her head against the back of the carriage, and soon closed her eyes. After a long night of exertion, Xingchen was utterly exhausted and fell asleep in no time. Song Boyi listened to her gentle breathing, a hint of tenderness flickering in his gaze. This girl was quite at ease, having fallen asleep against him. As dawn broke on the eastern horizon, the carriage's interior became discernible. Song Boyi gazed at Xingchen's petite face, her exquisite features, and her long, curled lashes that trembled like the wings of a cicada. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Her nose was delicately sculpted, and her cherry lips were untouched by color. In her sleep, it appeared she dreamed of something delightful, slightly pouting her lips. A sight that struck Song Boyi as utterly adorable. He remained silent and motionless, simply observing the sleeping Xingchen. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing her head to tilt toward him. Without a moment's thought, Song Boyi instinctively leaned in, catching her head on his shoulder. Xingchen did not awaken, and Song Boyi secretly exhaled in relief, the smile in his eyes deepening. She had fallen asleep against his shoulder. Chapter 36. Entering the mansion with her time passed unnoticed as the carriage came to a halt. Su Ruoan chose not to disturb the regent prince, instead standing respectfully beside the driver. Zhan Bai, observing the regent's reluctance to disembark, furrowed his brow and remarked, Why isn't our regent prince getting down? You're the only one with a mouth. Be quiet and don't disturb the regent and the princess consort of Mo. At this rate, you're destined to be single for life. Su Ruoan retorted, rolling her eyes. Shut up, don't call me a single dog again, Zhan Bai shot back, fearing he might disturb the regent and Xingchen. Su Ruoan pulled Zhan Bai a good 20 to 30 meters away, and the two continued their banter. What do you understand? Our regent prince rarely has the chance to be alone with the princess consort of Mo. You need to keep quiet, Su Ruoan admonished. I just thought the regent could invite the princess consort to the mansion. Sitting in the carriage must be exhausting, Zhan Bai explained. Su Ruoan's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, you've actually come to a realization. Inside the carriage, Song Boyi was aware they had arrived the moment the carriage stopped. However, for reasons unknown, he hesitated to wake Xingchen or let her leave, remaining silent. But the sounds of Su Ruoan and Zhan Bai were not loud. They were crystal clear to Song Boyi, who was trained in martial arts. He slightly tilted his head to gaze at the sleeping Xingchen, noting her slightly furrowed brow and discomfort expression. Softly, he called out to her, but she did not awaken. After a night of revelry, she was deeply ensconced in slumber, compounded by the effects of alcohol. Song Boi felt a surge of delight as he gently adjusted Xingchen's head from his shoulder to his arm, tenderly lifting her from the carriage. A short distance away, Su Ruoan and Zhanbai stood stunned at the sight. Our regent prince is actually carrying the princess consort of Mo. I must be seeing things. Su Ruoan exclaimed in disbelief. Zhanbai, equally astonished, replied. It seems I'm not mistaken. I saw it too. Good heavens, it's the first time the regent prince has embraced a woman, and he's bringing her into the mansion. Could it be that our regent's residence will soon have a mistress? Su Ruoan said, her voice filled with excitement. Zhanbai, however, frowned slightly. But the princess consort of Mo hasn't divorced yet. Even if she does, she would be a second marriage. Is she truly worthy of our prince? You're quite the fool. It doesn't matter if she's been married once or twice. What matters is that our regent prince desires her, Su Ruoan replied, swiftly pursuing Song Boi. Zhanbai sighed, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Carrying Xingchen, Song Boi made his way directly to the main courtyard. Carefully placing her on the bed, he removed her shoes and tucked her in with a blanket. As he observed her peacefully sleeping, a smile graced his lips. This was his first experience carrying a woman, and Xingchen felt weightless in his arms. Gazing at her delicate face, a twinge of compassion washed over him. She was too thin. He resolved to ensure she received proper nourishment. With this thought in mind, he stealthily exited and instructed Su Ruoan to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Prepare her favorite dishes, including a fish, Song Boi commanded. I'll remove the bones for her. He added. Understood. Send 2 maidservants to take good care of the princess consort of Mo, he instructed. This left Su Ruoan in a bind. Your Highness. We have no maidservants, only men serve here. Song Boi suddenly realized his oversight. I see, you must find a few maidservants and elder women immediately. We need to have some on hand in the future. Yes. Song Boi approached his desk and picked up a book to read, yet he found it impossible to focus. Frequently glancing at Xingchen on the bed. When he saw her toss and turn, he promptly adjusted her blanket. When she kicked it off again, claiming to be hot, he had a servant bring a lighter quilt. Thus, throughout the morning, Song Boi was busily occupied, experiencing for the first time the trials of attending to another. It was not until night fell that Xingchen finally awoke, her eyes fluttering open to reveal an unfamiliar environment. Confused, she wondered, where am I? Instinctively, she looked around. How did I end up here? Gradually, memories surfaced. She recalled being nearly struck by the Mo prince's sword at Fengwei Tower. And it was the regent prince who had come to her rescue. Following that, she remembered pursuing him in anger, and everything thereafter faded from her memory. He had not mentioned that he carried her into the mansion himself. So that's how it was. Thank you, Your Highness, Xingchen said as she sat up. I have instructed maidservants to assist you with bathing and changing. The meal is ready, Song Boi stated before rising to leave. Xingchen intended to decline, but upon glancing down at her wrinkled clothing and the lingering scent of alcohol, she realized it was rather unseemly. At that moment, the waiting maidservants and elder women entered. Bowing respectfully, we greet the princess consort of Mo. We are here to assist you with your bathing and attire. There's no need for the trouble. I can manage myself, Xingchen said, feeling embarrassed to impose on them. However, the maidservants and elder women were not inclined to yield. They swiftly began undressing her, arranging her hair with remarkable speed, leaving Xingchen with no choice but to acquiesce. By the time Xingchen emerged, fully dressed, it was nearly half an hour later. Song Boi's gaze fell upon her, and surprise flickered in his deep black eyes as she stepped into view. Xingchen wore a delicate pink pleated skirt adorned with embroidered orchids. As she walked, the orchids appeared to dance, bestowing a lively grace upon her. Her features, untouched by makeup, were as flawless as porcelain. Perhaps due to her recent bath, her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to taste. Her clear phoenix eyes sparkled with starlight, and her naturally rosy lips complemented her beauty. Her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and as the breeze swept through, it framed her face, enhancing her ethereal allure. She was a vision of transcendent elegance, a living portrait. Song Boi found himself momentarily entranced. Regent Prince, do I have something on my face? Xingchen asked, sensing his unwavering gaze upon her. Princess consort of Mo, please do not take offense. The mansion has only men. There has never been a woman here before. You are the first to grace our residence, and thus these garments were hastily procured, as were the maidservants and elder women. Xingchen was taken aback, her impression of Song Boyi improving incrementally. Thank you for your efforts. Well, there truly are no women around the Regent Prince, not a single one. I'm the first. How delightful. I'm incredibly happy. I admire the Regent Prince's integrity and restraint. Song Boyi, who had previously worn a somewhat grim expression, brightened instantly upon hearing Xingchen's words of appreciation. Su Ruoan, go fetch the box from the third compartment on the left shelf in my study. Su Ruoan was taken aback, unable to believe what she had just heard. Chapter 37. The Hairpin for the Future Princess, the Regent King, a title that Su Ruoan refrained from vocalizing, instinctively glanced at Xingchen. This was a cherished possession left by the Regent King's mother, intended for the future princess. Go ahead, Song Boyi remarked dismissively. He accepted the exquisite brocade box, revealing a flawless white jade hairpin intricately carved in the shape of a magnolia flower. The craftsmanship was exquisite, fresh, and distinct. This hairpin is simply beautiful, Xingchen praised. I shall help you wear it, Song Boyi offered as he stepped behind her, his long, fair fingers weaving through her hair to arrange it. Oh my! The Regent King can actually style hair. What can't he do? Such a man is simply perfect. Alas, I fear I am falling for him. Isn't there a saying, when my hair reaches my waist, may I marry you? But my hair has yet to reach that length. While Xingchen mused internally, she nodded absent-mindedly, oblivious to the slight smirk on Song Boyi's lips. He gently styled her hair into a simple bun, securing it with the jade hairpin. The contrast of her raven tresses against the white jade was striking. Su Ruoan, perceptive as ever, summoned a bronze mirror. Princess of Ink. Behold how skillful our Regent King is. This hairstyle is truly lovely. Xingchen gazed into the mirror, the hairpin lending her an air of elegance. Thank you, Regent King. It looks wonderful, she complimented. As long as you are satisfied, Song Boyi replied. But how is it that the Regent King can style hair? Xingchen inquired, skeptical. Song Boyi's handsome brows knitted slightly, yet he explained, my mother taught me when I was young. She often asked for my help with her hair. It has been many years, and I have grown a bit rusty. Oh, I see. You style hair very well. As they conversed, a sudden scream pierced the air. Oh no, help. Regent King, save me. Everyone turned towards the source of the commotion. Spotting the Madam of Fengwei Tower accompanied by several others, notably 3 men carrying the headliner, Schwer, the Madam approached. Her gaze inadvertently landing on the hairpin atop Xingchen's head, her expression one of sheer disbelief. What has happened? Song Boyi inquired coldly. It is true that I concealed Schwer's identity as a man. That was my error. However, he has been playing for an entire day and night. His fingers are swollen and bleeding. I beseech you, Princess of Ink, to spare him. If you are dissatisfied, I can refund you half of your payment. Schwer, seemingly frozen, continued to play despite being carried by 3 men. The instrument seemed possessed, as the madam struggled to separate him from it, ultimately bringing him here. Xingchen caught a glimpse of his hands, indeed stained with blood. Regent King, save me. If I continue, my hands will be ruined. Princess of Ink, please show mercy. I swear I shall never do it again, Schwer pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Even Zhan Bai, watching from the side, frowned at the sight of Schwer's bloodied hands. Princess of Ink, this seems rather harsh. Thankfully, I have not offended her. Su Ruoan felt a chill run down her spine. Princess of Ink, perhaps it would be best to let this go. To spare him is a sign of grace. Now you seek mercy? You were quite arrogant when you deceived me. Xingchen thought bitterly. Had you revealed your true self earlier, I would not have spent 10,000 taels on you. You have caused me much misunderstanding with the Regent King. Yet, Song Boyi, pleased with Xingchen's concern for him, declared, since he is also being punished, let us release him. Since the Regent King has spoken, I shall not press further, Xingchen concluded, gently patting Schwer on the back. Schwer, previously rigid, suddenly collapsed to the ground along with his instrument. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, I can move. I can move. Thank you, Princess of Ink. His ecstatic demeanor was almost delirious. Very well, Princess of Ink, I am at your service whenever you need. With Schwer's matter resolved, I shall not intrude upon your time with the Regent King, the madam stated, bowing before departing. The men who had carried Schwer followed suit, leaving him behind. Still reveling in his newfound freedom, Su Ruoan approached with Schwer in tow. Your Highness, Shui Yanqi's hands have been treated by the doctor, who declared the injuries severe. Are you certain about gifting that hairpin to the Princess of Ink? Should the Regent King truly form a bond with her, we commoners might face repercussions. Song Boyi's expression darkened. Xingchen dealt with him for his deceit. He deserves this punishment. How can you be so protective? Do not think me blind. It is evident you harbor feelings for the Princess of Ink. Do you know how much pain I have endured? Xingchen is a vengeful woman. You must be cautious not to end up with nothing. Shui Yanxi lamented. If you dare to speak ill again, I shall ensure your tongue suffers as your hands have. Song Boyi retorted, his voice icy. You deceived her for 10,000 taels. She deserves her retribution. Song Boyi defended. It was not deceit. She willingly offered the money. I would have gladly accompanied her for food and drink, yet I was forced to play for an entire day and night. Had I known her nature, I would never have accepted. Shui Yanxi scoffed. Song Boyi shot him a disdainful look, choosing to ignore him. Princess, help. The servants cried out. Xingchen's expression hardened as she marched over to untie them. Chapter 38. An incident with the princess consort. Song Xingchen glared at Xingchen with fury. You dare to spend 100,000 taels to purchase a man. Do you think this prince is dead? Princess, this is where you've gone wrong. How could you commit an act that disgraces the house of Mo? Fu Yuru spoke with a tone of concern for the royal family. That 100,000 taels is mine. I can spend it however I wish. Who are you to dictate? Xingchen retorted, unperturbed, with a cold sneer. Her words left Fu Yuru utterly humiliated, prompting her to fall silent. Remembering the slap from Tang Yu, her cheek still burned with pain. Fu Yuru shot a resentful glance at Xingchen but dared not provoke her further. You wretched girl, you're courting death. Song Xingchen bellowed, preparing to strike. Xingchen looked at him disdainfully. Is the Mo king enraged out of shame? Did you wish to slay me with a single sword at the Fengwei Tower? And now you desire to kill me again? Do you truly believe I am a soft persimmon for you to crush at will? I am the princess consort, bestowed by his majesty himself. The crime of killing one's wife is one you cannot bear. Though the Yi family is merely a royal merchant, should anything happen to me, my parents will undoubtedly exhaust their wealth for vengeance. While they may not be able to slay the Mo king, they can ensure you live a life of suffering. For money can make even the most stubborn of foes yield. Song Xingchen's rage surged. How dare you threaten me? This is not a threat, but a warning. The prince previously stated that the 100,000 taels were for me to handle as I wish. Are you clinging to that sum because you lack funds and shamelessly wish to claim my money for yourself? Xingchen said incisively, leaving no room for him to save face. Song Xingchen's expression darkened further, for her words struck a chord within him. He had indeed been putting on a fade, and although he had exceeded the treasury's funds, with Xingchen's 100,000 taels, he would be more than sufficient. However, he had not anticipated that she would spend it. And on a man no less. How could he endure such an affront? Princess, your money is the prince's money. It is only natural for the prince to use it. The entire royal household is at the prince's command, Fu Yuru scolded. Fu Yuru's face immediately stiffened, realizing her father was merely a minor official, with a modest background that could not compare to the wealth of the Yi family. I will certainly do my utmost to assist the prince, she huffed. Your utmost is merely adding fuel to the fire, letting the Mo king dwell on my 100,000 taels. What a pity, the money is gone. Rather than discussing these trivial matters with me, the Mo king should be contemplating how to address the upcoming auction. I have never heard of anyone finishing an auction without the means to pay. The Mo king must not suffer such embarrassment. Song Xingchen's dark eyes glinted like a venomous serpent, cold and vicious. Xingchen, you are seeking your own demise. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch infused with his internal energy. The hidden guards sent by the Empress to protect Xingchen were taken aback, realizing it was too late to intervene. A Jew, the guard dispatched by the regent, was also frozen in place. A blow like that would surely leave the princess consort either dead or gravely injured. The regent had instructed that he could only act to save her if her life was in danger. Watching Xingchen in peril, a Jew rushed forward without hesitation. But it was too late. Xingchen, who could have evaded the attack, suddenly changed her mind upon seeing Song Xingchen's strike approach. She coughed up blood and staggered back several meters. A Jew rushed to support her. Princess consort, are you all right? Xingchen grasped his hand, attempting to speak. But she coughed up more blood and collapsed, her eyes fluttering shut as she lost consciousness. Shi Luo and the others were horrified at the sight, crying out, Princess consort. Princess consort. Seeing her fall, Song Xingchen's expression turned icy and severe. A Jew immediately checked for her breath, and upon confirming her lifelessness, he was struck dumb. The princess consort has no breath. Those words rippled through the room like a thunderclap. Song Xingchen faltered, initially blinded by rage, failing to consider the consequences. Upon hearing that Xingchen was lifeless, he was at a loss for what to do. Fu Yuru, shocked yet elated, feigned concern. How could the princess consort be lifeless? You must be mistaken. Let me see. She approached without a Jewess obstruction. After confirming Xingchen's death, Fu Yiru collapsed in shock. Sister, she is truly dead. This statement struck Xingchen like a bolt from the blue. How? How could this be? I merely struck her lightly. How could she die? She must be fainting. Gujio, go fetch a physician. No, summon the imperial doctor. Xingchen's voice trembled with barely concealed panic. Though he despised Xingchen and longed to see her suffer, he knew that if she truly died by his hand, the Yu family would not let him off easily due to their affection for her. Yes, right away. Gujio hastened to comply. Meanwhile, Fu Yiru reveled in triumph, relishing the demise of Xingchen, finally clearing the way for the princess consort. Tang Yu, filled with anguish, accused, "It was you. You personally killed the princess consort. You murderer." She lunged forward. Tang Feng quickly restrained her, covering her mouth. Tang Yu, hold your tongue. Why should I be silent now that the princess consort is gone? It was the prince who killed her. Tang Yu's accusation hung in the air before Tang Feng struck her unconscious. Your Highness, spare her. Tang Yu was merely overwhelmed with grief for the princess consort. Please forgive her, Tang Feng pleaded. At that moment, Xingchen had no mind to deal with them. Take them to the woodshed in the back. Under no circumstances are they to leave without my command. Yes. I refuse to leave. I want to stay with the princess consort. I won't abandon her. Chi Lua wailed as she was dragged away by the guards. Xingchen's dark gaze hardened, knowing that tonight's events must remain concealed. The servants were manageable, but he recalled a figure who had assisted Xingchen. When he turned to look, that person had vanished without a trace. Regent, the princess consort has suffered an incident. She has been killed by the Mo King's fist. Chapter 39. This prince appreciates her as Tsang Boya was admiring the painting of Xingchen sleeping. He was startled by a sudden voice, causing the scroll in his hand to fall to the ground with a loud thud. His mind went blank. What did you say? Tsang Boya could scarcely believe his ears. His complexion shifted from green to purple, then to a deep shade of black. The veins on his forehead throbbed visibly as he clenched his fist at his sides, the bones cracking ominously. A chilling aura enveloped him, colder than frost. His heart ached as it had never done before, each beat feeling as though a sharp blade was piercing through it. How could something have happened to Xingchen? How could it possibly be? Had he been too complacent? Or had he underestimated the King of Ink? Perhaps he thought Xingchen was capable enough to handle herself, which is why he had only dispatched a single shadow guard for her protection. It was all his negligence, his own fault. Tsang Boya felt both heartbroken and guilty. He loathed himself. Gazing at the painting he had painstakingly created of Xingchen sleeping peacefully beneath the quiet locust tree, a scene of serene tranquility that now painfully pierced his eyes, he seethed at the cruelty of the King of Ink for laying hands on his consort. Su Ruoan still could not believe the veracity of the situation. The King of Ink is truly despicable, Zhanbai concurred. Though their interactions with Xingchen had been limited, they naturally treated someone the prince cherished with utmost respect. Remembering the safety talismans Xingchen had gifted them, Su Ruoan's anger intensified. Damn Xingchen! I shall not let him go unpunished, he shouted. Let us go to the King of Ink's residence. Yes. Su Ruoan and Zhanbai immediately followed suit. Additionally, send someone to notify the Yi family, Tsang Boya commanded. Understood. At the King of Ink's residence, soon enough, the imperial physician and doctors rushed in. Bowing to the King of Ink, immediately tend to Xingchen. Whatever medicinal herbs are needed, do whatever it takes to revive her, Xingchen ordered coldly. Xingchen could meet countless ends, but she must not perish at his own hands. Otherwise, how would his reputation survive? What would the emperor think of him? And how would the populace view him? Yes. The doctor approached to take her pulse, but his expression turned grave. Your Highness, forgive me, but the consort is already passed. There is no pulse. I cannot save her. The imperial physician also came forward to check. Your Highness, the consort indeed has no breath. Prepare for her final rites. Xingchen felt as if his head had exploded. How could this happen? I only struck her lightly. How could she die? You incompetent physicians. The doctors and the imperial physician, frightened by the King of Ink's madness, did not dare to breathe. Your Highness, it was the consort's health that suddenly failed her. She passed away unexpectedly. Rower can testify to this, Fu Yiru gently reassured. Her harsh tone carried a distinct warning that sent chills throughout the courtyard. The doctors turned pale, hastily assuring him, the consort did indeed pass away unexpectedly. We would never reveal a word of this. After receiving their repeated assurances, Xingchen allowed them to leave. Your Highness, the people in the consort's courtyard all witnessed the prince's actions. What if they speak out? Fu Yiru feigned concern to remind him. In truth, she sought to eliminate all ties to Xingchen, believing that only by eradicating the roots could she rest easy. A ruthless glint flickered in Xingchen's eyes. Gujiu, you take care of this personally. Yes. Just as Gujiu was about to depart, a voice, imbued with an icy chill, resounded from outside the courtyard. Is the king of ink intending to silence witnesses? Xingchen froze, unable to believe his eyes as he turned to see. Your Majesty, uncle, what brings you here? The guards stationed at the entrance had failed to report. Curse be it. Xingchen inwardly scolded. If I had not come, how would I have known that the king of ink truly killed his wife? It seems the king of ink has not heeded my words. If that is the case, I shall take Xingchen to see his majesty and let him decide. Song Boy's voice was frigid as ice. Heaven knows the courage it took to step into the king of ink's residence. He could scarcely imagine the pain and despair Xingchen must be feeling. In that moment, Song Boyu summoned all his strength, glancing towards Xingchen, who lay on the ground, her pallid complexion devoid of color, blood staining her lips and the front of her clothing, a horrifying sight. Song Boyu's hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched into a fist, agony evident, yet he could not allow it to show too plainly. He could only endure. Xingchen could never have anticipated the regent would arrive so swiftly. He hastily explained, Your Majesty, it was an unfortunate accident. Xingchen passed away suddenly. And it has nothing to do with me. I can attest to this, Your Majesty. The consort truly passed unexpectedly. Fu Yiru immediately chimed in softly. Song Boyu cast a cold, disdainful glance at her. What do you think you are, to speak before me? Such a lack of decorum warrants punishment. Yes. Su Ruoan swiftly approached, denying Fu Yiru the chance to plead or explain, striking her face with a flurry of blows. It was undoubtedly this vile concubine who sowed discord, inciting chaos that led to the consort's misfortune, and thus Su Ruoan struck with ferocity. Ah, Your Highness, save me. Fu Yiru cried out in pain. Xingchen's heart ached for her. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with Ro er. I implore you to show mercy. How? Am I not permitted to discipline a mere concubine? Song Boyu retorted coldly, showing no mercy. Xingchen's brow furrowed tightly. He knew his uncle was resolute, and further pleas would only invite harsher punishment. Yet the timing felt too coincidental. Just as Xingchen encountered trouble, the regent appeared. Xingchen could not help but harbor doubts. The regent saved my consort at Fengwei Tower. This timing is rather peculiar. One might wonder if there exists a deeper connection between you and my consort, he probed sharply. Unfortunately, he comprehended too late. Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, uncle? What I mean is of no concern to you. Song Boyu declared imperiously, turning to lift Xingchen in his arms. I shall take her to the palace to see his majesty. The crime of murdering a wife is one the king of ink cannot bear. Chapter 40. Taking you home as the regent held Xingchen in his arms. The expression on Xingchen's face darkened ominously. He strode over, positioning himself squarely before the regent. Is the royal uncle truly so meddlesome? Are you willing to sever ties with me for the sake of this useless person? He could hardly believe that his uncle would risk offending the Prince of Mo over someone he deemed a fool. Song Boyu met Xingchen's icy gaze, his voice as frigid as a winter's night. This matter is under my jurisdiction. Do you think you can obstruct me today? Xingchen's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. He could not permit his uncle to take Xingchen away. Watching the regent hold her so tightly, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest, as though something he had never cared for was suddenly snatched away, leaving him utterly vexed. Xingchen is my consort. What right does the royal uncle have to take her? Xingchen demanded coldly. Indeed, what right did he have to take her? Was it the debt of gratitude? Or perhaps the unspoken affections? Song Boyu wrestled with his thoughts, but maintained an expression as frigid as eternal snow. Simply because I am your royal uncle. I shall not condone your crime of murdering your wife. Today, we shall see if you can prevent me from leaving the Prince of Mo's residence. Xingchen discarded all pretense. Since his uncle was so intent on humiliating him, he had no reason to hold back. Su Ruoan and Zhan Bai flanked the regent and Xingchen, their hands inching toward their weapons, prepared for any confrontation. If the regent lacks the right, then do I possess it? A furious voice resounded as Ye's mother stormed in, her anger palpable. Upon seeing Ye's mother arrive, accompanied by Yi Xiasa, Xingchen's expression soured even further. Damn it, why are they here? He muttered angrily. Sister, how could you be so foolish? I opposed your marriage to that scoundrel Xingchen from the start, yet you insisted on jumping into the fire. Now, to be killed by his own hands, how tragic. Yi Xiasa's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ye's mother wept bitterly, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter's bloody lips, as if each drop of blood were a dagger piercing her soul. These years, you have suffered in the Prince of Mo's residence. Now, in the bloom of your youth, calamity has befallen you. I shall avenge you, she declared fiercely, glaring at Xingchen. Prince of Mo, even if you disdain my daughter, why must you kill her? She is my only child, and now you would have me bury my child before my time. Do you truly believe the Yi family is so easily bullied? Faced with the wrath of Ye's mother and Yi Xiaosa, Xingchen felt a surge of humiliation and rage. This was all Yi Xingchen's doing. She spent a fortune of 100,000 taels to purchase a man, bringing shame upon the Prince of Mo's residence. Historically, men may take multiple wives. Why may women not do the same? Your residence is filled with women, yet you have never cast a glance at my daughter. She has been your wife for 3 years, yet you have never consummated your marriage. Is this not akin to making her a living widow? Why should she not seek solace elsewhere? The money she spent was hers alone. What business is it of yours? Indeed, my sister must not die without reason. Yi Xiaosa concurred. Despite their past grievances, seeing Yi Xingchen in peril genuinely saddened him. A mere Yi family dares to threaten me? I cast them aside without a second thought. Xingchen remained unfazed. After all, merchants were considered the lowest class, and he had initially saved Yi Xingchen with ulterior motives, seeking the wealth of the Yi family. Thus, he could never regard them as worthy. And what if the Prince of Mo stands with me? Song Boyi's voice was icy, each word deliberate. Xingchen furrowed his brow into a deep frown. Alone, he dismissed the Yi family, but with his uncle's backing, he recognized he could not contend with them. Ye's mother gasped, disbelief washing over her as she looked at Song Boyi. Regent, how could you oppose the Prince of Mo for Xingchen? She once saved my life. Such a debt of gratitude surpasses all. I shall not allow her to suffer injustice. Song Boyi explained, withholding his deeper feelings, aware that this was not the opportune moment to reveal them. I see. Thank you, Regent. The Prince of Mo has received an edict. His Majesty has sent me to deliver it. A voice, as grating as a duck's quack, shattered the tense atmosphere. Xingchen turned to see Wu Quan, the chief eunuch by the Emperor's side. Wu Gonggong, what is the Emperor's command? Wu Quan's gaze flickered between the Prince of Mo and the Regent, noticing the latter holding the Prince's consort. His expression tightened as he bowed. I have come to inform you, Prince of Mo, that someone has accused you of murdering your wife. His Majesty has commanded that you and the Prince's consort enter the palace. Ye's father, who had been following closely, had red-rimmed eyes. I am the one who has filed the complaint. My poor daughter, whom I have never punished, has been slain by you. The Yi family will not let this matter rest. Ye's father wept as he attempted to reach for his daughter, but Song Boyi, though frowning, did not obstruct him. Yet, when Ye's father attempted to lift her, he realized he could not manage it alone. Very well, I shall assist you in carrying her. I must enter the palace regardless. Song Boyi maintained a calm demeanor. Then I am grateful to the Regent. Ye's father replied appreciatively. Father, allowing the Regent to carry Xingchen is inappropriate. If outsiders see, it will surely cause scandal. Let me do it. Yi Xiaosa insisted as he stepped forward. Don't you dare. I would rather the Regent carry me than you. I would fear being dropped. A familiar voice startled all present in the courtyard. Song Boyi stared in disbelief at the figure in his arms. She had no breath or pulse, yet she could speak. Was it possible she had never died at all? Ye's mother was equally stunned. My dear, am I hearing things? Ye's father echoed her disbelief. I seem to be experiencing the same. I am not dead, you foolish people. I merely pretended to be dead to frighten the Prince of Mo twice he sought my life. I thought I would die before him and see how he would cope. I cannot believe the Regent is holding me. How delightful and thrilling. His embrace is so comforting. Yi Xiaosa, do not ruin my moment. Such a rare opportunity to be so close to the Regent. My mother was incredibly fierce just now, cursing as if she were me. She is magnificent. Father, who is usually under my mother's thumb, actually thought to go to the Emperor to file a complaint today. I must commend him. Given that Yi Xiaosa is protecting me, I shall refrain from causing you trouble in the future. The thoughts echoed in the minds of everyone from the Yi family, leaving them in shock. Chapter 41. Seeking separation. Song Boyi was utterly astonished, his hands trembling as they clutched Yi Xingchen. At that moment, he was unequivocally certain that Yi Xingchen was alive. Who else could be so infatuated with him? Rather than feeling anger over her feigned death, Song Boyi felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. As if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. She was alive, and that was a blessing. The anguish he had endured since learning of her predicament, rushing to the Wangfu of Mo, had been excruciating, filled with pain, guilt, and self-reproach. It was a torment that pierced his very bones. Now, upon hearing Xingchen's thoughts and discovering that her supposed demise was merely an act, the darkness before him was instantly illuminated by a ray of sunshine. He was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of Xingchen, he would have undoubtedly laughed aloud. As long as she was alive, that was all that mattered. Remembering her words about enjoying his embrace, he resolved to hold her even tighter. Boy's grip on Xingchen tightened, drawing her closer to him. Meanwhile, Su Ruan observed the sudden shift in her regent's demeanor, from fierce anger to inexplicable joy, leaving her perplexed about why the prince had suddenly ceased to be sorrowful. On the other hand, Yi's parents erupted into uncontrollable tears, exchanging glances filled with unspoken communication. Your mother exclaimed in relief, "Thank heavens, our daughter is alive." To which your father replied, "Indeed, we are fortunate to hear her thoughts. It was truly terrifying." Your mother continued, "It's all that wretched Imawat's fault. We cannot let him off the hook." Your father assured her, "Rest assured, I will avenge our daughter." To those observing, the Yi elders appeared to be heartbroken, weeping inconsolably, unaware that their tears were of joy. Yi Xiaosa, however, wore a grim expression, glaring coldly at Xingchen with wide eyes. This wretched girl had merely pretended to be dead. All his sorrow had been for naught. A deceit that mocked his tears, how detestable. Yet, upon learning she was alive, he released his clenched fist hidden within his sleeves, refusing to admit he had been concerned for her. Even Eunuch Wu appeared bewildered. "My lords, I understand your sorrow for your daughter, but I must return to the palace to report. You should hurry. Forgive us, Eunuch Wu. We shall leave at once. This matter cannot be left unresolved." Yi father retorted vehemently. In the palace, the emperor's expression tightened upon seeing Yi Xiaosa enter with Xingchen in his arms, followed closely by the Yi elders. While Boyu and Xingchen stood nearby, the emperor furrowed his brow and questioned, "Regent, why are you here as well?" "Uncle, do not speak foolishly. It was clearly Xingchen who died suddenly, and has nothing to do with me," Xingchen vehemently denied. "Your Majesty, please discern the truth. My daughter is as robust as an ox and did not die suddenly. This is merely Tsang Wang attempting to evade responsibility for his actions," Yi father cried, tears streaming down his face. "Yesterday, Tsang Wang publicly threatened my daughter with a sword at Fengwei building, declaring himself the ruler of Yue Kingdom, free to kill his wife as he pleased. I implore you, Your Majesty, to seek justice. Ye minister, cease your baseless accusations. I have never uttered such words." Xingchen roared in fury. "Whether I speak the truth or not, Song Wang knows well that his initial pursuit of my daughter was for the wealth of the Yi family," Yi father retorted coldly. Xingchen's heart sank. How could Yi father know of his past intentions? He thought he had silenced all those who could expose him. The emperor, observing Xingchen's hesitation, began to suspect, his expression darkening further. He was aware of Tsang Wang's ambitions, but never imagined he had calculated from the start, using marriage to acquire unimaginable wealth. "It was Xingchen who fell in love at first sight and forced my hand in marriage. It was never my desire to wed her," Xingchen scoffed. Your mother gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing she could not reveal the truth. Even if she did, Song Wang would deny it. "Even if my daughter loved you at first sight, you neglected her after marriage, subjecting her to humiliation and torment. On the very night you wed your concubine, you had her witness the ceremony. Such disgraceful conduct has tarnished the royal family's dignity. Now, my daughter has been murdered by your hand. All I ask, Your Majesty, is for Xingchen to be free from Tsang Wang's grasp. To have her buried at the Wangfu would be the ultimate humiliation." Yi mother knelt in supplication. "Your Majesty, please, let my sister find justice," Yi Xiaosa echoed, also kneeling. "Separation is out of the question. I will only divorce her," Xingchen coldly retorted. Xingchen stiffened, instinctively glancing at Yi Xingchen's pale face, his heart quivering slightly, though he maintained a facade of calm. "I have nothing to regret, and thus have no fear. Your Majesty, you are wise and formidable. I have but one daughter. If she is to be humiliated by Tsang Wang, I shall end my life right here in this hall," Yi father declared, desperation evident in his voice. The emperor's expression turned frigid, exuding unparalleled authority. "Yi Qing, are you threatening me? I would never dare, Your Majesty. I merely speak as a grieving father, mourning the loss of my beloved child," Yi father lamented, tears flowing profusely. The emperor glared furiously at Song Wang, filled with disappointment. "Did you truly kill Xingchen?" He then turned to the regent, seeking his opinion. "Your Majesty, since Xingchen perished in the Wangfu, we must summon the servants of the Wangfu to ascertain if Tsang Wang was indeed responsible. No matter how formidable he is, It is impossible for him to buy the loyalty of everyone. There may yet be a faithful servant among them, Song Boyi replied, his expression calm and composed, betraying no emotion. I request your majesty to summon the witnesses. Ye father and you mother immediately bowed in prayer. Song Xingchen clenched his fist within his sleeves, his brows knitting tightly. He knew well that the several servants Yu mother had sent were loyal to Yi Xingchen. If they revealed the truth, it would spell his doom. If only he had ordered Gugio to eliminate them all earlier. Uncle, are you speaking on behalf of the Yi family because you have received their benefits? Song Xingchen deliberately shifted the topic. Chapter 42. A bold move. The emperor's gaze suddenly turned sharp, casting a shadowed glance at Song Boyi. Song Boyi replied with calmness, stating, as the regent, I hold the responsibility of overseeing the court and the princess. The king of Ink nearly took the life of the princess of Ink in the Fengyue Tower, an act witnessed by all present. I had cautioned you then, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. If the people were to learn that the king of Ink, unrepentant, murdered his own wife, such a bloodthirsty and cruel individual could one day turn against the emperor or oppress the common folk. The emperor's brow furrowed deeper, his anger shifting its focus. Song Xingchen, initially triumphant, turned pale at the final words. Uncle, cease your alarmist rhetoric. Have I ever contemplated regicide or oppression? Your intentions matter little. What is significant is how His Majesty perceives it and how the people perceive it. After all, they have witnessed the king of Ink wielding a sword against his own wife without a shred of remorse. With such cold-blooded cruelty, what is there that you would not do? Song Boyi retorted. Song Xingchen, trembling under his father's icy gaze, fell to his knees. Father, please quell your anger. Do not be deceived by uncle. He is deliberately sowing discord and slandering me. If you harbor no such thoughts, why fear slander? The emperor's fury was palpable. A ruler is often the most suspicious, and he could scarcely fathom that his most cherished son could be so ruthless. Song Xingchen trembled uncontrollably. I hold the utmost respect for father. I would never entertain such thoughts. I implore you to see clearly. At that moment, Eunuch Wu entered quietly, speaking softly, Your Majesty. The young master from the state protectorate seeks an audience, claiming to bear witness. Song Xingchen's expression turned cold. Father, Yin Tianming is in league with Yu Xingchen. He will surely speak in her favor. Initially, the emperor had no intention of calling witnesses, but having heard the regent's words, he recognized that the king of Ink had grown too arrogant and had been active in the court, garnering the support of several ministers. It was indeed time for a reprimand. Let him in, the emperor commanded coldly. Yes, Eunuch Wu responded, promptly conveying the order. Yin Tianming entered the hall, accompanied by several individuals, both men and women, including Tang Yu and Tang Feng. They immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, Long live your majesty. The emperor's icy gaze swept over them. Yin Tianming, who are these people? Your majesty. I can testify that the king of Ink indeed intended to kill the princess of Ink, declared a young man, Shou Kai, son of the minister of rights and a close associate of Yin Tianming. I can also bear witness. Others echoed in agreement. The emperor's countenance darkened considerably, though reason urged him to maintain composure. While the king of Ink may not have favored the princess, it is uncharacteristic of him to resort to murder. What is the underlying truth? Song Boyi raised an eyebrow. The emperor was indeed astute, but he remained silent. The emperor's attempts to undermine him were evident. If he learned of Song Boyi's affection for Yi Xingchen, she would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Later, the princess arrived, saving Yin Gongzi's life, and the state protector and his wife rewarded her with a substantial sum of 100,000 taels. In front of the state protector's wife, the prince declared that this sum rightfully belonged to the princess, and he would not interfere, allowing her to handle the matter herself. The emperor's fury ignited. King of Ink, did you kill Yi Xingchen for this sum? Father, my intent was not for the money, but because Yi Xingchen used it to purchase the services of a male courtesan at Fengyue Tower. As the dignified king of Ink, how could I tolerate such a transgression? Hence, I acted with undue severity, but I never intended to kill her, Song Xingchen explained. Song Xingchen, you are truly shameless, committing acts without accountability. Now that a life has been lost, you still shirk responsibility. I hold you in contempt. Yin Tianming rebutted immediately. Yi's father grimaced, incredulous that his daughter would spend such a sum on a male courtesan. Yet Yi's mother was unfazed. Throughout history, men have had multiple wives. Why should women be denied? The prince allows my daughter to remain a widow for 3 years. She merely enjoys music, having done nothing inappropriate. What is wrong with that? Truly, my mother's thoughts are ahead of her time. Father, why not expose the king of Ink? 2 years ago, The emperor dispatched funds to Hunan for disaster relief, and the king of Ink embezzled half, melting it into ingots hidden in a cave 3 miles outside the eastern suburbs. Last year, the soldiers at the border perished from the cold because the king of Ink misappropriated their winter supplies, substituting reeds for cotton, leading to their suffering. This year, he also mismanaged the funds for repairing the riverbanks, converting them all into banknotes hidden at the Jufeng money house. Yi's father was taken aback. These were severe crimes that could lead to extermination. How did his daughter come to know such things? Nonsense. Women should adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. A wife should follow her husband. Yi's wife is truly leading her husband astray, Xingchen coldly remarked. With the Fade torn, he had nothing left to lose. Seeing his wife insulted, Yi's father erupted, "Your Majesty, I must report the king of Ink for embezzlement." Upon uttering these words, the emperor was utterly astonished. "Yiqing, what did you just say? Yongqing, do not falsely accuse me." Xingchen roared in fury. Xingchen was in shock. Unable to believe that Yi's father had discovered his embezzlement and the location of the hidden silver. The emperor's face darkened, an aura of danger emanating from him. His piercing black eyes glinting with cold light. "Yiqing, should your words prove true, you are aware of the consequences of treason." His voice was chilling, filled with authority. "Your Majesty, I am willing to stake my life and family on the veracity of my words," Yi's father declared solemnly. "My daughter, do not betray your father. I risk my life for you." Xingchen was drenched in cold sweat, resolute in denying the allegations, even to the point of death. He glanced at a small eunuch in the corner, signaling him discreetly, and the eunuch silently prepared to retreat. Yet, Song Boyi observed everything with a piercing gaze. "Whom do you intend to inform in secret?" His frigid voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Chapter 43. I will protect you as soon as the words were spoken. They sent shockwaves throughout the grand hall, causing everyone to glance towards the young eunuch. Realizing he had been exposed, the eunuch, terrified, fell to his knees and implored, "Your Majesty, spare me. I merely had an urgent need to relieve myself. I intended no message for anyone." The emperor, with his fierce, dark eyes, glared down with wrath, declaring, "If you do not speak the truth, I shall ensure you live in torment." His menacing voice sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. The eunuch trembled, unable to lift his gaze, and stammered, "Your Majesty, I only received a signal from Lord Mo, urging me to deliver a message to Empress Xian." The emperor, taken aback, realized that there was indeed an informant close to him. "Seize him and take him to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation," he bellowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." 2 guards immediately entered the hall. "I understand my mistake. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. I beg you to save me. I acted only for Lord Mo." The eunuch cried desperately as he was dragged away by the guards. The emperor, once skeptical, now firmly believed that Lord Mo had indeed embezzled funds. Otherwise, why would he send someone to relay messages? "Baron Qing," the emperor thundered. The commander of the imperial guards promptly stepped forward. "Your servant is here, Your Majesty." "What are your commands?" The heart of Lord Mo sank, his complexion turning ashen. It was all over now. The money he had hoarded was lost. "Xingchen, you appear utterly spiritless. Could it be that you truly embezzled funds? How audacious of you. That money was meant for disaster relief. The lives of so many depend on it. Are you not afraid that vengeful spirits will come to reclaim what you have stolen?" Yin Tianming scoffed. Xingchen, already fearful, erupted at the accusation. "Yin Tianming, be silent. You are everywhere, daring to doubt me, a prince? I may not be a paragon of virtue, but I would never steal the funds meant to save the lives of the people. You are the esteemed Lord Mo. Once the imperial guards uncover the hidden money, your title may be in jeopardy," Yin Tianming retorted provocatively. "You despicable." Xingchen seethed. "I may lack skills and accomplishments, but I possess a clear conscience. It is your corrupt heart that is truly revolting," Yin Tianming continued. "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall have your tongue," Xingchen threatened. The next moment, Yin Tianming wailed dramatically, "Your Majesty, save me. Lord Mo threatens to cut out my tongue. I do not wish to become mute." The emperor, already displeased with Lord Mo, had overheard their exchange, and his expression darkened further. "Both of you, be silent. No one is permitted to speak until the matter is clarified." Yin Tianming complied. But Xingchen was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt soaked through. "Father, I urgently need to step out," he pleaded. "Bring the chamber pot. Wuan, personally escort Lord Mo to the side hall," the emperor coldly ordered, devoid of his usual tenderness. Xingchen's heart plummeted. His father truly no longer trusted him. To maintain the facade, he could only follow Wuan to the side hall. Your Majesty, Empress Xian requests an audience, announced the eunuch outside the hall. The emperor furrowed his brow. What could the empress want? He glanced towards the side hall, his expression darkening further. Do not let her in. Inform her that I am occupied. No one is to disturb me. He coldly refused, though he usually favored Empress Xian. When it came to the relief funds and the countless victims who had died unjustly, the emperor was not to be trifled with. Yes, the eunuch acknowledged and departed. Outside the hall, upon hearing that the emperor was too busy to see her, Empress Xian's expression soured. In all these years, His Majesty has never denied me an audience. What could be so pressing today? She inquired. Has Lord Mo not exited the palace yet? She continued. Not yet, came the reply. Without further inquiry, she turned to leave, pausing at the corner. Immediately find out who else entered the palace today. I noticed many imperial guards leaving. Something significant must have occurred. Dispatch someone to follow them. Yes. Her confidant, Xingchen, affirmed. I just learned that Lord Mo has killed the Mo princess, and the Yi family has come to the palace seeking justice. The regent happened to pass by the Mo residence and witnessed the incident, thus accompanying them to the palace, Xingchen reported. Empress Xian's face darkened to an extreme. How foolish of Cheng'er to resort to murder. Why would he take matters into his own hands? This is a grave misstep. That wretched Xingchen. Cheng'er has never favored her. Her death is fortuitous. The position of Mo princess should rightfully belong to one of equal standing. Send word to Miss Jing. She has been infatuated with Cheng'er. With the Mo princess now vacant, she must seize this opportunity. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lady. But with Lord Mo still inside, should we not offer assistance? Xingchen inquired. Your words hold merit, Empress Xian acknowledged. Inside the grand hall, Song Boi coughed softly, struggling to maintain his stance. Your Majesty, since the circumstances are now clear, I shall take my leave, he spoke, followed by several more coughs. Song Boi raised an eyebrow. The emperor was clearly testing him. Very well, let the regent accompany Wen to the side hall. Let the divine physician attend to him. The emperor commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, Wen replied, stepping closer to Song Boi's side. The emperor is indeed cunning. He must be intent on eliminating the regent. He is so eager to poison the regent. I am curious to discover the true nature of this divine physician. It presents an opportunity to ascertain the poison within the regent. Regent, proceed boldly. I shall be your protector. Chapter 44. Was it really you? Song Boi felt a surge of emotion and warmth at the heart's voice of Xingchen. Throughout his life, he had faced everything alone, surrounded by countless enemies who sought his life. Yet, for the first time, someone had vowed to protect him, and it was a woman. While other men might have reacted with anger or embarrassment, Song Boi felt nothing but gratitude. Xingchen was the first to utter such words to him, melting the ice within his heart. However, he did not wish for the emperor to discover Xingchen's ruse. Deception was a grave offense that could lead to the annihilation of entire families. Thus, he feigned ignorance and walked towards a side hall. Both his mother and father stood frozen in shock, their faces pale, barely daring to breathe. What had they just heard? The emperor had poisoned the regent. And this divine physician had not come to heal but to harm. Such royal secrets were far too dangerous for them to comprehend. It was certainly a matter that could lead to the extinction of their clan. The most troubling part was that it was their daughter who had revealed this information. Did she know it so clearly because the regent had confided in her? The very thought that he had shared such a secret with Xingchen was alarming, especially considering the rumors that he never allowed women to approach him closely. U.S. father nearly collapsed in fear, but U.S. mother steadied him. My dear husband, you must hold on. Our family depends on you. Father, mother, let me take a moment, Yi Xiaoshu said, equally astonished, casting a derisive glance at the supposedly lifeless Xingchen. His reckless and utterly worthless sister dared to claim she would protect the regent. Such bold arrogance. The emperor surveyed the crowd, his gaze finally landing on the adjacent side hall. A man entered, tall and slender, his face obscured by a silver mask, rendering his features indistinguishable, save for the piercing black eyes that shone with a cold brilliance. I have met the regent. Allow me to assess his condition, the man stated. Very well, Song Boi replied, extending his arm. Then I shall properly treat the regent. Should you require any medicinal herbs, have the Imperial Medical Bureau send them forth. The emperor said solemnly. Understood. I will prepare the medicines. The divine physician responded respectfully before retreating. Song Boi emerged from the side hall. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, between brothers, there is no need for formality. As long as your health is restored, I will procure any rare herbs needed. You need only focus on your recovery, the emperor declared with heartfelt sincerity. Had Ye's parents not overheard Xingchen's thoughts, they might have believed in the depth of the emperor's brotherly affection. Instead, they felt their scalps prickle with dread, realizing the gravity of the secrets they had just learned and the need to keep their mouths sealed. How strange. This divine physician seems somewhat amiss, they pondered. He did not poison the regent. Could the issue lie within the medicinal concoction? If only I could observe firsthand, but I am feigning death and cannot leave. Xingchen mused, wishing for someone to investigate on her behalf. In the midst of their anxious waiting, a familiar figure appeared, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Reborn. Your Majesty, I have discovered the silver in the mountains 3 miles east of the city. It has been melted into lumps, amounting to dozens of boxes, roughly 500,000 taels, he reported. The emperor's fury ignited, his eyes blazing as he glared at Xingchen. Suddenly rising from his throne and striding towards him, delivering a fierce kick that sent Xingchen sprawling to the ground. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you embezzle the disaster relief funds? Those are life-saving resources. How could you? The emperor roared. Years ago, when disaster struck, the people were displaced, starving, even resorting to cannibalism. The emperor had devoted the meager treasury to relief efforts, yet many had still perished. He had pondered why, despite sending aid, so many lives were lost. Now he realized that the funds meant for relief had been pilfered by his own son. Xingchen lay on the ground, chest heaving in pain, but he disregarded his suffering and knelt, begging for mercy. You scoundrel! Even now, you refuse to admit your guilt. How could I have such a remorseless son? The emperor's face darkened, his wrath boiling over as he delivered further kicks. In a fit of rage, he seized the sword from the throne and placed it against Xingchen's neck. Speak. Did you or did you not embezzle the disaster relief funds? If you utter a single lie, I will slay you. The emperor bellowed, his authoritative voice echoing throughout the hall. Xingchen, struck and bleeding, turned pale with fear, the gleaming sword at his throat, a symbol of his father's wrath. Mercy, father. I was foolish and have seen the error of my ways. I will not dare to repeat it. Please spare my life, he cried, his head knocking against the ground in desperation. The emperor's eyes blazed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression a mixture of fury and profound disappointment. This was the son he had raised, the heir he had nurtured, and yet he had chosen to embezzle funds meant for the suffering, while so many had perished from hunger and cold. The emperor's heart ached at the memories of the devastation wrought by the disaster. Before he could voice his condemnation of the embezzling prince, a small eunuch's voice rang out from outside. Your Majesty, it is grave news. Consort Xian has fainted. Chapter 45, Separation Foolish Servant. Immediately summon the imperial physician to attend to Consort Xian. Ensure that all physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau are present. We must revive her. The emperor's concern was palpable in his voice. Yes. The young eunuch promptly complied. Of all times to faint, why now? Consort Xian certainly knows how to pick her moments. Yin Tianming muttered under his breath. Zhou, frightened, paled at his words. Do you wish to die? Do not utter such nonsense in front of His Majesty. You will drag me down with you. I am aware. I am not foolish, Yin Tianming retorted, rolling his eyes. Fortunately, the two stood at the back, speaking softly enough that no one noticed them. The emperor, high above, wished to see Consort Xian, but was infuriated upon noticing the kneeling Xingchen. It is your foolishness that has caused Consort Xian to faint. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you. Xingchen, who had hoped to breathe a sigh of relief, now dared not even exhale. Father, you are correct. It is all my fault. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please, go see Mother. She knows nothing of my actions and is innocent. The emperor's cold expression softened slightly. At least you show some conscience. He turned to leave. Ye's father seized the moment to interject. Your Majesty, we have uncovered the truth regarding Prince Mo's embezzlement of funds. We implore you to punish him severely. The emperor shot him a furious glare. What? Do you require my guidance in executing my duties? Ye's father trembled in fear. I dare not. It was my rudeness. Please, punish me as you see fit. Seeing that the emperor had no intention of punishing Prince Mo, Ye's mother wisely sought a compromise. Your Majesty, Xingchen was killed by Prince Mo. If she is buried in the royal tomb, there will surely be whispers. As a humble woman, I ask only that you grant a separation between her and Prince Mo, so Xingchen may rest in peace. I beseech you to fulfill this request. Xingchen scoffed. How dare she hope to be laid to rest in the royal tomb? What a dream. The emperor's expression darkened as he warned him. Silence. You are responsible for this calamity. Now that Xingchen is gone, the Yi family seeks a separation. Prince Mo, you shall draft the divorce decree at once. Xingchen was reckless and tarnished the reputation of the Missouri estate. I will not separate from her. I can only annul our marriage. Xingchen protested begrudgingly. Before the emperor could respond, Ye's father erupted with rage. Prince Mo, how cruel you are. My daughter has been with you for 3 years. Reduced to less than a servant, enduring your humiliation. Now that she is dead by your hand, the Yi family only seeks to preserve her name. Your heart is devoid of compassion. Even in death you seek to shame her. Although we are merely merchants. I would stake all of Ye's wealth against your estate to seek justice. After all, Xingchen is my only daughter. Xingchen's expression turned icy with anger. He desired to humiliate Xingchen further. Bring it on. I will not back down. The emperor, witnessing the mounting tension, finally spoke with a heavy heart. Both Xingchen and Prince Mo share blame in this matter. Now that Xingchen is no longer with us, the title of Princess Mo shall be revoked. Prince Mo, draft the divorce decree immediately, severing all ties between the Missouri estate and the Yi family. Father, Xingchen attempted to protest, but the emperor's fierce gaze silenced him. Do you wish to defy my command? The Yi family only seeks a divorce, not your life. Consider yourself fortunate. The emperor chastised. Xingchen, taken aback, reluctantly acquiesced. You are right, father. I shall write it now. Yes, father expressed his gratitude. Thank you for allowing my daughter to rest in peace. From now on, the Yi family shall be loyal to your majesty. The emperor, satisfied, acknowledged that the Missouri estate had thrived due to the Yi family's support. With Xingchen's tragic demise, this schism presented an opportunity to control the Yi family. Qing, do not grieve excessively. You need not attend court for the next few days. Focus on handling your sister's affairs, the emperor consoled. Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness, Ye's father said, wiping non-existent tears from his face. Eunuch Wu promptly brought paper and ink, and Prince Mo drafted the divorce decree. Ye's father inspected it thoroughly, satisfied, and tenderly tucked it away. Your majesty, I shall take my leave. The emperor nodded. You may depart. Qing cast one last glance at Xingchen's lifeless form before hoisting her sister onto his back and departing, with the elder Yi couple following closely behind. At that moment, the divine physician approached with a bowl of medicinal soup. Your majesty, the regent's medicine is prepared. Regent, do not squander my efforts. The emperor expressed with concern. Song Boi respectfully accepted the bowl, drinking its contents in one go. Yes, he replied, turning to leave. Father, you truly let him leave like that? I am certain of his unusual connection to Xingchen. My uncle must be seeking to win over the Yi family. Xingchen urged. The emperor cast him a disdainful glance. Fool, if you can see it, how could I not? Song Boi remains indifferent even when death is near. When has he ever meddled in others' affairs? Yet, it is fortunate that Xingchen has died. The Yi family is merely a merchant household and poses no threat. But you dare to embezzle disaster relief funds. If this gets out, you will lose your head. Xingchen's face paled. Father, please do not be angry. I was momentarily foolish. I did not touch a single coin. As you can see, I have returned it all to you. Indeed. Xingchen beat a hasty retreat. Outside the palace, as Song Boi exited the gates, he immediately used his internal energy to expel the medicinal soup he had just consumed. He then wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, informed the disaster victims from that year that Prince Mo embezzled the relief funds, causing them to lose their homes and families. Yes. Su Ruan immediately set off to carry out the order. Zhan Bai, personally ensure Xingchen's safety. The Yi household will likely experience unrest tonight, Song Boi instructed. His brow furrowed. Given Xingchen's vengeful nature, he would not let Xingchen or her family off easily. Understood. Chapter 46. Nurturing Yi Xiaosa hurriedly carried Xingchen towards the main house, where the elders of the Yi family ordered everyone to withdraw, leaving only a few trusted old servants to guard the courtyard. Haven't you had enough of pretending? Hurry up and get up. This journey has exhausted me. Yu Xiaosa glared angrily at Xingchen. Xingchen lazily opened her eyes. How did you know I was pretending to be dead? This question left Yu Xiaosa momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was only after hearing Xingchen's innermost thoughts that he realized she was feigning death. How could he admit to hearing her thoughts? If he did, this stubborn girl would never think anything again in her heart. You, so greedy and timid, how could you dare to die? Weren't you always clamoring to compete with me for the Yi family's fortune when you were little? Yi Xiaosa made an excuse. Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. I was always so ambitious as a child. That's not the point. The point is that you are alive, thanks to the blessings of our ancestors. My Xingchen is safe and sound. And that is enough, said Yu Mother, her eyes reddening as she spoke. Feeling deeply touched, Xingchen sat up immediately. Mother, don't cry. I'm fine. Xingchen cannot harm me. Then why did you vomit blood after he hit you? The bloodstains on your clothes terrified both me and your mother. Your father asked with concern. I initially planned to fight back, but then I thought that since he was injured, the Emperor and Xian Fei would definitely not let me off the hook, so I decided to turn the tables and pretend to be gravely wounded, Xingchen explained. I didn't expect to successfully obtain the divorce today. It must be because father provided evidence of the Mo Wang's embezzlement, and the Emperor just happened to find the silver. That's why he agreed to the divorce, as a way to comfort the Yi family. But father, you were truly remarkable to have captured such a significant piece of evidence against the Mo Wang and only revealed it at a critical moment, granting your daughter her freedom. You are magnificent. Xingchen expressed her admiration. Hearing his daughter's praise, your father coughed awkwardly. Could he admit that he had decided to confront the Mo Wang because he heard his daughter's thoughts? Our family shops are spread across the 4 nations, so we naturally know much news. Your father is merely making a decisive strike at a crucial moment, Yi Mother interjected. Little did she know that everyone had heard Xingchen's thoughts. This twist had not been written in the story. So Xingchen remained unaware that her innermost musings were overheard. Yu Xiaosa, watching his parents' awkward performance, quickly changed the subject. What are your plans now? In the eyes of the Mo Wang and the Emperor, you are considered dead. If they find out you faked your death, it would be a crime against the Emperor. The Emperor is the most suspicious. If I were to reveal that I am alive, he would surely take out his anger on the Yi family and not spare anyone. Thus, I must find a different way to live, Xingchen analyzed. What kind of different way? Yu Xiaosa inquired, intrigued. I won't tell you. After all this fuss. I am hungry. Father, mother, do we have anything to eat at home? Xingchen's stomach responded with a growl. Yes, of course. If not, your mother will make something for you herself. You have suffered for years in the Mo Wang's residence. From now on, stay at home and let us take care of you, Yi Mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. Xingchen felt warmth in her heart. Thank you, Mother. Foolish child. Why are you thanking me? I will go prepare something right away, Yi Mother replied before leaving. Dear, your mother and I have grown old. We only wish for you all to be safe and sound, Your father sighed. Don't worry, father. I will never have any ties with him again. Please. Tomorrow take this divorce decree and read it in the busiest place in the capital of Songyue Kingdom, so that everyone knows I have completely severed ties with the Mo Wang, Xingchen instructed. Now reassured, your father said, all right, I will do as you say. I want everyone to know that my daughter has no connection to the Mo Wang. What can I do to help? Yu Xiaosa leaned in to ask. You're right. My dowry is still in the Mo Wang's residence, and I cannot let that scoundrel Xingchen benefit from it. He shouldn't even think about taking a single coin. Yu Xiaosa said angrily. Soon, Yi Mother returned with several servants, bringing a multitude of dishes. Seeing the lavish spread laid out, Xingchen frowned. Mother, this is too extravagant. Isn't it? It is rare that you have escaped the Mo Wang's residence and regained your freedom. Tonight, we must celebrate properly, Yi Mother said cheerfully. Indeed. We should celebrate well, Yi Father agreed. Xingchen no longer objected and raised her cup to toast her parents. The elder Yi couple's eyes glistened with tears, and even Yu Xiaosa felt a twinge in his nose. Their family was finally reunited, able to enjoy a meal together. Meanwhile, at the Mo Wang's residence. Damn it, Yongqing. How dare he accuse me of embezzling silver? Who gave him the audacity? If he seeks his own demise, he cannot blame me for being ruthless. Xingchen seethed. His confidant, Gugio, entered immediately. My lord, what are your commands? Notify the dark guards. Leave no one from the Yi family alive. And do it cleanly, Xingchen commanded, each word laced with malice. Gugio stiffened. My lord, you just severed ties with the Yi family tonight. Isn't it too conspicuous to act now? Xingchen glared. When have I ever needed your questioning in my affairs? Go at once. I will not rest until the Yi family is utterly obliterated. Understood, Gugio replied before departing. At that moment, Fu Yiru, who had been waiting outside, stepped in. After a long night, my lord must be tired. Allow me to massage your shoulders. She reached out, applying just the right amount of pressure. Since the Mo Wang entered the palace, Fu Yiru had dispatched people to keep an eye on the activity in the residence. Now hearing that the Mo Wang had divorced Xingchen, she could hardly contain her joy. Finally, Xingchen was gone, and she would become the Mo Wang's consort. Xingchen's icy demeanor softened slightly. You understand me well, Yiru. That useless Xingchen, how fortunate that my father allowed me to divorce her. She has been a burden. My lord, Might the Yi family retaliate now that Yi Xingchen is in trouble? Fu Yiru feigned concern while secretly probing. What is there to fear? Tonight, I will ensure the Yi family vanishes completely. Song Tingchen's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Feigning surprise, Fu Yiru's heart danced with glee. Kill them all. There will be no one left to oppose me. Song Tingchen pulled Fu Yiru close, seating chapter 47. The Prince of Ink is possessed. Fu Yiru let out a piercing scream as she was kicked to the ground, her arm striking the corner of the table, causing her face to contort in pain. Your Highness, what has happened? It is me, your Yiru. She questioned in bewilderment. At that moment, Xingchen was deaf to her words. His furious gaze directed at the fallen Fu Yiru. You shameless Xingchen, how dare you impersonate Yiru and seduce me? I shall see to your demise. With a roar of rage, he rose and approached her, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks, venting all his fury and resentment towards Xingchen. Ah, your Highness. It hurts. I am Yiru, not Xingchen. Please, see clearly. Ah, help. Your Highness, awaken. Fu Yiru cried out in despair, begging for mercy. Yet, regardless of her pleas, Xingchen seemed impervious to her cries, each blow delivered with unrelenting force, devoid of compassion. Her shrill screams echoed throughout the room, reverberating into the courtyard. The servants outside, startled by her cries, dared not enter, for he was the King of Ink, once the favored consort of the king. Fu Yiru now found herself on the receiving end of his wrath, her visage marred and unconscious, revealing the depths of his loathing for her. Only when Xingchen grew weary from his assault did he cease, casting a disdainful glare at the now bruised and unconscious Xingchen. Someone, take her to the side courtyard. She is not to leave without my command, he bellowed. Yes, your Highness. 2 guards promptly entered, carrying the unconscious Fu Yiru away. The maids outside, witnessing the bloodied and battered state of the consort, were taken aback, holding their breath as they hurried to the courtyard of Qin Marin. Upon hearing that the consort had been nearly beaten to death, Qin Marin could hardly contain her joy, nearly celebrating the occasion. At last, that wretched Fu Yiru has fallen from grace. How could she, the daughter of a mere 4th-rank official, deserve the position of consort? It serves her right. Prepare me for a visit to the king, commanded Qin Marin. Yes, the maids hurried to assist her. Before long, Qin Marin surveyed her reflection in the mirror, satisfied with her alluring appearance, and promptly made her way to the adjoining courtyard. I greet your Highness. I have prepared ginseng soup for your enjoyment, she said. Swaying towards him, Xingchen, already in a turbulent state, felt his anger dissipate slightly upon hearing Qin Marin's dulcet tones. Come in, he replied. Qin Marin beamed, presenting the ginseng soup. Your Highness, I personally simmered this for 2 hours. Please do have a taste. However, as Xingchen glanced up, the detestable visage of Xingchen struck him once more. Xingchen, why are you still here? Did I not command you to be confined to the side courtyard? Qin Marin gasped. Your Highness, I am Qin Marin, not the princess. You shameless Xingchen, still harboring designs against me. You just claimed to be Yiru. And now you call yourself Qin Marin. How audacious. Take her away and confine her to the side courtyard. She is not to leave until she draws her last breath. Xingchen's voice thundered. Qin Marin turned pale with fright. Your Highness, I truly am Qin Marin. How could you treat me this way? 2 guards entered, disregarding her pleas, and swiftly escorted her away. Xingchen's expression darkened further. The persistent Xingchen was truly infuriating. That night, the echoes of torment filled the entire residence, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Every woman in the rear courtyard, hoping to curry favor that night, was swiftly confined to the side courtyard by Xingchen. Fuming, Xingchen stormed towards his study, only to encounter Dai Shui and Luo Bing, who had come to witness the commotion. Yet another Xingchen. Damn it! Does that wretched woman not tire of appearing before me? He roared. Upon uttering those words, he immediately sensed something amiss. Xingchen was undoubtedly dead, having perished at his own hands. How could she continue to haunt him? Dai Shui stiffened. Your Highness, perhaps you missed the princess too much, leading to this confusion? Luo Bing frowned. Does the prince truly seem like one in longing? It appears rather he wishes to inflict 1,000 cuts upon the princess. Dai Shui nodded. Indeed, the prince's countenance does not bode well. Someone, confine both of these Xingchen at once. I wish to see neither of them again. Xingchen bellowed. Luo Bing, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained cautious. Glancing at Gujiao, why does the prince refer to us as the princess? This behavior seems quite peculiar. Could he be possessed? Gujiao furrowed his brow and approached. Your Highness, are you unwell? I am perfectly fine. It is merely that seeing Xingchen ignites my fury. That wretched woman dares to play tricks. Kill them both at once. Xingchen's eyes blazed with anger. Gujiao noted the unusual nature of the situation. Your Highness, do you recognize me? Gujiao. Do you seek death? You are my personal guard. How could I not know you? Xingchen shot him a fierce glare. Gujiao sighed in relief. At least the prince still recognized him. He then turned to the two maids nearby. Your Highness, could you please identify them? Xingchen, now utterly enraged, retorted, Gujiao. Do you take me for a fool? How could I not recognize my own people? Why is there yet another Xingchen? Damn it. Is this woman determined to defy the heavens? The words solidified the suspicions of those present. It was evident that the prince was indeed possessed. Go quickly, Gujiao urged. In agreement. Xingchen's earlier bloodlust had dissipated, replaced by a sense of confusion. Dai Shui, now frightened, suggested, this seems quite serious. Perhaps I should take my leave. I do not wish to be mistaken for a target. With that, she fled. Xingchen's fury boiled over. Damn you, Xingchen. You shall not escape. I have no intention of sparing you. If you have the courage, come forth and challenge me. Chapter 48. An apology would be impossible, although Xingchen feigned indifference. His body trembled uncontrollably. He had never encountered such an eerie occurrence before. Very well, I shall spare her today. Xingchen huffed angrily and turned to stride toward his study. Gujiao, have the doors and windows secured. Yes. Gujiao, concerned for the Prince of Ink, stationed numerous guards outside the study. He immediately bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the Empress Xian. Today, for reasons unknown, the prince perceives all women as Xingchen. This situation appears to be quite sinister. Nonsense. How could one be possessed without reason? It must be your incompetence that has led to this predicament, Empress Xian retorted coldly. She had heard of the day's events and was aware that the Prince of Ink had slain Xingchen, a mere merchant's daughter whom she had never regarded highly. Thus, she felt no remorse for her son's actions. If necessary, additional compensation could be offered to the Yi family. Upon hearing Luo Bing's claim that the prince had been possessed, Empress Xian's heart raced with anxiety, prompting her to abandon her pretense of faintness. She hastily donned a cloak and made her way to the prince's residence. Open the door, she commanded. Yes. Gujiao promptly pushed the door open. Inside, numerous candles illuminated the room like daylight. Within, the Prince of Ink cowered beneath the bedding, a long sword clutched in his trembling hands, as if in fear of something unseen. Empress Xian had never witnessed her son in such a state, her heart aching for him. Chinner, what has happened? As soon as her voice echoed, the prince turned, his countenance shifting dramatically. Xingchen, you wretched woman. How dare you come here? I shall slay you. Xingchen cursed, ready to charge at her. Empress Xian's face turned pale with disbelief at the sight before her. Your Highness, be cautious. Luo Bing, who had followed closely, seized Empress Xian and pulled her aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Gujiao positioned himself protectively before Empress Xian. Your Highness, the prince's condition is dire. In his eyes, all women appear as Xingchen. I implore you to make a swift decision. He then proceeded to seal the prince's acupoints. At this point, Empress Xian could no longer doubt the situation, had it not been for Luo Bing. The prince's sword would undoubtedly have struck her. In his eyes, she was currently Xingchen. How could this happen? How has China transformed into this? Empress Xian was consumed with worry. Her expression hardened. Bring forth the concubine at once. Yes. Shortly after, two guards carried the concubine forth. Your Highness, we have brought her. They unceremoniously dropped her to the ground. Empress Xian was shocked to see the concubine lying motionless. At that moment, Fu Yuru was far from her usual poised demeanor. Her garments were stained crimson, her hair disheveled, and her face battered, resembling a grotesque sight. Wake her, Empress Xian commanded angrily. Yes. A guard approached with a basin of cold water and splashed it across Fu Yuru. The formerly unconscious Fu Yuru awoke, her eyes widening in recognition of Empress Xian. Empress, please save me. The prince has lost his mind. He intends to kill me. What did you say to Chiner? How has he come to be in this state? Empress Xian glared at her. Empress Xian's brow furrowed deeply. So, the root of all this lies with Xingchen. Xingchen, even in death, I shall not spare you. I will ensure your soul is tormented. Xingchen roared with fury. Your Highness, though Xingchen was not favored by the prince, she was wrongfully slain. Perhaps we could seek the assistance of a learned monk or Taoist to perform a ritual for her, Luo Bing suggested quietly. Empress Xian was well aware of this. It appears we have no other recourse. Just then, two guards hurried in. We pay our respects to Empress Xian. We have summoned the esteemed monk from the State Protection Temple. They previously performed rites for young Master Yin. Empress Xian observed the bald monks before her. Commence the rites immediately to guide Xingchen's spirit. Yes. Where did the incident occur? Additionally, we require belongings from the deceased, one monk inquired. Follow me. Gujiu personally led the monks to the entrance of the prince's residence, requesting the maidservants to fetch Xingchen's garments and handkerchief from her lifetime. The monks placed the items at the site of Xingchen's demise and positioned the prince within the circle they formed, beginning their chants. Empress Xian anxiously watched her son, praying fervently for his awakening. The vast courtyard echoed solely with the monks' recitations. As time passed, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. Its chilling howl seemingly intertwined with cries, sending shivers down the spine of all who listened. The wind intensified, battering at their eyes, ultimately scattering the chanting monks. This scene terrified everyone. The Prince of Ink turned pale, his body collapsing to the ground as he trembled violently, his eyes wide with terror. Xingchen, do not approach. I never intended to kill you. It was your own recklessness that led to this. Do not blame me. Seeing this, Gujiu hastily unsealed the prince's acupoints. The prince, disregarding any grievances with Gujiu, scrambled in fear. Xingchen, it is her vengeful spirit that has come for me. Gujiu, hasten and protect me. Empress Xian gasped in shock. Are you not esteemed monks? How can you not subdue even a single Xingchen? Empress Xian froze, her brow furrowing with increased alarm. What must be done to resolve this? What? Have my son apologized to Xingchen? That is out of the question. Empress Xian vehemently rejected the notion. A chilling gust swept through, forcefully pushing Empress Xian aside, causing her to collide with a pillar, leaving a sizable bump on her forehead. The monks, startled, exclaimed, "The vengeful spirit of the deceased has arrived. Everyone, flee for your lives." They promptly scattered in fear. Chapter 49. The reckoning arrives. Swiftly Xuanfei was struck on the forehead, pain contorting her countenance, and upon hearing the high monk's remarks, she was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Someone, come quickly and protect this palace. She cried out. Your Highness, what shall we do about the prince? Gujiu hurriedly pursued her for answers. Commander Gu, what are our next steps? Inquired one of his subordinates. Indeed, that night, the Prince of Mo's residence was thrown into disarray, all terrified by the prince's descent into madness. At dawn the following day, Ye's father rose early, clutching the divorce decree as he made his way to the most bustling area of Tsongyue's capital. Everyone. Yesterday the Prince of Mo publicly pinned a divorce decree before His Majesty. He has severed ties with my daughter, Xingchen. Henceforth, she bears no relation to the prince. And all matters of marriage and mourning are unrelated. I beseech you to witness this. Ye's father proclaimed gravely. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. Yionqing, have you lost your mind? A son-in-law like the Prince of Mo is a treasure beyond measure. You'd be hard-pressed to find one even with a lantern. Is your daughter not satisfied? One voice rebuked. Indeed, your daughter is lacking. To marry the Prince of Mo is already a great elevation. Some remarked. Ungrateful for the fortune they had. What nonsense are you spouting? Just days ago at the Fengyue Tower, the prince nearly struck the Princess of Mo dead. Another countered. Precisely. I was there too. Had it not been for the regent's timely intervention, the princess would surely have perished. Who would want a man capable of killing his wife in public? The crowd quickly divided into factions, some supporting the Yi family, others backing the Prince of Mo. All engaged in heated debate. Seeing this, Ye's father feigned tears, lamenting, My poor daughter. The prince killed you yet remains unpunished. Truly, heaven is blind. The crowd gasped, What? Xingchen has been killed? Indeed. That murderous prince struck down my daughter with a single blow last night. Her death was most tragic. Initially, he colluded with bandits to frame my daughter, feigning heroism to win her heart, all to covet the treasures of the Yi family. He has been married to my daughter for 3 years without consummation, while he indulges countless women in his courtyard. He constantly humiliates and bullies her. Even the servants of the prince's residence treat her poorly. My daughter has truly fallen into a pit of fire. The onlookers were stunned. They had heard shocking news that the Prince of Mo had indeed schemed against Xingchen and taken her life. Even those who initially supported the prince began to sympathize with the Yi family. Those who felt injustice for the Yi family joined the throng, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At the Prince of Mo's residence, Yi Xiaoshu cast a glance at the tightly shut gates and shouted, The Prince of Mo and the Yi family have divorced. Return the dowry. Among the crowd, Yi Xiaoshu had already arranged for dozens of people who began to chant along with him. As the crowd joined in, it was clear that a divorce necessitated the return of the dowry, a fact that was indisputable. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the prince's residence. With the Prince of Mo in a state of confusion, Gujiu, as his trusted aide, knew he must take charge. "Commander, trouble brews. The Yi family is at the palace gates demanding the dowry," reported a servant. Gujiu's face darkened as he pondered how to resolve the situation. When Xingchen emerged from within, those damned Yi family members dare to create a ruckus at the palace gates. He roared, striding towards the courtyard. Outside the palace, the crowd began to murmur. The Prince of Mo has closed the gates and refuses to emerge. Could it be he intends to abscond with the Yi family's dowry? Let us not forget, just days ago he spent over 100,000 taels at the auction. Rumor has it he has yet to pay the Fuyuan pavilion. Doubt quickly spread among the people, some even beginning to believe it, and the prince's reputation took a hit in their eyes. The gate swung open, and the Prince of Mo, Xingchen, emerged, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiaoshu. "Yi Xiaoshu, who do you think you are to cause a disturbance at my palace gates?" Unfazed, Yi Xiaoshu replied, "Prince, I am not causing a disturbance. I am here to rightfully demand my sister's dowry." Yes, father immediately produced the divorce decree. Once again, "I present this decree. I implore the prince to return the Yi family's dowry." Xingchen's countenance darkened, fury surging within him. "Gujiu, return it to them at once. Any belongings belonging to Yi Xingchen shall be cast far away. I wish to never see them again." Gujiu, caught in a dilemma, quietly reminded, "Your Highness, the dowry has gone missing. You discovered this in the storeroom just days ago." Xingchen froze, embarrassment washing over him. He had forgotten. With so many items in the prince's residence, just give them a few of anything. Yes, father extracted a folded document from his sleeve. "This is a list of the initial dowry items. I have kept a copy for reference. I did not expect it would come in handy today." I asked the prince to return each item in full. Xingchen's face darkened further, akin to spilled ink, his gaze sharp as a blade, shooting daggers at Ye's father. As he contemplated how to respond, he suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd, coldly regarding him. Xingchen's face drained of color. "Yi Xingchen, it is Yi Xingchen. Her vengeful spirit has come to seek retribution. Quick, someone protect me, quickly." Xingchen shouted in panic. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced by a headless chicken's frantic demeanor, sending him scrambling in terror, alarming the crowd. The onlookers, startled, turned to glance behind them, finding no sign of Yi Xingchen, and suddenly realized the truth. The prince, consumed by guilt, was spouting nonsense in broad daylight. Recalling Yi Xiaoshu's words about karmic retribution, the crowd scoffed at the prince. Indeed, the reckoning had arrived with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 50. The regent's scheme. Using handsome men, Gujiu wore a worried expression and quickly reassured the Prince of Mo, "Your Highness, Yi Xingchen is no longer here. There is nothing to fear." At that moment, the Prince of Mo was in no state to listen, his face marked by panic and dread. "No, she is here. She was just there. I saw her. She truly came to demand my life," he exclaimed. "I never intended to take her life. I merely wished to teach her a lesson. And who would have thought she would die?" His words inadvertently solidified the accusation against him for the murder of Yi Xingchen. As the common folk looked upon the Prince of Mo, sympathy was absent, replaced instead by scorn and reproach. The prince had indeed killed his wife. How cruel. When the Yi family came to demand the dowry, he feigned madness and refused to comply, a truly ironic turn of events. The crowd murmured in agreement. The Prince of Mo seeks to greedily keep the Yi family's dowry, and he is a prince of the realm. Even after the divorce, he would not return the dowry. It is utterly excessive. Moreover, he has slain their daughter and still refuses to return the dowry. Does he not fear nightmares in the dead of night? Nightmares? The retribution has already begun, Gujiu thought, as the jeers of the populace weighed heavily upon him. The dowry of the Yi family will be returned in full by the Prince of Mo. My lord has stated this before. However, the prince is unwell today, and the Mo residence is not so destitute as to rely on the dowry of the former princess for sustenance. Such words sound noble, yet will you actually return it? Yi Xiaoshu countered. "Please, both of you, enter the residence, and I shall have someone account for you." Gujiu replied sternly. "Why should we enter the residence? Just have the items brought out. My sister was killed by the Prince of Mo. What if my father and I enter and you silence us?" Yi Xiaoshu asked warily. "Indeed, my daughter has already been slain by the Prince of Mo. Shall I also lose a son?" Yes, father questioned angrily. Gujiu felt an immense pressure. If only the prince were coherent, but given his current state, it seemed hopeless. "You are merely the Prince of Mo's sycophant. If you were to slay me, how would I know if I would be avenged?" Yi Xiaoshu retorted. With Yi Xiaoshu's stubbornness wearing down his patience, Gujiu declared, "Since you refuse to enter the residence, the dowry must be substituted with equivalent items." Should you disagree, we shall have to wait until the prince has recovered. Ah. So it comes down to a lack of funds. Very well, we shall not press you. Let us substitute it with equivalent items, Yi Xiaoshu generously conceded. He was already aware that Xingchen had informed him of the Mo residence's depleted dowry, thus he awaited this very response. Gu Jiu shot him an angry glare. The dowry you possess is of no interest to the Mo residence, it is not valued. Soon after, a procession of servants from the Mo residence emerged, bearing items such as jewels, ancient artifacts, trinkets, and even a piece of red coral. Yi Xiaoshu had prepared well, promptly summoning the accountant to tally the worth. The items from the Mo residence proved insufficient. They even brought out the white jade lion from the courtyard, leaving the onlookers astonished. Simultaneously, they were struck by the opulence of the Yi family's dowry. Thus, this farce came to an end. Meanwhile, at Fengyue Tower, in a private room by the window, Xingchen reclined with several young officials, thoroughly enjoying herself. She had intentionally appeared amidst the crowd earlier to frighten the Prince of Mo, making him realize that daring to harm her would come at a price. Upon hearing that Xingchen had made a scene in the street, demanding a divorce, Song Bai was quite pleased. However, when he learned that she had gone to Fengyue Tower and entertained several young officials, his expression darkened. Foolishness. If she is discovered out here, it would spell disaster. Song Bai huffed, rising to leave. Su Ruoan shook her head. It seems our regent has fallen into Xingchen's trap. What do you mean by that? Zhang Bai asked, puzzled. Su Ruoan shot him a look. When have you ever seen our lord change his attire to go out? He intends to use his charms to attract Xingchen. Zhang Bai's lips twitched. The regent employing such a scheme? Impossible. Thus, it appears you are destined to remain a bachelor, Su Ruoan teased, promptly chasing after him. Zhang Bai cast a glare at her retreating figure but followed nonetheless. At Fengyue Tower, Song Bai entered through a side door, one specifically reserved for him by the matron. Others were unaware of its existence. Have you seen the regent? He inquired coldly. The matron was taken aback by his sudden appearance and immediately bowed respectfully. Whom do you seek? Song Bai, disinterested in further conversation, gestured to his hidden guard. Ajio, lead the way. Yes. Ajio swiftly made for a specific room on the second floor. This is the one. The matron's expression stiffened. Inside was a delicate young man, quite generous and... At that moment, she found it a pity that such a handsome individual was a broken sleeve. Witnessing the icy discontent on the regent's face, her expression shifted like a chameleon. Hadn't the regent gifted his ancestral jade hairpin to Miss Yi? Why then was he seeking a man? The commotion suggested he was on a mission to seize a woman. Song Bai kicked the door open with a furious glare. Yi Xingchen, donned in male attire, had disguised herself simply. Her visage bore an air of masculine elegance as she relished the company of the young officials. The moment Song Bai's presence registered, her surprise was palpable. Regent, what brings you here? The young officials quaked in fear at the sight of the regent, scrambling to stand respectfully to the side. Do not be afraid. The regent is quite amiable, Yi Xingchen encouraged. The young officials turned pale. Was this gentleman deranged? To claim that the regent was amiable to the citizens of Fengyue Kingdom. He was a cold-blooded, merciless figure, a terrifying existence more fearsome than the king of hell himself. Get out, Song Bai roared. The young officials fled in panic. And in an instant, they were gone. Su Ruoan promptly assisted in closing the door and remained outside, discreetly guarding the entrance. Chapter 51. Asleep on his chest, Yi Xingchen stiffened, casting a puzzled glance at the regent. Is the regent displeased? He was so fierce just now, it was quite terrifying. I don't think I have offended him, have I? Why is he so irate? Could it be that the emperor has troubled him again? Ah. I intended to celebrate my divorce with the regent, but it seems best not to mention it now. Should I leave? I must avoid confrontation. They say even the emperor fears the regent when he is enraged. My heart can scarcely bear it. Listening to her thoughts, Song Bai's expression shifted from pale to purple, then to dark, finally culminating in a resigned sigh. This ungrateful girl, how could she claim to find him fierce? Did she not realize why he was so? Don't you have anything to explain to me? Song Bai snorted coldly, moving to sit beside Yi Xingchen. Explain what? Yi Xingchen asked, bewildered. Song Bai's lips twitched. She still thought of him fondly and claimed to like him, yet now she couldn't even muster a single word of explanation. Song Bai's cold demeanor softened slightly as he deliberately flicked his sleeve. So, you came here to find a man? I heard the young men at the Fengyue Tower are quite handsome, so I wanted to see for myself. Indeed, Song Bai's aura grew even colder. But they are merely that. You are far more attractive than them. If you were to come here, you would undoubtedly be the headliner, unmatched by anyone. Xingchen praised. Song Boy's lips twitched. Are you complimenting me? How could she compare him to the young men of the Fengwei Tower? Of course. With your looks, you are simply unparalleled. Just gazing upon you is a feast for the eyes. I enjoy looking at you. Come, let us toast to celebrate my newfound freedom from marriage, Xingchen said, extending her cup toward him. Song Boy glanced at the cup with hesitation. This is my cup. I haven't even touched it yet, Xingchen clarified. Only then did Song Boy take the cup from her, drinking from it as if it symbolized an indirect kiss. At this thought, his anger dissipated, and a slight smile played on his lips. Seeing he still hesitated, Xingchen frowned. Am I being too forward? How could you possibly want to drink from a cup someone else has used? I shall have a servant bring a new one. She began to call for someone. No need. I find this cup quite satisfactory, Song Boy declared, tilting his head back to drink. Xingchen's expression brightened. That's the spirit. When out and about, one mustn't be overly fastidious, or one only ends up starving oneself. Let us drink until we are inebriated. We shall not return sober, Song Boy agreed. And they continued to drink. However, after just a few sips, Song Boy began to cough violently, prompting Xingchen to realize, it's my fault. I forgot you cannot hold your liquor. You should stop drinking. I am fine. Today is your day of liberation, and it is indeed worthy of celebration. Song Boy reassured her. Your words bring me joy, Xingchen said, mentally retrieving a flask from her space. This is a medicinal wine I concocted for you based on your condition. Do give it a try. Song Boy was taken aback. You made this for me? He hadn't anticipated that Xingchen had gone to such lengths, leaving him curious about where she had produced it from. Of course, your health won't improve overnight. Considering how you've helped me before, this is a gift for you, Xingchen offered. Song Boy took the flask, opened it, and took a sip. Unlike the pungent concoctions made by Fengyanmu, this wine was light and subtly sweet, more akin to fruit tea than alcohol. Upon swallowing, a warm sensation flowed through him, invigorating his entire being, which surprised Song Boy. He observed Xingchen, who was engrossed in her food, her cheeks flushed with excitement. A hint of affection crossed his deep-set eyes. She truly is his lucky star. What is there that she cannot do? Regent, cheers. Xingchen raised her flask. Song Boy's gaze softened further as he lifted his own flask of medicinal wine. Cheers. They drank deeply, engaging in light-hearted conversation, relishing the moment. Before long, Xingchen became intoxicated, her head swaying as she looked at Song Boy, seeing double. Hey, Regent, why are there two of you? I can drink 1,000 cups without faltering. Look, I can still stand, Xingchen declared, attempting to rise. However, she had yet to regain her balance before toppling sideways. Song Boy, without a second thought, shifted his body to cushion her fall, and she landed in his embrace. Instead of the anticipated pain, she felt a softness. As she looked up, she was met with Song Boy's extraordinarily handsome face, instantly becoming enamored. How can someone be so stunning? I want to pinch his cheeks, Xingchen exclaimed, reaching out to touch his face. His skin was smoother than a woman's, with remarkable elasticity. Surely he must be a celestial being, inciting envy even in a woman like her. If it were anyone else, Song Boy would have long since cast her aside, yet now, as she playfully squished and kneaded his face, he found himself unexpectedly enjoying it. So, she liked to pinch faces when drunk. Regent, I like you. Song Boy perked up, eager to hear her clearly. Yet, when he glanced down, he found her fast asleep against his chest. Listening to her gentle breathing and feeling her small hand resting on his face, warmth spread through Song Boy's heart. It was as if a long empty void had finally been filled. But, does she trust him so completely? Does she not fear he might lose control? If it were any other man today, would she have acted the same way? With that thought, Song Boy's expression darkened, and he instinctively made to rise. Regent. Don't move, Xingchen mumbled. Song Boy froze, afraid to stir. Hearing her call his name, a smile crept onto his lips. So she knows it is him. Which is why she feels so at ease. Chapter 52. Holding her the ground was hard and somewhat cool. Yet the weight on his chest brought a smile to Song Boy's eyes. He lay still, willingly serving as a cushion for Xingchen. Though it was the first time he had been pressed down like this, and it felt somewhat uncomfortable, his spirits were high. He caught sight of the stray strands of hair on Xingchen's forehead and gently reached out to tuck them behind her ear, his movements tender and cautious, fearing he might awaken her. Outside, Su Ruan, hearing no noise from within, hesitated to enter and remained by the door. Zhan Bai. What do you think our regent is doing with Missy in there? Su Ruan whispered. Since Xingchen had divorced the king of Ink, she had naturally returned to being single, prompting Su Ruan to refer to her as Miss Yi. Su Ruoan shot him a glance. So you're just a fool. If you don't speak, no one will consider you a mute, he retorted. Su Ruoan, uninterested in his banter, had a servant bring a plate of sunflower seeds. Munching on them as he kept vigil, lasting until the following morning. The guards of the estate reported, Your Majesty has summoned the regent to the palace. Su Ruoan then knocked on the door. Regent, may I enter? I have urgent matters to report. When there was no response. He was about to speak again when he suddenly heard faint sounds from inside, the voice unmistakably belonging to the regent, tinged with apparent distress. Without a second thought, Su Ruoan pushed the door open. Regent, what has happened? He called as he glanced inside. Upon seeing the regent lying on the ground with Xingchen resting on him, her presence evidently weighing heavily upon him, Su Ruoan was taken aback. Regent, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. He quickly retreated, closing the door behind him. Song Boyu shot an irritated glare towards the door, gently calling out, Xingchen, Xingchen. However, Xingchen showed no response. Carefully, he wrapped his arms around her and slowly slid her off him, grabbing a soft cushion to place under her before he finally regained his freedom. He inhaled sharply, his body stiff and numb, feeling an intense discomfort in his legs. When Song Boyu finally emerged, he walked with a noticeable limp, leaving Su Ruoan astonished. Regent, did you and Miss Yi indulge so much last night that you ended up on the floor? His tone was teasingly gossipy. Song Boyu shot him a look of disdain. Hurry and massage my legs and arms. She drank too much, and I couldn't bear to let her fall to the ground. Thus, this situation arose. There is nothing untoward between us. Regent, you both slept in each other's embrace, and yet you claim there is nothing untoward? Su Ruoan scoffed. Song Boyu's originally frosty expression softened at the mention of their shared embrace, his mood lifting. Indeed, perhaps it was not entirely innocent. My lord, His Majesty urgently requests your presence at the palace, a servant announced. Very well, Song Boyu replied, and proceeded to the palace, while within the room. Xingchen slept soundly until dusk. After ensuring her disguise was intact, she finally emerged. Miss Yi, my lord has gone to the palace on urgent business and instructed me to stay behind to protect you, Agio spoke up. Oh, thank you, Xingchen replied, recalling how he had aided her at the King of Ink's estate days prior. Agio nodded. It was my lord's command to secretly guard you. Oh, I see. Thank you. Please accept this talisman as a token of gratitude, Xingchen said, producing a talisman from her belongings and offering it to him. Agio quickly accepted it, treating it like a treasure as he tucked it away. Lady of the town, how bold she is to publicly berate the King of Ink at his doorstep. I heard the king's consort saved the young master yin of the town, who is of utmost importance to her, someone remarked. Let us go. Let us go watch the spectacle. Xingchen raised an eyebrow and made her way to the King of Ink's estate, where from a distance she could hear the boisterous voice of the town's lady and the curses from Yin Tianming. To her surprise, the Yin family mother and son were so loyal. Just as she turned to leave, she spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. The Taoist master was red-eyed, glaring angrily at the King of Ink's estate. How could such a talented master of mine be killed by a scoundrel? I curse the King of Ink to never find peace in this life, to die alone and miserable. The Taoist master, undeterred in his quest for revenge, made her feel a flicker of sympathy. Xingchen approached him directly. I can grant you fame in battle, and also revive you, Xingchen. Would you be willing? The Taoist master was taken aback. You have a way to save my master? Xingchen replied dryly. She is not even your master yet. In my heart, she is my only master. But wait, how do you know she is not my master? Who are you? The Taoist master eyed her warily. I am Xingchen's brother. My sister believes you possess some skill, hence I am here to enlist your help. Xingchen fabricated. The Taoist master was ecstatic. My master truly sees my potential. Excellent. What must I do? I will do anything to save her. Thank you. Xingchen whispered a few instructions to him. That day, the Taoist master went to the King of Ink's estate, offering his services, claiming he possessed skills that could awaken the king. Gugio, upon hearing this, promptly admitted him, for both the Astronomical Bureau and the Imperial physicians had failed, and they had exhausted all avenues with monks and sorcerers. If someone claimed they could save him, they certainly had to give it a try. Should you succeed in reviving my lord, you may set any terms you desire, Gugio declared, filled with excitement. That is easy to agree upon. But the King of Ink's condition is quite grave. If he does not awaken soon, he may truly descend into madness, the Taoist master lamented. Gugio was startled. What must be done? His expression tightened. Is there no other way? My lord is a man of pride. For him to apologize to Xingchen would be more humiliating than death. There is no other option. If it is not resolved by noon tomorrow, the king will be beyond saving. You must understand the weight of pride against life, the Taoist master stated earnestly. Guzhou's brow furrowed deeply. With the empress no longer intervening, if they missed this opportunity due to pride, it might truly be the end for the king. Very well. I will take the king to the Yi household by noon tomorrow. Chapter 53. For His Highness to kneel before Xingchen. Very well. I shall await you at the Yi residence tomorrow, Master Daodian declared, preparing to depart. Master, might you consider staying at the Mo Wangfu tonight? It would be most convenient for you to accompany His Highness tomorrow, Guzhou suggested. Regardless of the truth behind the man's words, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. After all, it was rare to find someone who claimed they could save the prince. Allowing him to leave would be reckless. If he fled, the prince's fate would be sealed. Very well, I will impose upon you, Guzhou continued. Thank you, master. Someone, please escort the master and ensure his comfort. Yes, my lord, a servant promptly complied. Watching Master Daodian follow the servant, Guzhou hastened to the study of the Mo Wang. Xingchen's expression brightened. Is it true? What method shall we employ? What? For me to repent and apologize to Xingchen? How could that be possible? Xingchen retorted, disgust evident in his voice. To apologize to Xingchen would be tantamount to death. Guzhou anticipated this response from the prince. Your Highness, I have dispatched individuals to seek the wisdom of esteemed monks and sorcerers, yet none have succeeded. The Empress Dowager has also consulted the imperial astronomer and physicians. But to no avail. This sorcerer insists tomorrow is our last chance. If you do not go by noon, the situation may remain unchanged. Do you wish to live your life shadowed by Xingchen? You are the most favored prince of His Majesty. Should you continue in madness, your ambitions will crumble, and the other princes may turn against you. As long as there is life, there is hope. Thus, I implore you to reconsider. Xingchen's brow furrowed deeply. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had indeed suffered greatly in recent days. Everyone he encountered seemed to embody his deepest loathing, a sensation most unbearable. The accusatory gazes and voices of the townsfolk outside his residence tormented him. Then I shall seek the Empress Mother. She will surely assist me. Xingchen wrestled with his thoughts. Xingchen was taken aback. What? I nearly harmed the Empress Mother. Why did you not inform me sooner? No wonder she had previously sent people to inquire about his well-being. She had not come in several days. If anything were to happen to her, his father would surely punish him severely. The realization struck him with dread. A significant part of his favor with the emperor stemmed from his mother's influence. If she were to abandon him in disappointment, his aspirations would be utterly extinguished. Very well, I shall accompany you to the Yi residence tomorrow. Guzhou sighed in relief. Your Highness is indeed wise. The following day, around noon, Master Daodian arrived at the Yi residence, accompanied by the Mo Wang and others. The entire estate was draped in white silk, and a coffin was placed in the hall, surrounded by grieving members of the Yi family. Many others had come to pay their respects, including the lady of the State Duke and Yan Tianming, though she had provided Xingchen with a substantial sum. She remembered the debt of gratitude for having saved her son. Thank you to the Duke's household for speaking on behalf of my daughter, Lady Yi expressed gratefully. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gaze toward the entrance. Xingchen's expression soured, and just as he was about to unleash his fury, Guzhou restrained him. Your Highness, let us not forget our purpose. With great effort, Xingchen suppressed his anger, ignoring Yan Tianming as he approached. What brings you here, Mo Wang? The Yi family does not welcome you, Lady Yi declared coldly. Even Xingchen, known for his restraint, could no longer maintain his composure under the scrutiny of the Yi elders and the other guests. Do you think I wish to be here? If you do not wish to come, then why have you? Do not pretend to be here to mourn for Xingchen. We have no need for your feigned sympathy. It is truly a tragedy that Xingchen married you, Yi Shaoshan scoffed. Indeed, my sister was blind to have chosen such a hypocritical scoundrel, the eldest Yi brother concurred. Why waste words on him? Seize him and throw him out. The second brother commanded as he reached for a broom. The third brother's eyes turned red with rage. Life for a life. While we cannot kill the Mo Wang, retribution will surely come. Upon hearing the word retribution, Xingchen's face darkened, and a flicker of panic crossed his gaze, for he could see the maidens of the Yi household transforming into Xingchen's likeness. Forgive my intrusion today. I am Master Daodian. I once aided young Master Yan and have met Miss Yi. Yesterday, she visited me in a dream, lamenting her tragic and unjust demise, urging me to bring the Mo Wang to apologize on her behalf. Thus, I have come, Master Daodian elucidated. The lady of the state duke frowned. He is indeed Master Daodian. He has treated my son before. However, he did not succeed then. It was Xingchen who saved him. Still, the lady kept this thought to herself, hoping against hope. At that moment, Gujiao could not help but admire Master Daodian. Xingchen had been deceased for 2 days and could not return to life. His words provided the perfect pretext for the prince to approach the coffin. You stubborn old fool. Whether or not it is true, we must try. If there is even a chance to save my daughter, I would gladly die. No one shall hinder me. Lady, you commanded. With that declaration, the others fell silent. Though Lady Ye's husband was displeased, he refrained from countering her, as he was well known for his adherence to her authority. Mo Wang, shall we proceed? Master Daotian inquired. Song Tingchen's countenance darkened further, yet he steeled himself and followed. Please kneel upon the mat, Mo Wang. Master Daotian instructed. What? You wish for me to kneel before Xingchen? Song Tingchen erupted in fury. Chapter 54, Resurgence of Course. This is the most fundamental sincerity. If the king of Mo wishes to restore things to their former state, he must act according to the instructions of the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest explained. Master, is it not permissible to stand? Gujiao inquired. It is permissible. The king of Mo may choose as he pleases. However, whether it will yield results, I cannot guarantee, the Taoist priest replied, as he began to lay out the items required for the ritual on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, as I perform the rite, regardless of what you hear or see, or if you witness Miss Yi rise and awaken, you must not utter a word, lest our efforts be in vain. The Taoist priest cautioned. Rest assured, we will remain silent. Ye's mother immediately affirmed. If anyone dares to disturb my daughter with careless words, they shall find the Yi family unforgiving, for this is her only chance, Ye's father echoed. Indeed, anyone who speaks against us will find themselves at odds with the Duke of the State, the Duchess of the Duke added. Count me in. I shall ensure they do not have it easy, Yin Tianming concurred. Let us commence, the Taoist priest declared, arranging the formation beside the coffin. Then wielding a peachwood sword, reciting incantations as he circled the coffin. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow deeply, casting a cold glance at the figure lying within the coffin. Damn it, had it not been for my own interests, I would not have come to see Xingchen. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, as if overshadowed by ominous clouds, and a chilling wind swept through, causing the onlookers to shiver involuntarily. King of Mo, it is your turn. Speak, the Taoist priest instructed. Glancing at the sky. What should I say? Song Tingchen retorted. Naturally, you must apologize. The more sincere, the better. His face darkened, but after a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Xingchen, I am sorry. I have wronged you. I never intended to kill you. I merely sought to teach you a lesson, yet you unexpectedly died. The bystanders frowned. Who apologizes in such a manner, devoid of sincerity? Suddenly, a gust of cold wind surged forward, pushing Song Tingchen, causing his head to strike the coffin, eliciting a grimace of pain. King of Mo, it seems Miss Yi has not forgiven you. Speak properly. If you continue in this manner, you shall never awaken. The Taoist priest murmured urgently. Song Tingchen's expression tightened. Damn it, why are there so many complications? Xingchen, although I do not hold you in high regard, I never wished for your death. I admit I have neglected you over the years, but rest assured, I shall give you a grand burial. Another chilling breeze swept through, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. The crowd internally scoffed. The king of Mo was present yet remained so obstinate, clinging to pride even in suffering. Suddenly, Song Tingchen heard a voice beside him. Song Tingchen, return my life. Return my life. Panic washed over him, his complexion paling as he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to find everyone transformed into Xingchen, blurring the lines of gender in his perception. Do not come closer. Leave me be. Song Tingchen shouted. Return my life. You have killed me. Return my life. The shrill, piercing voices grew louder, encroaching upon him as if they were resounding in his ears, freezing the blood within him. He flailed wildly. Xingchen, get away. I do not wish to see you. Leave, hurry. The others, fearing his erratic movements, hastily retreated, convinced that his madness was a form of retribution. Master, think of a solution. Gujiao implored, anxiety etched across his face. The king of Mo has angered the spirit of Miss Yi. I am at a loss. I previously mentioned he must approach with sincerity. Now he must kneel. The Taoist priest lamented. Drawing a deep breath, Gujiao rushed forth, seizing the frenzied Song Tingchen, dragging him before Xingchen's coffin, forcefully subduing him with his inner strength until he knelt, promptly sealing his acupoints. This act left Xingchen bewildered. He yearned to rise but found himself immobilized. Glaring furiously at Gujiao. "Damn it, release me at once," he commanded. "Your Highness, I apologize. This is the only method to save you," Gujiao replied, though his hands remained still. Just as Xingchen was about to protest further, the chilling atmosphere dissipated, and the dim sky brightened, restoring normalcy. "Wonderful," the Taoist priest exclaimed, seizing the peach with sword and a handful of golden powder, casting it into the air. "Come forth, spirit, come forth," he cried thrice. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the coffin, and Xingchen, who had been lying within, abruptly sat up. The crowd held their breath, fearful of startling her. "Xingchen, return to the land of the living," the Taoist priest shouted again. The previously lifeless Xingchen gradually focused her gaze, finally responding, "Father, mother, what has happened to me?" "Yes, mother," her eyes brimming with tears, softly asked, "Master, may I speak with my daughter?" The Taoist priest nodded. "If she recognizes her parents, it signifies she has truly returned. You may go to her." My daughter has returned." "How wonderful, Xingchen." Ye's mother rushed forward, embracing her daughter and weeping with joy. Gujiao stood in shock. "Master, did you not say our Lord would recover? How has Xingchen returned to life? Yet our Lord remains?" Realizing the urgency, Gujiao hastily released Xingchen's acupoints. "Your Highness, how do you feel?" Xingchen, neglecting to chastise Gujiao, turned his gaze around, his expression transforming into one of overwhelming joy. "Duchess of the State, Lady Yi, and all of you, I can see clearly now. How splendid. Indeed. How splendid. The king has finally regained his senses." Gujiao sighed in relief. The king of Mo kneeling for Xingchen's revival was indeed a manifestation of karmic retribution. As the perpetrator, he was destined to confront his own guilt. The crowd buzzed with excitement, extolling the Taoist priest as a living Buddha. Xingchen glanced at the revived Xingchen. Though he still held reservations, he found her less objectionable now, for her awakening had brought his own clarity. Once a skeptic of supernatural matters, in this moment, Xingchen truly believed. My daughter has truly returned to life. How marvelous. Someone, dispose of these white cloths and the coffin. They are harbingers of misfortune. Prepare a joyous feast to celebrate my daughter's miraculous resurrection. Each guest present today shall receive 100 taels of gold as a token of gratitude. Furthermore, let us distribute 1 tael of silver to each beggar in the city in Xingchen's name, as a means of accruing merit on her behalf. Yes, father proclaimed with elation. Yes. Chapter 55. He held her, and wept. The entire Yi family was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Master Dao Tian. Master, you are indeed a benefactor of our Yi family. Please stay and share a cup of celebratory wine. Allowing us to express our thanks properly, Yi father said gratefully. You're being too kind. I am merely fulfilling my duty, Master Dao Tian replied modestly. By the way, Yuleo, is your son present? He inquired, his brow furrowing. The person he had encountered yesterday had claimed to be the master's elder brother. Yet he was nowhere to be found. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as the master had survived, that was sufficient. Yet, did he truly save the master? Master Dao Tian questioned himself, fully aware of his own limitations. He glanced a few meters away at the master, surrounded by Yi family members, his eyes reddened with emotion. Miss Yi possesses profound blessings. Surviving such a calamity surely heralds future fortune. Some will soon regret their actions, the Duchess of the State of Jin stated bluntly. Xingchen's face darkened as he shot a furious glare at Xingchen before turning to leave. Gujiao approached, producing a prepared banknote. Thank you, Master. For saving our prince, this is a token of our appreciation. Master Dao Tian accepted it, replying, this is all due to the grace of the Mo King. I cannot accept such an honor. With that, he accepted the gesture. The Duchess of the State of Jin was also pleased and remained to assist you, madam, in entertaining guests. Xingchen was quite surprised and walked over. Yin Tiaming. Are you crying? Caught off guard, Yin Tiaming awkwardly wiped away his tears. I did not cry. You must be mistaken. I merely had sand in my eyes. Seeing his reddened eyes, Xingchen felt a surge of emotion. A notorious troublemaker was shedding tears for her, recalling his recent gallant stands against the Mo King. She truly regarded him as one of her own in that moment. Yin Tiaming. Thank you. This heartfelt expression came from the depths of her being. Yin Tiaming, having held back his tears for days, could no longer contain himself and embraced Xingchen, weeping loudly. Xingchen, I am so relieved you are alive. These past few days terrified me. I may have previously looked down on you, but seeing you in danger made me genuinely sad. That scoundrel Xingchen will pay. Xingchen froze, taken aback by a sudden embrace. She could hardly push him away, even as he sobbed uncontrollably, worried for her well-being. This little rascal is embracing Miss Yi and crying in front of so many people. How embarrassing. Yi madam remarked awkwardly. The Duchess of the State of Zhen quickly offered an excuse. My son is simply overly concerned for Miss Yi. Yi madam, being an open-minded person, replied. We are grateful to the Duchess and young Master Yan for speaking on behalf of our Yi family these past few days. Let the young ones handle their own matters. We shall continue to celebrate. Indeed, let us drink on, Yi madam stated. Noticing that Yan Tianming had calmed down, Yi Xingchen finally spoke. Thank you for standing up for me these past few days. Would you consider becoming my apprentice? Yan Tianming stiffened and released her abruptly. Yi Xingchen, what did you just say? You want to take me as an apprentice? Are you trying to humiliate me? Have you no conscience? He retorted angrily. Yi Xingchen's lips twitched. About to explain when Master Dao Tian rushed over. You foolish boy. Your master is offering to take you as an apprentice, and you refuse? Have you lost your mind? I don't want him. I want you to take me as your apprentice. Master Dao Tian implored eagerly. There is no destiny of master and apprentice between us. Yi Xingchen flatly rejected, then turned back to Yan Tianming. If you are unwilling, so be it. Should you ever require my assistance, feel free to ask. I dislike being in debt to others. You foolish boy, you've missed a tremendous opportunity that I could only dream of. Master Dao Tian shook his head, turning to leave. In stark contrast to the joy and excitement of the Yi family, the Regency Prince's residence was notably quieter. Song Boi stood by the pond in the courtyard, feeding the fish. What happened? Song Boi raised an eyebrow, looking over. Yan Tianming was so worried about Missy that he ended up embracing her and crying. Ajio whispered. Song Boi's expression instantly darkened, a frigid aura enveloping him. Where is Yi Xingchen? His demeanor turned icy. Fingers gripping the fish food so tightly that they turned white, his face darkening to a brooding shade. Su Ruoan shivered, saying, You shouldn't speak so harshly, Your Highness. Surely, Missy was just taken by surprise after waking up. Which hand did he use to embrace Yi Xingchen? I will break that hand and cast him into the southern wilderness to fend for himself, Song Boi coldly declared. Ajio trembled. Your Highness. While Yan Tianming may have overstepped, he has been diligently caring for Miss Yi and standing up for her these past few days. Then let him be confined. He is not to approach Yi Xingchen again. Song Boi roared. Yes, Your Highness, your decision is most astute. Su Ruoan immediately flattered him before hastening to carry out the order. That night, Yi Xingchen, having exhausted herself from the recent charade, finally laid down to rest. She fell asleep almost immediately. After an indeterminate time had passed, a faint sound awoke her from slumber. Startled, she opened her eyes, sensing something amiss in the room. Who is there? Chapter 56. Why does she want to kill me? Yi Xingchen sensed the murderous intent from her opponent. Swiftly rising to evade while conjuring a binding talisman from the ether, casting it towards the assailant. Bind. The person, who was poised to strike her with a sword, suddenly found themselves immobilized. In astonishment, the individual exclaimed, What have you done to me? That is a question I should be asking you. Why do you wish to take my life? Yi Xingchen retorted, withdrawing a luminous pearl from the void, illuminating the darkened room, and revealing her assailant's figure, clad in black. With a face concealed by a mask, their features remained obscured, save for a long scar etched across the left side of their forehead. I shall not divulge anything. Do as you wish, kill or maim, it matters not to me. Yi Xingchen produced a truth talisman, pressing it against the person's forehead. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Furrowing her brow, she pondered. Why does she want me dead? You dare question me? You have caused the King of Ink to fall under a curse, nearly leading to the demise of Empress Xian, who now harbors a deep-seated grudge against you. Now that the king has recovered, your existence serves no purpose, for you have brought shame upon the royal house. The assailant spat with clenched teeth. I brought shame upon the royal house. How audacious. If she seeks her own demise, then she has no one to blame but herself. Yi Xingchen coldly retorted, unfurling a counter-kill talisman and affixing it to the back of the assassin. The once furious attacker's countenance turned impassive as they turned and exited through the window. At the King of Ink's residence, upon witnessing Fu Yuro, her body a grotesque mess and her face swollen like that of a pig, Song Xingchen felt a pang of heartache. Yuro. Hearing the familiar voice, Fu Yuro trembled in fright, instinctively retreating to a corner. Your Highness, please do not strike me. I am Yuro. I am truly not Yi Xingchen. I am not her. She was genuinely terrified of Song Xingchen. Upon hearing her words, Song Xingchen felt even more guilt-ridden. Yuro, you have suffered. I have come to rescue you. Someone, fetch a doctor immediately. Fu Yuro looked over in disbelief. Your Highness, have you regained your senses? Do you truly recognize Yuro? I have regained my senses. I am well now. It was I who harmed you, and I deserve punishment. I shall take you away from here, Xingchen said tenderly. Fu Yuro felt a mixture of joy and grievance, and tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. Your Highness, you have finally awakened. Yuro is in such pain. Truly, it hurts so much. Seeing her tear-streaked visage, Xingchen felt an even greater sense of guilt and embraced her tightly. It is all my fault. I deserve to be punished. As long as you have awakened, it is worth it for Yuro to endure the pain. After the physician examined her, Xingchen personally applied medicine to Fu Yuro's wounds. After much ado, Fu Yuro nestled against the king of ink, weeping tears of joy. It is truly wonderful that you have awakened. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Her voice quivered with emotion. It is I who have been excessive. All blame falls on that wretched Xingchen for leading me astray, Xingchen said in exasperation. By the way, Your Highness, how did you awaken? Fu Yuro inquired with concern. The shock from her words tugged at her wounds, causing her face to contort in pain. I too am perplexed. The doctors had confirmed her death, and she had been deceased for 2 days. How could she suddenly be alive? Xingchen mused, frowning. He felt that something about the situation was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong. A glint of malice flickered in Fu Yuro's phoenix eyes. That detestable Xingchen was still alive. Why had she not perished? Heaven must truly be blind. Xingchen noticed the change in Fu Yuro's demeanor. Confusion etched on his face. Yuro, what is the matter? In a fit of rage, Xingchen exclaimed, Cursed Xingchen! What schemes has she concocted against me? Let us see what benefits she has gained, Fu Yuro suggested. She had once been infatuated with herself, going to great lengths for a mere glance from him. If all her actions were merely to obtain a divorce, it would be utterly absurd. Fu Yuro then recalled, she still wants the wedding dowry, which rightfully belongs to your Highness. How could it be returned to her? Xingchen's expression shifted as he regarded Fu Yuro. Traditionally, during a divorce, the dowry is to be returned. Do you not know this, Yuro? Or do you think I care for that trivial dowry? Fu Yuro was taken aback, immediately realizing her faux pas. Your Highness, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. My thoughts were solely on you, and I forgot the rules. Please punish me. Enough. Rest early, Xingchen said, lying down without further words. Fu Yuro dared not speak further, nestling against Xingchen's embrace, shutting her eyes obediently. Yet within her heart, she vowed never to forgive Xingchen. If not for her, the king would not have mistaken her for someone else. Striking her and confining her to the side courtyard, it was all because of her. In this lifetime, she would never coexist peacefully with Xingchen. The following morning, a palace eunuch arrived to summon the king of ink. Your Highness, last night, Empress Xian was attacked. Please follow this servant to the palace at once. Xingchen was startled. What has happened to Mother? How could she have been attacked? Your Highness, it cannot be explained in just a few words. You must come to the palace first. Very well. Xingchen followed the eunuch into the palace. Cursed be it. The king actually knelt before her. She is unworthy of it. Where is that Taoist you mentioned? I demand to see him. Fu Yuro seethed. I have learned that he resides at the Fulakexuan Inn. Let us go to the Fulakexuan Inn. Chapter 57. Do you wish for my assistance in harming others? In the Fulake Inn, Master Daotian achieved fame through his remarkable battle, attracting the attention of the noble and affluent in the capital who sought his expertise in feng shui and fortune. Consequently, he instructed his young apprentice to announce that he would attend to only one client each day, allowing others to make appointments in advance. The apprentice, munching on a chicken leg while gazing at the 2 fully booked ledgers, remarked, Master, you are truly impressive. There are at least 40 to 50 people waiting in line now. We shall no longer need to resort to deceit. Master Daotian shot a glare at his young disciple. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Your master possesses genuine skills, and our prosperous days are yet to come. However, our current fortune is thanks to your esteemed mistress. You must show her the utmost respect. Should Xingchen learn that she had ascended to the status of mistress, she would surely be furious. The apprentice stiffened. Master, did you not say that Miss Yi does not acknowledge you as her disciple? What do you know? Your mistress is merely testing me. You must treat her with the utmost respect when you see her, Master Daotian admonished. Yes, Master, there is a distinguished guest seeking you. A servant from the inn announced, knocking at the door. Master Daotian immediately straightened, adopting an imposing demeanor. The apprentice opened the door to find a young maid and a woman clad in a bamboo hat. My master is not receiving guests today, he stated. Fu Yuru gently interjected. Dear boy, please inform your master that we seek no fortune-telling, merely a few words, and we shall leave without disturbing him. I beseech you to be accommodating. As she spoke, she presented a gold ingot. The apprentice's eyes widened in astonishment. Very well, I shall inquire with my master. He hurried inside with the gold ingot. Before long, the apprentice returned to the door. Please, esteemed guests, enter. Since the master possesses such formidable prowess, he should be able to bring the dead back to life, Fu Yuru stated, revealing her intention. Master Dao Yan's expression shifted. You wish for me to assist you in harming someone? That is not my desire. I merely seek your guidance on how to accomplish it, Fu Yuru replied. Master Dao Yan shook his head. I am a practitioner of the path. I can only eliminate evil, not create misfortune, lest I harm my own moral standing. Anticipating his response, Fu Yuru produced a pouch of silver coins. Here are 30,000 taels. I implore you to accept it. Master Dao Yan appeared somewhat moved. 30,000 taels is indeed a substantial sum, yet I still cannot divulge such information. Fu Yuru, feeling vexed, began to remove her pearl jewelry. This is all my wealth. If you refuse, I shall take my leave. Seeing her intention to depart, Master Dao Yan finally spoke. I cannot directly assist you in harming anyone, but I can offer you something. He produced a small spirit he had acquired in his earlier years. Nourish it with your fingertips' blood for 7 days, and then place it alongside the birth date and time of the individual you wish to target. Thus, that person will be accompanied by the spirit, which will drain their vitality. Over time, they will suffer a depletion of energy and blood, ultimately succumbing to an unnoticed demise. Exiting this door, I shall not acknowledge what I just said, so proceed with caution, young lady. Fu Yuru's face lit up with joy. Thank you, master. I have never been here today. The apprentice, standing at the door, looked disdainful. Master, did you not instruct me to uphold justice? Yet you are aiding in wrongdoing. What do you understand? I shall not tarnish my own moral standing. You will learn in time. Now, hasten to collect the money. Master Dao Yan greedily accepted the wealth. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Xingchen rushed to the quarters of Consort Xian. Mother, how are you? Has the imperial physician seen you? How could there be an assassin? Consort Xian lay weakly on her bed, her complexion pale. You may all withdraw. Once the servants exited, she continued, I have heard that you knelt before Xingchen, which pains me greatly. How could a merchant's daughter warrant such reverence from a prince? Hence, I dispatched someone to assassinate her. The assassin was one of my trusted subordinates, who has never erred. Despite my orders for severe interrogation, the assassin spoke not a word, appearing as though their soul had departed, truly unsettling. Xingchen's expression darkened. It is my fault that you are troubled, mother. However, I find something amiss with Xingchen. She was dead for 2 days. How could she be alive? Consort Xian's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Send someone to capture that master and interrogate him thoroughly. I refuse to believe he will not speak the truth. Mother, your wisdom is unparalleled, Xingchen agreed. Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived, a maid announced from outside. The Emperor, adorned in a majestic yellow dragon robe, strode in with an air of authority, his concern evident. Son, I see you have regained consciousness. Xingchen bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. The Emperor cast a glance at him. Rise. I have heard you are now separated from Xingchen. Do not trouble the Yi family further. Otherwise, others will perceive you as petty. In a few days, there will be a chrysanthemum banquet. Your mother will select a suitable consort for you. I shall comply with your arrangements. Father, Xingchen replied with respect. The Emperor, satisfied, inquired about Consort Xian's condition. The consort finally opened her eyes. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Her voice was weak, causing the Emperor immense sorrow. Eunuch, how do you fare? Have you summoned the imperial physician? Is your health improved? He asked, worry etched upon his face. I apologize for causing you concern, Your Majesty. I am no longer gravely ill, Consort Xian replied, though she feigned a cough. The Emperor's heart ached further. Recover well. Your health is of utmost importance. I shall ensure the matter of the assassin is thoroughly investigated and will provide you with an explanation. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, Consort Xian replied, her eyes glimmering. Since Chun'er is presently unoccupied, perhaps he could handle the investigation. Should he discover that I was behind the assassination attempt on Xingchen, he would undoubtedly despise me, as he abhors cunning and ruthless women. Very well, let the matter be entrusted to Prince Mo, the Emperor acquiesced. Agreed. After a few more expressions of concern, he took his leave. Consort Xian's eyes shimmered with malice. Ensure he is silenced. Additionally, convey my command for Xingchen to attend the chrysanthemum banquet. I wish to witness just how capable she truly is. Chapter 58. A rival encounter. The Yi family was blissfully unaware that Xingchen was indulging in lavish feast with her kin. Ye's mother personally took to the kitchen, crafting a myriad of delectable dishes each day, claiming it was essential to nourish her daughter. Faced with her mother's exuberance, Xingchen felt it inappropriate to decline. And in just a few days, she gained 2 pounds. The rest of the Yi family busied themselves with her, delighting in her company. Previously, Xingchen had been solitary. But now, enveloped in the warmth of her family's concern, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. One day, a young eunuch from the palace suddenly arrived with an edict. Her Highness, the consort, summoned Xingchen to the palace for a chrysanthemum banquet in 5 days. Xingchen frowned, expressing her disinterest. The eunuch's expression turned icy. Does Miss Yi intend to defy the decree? Behind him, a guard began to draw his sword, their demeanor suggesting that should Xingchen refuse, they would not hesitate to enforce the edict. Why should my sister attend just because the consort commands it? Yu Shaoshu retorted defiantly. Yi eldest shot him a glare, quickly intervening. Your Excellency, my sister has only just regained consciousness and is still a bit disoriented. Please do not take offense. He then discreetly handed a silver ingot to the eunuch. The eunuch's expression softened. I merely act on orders. Miss, you must certainly attend. With that, he turned and departed. That despicable eunuch. How dare he come to the Yi residence and display such arrogance? The consort is the mother of the king of Mo. It is clear she intends to create trouble for Xingchen, Yi Shaoshu exclaimed in frustration. You can see it, can't you? I certainly can. But we need not confront them head on. We can simply say that Xingchen is unwell and decline, Yu eldest rationalized. He is right. The consort seems to harbor resentment towards our family, Ye's mother added, worry etched on her face. I shall resign from my post, and we will retreat to the mountains. The wealth of the Yi family is sufficient for several lifetimes. As long as you all remain safe, that is enough for me, Ye's father lamented. I concur. Chimed in Yu second and Yi third. Xingchen, touched by her family's concern for her well-being, said, Thank you, my dear parents and brothers. It is merely a chrysanthemum banquet. I will attend. After all, who knows who will end up taking care of whom? Xingchen, do not be foolish. This is clearly a trap, her mother warned. Do not worry, mother. I have dealt with fierce spirits before. How could I not handle a few mere mortals? This matter is a scheme orchestrated by the king of Mo. Why should we yield? Furthermore, even if father resigns and we retreat to the mountains, they would not spare us. They would certainly send assassins after us. Indeed, my daughter speaks wisely. We shall not fear her, should she dare to harm Xingchen. The Yi family will not let it go unpunished. I have some connections with the general's wife. I will inquire if she is also attending the chrysanthemum banquet. And if so, I shall ask her to look after Xingchen, Ye's mother declared resolutely, immediately setting off to seek assistance. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was a reasonable course of action and hurried to seek help, leaving Xingchen with no opportunity to protest. Only Yi Shaoshu remained. Circling around her, though I am not acquainted with you, my lady, your attire is rather inadequate. Come, let me take you to procure a suitable outfit. With that, he pulled Xingchen along. Yunshang Pavilion. Xingchen, this is the largest women's boutique in the Songyue Kingdom. You can find all manner of clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and perfumes here. Choose whatever you like. Today, your brother will treat you, he declared with unexpected generosity. Since we are going to the chrysanthemum banquet, let us outshine the other ladies and show that I, your sister, have fared well after our separation, Yi Shaoshu added. Xingchen felt warmth in her heart, after all. Yunshang Pavilion was co-owned by the esteemed daughter of the great Yan Kingdom and the Prince of Qin, featuring the most fashionable items from the 4 kingdoms. Since you insist, I shall not be modest, she replied, walking straight into the store. Upon her entrance, the patrons recoiled as if confronted by a plague, whispering and pointing at her. Unfazed, Xingchen perused the store, making her way to the back, recalling that the establishment was divided into 2 sections, the front for affordable items, and the rear for luxury goods. She headed straight for the inner sanctum, spotting a delicate hairpin intricately carved with a lifelike kingfisher. Its feathers adorned with genuine kingfisher plumage, truly a remarkable piece. As she reached for it, a commanding voice rang out. That hairpin is to be wrapped up for my lady. This hairpin was first seen by my lady. I implore you, Princess Mo. Oh no, I mean, Miss Yi, to return it, the maidservant said dismissively, showing no regard for Xingchen. Had it not been for Xingchen, her lady would have already become the Princess Mo, hence the animosity. Fairness dictates first come, first served. Clearly, my lady saw it first, the maidservant insisted stubbornly. But have you paid for it? If not, it belongs to no one, Yi Xiaoshu countered assertively. If Missy desires it, we shall yield the hairpin to you, came a gentle voice. Only then did Yi Xingchen notice a lady in a powder-pink gown a few steps away, her long, delicate brows, high nose, and spring-like phoenix eyes. With rosy lips and white teeth, exuding a soft, melodious voice. She was Jing Yin'er, the legitimate daughter of the Jing family, and the consort's favored one. Yin'er graciously remarked. I actually felt a bit surprised upon seeing Yi Xingchen. Yi Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled at the sight of such beauty, instantly shedding his earlier arrogance. Yi Xingchen shot him a glance. Your words imply that I am being unreasonable for wanting something you desire. It is merely a hairpin, should you wish for it. Take it. She extended the hairpin towards Yin'er. Yin'er froze. This was unlike Yi Xingchen, who usually splurged on anything she laid eyes on, regardless of necessity. Under the pretext of having money to burn. Today, she seemed to have changed her disposition. Chapter 59. She never expected the regent since my sister does not require it. Miss Jing may take it. Yu Xiaoshui boldly snatched it from Yi Xingchen's hands and handed it to Jing Yin'er's maid. Jing Yin'er's expression stiffened, shooting an exasperated glare at Yu Xiaoshui, rendering her unable to refuse. This was originally meant for my lady, the maid declared proudly. Yu Xingchen, disinterested, turned to leave. Miss Jing, until we meet again, Yi Xiaoshui hurriedly called after her. As Jing Yin'er watched Yi Xingchen's retreating figure, she felt an inexplicable sense of change in her demeanor, though she could not pinpoint the cause. My lady, you must wear this hairpin to the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet. It will surely outshine all others, the maid flattered. Jing Yin'er, thoroughly pleased, replied, Very well then, keep it safe. Yu Xiaoshui inquired, Why are you leaving so hastily? You have yet to choose your clothing and accessories. Yu Xingchen retorted, Why are you following me instead of speaking with Jing Yin'er, you sycophant? Yu Xiaoshui froze. What is a sycophant? It refers to a dog that cannot move away from a bone, constantly flattering and ingratiating itself. One might mistakenly think you are her brother, Yu Xingchen scoffed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu Xiaoshui admitted, I merely thought you were too arrogant and unworthy of such delicate items. How about I gift you a riding outfit instead? No need for that, Yu Xingchen replied, seating herself at a nearby tea stall and ordering a bowl of cold tea. At that moment, an anxious voice called out, Madam. I finally found you. Please, I beg you to save my master. Yu Xingchen nearly spat out her tea, turning to see a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, before her. What did you call her? Yi Xiaoshui asked in shock. Madam, my master is the Taoist master Dao Tian. He told me you are his master, thus you are my madam, and I must honor you well, the boy earnestly explained. Yi Xingchen's lips twitched. I never agreed to take him as my disciple. Surprised by Dao Tian's insistence, seeing the boy's earnestness, Yi Xingchen asked, What has happened to your master? Last night, he was captured by the people of the Imo Wangfu. At that moment, he used an invisibility talisman on me. So they did not discover me. Madam, please save my master. Although he is somewhat greedy, he has never committed any heinous acts, the boy elaborated. Imo Wang. Yu Xingchen furrowed her brows. It was one of his subordinates. I encountered them once before. Does that not mean my master is in grave danger? There are many high officials waiting for him to read their fortunes. That was previously arranged, and if he cannot attend, they will certainly think him untrustworthy. The boy began to cry. Yu Xingchen glanced at him. Do you know who your master was supposed to read fortunes for? The boy immediately handed over a booklet. These are the appointments made with my master. Yu Xingchen took a look, and Yu Xiaoshui quickly advised, Sister, you can barely ensure your own safety at the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet. How can you manage the affairs of others? Who says I must appear in person? After all, he saved my life. Little one, go find the individuals listed in this booklet and tell them that the Mo Wang has invited your master to be his guest. Do not let him read fortunes for them, but instead, have them go to the Mo Wangfu to demand his release, Yu Xingchen instructed. The boy's face lit up with joy. Thank you, madam. I will go at once, he exclaimed before dashing off with the booklet. Sister, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoshui questioned suspiciously. Those people include princes, the national uncle, and the prime minister. None of them are individuals the Mo Wang can offend. He will certainly release him then, Yu Xingchen explained. Ah, I see. My sister is quite clever. Upon hearing that Yu Xingchen had gifted a hairpin to Jing Yin'er, Song Boyu frowned. That girl is not one to suffer losses. Her willingness to offer it must surely have a reason. However, she had gone out without even considering him. Song Boy's expression darkened further, an icy aura surrounding him. Regent, Consort Fei has invited Yu Xingchen to the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet in 5 days. This is undoubtedly a trap. Su Ruoan promptly reminded. If she is unafraid of vengeful spirits, how could she fear the concubines of the harem? Song Boya huffed in irritation, turning to leave. Su Rowan. Why do I feel that the regent is angry? Agio inquired. 5 days hence, the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet. On the morning of the event, the prominent figures and eligible young men and women of the capital adorned themselves exquisitely, heading straight for the imperial palace. While it was termed the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, it was essentially a veiled matchmaking event, with everyone eager to outshine one another. The imperial garden was already bustling with attendees who gathered in small groups, conversing and laughing. Miss Jing, your hairpin is truly exquisite, so lifelike. It enhances your dignified presence. Everyone gathered around to compliment her. This hairpin. Xingchen even attempted to snatch it from my lady, remarked Green Bamboo, Jing Yinner's maid. The others gasped in astonishment. Did Xingchen not divorce the Mo Wang? A deceased person brings bad luck. It is indeed surprising that she did not seize others' possessions. They all scoffed at Xingchen with disdain. At that moment, the Mo Wang, accompanied by Fu Yuru, approached and overheard their conversation. Fu Yuru's face was slightly swollen, concealed beneath a veil. This being her first attendance at the annual Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, she was keen to witness the spectacle. As everyone turned to look at her, a flicker of pride crossed her eyes. Upon noticing the Mo Wang's arrival, Jing Yinner quickly spoke. This is my fault as well. I happened to take a liking to the same hairpin as Miss Yi. After all, she was the former Mo Wang Fei. The Mo Wang, having heard this, instantly cooled his expression. What does she qualify as the Mo Wang Fei? Were it not for the Empress's decree, this prince would never have regarded her. She has no right to compete with Miss Jing for a hairpin. Jing Yinner, pleased by the Mo Wang's words, feigned remorse. Your Highness, you exaggerate. It is merely a hairpin. If Miss Yu desires it, I shall gladly gift it to her. The Mo Wang raised an eyebrow. Assessing Jing Yinner, Miss Jing is so generous and kind-hearted. Xingchen is utterly unworthy of comparison. The crowd echoed his sentiments, intensifying their disdain for Xingchen. Jing Yinner, why do you not tell everyone that this hairpin was gifted to you by me? A cold, piercing voice resonated throughout the imperial garden. Chapter 60. A resounding slap in the face. All eyes turned towards her as Xingchen gracefully approached, clad in a flowing white gown, devoid of any embellishments. Her long hair was elegantly secured with a single jade hairpin. Her exquisite features were untouched by cosmetics. Her skin was as delicate as fine jade, seemingly unblemished. With brows shaped like new moons and sharp, cold phoenix eyes that emanated an icy detachment, as though she existed worlds apart. Her high-bridged nose and cherry-like lips, naturally tinted in crimson, resembled an untainted blue lotus. In stark contrast to the flamboyantly dressed women around her, she appeared effortlessly refined. The King of Ink gazed in astonishment. When had Xingchen become so remarkably beautiful, and why had he never noticed it before? Upon witnessing such a transformation in Xingchen, Fu Yuro was genuinely taken aback. In the past, Xingchen's attire was always a disarray. She never adorned herself with care. Whatever color the Prince of Mo favored, she would wear, regardless of its suitability for her. Now, draped in a gown of pure white, she exuded an air of cold elegance that instantly overshadowed all others. Fu Yuro noted the glint in the prince's eyes, and her heart sank further. She had risen early to meticulously prepare herself. Yet the prince barely cast a glance in her direction. Her face still bore the swelling that thick makeup could not conceal, thus she had resorted to wearing a veil. The prince, feeling guilty, had agreed to bring her to the Chrysanthemum banquet, but little did she expect that Xingchen would steal the spotlight. Fu Yuro's resentment towards Xingchen grew immensely. Similarly, Jing Yinner wore a displeased expression. She had not anticipated Xingchen's presence at the banquet, and worse still, she had overheard their conversation. Xingchen, as a divorced woman, how dare you show your face at the Chrysanthemum banquet? You are not welcome here. Princess Song Qingya looked down upon the scene. She had just forged a friendship with Jing Yinner, only to arrive and witness Xingchen bullying others. Naturally, Song Qingya stood up for Jing Yinner. With the third princess speaking, others felt no need to hold back. Indeed, you're a ghost. Yet you dare to attend the Chrysanthemum banquet. How unfortunate. Depart quickly. We have no desire to linger with the dead. The derisive voices cascaded one after another, all expressing extreme disdain for Xingchen. Xingchen cast a cold glance at the crowd, her gaze lingering on the emerald bird hairpin atop Jing Yinner's head. I, too, did not wish to come. However, Consort Xian specifically sent someone to the Yi residence with an edict, naming me to attend. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire with Consort Xian. Song Qingya froze momentarily. That is impossible. How could Consort Xian allow you to come? You have just divorced my royal brother, tarnishing the reputation of the Mo Wang residence. This cannot be. Royal brother, you tell them. Isn't she simply shamelessly imposing herself here? The expression on the face of the king of Mo was somewhat grim. He was acutely aware that this was the command of his mother. A directive he had himself conveyed through a young eunuch, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge it now. You Xingchen, how utterly shameless you are. To purchase a top courtesan at the Fengwei Tower, entangled with other men, and still dare to request my royal brother to divorce you. This princess believes my brother ought to cast you aside, Song Qingya taunted with deliberate scorn. Yu Xingchen's demeanor remained composed. Regrettably, I must disappoint the third princess. How can you be so thick-skinned? A woman who has been divorced should not dare to flaunt herself, let alone compete with Yinner for possessions. I truly wonder how the Yi family could have produced such a daughter as you. Song Qingya shouted furiously. I flaunt myself because I wish to. Who decrees that a divorced woman cannot venture outside? Who asserts that a woman must weep, wail, and despair upon losing a man? Without a man, I shall certainly live freely and joyfully. Who is to dictate otherwise? A princess of the realm. So aggressive and publicly humiliating others, could this truly be the mark of royal upbringing? Moreover, this hairpin shaped like a kingfisher was in my possession first. It was only later that Miss Jing's maid claimed it as theirs. Miss Jing, why did you not inform everyone? I did not snatch it from you, rather. I directly relinquished it to you. This hairpin was taken from my hands by my fifth brother, who then gifted it to your maid. Should anyone doubt my words? They may inquire at Yunshang Pavilion. The shopkeeper and the young servant present then are well aware of the truth. The backing of Yunshang Pavilion is the heir of the great Yin Kingdom and Lord Chun. Thus the shopkeeper and servant could not possibly be bribed by me. With a few calm words, Yi Xingchen had delivered a resounding rebuttal. Nearby, Song Boi, who had just arrived, caught wind of Yi Xingchen's remarks. A faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Regent, Missy is indeed engaging in a verbal duel. How fortunate that you worried for her safety. It appears she requires no assistance from us, Su Ruan murmured. Song Boi's cold gaze fixed upon her, who said this king was concerned for her. I am merely bored. Indeed, you are not concerned for Miss Yi. You rose early this morning, donned a freshly tailored robe, and came here without breakfast, all due to your boredom, Su Ruan retorted. Song Boi's expression turned even chillier. Be silent. If you utter one more word, I shall have your tongue removed. Su Ruan trembled in fright. My lord, I was wrong. I shall cease speaking. With that, she hastily covered her mouth. Song Boi dismissed her with indifference, his gaze drifting elsewhere. No one expected Yi Xingchen to speak with such conviction. Had they truly misjudged her? After all, the influence of Yunshang Pavilion is undeniable. Even the current emperor concedes to its prestige. It is a legitimate establishment, endorsed by the joint signatures of 4 sovereigns, and the only shop under the protection of the Songyue Empire. A mere Yu family cannot hope to undermine it. Song Qingya was instantly incensed. How dare that Yi Xingchen insult this princess's upbringing? I shall send someone to Yunshang Pavilion to ascertain the truth. If it is proven that you have stolen Yinner's belongings, I will not let you off easily. Upon hearing this, Jing Yinner felt a surge of panic. For the hairpin truly was a gift from Yi Xingchen. Your Highness, there is no need for such outrage. It is merely a hairpin. If Miss Yu desires it, I shall gladly present it to her. Saying this, Jing Yinner removed the hairpin from her hair. My lady, how can you give it to her? The maid spoke up to intervene. Silence. Today we gather to enjoy the chrysanthemum banquet, and our spirits are high. How can we allow a mere hairpin to dampen our mood? I cannot bear to let her Highness, Lady Xian, down, Jing Yinner lamented. With her inherently gentle and petite demeanor, she appeared even more vulnerable at that moment, evoking an instinctive desire to protect such a refined and delicate flower. Yi Xingchen, have you made enough of a fuss? It is merely a hairpin. Why do you cling to it so? The prince declared with authority. I assert that this hairpin belongs to Jing Yinner, and it is hers. Should anyone dare to speak otherwise, they will find themselves at odds with me. With a thunderous roar, the Mo king reached out, taking the hairpin from Jing Yinner's hand and delicately placing it in her hair himself. Jing Yinner's heart swelled with joy. The Mo king had stood up for her. How wonderful. This was the first time she had been so close to him. So near that she could almost hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Meanwhile, Fu Yuru observed this scene with jealousy that threatened to drive her to madness. Chapter 61. I am truly unworthy. Jing Yinner evidently harbored affections for the Prince of Mo. As the legitimate daughter of the current chancellor, Should she unite with him, she would ascend to the status of princess consort. This position was rightfully hers. No one should dare usurp it. In her heart, Fu Yuro pondered this, and with a feigned gasp, she pretended to faint, collapsing toward the ground. Emma Wangsong Xingchen, witnessing this scene, swiftly caught her. "Rower, what troubles you?" His concern only deepened her feelings of guilt and self-reproach. Just as he was about to offer comfort, a stern voice interjected. "If you are unwell, then you should retire to rest. Song Mama, take her away," Xian Fei coldly commanded as she approached. Today, she had arranged a matchmaking event for the prince, with Jing Yin'er as her favored choice for a daughter-in-law. It was utterly unacceptable to see the prince escorting Fu Yuro. A daughter of a mere fourth-rank official had no right to attend the chrysanthemum banquet, let alone scheme at it. Xian Fei would not tolerate such behavior. The crowd gasped, immediately bowing respectfully as Xian Fei entered. "We pay our respects to your highness." Fu Yuro's complexion paled. She had not forgotten how she had been punished to kneel and confined the very day after entering the prince's residence. Song Mama approached. "Greetings, side consort. Allow this old servant to escort you to rest." Fu Yuro, reluctant to leave, immediately sought the prince's aid. "Your highness, Rower is fine. She only wishes to accompany you." However, Song Xingchen was oblivious to her unwillingness. "Since you are unwell, you should go with Song Mama to rest." Taken aback by his words, Fu Yuro's expression dimmed with disappointment, yet she dared not protest further. "As you wish." With that, she followed Song Mama away. Xingchen smirked sarcastically, amused at how Fu Yuro's act of fainting had backfired, leading to Xian Fei's command for her exit. It was a case of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Jing Yin'er, too, felt a surge of triumph. She had always known that Fu Yuro was the prince's ideal, and today it seemed that Fu Yuro was not favored by Xian Fei. Xian Fei took her seat at the head of the table and finally spoke. "You may rise. This year, the chrysanthemum garden has sent many exquisite flowers, so I have invited everyone to enjoy them together. Please, make yourselves comfortable and take your seats." "Thank you, Your Highness." The guests expressed their gratitude and began to find their places. Seating arrangements were determined by rank and status. Being a novice at such gatherings, Xingchen was unsure where to sit. Observing everyone moving toward the front to capture Xian Fei's attention, she opted for a seat at the very back. Song Qingya glanced over. "You, a merchant's daughter, are quite self-aware, knowing to sit at the end." Xingchen raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness speaks wisely. You despicable creature. No matter your actions, my elder brother will never spare you a glance." Song Qingya spat in anger. Xingchen replied with a calm demeanor. "Whether he looks my way or not is of no concern to me." "Humph. Spare me your pretense of superiority. You once chased after my elder brother, weeping and wailing, insisting on marrying him. Can you honestly claim that your presence here today is not for him?" Song Qingya taunted. Upon hearing this, the prince's expression brightened. He had suspected that Xingchen had come for him. How could she, who had once been so infatuated, suddenly change her mind? Just then, Xingchen's voice rang out. "If the third princess is suffering from delusions, you might consider consulting a physician. Were it not for the fear of disobeying, even your invitation would not persuade me to attend. How dare you presume to invite me?" Song Qingya sneered. "I am indeed unworthy," Xingchen retorted, self-mockingly. Engaging with such a foolish princess was a sheer waste of intellect, so she chose to concede. A few less words would not cost her anything, and she was uncertain how Xian Fei would deal with her. Thus, Xingchen opted to conserve her strength. "That is more like it," Song Qingya thought, feeling triumphant. Song Xingchen's expression darkened as if clouds had gathered. How infuriating for Xingchen to deny her intentions of coming for him. From her elevated position, Xian Fei observed the exchange and turned her gaze to Jing Yin'er. "I have heard that Yin'er possesses unparalleled musical talent." Jing Yin'er immediately arose with respect. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but unworthy and humbly offer my humble skills." "Very well." Two young eunuchs brought forth a gouging, and Jing Yin'er seated herself, her slender, fair fingers gliding over the strings. The notes flowed gracefully, resembling a gentle stream, clear and intricate. It was as though a beautiful painting unfurled before them, the poetic melody captivating all and granting solace to weary souls. "Indeed, brother, it has been ages since we heard you play the xiao. Do grace us with a performance." Song Qingya chimed in. Before Song Xingchen could refuse, Song Mama approached, holding a white jade xiao. Xian Fei's matchmaking intentions were unmistakable. She sought to pair the prince and Jing Yin'er before Xingchen's eyes, demonstrating that a merchant's daughter could never deserve her son. "Then I shall offer my humble performance," Song Xingchen declared, rising to accept the xiao. The melody danced lightly, perfectly harmonizing with the gouging. their duet weaving a tapestry of sound that swirled and ebbed like clouds parting to reveal the plum blossoms, conjuring a dreamlike ambience of romance and beauty. Xingchen beamed with delight, pleasantly surprised by the prince's exceptional shout performance. Their first collaboration was unexpectedly harmonious. Xingchen felt equally pleased. His deep black eyes resting on Xingchen, who exuded grace and poise, her skill on the gouging truly commendable. She surpassed Xingchen by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Xingchen, oblivious to the enchanting music, stuffed her cheeks with pastries, her mouth so full that she could hardly cease. Xingchen's face twisted in disdain. How infuriating that Xingchen could not see him playing with another woman, lost in her gluttony. Had it been before, she would have certainly been overcome with jealousy and rushed to stop him. Now, she seemed consumed by the plate of pastries before her, further igniting his ire. In his fury, he inadvertently played a wrong note, the jarring sound startling everyone. It is Yenner's lack of musical skill that caused the prince's error, interrupting everyone's enjoyment. Xingchen promptly deflected the blame onto herself. Xingchen cast her an appreciative glance, recognizing her considerate nature. Chapter 62. How could it be you? The princess's words were truly laughable. I never realized I possessed such considerable influence over the king of Mo. Or perhaps, after our separation, he has been unable to forget me, leading to his distraction just now? Xingchen provocatively retorted. You dare utter such nonsense? How shameless. The king of Mo declared with disdain. I detest you to the core. Even a glance at you is repulsive. How could I possibly yearn for you? Cease your foolish daydreams. I have no desire to see you again in this lifetime. Do not appear before me ever again. The onlookers wore expressions tinged with mockery and schadenfreude, all eyes turning towards Xingchen. To be publicly humiliated by the king of Mo was indeed a disgrace. Particularly, Xingchen wore a smug expression, relishing the moment. Xingchen, did you hear that? My royal brother holds you in utter disdain. So you best vacate as far as possible. Xingchen's demeanor remained unperturbed. Since the king of Mo has spoken thus, I shall take my leave. With that, she rose to depart, not forgetting to take the platter of pastries from the table. What a lack of dignity, taking a mere platter of pastries. Xingchen scoffed. Xingchen's face was as cold as ice. His anger surged as he gazed at Xingchen's retreating figure. How infuriating. She simply walks away? Was she not supposed to rush over, apologize, and plead for his forgiveness, begging him not to ignore her? Xingchen must be employing a strategy of feigned retreat. He mused. Xianfei, having achieved her objective, made no move to stop Xingchen. Her invitation to the chrysanthemum banquet had been solely to humiliate her. Nearby Songboi, upon seeing Xingchen leave, promptly turned and departed as well. Xingchen, having entered the palace only a few times, had lost her way out. As she wandered, she suddenly collided with a young maid at a corner of the palace wall. I am terribly sorry, it was my clumsiness that caused me to bump into you. Esteemed one, please, punish me. The maid apologized earnestly. Noticing the blood on the maid's clothing and her anxious demeanor, Xingchen's brow furrowed. Why is there blood on you? Our esteemed concubine suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain and is bleeding. I sought to summon the imperial physician, but all are on leave today. I intended to leave the palace to find a doctor, but I require permission from Xianfei. I initially sought her help, yet the guards would not allow me to pass, stating that today is the chrysanthemum banquet and no interruptions are permitted, under threat of severe punishment. His Majesty has also left the palace. What am I to do? The maid turned to leave. Do not go. It is evident that Xianfei wishes for your lady to suffer a miscarriage. Even if you plead, it will be of no avail, Xingchen coldly remarked. The maid turned pale with fright. What should I do? Perhaps I can save your esteemed concubine. I possess some medical knowledge, Xingchen offered. The maid's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That would be splendid. Please, follow me. She immediately led the way, having no better options. Willing to gamble on a desperate chance. In Lanqin Palace, the concubine lay pallidly on her bed, bleeding profusely, too frightened to move. The attending matrons and palace maids were equally alarmed, paralyzed with fear. Why has His Majesty not yet arrived? Where are the physicians? Why is no one here? The concubine weakly inquired. Your Highness, I have found someone. The maid exclaimed, rushing in with urgency. The concubine's face lit up with hope. But upon seeing Xingchen behind the maid, her expression turned to shock. Xingchen, how could it be you? I have come to save you, Your Highness. Xingchen stated forthrightly. You are the daughter-in-law of Xianfei. How could you possibly wish to help me? Surely, you are here to mock me. The concubine's demeanor shifted coldly. The king of Mo himself sought my life. I have since severed ties with him. I harbor no affection for Xianfei, and I would not assist her in harming you. Xingchen replied, her voice steady. The concubine was taken aback. How could this be? Why did His Majesty leave the palace suddenly, and why is there no physician available? What a strange coincidence. She began to piece together the puzzle. It must be Xian Fei. She intends to harm my child. That vile woman, I shall not rest until she pays for this. The concubine's anger caused her to bleed even more. Your Highness, please, do not agitate yourself. It could be fatal, the matron advised. The concubine's face turned ashen, and her brows knitted tightly as she fixed her gaze on Xingchen. If you can save my child, I shall ensure the prosperity of the Yi family for generations. Regardless of the truth in Xingchen's words, she had no choice but to gamble on hope now. Your Highness, please be assured. Xingchen quickly produced a hemostatic talisman and applied it to the concubine's abdomen, followed by a restorative talisman, a strength-enhancing talisman, and another medicinal pill. Without asking for permission, she quickly placed the pill into the concubine's mouth. The concubine was caught off guard, swallowing it before she could protest. A wave of warmth surged down her throat to her dantian, spreading throughout her body. To her astonishment, her formerly weak state began to regain some vitality, and the bleeding ceased. Joy flooded her heart. Xingchen then took out silver needles and carefully inserted them into the acupuncture points on the concubine's lower abdomen, alleviating the swelling and pain. My bleeding has stopped, and the pain has lessened. Thank you, Xingchen. The concubine exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Having spent years in the palace longing for a child, she had finally conceived a few months prior, only to be terrified by today's unexpected bleeding. This pill strengthens the body and regulates qi and blood. Take one daily until finished. After losing so much blood, you should remain in bed for the next few months, only getting up for necessary matters. Otherwise, should this happen again, I may not be able to save you, Xingchen instructed. I shall heed your advice and take good care of myself. Thank you immensely today. However, I still have a question. I am already 5 months along, having passed the critical first trimester. Why did I suddenly bleed so heavily today? The concubine asked, puzzled. Have you fallen, bumped into something, or experienced any discomfort prior? Xingchen inquired. In her heart, Xingchen began to suspect. If that were the case, there was only one possibility: someone had poisoned the concubine. Chapter 63, colliding into the regent's embrace. The imperial concubine's expression turned icy. She had surmised as much. Yet, I have always been cautious, and those around me have been thoroughly vetted multiple times. Logically, no one should have had the opportunity. Xingchen cast a glance at the few attendants, noting their lack of panic, replaced instead by genuine concern, which did not appear to be feigned. If the individuals were not at fault, then the objects must be suspect. Xingchen rose and surveyed the imperial concubine's chambers. The items within the palace had been inspected numerous times and should be beyond reproach. The concubine found herself equally perplexed. Since her pregnancy, she had insisted on regular inspections. Logically, there should be no issues. If everything were indeed fine, why had she suffered such severe bleeding today? Xingchen retorted. The concubine was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the situation. Xingchen meticulously examined the chambers, ultimately fixating on a white jade guanyin statue within. Your Highness, from whence did this guanyin statue originate? She inquired. The concubine was taken aback. It was bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager. Could there be an issue with the statue? Xingchen nodded, striding over to seize the statue and hurled it to the ground. No. The concubine's attempt to intervene was futile as she watched helplessly as the statue shattered into fragments. The concubine's face drained of color. Xingchen, you possess tremendous audacity. That was a gift from the Empress Dowager. How could you destroy it? Should the Empress Dowager learn of this, neither you nor I shall escape unscathed. Xingchen paid her no heed, glancing at the shards before picking up a piece of green jade. I have found the answer, Your Highness, observe. The concubine gasped. How can this piece of jade be green? The statue was clearly entirely white. The statue appeared white, yet the interior was green due to tampering, containing substances that could induce miscarriage. This substance was colorless and odorless, remaining inert under normal conditions, yet long exposure to smoke could activate its toxicity, Xingchen elucidated. The concubine was struck dumb. I have been offering incense to this statue morning and evening. This revelation could explain everything. The Empress Dowager claimed it was procured from the Gratitude Temple, with only 2 statues in existence, one for the Empress and one for me. I was deeply grateful, as the Gratitude Temple is the national temple of the Zhanyue Kingdom. Since my pregnancy, I have been offering incense daily. Why would the Empress Dowager wish to harm me? I have always shown her the utmost respect. The concubine refused to believe that the devout Empress Dowager would conspire against her. You carry the Emperor's child, a royal heir. Even if the Empress Dowager harbors disdain towards you, she would never harm her grandchild. However, her intentions do not preclude others from acting. Perhaps this white jade guanine had been tampered with before reaching her. Xingchen analyzed. The concubine's complexion darkened further. It must be Xianfei. She has been vying against me for years, and no one in the palace desires to see me childless more than she does. Today, with the emperor absent, I sought permission from Xianfei to leave the palace, but the guards obstructed me and warned of severe punishment should I attempt to intrude. A maid interjected. Indeed. That wretched woman. Her malice is unfathomable. She seeks to induce my miscarriage. I shall never forgive her. The concubine vowed. Xingchen, I thank you immensely today. You have saved my child. You are now my benefactor. Here, take this token. It will afford you considerable convenience within the palace and the royal city. The concubine announced. Very well. The maid immediately handed it over. Xingchen accepted it without hesitation. I shall accept it, she stated before departing. As Xingchen's figure receded, the maid spoke up. Your Highness, can you truly trust Xingchen? What if she were to give your token to Xianfei? The consequences would be dire. The concubine smiled serenely. She would not. If she harbored intentions against me, she would not have intervened to save me. Even if she had wished to deceive me regarding the statue, her actions clearly indicate that she is not aligned with Xianfei. Your Highness is astute. The maid remarked in admiration. You must procure an identical guanine statue at once, acting in secrecy. Xianfei must not be informed. Additionally, send someone to investigate the origins of this white jade guanine. The concubine commanded. Understood. Meanwhile, as Xingchen exited the Lian palace, she had scarcely taken a few steps when she was abruptly yanked into the embrace of a stranger. Just as she was about to retaliate, a familiar voice called out. It's me. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the strikingly handsome visage of Song Boyi, his expression brimming with delight. Regent, what brings you here? I happened to pass by. Did you just visit the Lian palace? Song Boyi inquired. His brow furrowed slightly. Do you understand what entering the Lian palace signifies? It signifies a break with Xianfei and the commencement of enmity. Even if I had not entered, she would not have spared me. Just days ago, she sent assassins after me, Xingchen replied. Song Boyi's heart sank, concern evident in his eyes. She actually dispatched assassins after you? Were you harmed? Not at all. I repelled the assassin, resulting in Xianfei being injured instead. Today, she appears unharmed, so her injuries must not be severe, Xingchen explained. As long as you are unscathed, Song Boyi sighed in relief. It seemed Xianfei had become overly complacent. He would not let her escape unpunished for daring to harm Xingchen. Regent, allow me to show you a splendid spectacle. Come with me, Xingchen said playfully, taking his hand and leading him away. Song Boyi felt a surge of joy at her soft touch and promptly followed her. From their vantage point, they could observe Xianfei and her entourage without being noticed. Xingchen traced a symbol in the air with her fingertip, softly murmuring an incantation. Go. Nearby, as Xingchen idly chatted with the third princess, she suddenly felt a sharp pain akin to a needle prick at the crown of her head. Her expression darkened, and she lunged at the third princess with ferocity. Ah! The third princess's scream echoed as she was struck twice before being seized by the throat. Onlookers were horrified, including Prince Imo, who had previously held a favorable opinion of Xingchen, now watching in shock. Chapter 64. Is he jealous? Xingchen, what are you doing? The third princess, Song Qingya, cried out in despair. Separate them, Xianfei exclaimed, startled. The others present were all women, with only the Mo Wang being a man. He was closest to the third princess and immediately rushed over to pull them apart. Yet, Xingchen, in a frenzy, saw Mo Wang approaching and began to strike and kick him, even biting Song Tingchen's arm. Song Tingchen winced in pain and, filled with fury, threw her aside. Xingchen, have you had enough? Xingchen fell to the ground, her palms scraped and bleeding, but she seemed oblivious to the pain, getting up and lunging at the people nearby. The wealthy young ladies, having never witnessed such a scene, were terrified and screamed in panic, while Xingchen pursued them like a madwoman. Xianfei could not fathom that Xingchen would cause such chaos. Help! Capture her! Upon hearing this, Xingchen turned angrily to Xianfei and charged at her with astonishing speed, faster than even Mo Wang could react. Before Xianfei could finish her plea for help, Xingchen had already lunged forward. Even though a maid stood in front of Xianfei, Xingchen, as strong as an ox, pushed her aside and slapped Xianfei across the face. Xianfei was taken aback. Having enjoyed the emperor's favor since entering the palace and often being the one to reprimand others, she was furious that Xingchen dared to strike her. "You are courting death," Xinfei shouted, retaliating with a slap of her own. However, Xingchen did not simply endure. She seized Xinfei's wrist and delivered another slap. "Ah, how dare you strike me? Someone, quickly, capture this madwoman," Xinfei bellowed. Mo Wang rushed over and swiftly knocked Xingchen unconscious. She fell to the ground. Yet no one dared to assist her. "Mother, I am sorry. I reacted too slowly and let you suffer," Xingchen lamented. "Someone, take Xingchen to the Department of Punishment for strict interrogation." "How dare she strike me? I will not let her off lightly." Xinfei gritted her teeth. A mere daughter of a minister dared to strike her in front of so many people. If she was not severely punished, how could she maintain control over the harem? "Your Majesty, save me. My face hurts so much. I do not want to be disfigured." The third princess, Song Qingya, cried, covering her blood-stained face. "Stop your crying. Summon the imperial physician immediately," Xinfei said impatiently. A nearby matron, looking somewhat troubled, lowered her voice to remind, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that the physicians are all on leave today? The imperial hospital has no doctors available." Xinfei's face flushed with anger. She certainly needed a physician. If the emperor saw her like this, it would not be good. "Yes." The matron quickly sent someone to relay the message. Watching the formerly proud crowd now in disarray, especially the bloodied face of the third princess and Xinfei's swollen visage, Xingchen felt a sense of satisfaction. This is what one calls retribution for the wicked. "Can you control Xingchen?" Song Boyi asked in astonishment, instinctively. "No, I merely let out some of the resentment attached to the hairpin on her head," Xingchen explained. Song Boyi understood, realizing why she had willingly relinquished the hairpin. Was there a problem with the hairpin? "Yes, when I first saw that hairpin, I sensed the deep resentment it carried. I intended to dispel it, but then I encountered Xingchen. Had she been reasonable, it would have been fine. But her maid was insolent, trying to seize something from me, and afterward pretended to be kind, attempting to tarnish my reputation. Hence, I could only play along." Xingchen clarified. "Now I see. Since the show is over, let us leave the palace," Song Boyi said. He could not linger in the palace for too long. Especially not with Xingchen. If the emperor's men saw them together, it would surely endanger her. "Since the performance is over, let us go." "I do not like the palace anyway," Xingchen agreed and followed Song Boyi out. The tale had initially suggested that during the Chrysanthemum Festival, Mo Wang and Xingchen fell in love at first sight, and before long, Mo Wang married Xingchen, elevating her to the status of a concubine equal to Xingchen. However, with Xingchen having diverged from the narrative by divorcing Mo Wang and orchestrating this scene, Mo Wang must now harbor considerable disdain for Xingchen. Whether they could end up together remained uncertain. Xingchen casually climbed into Song Boyi's carriage and picked up the script from the carriage to read. "I know that if the regent were to grow closer to me, the Yi family would certainly face the emperor's scrutiny. By the way, thank you for protecting my servants," Xingchen expressed her gratitude. Noticing Xingchen's continued focus on the script, Song Boyi's brows furrowed slightly. "Do you have nothing else to discuss with this prince?" "Discuss what?" Xingchen asked, puzzled. Song Boyi's expression darkened. "For instance, did Jin Ming embrace you?" Song Boyi's lips twitched. "Is that all?" Only then did Xingchen notice the change in Song Boyi's demeanor. Feeling a hint of suspicion, "Why is the regent suddenly asking me this? Could it be that he is jealous? That shouldn't be. He clearly hasn't been to the Yi residence, so how could he know about this? It must be that he secretly sent someone to protect me. It has to be that blabbermouth Agio. Had I known, I wouldn't have given him a talisman for safety. This guy is spreading rumors in front of the regent. How unfathomable. How should I tell the regent that I have no feelings for Yin Ming and that I actually like him? Should I just say it directly? Wouldn't that make me seem less reserved? If I hint at it, wouldn't that be too contrived? Oh dear, this is so complicated. How should I explain this?" Listening to Xingchen's thoughts, Song Boyi, who had been sulking for several days, suddenly felt his anger dissipate, his lips curling into a smile. "No need to say anything. This prince understands." Xingchen froze. "Regent, what do you understand?" Chapter 65. Who is the scoundrel that schemed against her? In the temple, the esteemed monks offered free chanting and blessings for all, along with complimentary vegetarian meals. The common folk could listen to Buddhist teachings or seek divination. "Isn't that the very place where I lost my innocence?" Song Boyi was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Xingchen. She mentioned losing her purity. What could this mean? Had the monks breached their vows? What did she truly know? Who had conspired against her? He yearned to inquire but hesitated, fearing it might frighten Xingchen. Regret washed over him for even suggesting the idea. Who was the scoundrel that plotted against her? If only he could uncover their identity, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Eventually, the original owner found herself with child, expressing deep gratitude to the temple by generously donating incense money each year. Little did she know that this entire scheme was orchestrated by the king of Mo and Fu Yuru. Fu Yuru had bribed a maidservant close to the original owner, administering a drug in Xingchen's tea, resulting in a night spent not with the king of Mo, but with a random beggar. Thus, the child she bore was not the king's, but rather a pawn manipulated by him to torment Xingchen. Song Boy noticed a change in Xingchen's complexion and sensed her distress, yet he could not hear her thoughts, leaving him deeply worried. Furrowing his brow, he realized it was indeed the king of Mo and Fu Yuru behind this. While he lacked the specifics, he vowed he would not let the king escape unscathed. Observing Xingchen's calm demeanor, he felt a profound ache in his heart. Surely, these years had been arduous for her. You must have endured great hardship over the years. Song Boy instinctively remarked. Indeed, it has been difficult, but that is all in the past. I have now emerged from the depths of suffering, and the future holds promise. Xingchen replied indifferently. Yes, it shall only get better, Song Boy concurred. He resolved to protect her henceforth. As their carriage came to a halt at the gates of the Yi residence, Xingchen disembarked. Has the king of Mo been giving you trouble? Ye's father inquired with concern. Everyone felt relieved, but just as they were about to offer further words of comfort, the steward entered, panic etched on his face. Master, something is amiss. The granary under Ye's care has encountered a crisis. Today, as I conducted my routine inspection, I discovered scattered grains on the ground. Fearing a rodent invasion, I opened the granary to investigate, only to find it completely emptied. What shall we do, master? The grain delivery is due in half a month. The steward was visibly distressed. Ye's mother was equally astonished. How could this happen? There are guards on rotation daily, and those granaries are vast. How could so much grain vanish without a trace? There must be an insider. I shall take a team to apprehend the guards. Yu Xiaoshu declared angrily. Yu eldest frowned. Even if you go now, no one will confess. The critical question is, where has the grain gone? Outrageous. It must have been the king of Mo who stole it. Yi eldest second chimed in. Such a large quantity of grain could not have been removed in haste. This was undoubtedly premeditated, Yi eldest third analyzed. Does anyone else know about the granary shortage? Xingchen asked. The steward wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No, during the shift change. I was so frightened upon discovering the empty granary that I dared not raise the alarm. Why at night? Can't we go now? Yi Xiaoshu questioned, perplexed. Going now would only alert the perpetrator that we are aware of the grain's disappearance, thus jeopardizing our chance to catch them off guard, Xingchen explained. You are right. I shall attend to it immediately. Yi eldest and Yi eldest second promptly set off. Yu Xiaoshu raised a thumb in admiration. I feel like you've become more astute since your divorce. Mind your own business, Xingchen retorted dismissively. This is public grain. Failing to deliver it could lead to severe punishment, even execution. The king of Mo truly leaves us no avenue for survival. How malicious. Ye's father exclaimed in outrage. It is evident that this is the king of Mo's doing. No one else would wish to drive the Yi family to ruin, if we do not seek retribution. They have dared to harm our family first. How despicable. Fortunately, Xingchen has divorced him. Otherwise, we would be left with nothing, Ye's mother lamented. Do not worry. I have my ways. Whatever means they employ to remove the grain, I shall ensure they return it, Xingchen reassured them. Very well, we shall trust our daughter. They replied. At midnight, Xingchen donned a set of dark clothing, preparing to scale the wall and venture out. Yu Xiaoshu stopped her. I will accompany you. Are you certain? You may be frightened. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Uffed. I am quite brave. Having been scared into courage, Yu Xiaoshu boasted. Very well, lead the way. The two made their way to the granary on the eastern outskirts. The guards were drowsy, and to their surprise, there were numerous wet footprints on the ground. As if someone had been walking about. She observed the footprints coming and going, yet no person was in sight. Yi Xiaoshu turned pale. Sister, what if there are only footprints and no one? Are we encountering ghosts? Chapter 66. The tactics of one are returned upon themselves silence. No matter what you see later, do not make a sound. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, Xingchen admonished. Rest assured, I will not utter a word even if it kills me. Yu Xiaosha assured confidently. Xingchen produced a talisman and affixed it to Yu Xiaosha's forehead. Previously only aware of the footprints, Yu Xiaosha suddenly discerned that the footprints not far away were indeed those of individuals, or rather, They resembled phantoms. Their garments were drenched, dripping with water, and their hair was disheveled, obscuring their faces. Some figures wore dry clothing, yet were headless, while others had their heads grotesquely mutilated, leaving only half-formed, bloodied visages, a sight utterly terrifying. Yuxiasa's face paled in fright, trembling as she asked, "Sister, are they all ghosts? How frightening. Why would they steal our grain? Ghosts do not consume food, do they? Following them will surely lead us to the answer." Very well. The two immediately trailed the spectral thieves, ultimately discovering that they had concealed the pilfered grain in a desolate courtyard on the western outskirts. Within the courtyard stood dozens of large barrels, filled with the very grain that had gone missing from the Yi family. This courtyard was rumored to be haunted, and no one ever comes here. Who would suspect grain was hidden in such a desolate place? How despicable! Yuxiasa exclaimed indignantly. Then we shall return the favor in kind. Xingchen replied with a cold smirk. You do not intend to confront the ghosts directly, do you? How could we mere mortals stand against them? Yuxiasa remarked, fully aware of her limitations. Without daring to question further, they remained perched atop the wall, awaiting dawn's light. As the first light of day broke, the thieving spirits vanished. Xingchen leaped into the courtyard and surveyed the numerous grain barrels. No need to worry. Watch me, she declared, producing a stack of transfer talismans. I will affix one to each barrel. You cannot be serious. You intend to use these yellow papers to remove the grain? You jest. Yuxiasa scoffed, ignoring her skepticism. Xingchen applied a talisman to a barrel and recited an incantation, causing the grain within to vanish in an instant. Yuxiasa gasped in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What just happened? Sister, what have you done? Enough with your questions. Those ghosts will return at any moment. Xingchen warned with a glare. Yuxiasa, now fully aware of the urgency, took the talismans and rushed to the barrels, applying them one by one. In the blink of an eye, the grain disappeared entirely. Xingchen then tossed a talisman into each empty barrel before they departed. Yuxiasa was left in awe by her sister's remarkable abilities. Are you truly my sister, Xingchen? When did you acquire such skills? Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Of course I am Xingchen. 2 years ago, I encountered a wise master at a temple who taught me these arts. Could you teach me a few tricks? Yuxiasa asked shamelessly. Do you wish to engage with the spirits? Xingchen countered. Meanwhile, in the Prince of Ink's residence, he wore a smug expression. Are you certain that all the grain from the Yi family's granary has been stolen? Excellent. I look forward to seeing how they will account for this in half a month's time. A glint of malice crossed his eyes. Xingchen's departure had enraged him, leading to public humiliation. Learning of the failed assassination attempt on her by his mother, he had been introduced to a Taoist capable of dealing with the Yi family without a single soldier being deployed. Naturally, he placed great trust in this individual. The prince is indeed wise, praised Taoist Xingchen. Once the Yi family falls, I shall ensure you are well rewarded, the prince proclaimed with pride. Thank you, your highness. I shall take my leave now. Taoist Xingchen exited, only to encounter Fu Yuro at the door. Noticing her pallor, he furrowed his brow but said nothing. Continuing on his way, Xingchen, upon hearing this, felt elated. Ruer cares for me so, how wonderful. The prince is Ruer's world, and she naturally wishes for your well-being. Fu Yuro replied gently. You are indeed the most considerate, Xingchen said, satisfied. Observing her slightly ashen complexion, he frowned. Why do you appear unwell? Are you feeling ill? I am fine. I simply did not sleep well last night, Fu Yuro explained. She would never confess that since she had begun nurturing a spirit with her blood, she had felt utterly drained and plagued by nightmares. Uncertain if the Taoist had deceived her, she awaited the outcome, just 3 days away. Then I shall spend the evening accompanying you, Ruer, Xingchen said, his tone softening with affection. Thank you, your highness, Fu Yuro replied, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Initially believing that at the chrysanthemum banquet, the princess would bestow a marriage upon her, she felt powerless to intervene. Little did she expect Jing Yenner to lash out at the prince and the princess, rendering her prospects of marrying into the prince's residence impossible. Fu Yuro reveled in her good fortune. At dawn, the regent, Songboi, personally arrived to escort Xingchen, who climbed into the carriage. Today, the regent donned a pristine white robe, unblemished and complemented by his chiseled features and an elegant folding fan, exuding an air of grace. My heavens! The regent is exceptionally handsome today. Is this the legendary figure, as beautiful as jade, unparalleled in the world? Truly, good looks render everything appealing. Songboi, overhearing their whispers, smiled with satisfaction. We are 2 hours from the Bayan temple. I have arranged some pastries, fruits, and refreshments for your enjoyment. Thank you, Regent. How considerate, Xingchen replied. As the carriage moved forward, another carriage suddenly sped past. Peering through the curtain, Xingchen recognized it as belonging to the Prince of Ink. Indeed, the anticipated confrontation was at hand. Song Boyi also noticed the passing carriage and grasped Xingchen's hand firmly. Fear not, this time, with me by your side. The Prince of Ink shall not dare to bully you again. His tone was solemn and earnest. A warmth blossomed in Xingchen's heart. Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 67. A public humiliation. The journey was long, and the carriage continued on its way. Xingchen perused a novel while savoring pastries and engaging in a game of chess with the regent, thus finding herself not at all bored. Before long, they arrived at the Baoyan Temple, which was situated halfway up the mountain. The carriage could only stop at the foot of the hill, necessitating a hike up the path. At this moment, numerous carriages were parked below, gathering a diverse crowd of men, women, and children, all there to pray and listen to teachings. A young monk approached. Bowing slightly, I have seen the regent. The abbot has instructed me to escort you. Very well, the regent replied, and they promptly followed the young monk. Xingchen's gaze fell upon the carriage of the Mo Wang not far away, but she remained silent and followed the monk up the mountain. The young monk led them along a lesser-traveled path at the back of the mountain, far less crowded than the main road. With only a few young monks busily moving about, he guided the regent and his companions to a courtyard. This courtyard is divided into east and west. The west side is for female benefactors, while the east side accommodates male benefactors. Please, regent, settle in first. There is also vegetarian fare in the front courtyard, which you may partake in. The abbot will come to see you this afternoon and will inform you when he is available. Thank you, young master, Su Ruan replied politely. Once the young monk departed, Song Boyi spoke up. For these few days, let a Jiao accompany you. Very well, Xingchen agreed before heading to the western quarters. After a brief tidying up, she proceeded to the dining area. Having finished her meal, the abbot came to see the regent. It had been quite some time since their last meeting, and the abbot was visibly excited as he led the regent to his meditation room. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, Xingchen decided to explore the front mountain, and a Jiao promptly followed. The front mountain was bustling with activity, filled with people drawn by the temple's renown, seeking divinations, offerings, and blessings. A throng gathered, with many eminent monks engaged in the art of divination, forming long lines of eager supplicants. At the mountain's entrance, a pedestrian street flourished, lined with vendors selling various temple-themed trinkets, such as incense pouches and prayer beads. Xingchen's eyes caught sight of a particular incense pouch, its deep black fabric adorned with delicate blue and white silk threads embroidered in the shape of auspicious clouds. Simple yet elegant, it perfectly matched the regent's dignified demeanor. Old man, how much for this? Xingchen inquired, imagining the regent's cold yet handsome visage. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Then I shall take it, she declared. Certainly, the old man replied, preparing to wrap it up. Suddenly, a sharp and caustic voice interjected. Oh dear, isn't this Xingchen, who has divorced the Mo Wang? A divorced woman buying an incense pouch. What a pity that you still hold a candle for the Mo Wang. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the speaker as a woman she had encountered at the recent chrysanthemum banquet, although the name eluded her, she did recall the woman had been ingratiating herself with the third princess, standing beside Fu Yuru. The third princess despised Xingchen, and if she were to handle this situation today, surely the princess would regard her with newfound respect, Shinjiahua smugly thought to herself. As her words hung in the air, onlookers turned to gawk at Xingchen with disdain. Mission is right, Yi, since you have divorced the Mo Wang. You should refrain from lingering in the past, a bystander remarked. Indeed, a discarded wife has no business here at Baoyan Temple. How embarrassing, another added. Had it not been for your incessant crying and dramatics, the Mo Wang would never have wed you. Now that you are divorced, why not simply move on? Amidst the scornful remarks, Xingchen maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Who said this pouch was meant for the Mo Wang? Is he the only man in the world? Such a statement is absurd. Who else could you possibly gift it to? No one would dare take a divorced woman like you, Shun Jiahua scoffed. Despite Ye's father having publicly acknowledged the divorce, to the onlookers, Xingchen, being utterly unremarkable, was indistinguishable from a woman who had been cast aside. Fu Yuru feigned sympathy. Yi, even if you still hold on to feelings for the prince, you are divorced now. It is time for both of you to move on. There is no future for you two. Yuru is correct. You are a worthless good-for-nothing. Not even the Mo Wang would have you, let alone a beggar on the street. Shinjiahua insulted. A Jiao could no longer bear the insults and was about to retort when Xingchen interjected, Miss Shin. Did you come here with the Zhao Gongzi you were engaged to? Xingchen was stiffened, instantly defensive. What do you mean by that? Zhao Tsong would never look at a discarded woman like you. Zhao Gongzi is the sort to be promiscuous. I wouldn't accept him even if he were offered to me, Xingchen replied with disdain. Fuming with anger, Shun Jiahua retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? You dare to accuse Zhao Tsong of such things? Xingchen, you have no shame. You are the one who speaks nonsense. Shun Jiahua seethed, raising her hand to slap Xingchen. However, a Jiao seized her wrist. My lady is not someone you can strike without consequence. You seek death. With that, she forcefully released Shun's wrist. The strength of a Jiao's grip sent Shun Jiahua tumbling to the ground, where she landed painfully, her eyes blazing with fury. Xingchen, how dare you allow someone to strike me? I will not let this go. Shun Jiahua seethed, scrambling to her feet and launching herself at Xingchen. The gathered crowd stood dumbfounded, astonished by the unfolding drama. Did we just hear that Miss Shun's fiancé is a womanizer? How scandalous. Who would have thought Zhao Gongzi was such a rake? Fu Yiru was taken aback by Shun Jiahua's reckless behavior. What a fool, she was easily manipulated by Xingchen's words. Truly a dimwit. Why is everyone not paying attention to the spectacle? After all, a promiscuous figure is a rare sight, Xingchen quipped, raising an eyebrow. The crowd, already intrigued, surged toward the scene, eager to witness the unfolding scandal. As they departed, Fu Yiru cast a suspicious glance at Xingchen. How do you know such a secret, Xingchen? Are you involved with Zhao Gongzi? Upon hearing the name Xingchen, Fu Yiru's expression froze. Could it be that she still harbored feelings for the regent? Chapter 68. She gifts you a sachet. She is the daughter-in-law that consort Xian has intended. If she marries into the Prince of Mo's residence, she will undoubtedly become the Princess of Mo. Although an incident occurred at the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, Xingchen is, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, and due to her status, consort Xian would not hold it against her. Xingchen kindly offered an explanation. At this, Fu Yiru's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. You've already divorced the prince. Why do you care who becomes the Princess of Mo? Regardless of who it is, it certainly will not be you. Xingchen coldly exposed her. I will definitely become the Princess of Mo one day, Fu Yiru vowed fiercely. With your father's mere fourth-grade official rank, how can he compare to the Prime Minister? Xingchen countered. You despicable. Fu Yiru, humiliated, stormed off in anger. Miss Yi, you are truly formidable. With just a few words, you took care of those two. It's impressive. A Jiao expressed admiration wholeheartedly. When it comes to battling me, they are still too inexperienced. Don't let a couple of mouse droppings ruin your mood. Come, let us enjoy the delicious food at Baoyin Temple. I've heard there are many local specialties here, Xingchen suggested. All right. The old man selling sachets, seeing them about to leave, immediately called out, Miss, do you still want this sachet? I do, Xingchen replied, reaching for her money. Missy, I have money, a Jiao declared, taking out his own coins. No need. Your protection is already a great favor to me. How could I let you spend on me? Xingchen insisted and purchased it herself. A Jiao felt warmth in his heart and asked, Miss Yi, who do you intend to gift this sachet to? I want to tell you, Xingchen teased. A Jiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Could the regent have a rival in love? Then Xingchen led a Jiao down the mountainside, sampling food as they walked, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they were quite full. Miss Yi, I've heard that the peach blossom wine at the foot of Baoyin Temple is quite famous. It's brewed with spring peach blossoms and has been set aside for 2 seasons. It must be delightful, a Jiao mentioned. Xingchen raised an eyebrow at him. Wasn't it said that drinking could lead to trouble? Did she really want to risk it? A Jiao noticed the sudden change in her expression, looking bewildered. Miss Yi, did I say something wrong? You said nothing wrong. I also wish to try this peach blossom wine. Let us go buy some, Xingchen replied. Perhaps we should skip it. If you drink too much, the regent will surely blame me, a Jiao whispered. Since we are destined to come, we ought to give it a try, shouldn't we? They inquired of a vendor and proceeded to the tavern selling peach blossom wine, where Xingchen ordered 2 jars. The attendant, while pouring the wine, whispered to another, Have you heard? The second daughter of the Shen family in the capital has a fiancé who is said to be promiscuous. He was caught in the act with a maid, and the young lady was furious enough to want to kill him. It said she even injured him in the ensuing fight. Just the other day, a customer here remarked how the once harmonious relationship between the Shen and Zhao families has turned into a bitter feud. Who would have expected? The other attendant chimed in. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. If even the tavern workers knew, the entire Baoyin Temple must be abuzz with gossip. Self-inflicted woes are the hardest to bear, she mused. Jiu was so shocked that his mouth could fit several eggs. Miss Yi, you were truly remarkable. That's because you were quite exceptional, Jiu said in awe. One sentence had turned two prominent families into bitter enemies. Such a feat was not easily accomplished. Xingchen, I hear you bought a sachet to gift to me? Emma Wang Xingchen scoffed. Xingchen rolled her eyes. Does the Prince of Imo think himself a rabbit, with such long ears to entertain such delusions? Initially, upon hearing from Fu Yuru that Xingchen had purchased a sachet, Xingchen felt quite pleased, convinced it was meant for him. In the past, she had been infatuated with him, staying awake nights just to embroider a pouch for him. Yet, the pouch she crafted was so ugly that he had rejected it. Much to her dismay, leading her to cry for days and then labor for a month in needlework until her hands were sore. Xingchen. Exasperated. How shameless can you be, Emma Wang? I did indeed buy a sachet, but it is not for you. She pulled out the sachet and handed it directly to Jiu. Here, this is for you. Jiu froze. Isn't that inappropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. If I want to gift it to you, I shall. Xingchen shrugged. Jiu understood she was trying to provoke the prince and accepted it. Thank you for your generosity, Mississippi. Thus, she ensured that the prince would not suspect her intentions. Xingchen, furious, gritted his teeth. Xingchen, how could you give a sachet to a mere guard? I can give it to whoever I please, henceforth. Do not misunderstand your position, prince. There are far more eligible men in the world than you. My guard is tall, handsome, loyal, and far superior to you in my eyes. Xingchen deliberately irked him. Xingchen. Xingchen was on the verge of exploding. Please refrain from using my name so casually, Prince. After our divorce, we are strangers. Kindly refer to me as Miss Yi, she stated and walked away. Damn it. Xingchen, your ploys are futile. I despise you utterly. Xingchen seethed. Jiu, unable to suppress his laughter at the prince's grim countenance, hurried after Xingchen. Upon returning to the courtyard, Jiu reported back to the regent. However, before he could speak, he noticed the cold, stern expression on the regent's face, which seemed rather unsettling. Regent. The regent interrupted. You've wronged me. It was not a gift from Miss Yi. She asked me to play along to provoke the prince. The sachet she bought was intended for you. Jiu explained hurriedly, hoping to save himself, praying that Miss Yi would not hold it against him. Chapter 69. I will guard you. The cold and stern expression of the regent king softened slightly as he inquired. Is what you say true? Of course, replied Jiu. Miss Yi also mentioned that this sachet matches your temperament perfectly. The Prince of Imo and his misguided affections blocked the mountain gate, and in order to escape him, Miss Yi had no choice but to enlist my assistance in this charade. As Jiu spoke, he respectfully handed over the sachet, though he had intended to return it to Miss Yi. Upon witnessing the regent king's murderous gaze, he felt compelled to concede. At worst, he could purchase another to compensate her tomorrow. Song Boyi regarded the sachet, and a hint of warmth flickered across his otherwise frosty features as he accepted it. At least she possesses some conscience. Jiu let out a silent sigh of relief and proceeded to recount the events of the day. In truth, even without his account, the regent king was already aware, having discreetly dispatched several shadow guards to protect Xingchen. Leave, Song Boyi commanded coldly. Yes, Jiu replied hastily as he exited. Grateful for his quick thinking today, or else he might have faced dire consequences. Song Boyi held the sachet, and the sharp angles of his face softened slightly as his fingers caressed it. The fabric and embroidery were quite ordinary, far inferior to the craftsmanship of the Ministry of Works, yet it was the finest gift he had ever received. The fact that she gifted him a sachet indicated that she thought of him. A faint smile graced Song Boyi's lips as he hung the sachet at his waist and turned towards Xingchen's courtyard. Inside, Xingchen was lost in thought, staring at a jar of peach blossom wine. Upon hearing the regent king's voice, she promptly invited him in. I heard someone was deliberately causing trouble today? Song Boyi inquired with concern. Although he knew Xingchen had not been bullied, his worry compelled him to ask. Song Boyi admired her spirited demeanor. Xingchen felt touched. Thank you, Regent King. There's no need for gratitude between us, Song Boyi replied, deliberately flicking his sleeve to reveal the sachet at his waist. However, Xingchen was oblivious, her attention fixated on the wine jar. Song Boyi's gaze dimmed slightly as he noticed the black jar on the table. What is this? This is peach blossom wine that Jiu and I bought at the foot of the mountain. I heard it is brewed from the peach blossoms that bloom in spring. I wanted to try it, but I feared drinking might cause trouble. Song Boyi's eyes sparkled with amusement at her words. Drink without worry. I will guard you. Her trust in him filled Song Boyi with satisfaction. All right, Yi Xingchen exclaimed as she opened the wine jar. A fragrant aroma of wine mingled with a delicate peach blossom scent wafted through the air. She lifted the jar and took a generous sip. The wine was rich and smooth, with a hint of peach blossom sweetness, indeed delightful. After praising the wine, she noticed Song Boi gazing at her intently, causing her to feel a bit awkward. Regent King, you cannot drink alcohol. I also brewed a few jars of medicinal wine, which are just right for you. Yi Xingchen stood and walked to a nearby cabinet, retrieving 3 wine jars. She had placed them there when she first settled in, fearing others would become suspicious. So she had hidden them in advance. Song Boi's eyes lit up. Thank you. There's no need for formality between us. Come, let us toast. Yi Xingchen raised her wine jar. Song Boi opened one of the jars, and as they clinked their jars together, he was just about to drink when an ear-piercing voice suddenly cried out, "Ah, save me. Someone is going to eat me. Master, save me." Song Boi was startled as the voice emanated from the wine jar, instinctively tossing it aside. Yi Xingchen was equally taken aback, watching as the jar shattered, spilling the medicinal wine, and a small white figure crawled out. Ouch! You broke me. Who is the blind fool that wants to eat me? The little ginseng wailed. Song Boi's expression turned cold as he instinctively shielded Yi Xingchen. What are you? Why are you in the wine jar? The little ginseng, finally seeing the scene before it, looked up at Yi Xingchen with a pitiful gaze. Master, save me. Someone is trying to eat me. It stumbled over to Yi Xingchen, and Song Boi furrowed his brow. Master? Yi Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. I am indeed its master. Long ago, I saved a ginseng and casually planted it in the soil. Unexpectedly, it became sentient. Song Boi relaxed his fists. It became sentient? Such a fantastical notion was a first for him. Indeed, I'm a rare ginseng spirit born once in a century. Your medicinal wine is so delicious that I fell asleep while soaking, only to be dropped by someone. I have no idea which scoundrel dared to throw me. The little ginseng complained. Song Boi only heard the first part of its lament. You mean, this medicinal wine is what you bathed in? Of course. Yi Xingchen felt embarrassed. Regent King, I am sorry. I did not know it was in the medicinal wine. From your tone, do you find me distasteful? I am a century-old ginseng spirit. The medicinal wine I soaked in is invigorating and can prolong life. Even someone on the brink of death could live a few more years after a few sips. The little ginseng retorted defiantly. That is indeed true. Ginseng-infused wine is beneficial for health. Yi Xingchen agreed. Song Boi's expression darkened further. Do you imply that I am old? Yi Xingchen hastily shook her head. Of course not. I was merely stating a fact and did not mean to imply that you were aged. By the way, Regent King, how old are you this year? 3 black lines appeared on Song Boi's forehead. Had he dug his own grave? He regretted his words immediately. He was the king of hell in Song Yue, known for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, with no woman willing to marry him. In fact, the Regent King had never been interested in women. Both the Emperor and Empress had once sent him beauties, but he rejected them, and those sent were killed. Thus, his infamous reputation spread throughout Song Yue, and no woman dared approach him again. Would Yi Xingchen find him too old? Song Boi's hands clenched involuntarily in his sleeves, torn between wanting to know the answer and fearing it. He had never felt this anxious before. Yi Xingchen looked at Song Boi. 23 is just right. In our place. That's the legal age for marriage. Song Boi raised an eyebrow. Your place? Chapter 70. Lying on his lap to gaze at the moon, it was only then that Yi Xingchen realized she had inadvertently let slip a secret. If I were to say that I am not Yi Xingchen, would you believe me? Song Boi suddenly froze, his gaze turning towards Yi Xingchen in astonishment, before a look of understanding crossed his face. I believe you. He refrained from using the royal title and instead chose the first-person pronoun, which was a testament to his sincerity. Reflecting on Yi Xingchen's current transformation, it was as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis, especially considering her newfound abilities in formation techniques and exorcising malevolent spirits. It was clear that she was no ordinary individual. Yi Xingchen smiled lightly. Are you not afraid of me? Why should I fear? Regardless of who you are, you remain you, Song Boyu replied indulgently. A warmth filled Yi Xingchen's heart. No wonder he was the regent, possessing both insight and courage beyond the common man. After speaking, she lifted a wine jar and took a sip. Count yourself fortunate to recognize my master, you mere mortal, the little ginseng said, scuttling to Yi Xingchen's feet and climbing up to her shoulder. Song Boyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is my fortune. Regent, do not heed its nonsensical chatter. This is your destiny. You are fated to have noble individuals assist you. Even without me, others would come to your aid, Yi Xingchen explained. You are indeed my noble individual, Song Boyu said earnestly. Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, tilting her head back to continue drinking. Master, may I have a sip? The little ginseng asked playfully. Of course, you are so kind, master. The little ginseng gleefully nestled on Xingchen's shoulder. Song Boyu glanced at the other medicinal wines, knowing that this little creature had been steeped within them, leaving him unable to partake. Concerned by Xingchen's inner voice hinting that trouble may arise, he refrained from drinking. No matter what transpired, he was determined to protect her. After consuming an entire jar of wine, Xingchen was utterly intoxicated, gazing dreamily at the regent before her. Regent, you are truly handsome. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Song Boyu's eyes. If you find me handsome, then gaze upon me as much as you wish. Absolutely, Xingchen chuckled, reaching out to cup Song Boyu's face, inspecting him from left to right, finding him ever more pleasing to the eye. With such good looks, any child you bear will undoubtedly be as beautiful as you, Xingchen remarked in a tipsy haze. The little ginseng looked on disdainfully. Master, you are far too infatuated. We must maintain some decorum. I take pleasure in it. Xingchen pouted, playfully shoving the little ginseng into the wine jar. Delighted by the wine, the little ginseng settled in without a care. Song Boyu raised an eyebrow. The term child felt so alien to him, a concept he had never contemplated. Having always shunned romantic pursuits and, after being gravely poisoned, with countless individuals seeking his life, he had never considered marriage or offspring. Yet, at this moment, gazing at Xingchen's breathtaking visage, slightly flushed from the wine, her cold phoenix eyes now a touch hazy, and her cherry lips exuding a faint scent of wine, he found himself entranced. Xingchen, lifting her gaze, caught sight of the moon outside the window. Regent, I wish to see the moon. Very well, Song Boyu replied, rising to assist her in standing. However, Xingchen was too inebriated to maintain her balance. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms and gracefully leapt onto the rooftop using his lightness skill. Xingchen was overjoyed. Indeed, the higher we stand, the better the view. The moon is so grand and round tonight. Tonight is the 15th. Naturally, the moon is full, Song Boyu said as he settled her down on the rooftop. Having drunk excessively, Xingchen could hardly keep herself upright, leaning against Song Boyu's lap as she admired the luminous moon, feeling blissful. The two sat silently together, gazing at the moon, no words spoken, yet comforted in each other's presence. A sudden breeze stirred, causing Xingchen to shiver, for it was already late at night. Song Boyu promptly draped his voluminous sleeve over her, shielding her from the chill. Not far away, voices emerged. My apologies, Wang Yi. It was entirely Yenner's fault. Yenner was unaware of what happened. I suddenly lost consciousness. Afterwards, Yenner, learning of the events, felt immense regret. This is the premium golden wound medicine my father obtained from the Royal Medical Institute. I hope Wang Yi will not take offense. Yenner offered the golden wound medicine with a hint of trepidation. Song Xingchen, the Wang Yi, displayed a trace of impatience. You summoned me under the pretense of an urgent matter, only to present me with medicinal ointment? Perceiving the displeasure on Song Xingchen's face, Yenner quickly apologized. Your esteemed status is unparalleled. It was Yenner who caused you to lose face. You may do as you wish. Yenner has no further words. Please, do not let your anger affect your health. Song Xingchen was about to retort when he noticed the tears welling in Yenner's eyes and chose to hold his tongue. Very well. I am not so petty as to hold a grudge against a woman. Word has it that Wang Yi possesses a generous heart. It seems to be true. Thank you for not taking offense toward me. The night is favorable, might I. Before Yenner could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Wang Yi. The side consort has suddenly felt unwell and has just vomited. A concerned maid rushed over to report. Watching Song Xingchen's retreating figure, Yenner's expression darkened instantly. Damn that Fu Yuru for pretending to be unwell and ruining my plans. How detestable. Once I enter the Song family, I shall make her pay dearly. On the rooftop, Xingchen witnessed Yenner storming away in a fury and couldn't help but laugh. I never expected that while gazing at the moon, I would witness such a dramatic scene. When it comes to tears and tantrums, Fu Yuru is undoubtedly a master. Indeed. But Wang Yi seems to be quite taken with this act. I could never master such theatrics. Had I could have easily held him in my grasp. Xingchen reflected. Song Boyu's expression darkened instantly. Are you still pining for Song Xingchen? Of course not. I have made it clear that those days are behind me. The previous Xingchen was blind. I am most certainly not. The regent is infinitely more handsome and considerate than he, 100 times superior. If I had to choose between the two, I would undoubtedly select you. Xingchen said, grinning foolishly. Song Boyu was immensely satisfied. At least you have good taste. Not far away, Su Ruhan, observing the regent's cheerful demeanor, remarked, Zhan Bai, look at our regent. He appears as foolishly joyful as a simpleton. I have never seen this before. Zhan Bai glanced towards the rooftop. You say the regent is a simpleton? I shall remember your words and report them to the regent later. Chapter 71. Becoming a concubine for this young master, Su Ruhan pouted. You, Zhan Bai. I am confiding in you, and yet you betray me. Are you no longer a good brother? You used to call me a single dog. Zhan Bai retorted. I was merely reminding you not to be too direct in life, for it may hinder your search for a wife. My intentions were good. I don't need your advice. I shall remain loyal to the regent for my entire life, Zhan Bai replied solemnly. Su Ruhan shook his head. Indeed, you are quite foolish. The following day, Xingchen awoke at noon, her head still throbbing as she recalled the previous night spent drinking and gazing at the moon with the regent. A smile graced her features as she rose to change into a fresh dress and quickly freshened up before stepping outside. A Geo had been waiting outside the door, holding a jar of wine. Miss Yi, you are awake. Yes, why do you have that jar of wine? Xingchen inquired. Miss Yi, I feel quite embarrassed. Last night, when you angered the king of Mo and entrusted me with the sachet, I intended to return it to you afterward. However, upon discovering it, the regent insisted I claim it was a gift from you. I had planned to buy another identical one today, but the old man said they were sold out and the new ones would take a few days. To make amends, I brought you a jar of peach blossom wine. Hoping you will not hold it against me, Geo said apologetically, handing over the jar. Xingchen was unperturbed. That was originally meant for the regent. You delivered it on my behalf, saving me the trouble. Geo's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I hardly slept last night, feeling guilty towards you. Had I known, I would have enjoyed a good night's rest. Nevertheless, this peach blossom wine is still for you. I had a jar last night, and it was delightful. I bought 2 more on my way down, so we shall each have one. With her mind at ease, Geo devoured 3 bowls of rice with great relish. Xingchen also ate 2 bowls, then asked, Where is the regent? I have not seen him. The abbot is looking for him. I can discreetly tell you that the abbot's interest in the regent extends beyond mere discussions of Buddhism. He has been seeking ways to help the regent with his poison. Geo whispered. I see. Xingchen responded, frowning. She turned her gaze to see a plump, extravagantly dressed elderly woman feasting heartily nearby, with a small maid kneeling beside her and a young woman standing nearby. The young woman's face was pale, with 2 conspicuous bloodstains on her dress, and she was using chopsticks to serve the elderly lady. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, the young woman felt aggrieved, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears. Zhao Shi, do not think I am being harsh. If you, like the daughter-in-law next door, had given me a healthy grandson, I would have elevated you to the heavens. But alas, your womb is uncooperative, like a hen that cannot lay eggs. My son has truly drawn the short straw in marrying you. Mother, please do not be angry. Eat more. A man seated nearby said, showing no sympathy for his wife and instead siding with the elderly woman. Young master, how can you speak to the young mistress in such a manner? She has done everything for you. The maid protested. A resounding slap echoed through the room as the young man struck her. How dare you, a mere maid, criticize me? Who gave you the audacity? I shall sell you off tomorrow. He roared. The maid, terrified, pleaded, Young master, spare me. I shall never dare again. Please do not sell me. The young man, filled with arrogance, scrutinized the maid, declaring, I won't sell you. Instead, you will become my concubine. That is impossible. Fu'er already has someone she loves, and she is betrothed to her cousin back home. They're to marry next month, Zhao Shi exclaimed, not even pausing to think. Another slap resounded, this time delivered by her husband. You have no right to interfere, Zhao Shi. Your father arranged a betrothal for us. But after your family's fall from grace and your parents' demise, I only married you to avoid gossip. You cannot even bear children, yet you prevent others from doing so? My mother is eager for grandchildren, yet you stand in the way of my taking a concubine. Zhao Shi's face paled as she endured the public humiliation from her husband. Surely, there was nothing more disgraceful than this. She knew he had long harbored dissatisfaction and desired Fu'er, but Fu'er and her cousin were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. Had it not been for her unwillingness to part with Fu'er, she would have left last month. My son speaks truth. You are unable to bear children. Yet you obstruct my son from taking a concubine. What is your intention? Do you wish for the Lu family to die out? The elderly woman bellowed. Zhao Shi fell to her knees. I did not mean it that way. I care not for your intentions. Today, I decree that Fu'er will serve my son this evening. The elderly woman commanded imperiously. No, dear matriarch, please spare Fu. She is already betrothed to her cousin, and even in death, she will not become the young master's. Fu declared resolutely. Oh, you little wretch. I deign to take notice of you, and you dare to refuse me? Then you may perish. If you do not die, I shall make your life a living hell tonight. The young man shouted furiously. Fu turned pale, looking at Zhao Shi. Young mistress, I am sorry. I can no longer serve you. Please take care of yourself, and I ask that you send a message to my cousin. In my next life, I will marry him. With that, she rose from the ground and rushed toward a pillar. No, Fu. Zhao Shi cried out, attempting to stop her, but it was too late. As Fu was about to collide with the pillar, Xingchen swiftly threw a talisman, freezing her in place just as her head grazed the pillar. In broad daylight. You dare to forcibly take a maiden as a concubine. If you cannot succeed, you threaten to take her life? You come here to pay homage at the temple. Yet if the Buddha could speak, he would surely curse you. Xingchen scoffed. Chapter 72. Who does she think she is? The moment the words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Young Master Lu was immediately incensed. Which blind fool dares meddle in the affairs of the Lu family? Upon catching sight of Xingchen's visage, his eyes widened in disbelief. Nearby, a woman donned in a simple blue gown, devoid of adornments, exuded an aura of understated elegance. Her long, flowing hair was merely held up by a white jade pin, and her delicate, palm-sized face bore features of stunning beauty. Unlike other women who relied on heavy makeup, she radiated a cold and aloof grace, as if keeping the world at bay, provoking an irresistible urge to conquer her. Young Master Lu's gaze lingered. Oh my, where did such a beautiful lady come from? You are far more enchanting than Fu. If you were to accompany me, I would promptly cast off this yellow-faced woman and take you as my legitimate wife. Before Xingchen could respond, Ajio, unable to endure the situation, interjected. What makes you think you are worthy to wed my lady? Young Master Lu, now furious, retorted, my father is the esteemed Duke Yongding, Lu Yong. I am his only son, destined to inherit his title. Accompanying me guarantees a life of luxury and indulgence. Ajio, almost laughing with rage, shot back. The son of a mere duke? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You're courting death. How dare you refer to my son as a toad? My master shall not let this go unpunished. Lady Lu bellowed in fury. Zhao Shi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hurried over. Miss, I am grateful for your assistance to my maid, but you must leave at once. He has a penchant for forcibly seizing maidens should you fall into his clutches. It would be a fate worse than death. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Who is to say who will suffer such a fate? The way they treat you. Would you not consider a divorce? Zhao Shi gasped. Disbelief etched across her face. A divorce? Indeed. Although tradition dictates a woman follows her husband. You possess the power to choose. To marry such a base creature is hardly preferable to living independently. In this world, one can survive without anyone, Xingchen explained. Zhao Shi's expression wavered, caught in a whirlwind of uncertainty. You dare insult me, calling me base? Outrageous. Young Master Lu roared, swinging a fist in her direction. Ajio prepared to intervene, but sensed a dangerous energy in the air. In an instant, the sound of a bone snapping echoed, accompanied by a cry of agony. Ouch! My hand! You vile woman, how dare you break my hand? I will kill you. Young Master Lu seethed, murderous intent radiating as he lunged toward Xingchen. Yet before he could reach her, he found himself immobilized, his unbroken hand inexplicably slapping his own face. What have you done to me, you wretched woman? It hurts. Mother. Save me. Young Master Lu cried out in desperation. The elder matriarch of the Duke Yongding turned in shock as she witnessed her son inflicting harm upon himself. Glaring at Xingchen, what have you done to my son? Cease this at once. Why should I heed your command? Xingchen countered. Unforgivable. Seize these two at once. Ordered the matriarch. Yes, ma'am. Several servants rushed forward. However, they barely had time to react before Ajio sent them flying. Cries of pain filling the air as they crashed into several tables in the dining hall. The large dining hall erupted into chaos, spectators retreating in fear. The matriarch, now alarmed, shouted, Someone, quickly fetch my husband. Yes. A servant dashed away. Ajio disdainfully glanced at the scene, gesturing toward the air, prompting hidden guards to spring into action. Zhao Shi, trembling with fear, urged softly, Miss, you must leave. When my master arrives, it will be the end for you. No matter, I do not fear the Duke Yongding. Will you continue to endure this pit of flames, watching your maid face death, or will you choose to divorce? If you wish to part ways, I can assist you, Xingchen inquired. Young Master Lu, infuriated, continued to slap his own face, wailing and cursing, You vile woman. You dare incite Zhao Shi to divorce? Who does she think she is? Her parents are gone. Her family usurped. She has nowhere to turn. Keeping her in the Duke's household is merely pity. She is nothing but a dog in my eyes. Know your place, Zhao Shi. Do not harbor delusions. It is a privilege for me to even feed you. Without me, you would be lower than a beggar on the street. A mere maid like you? I would never take you as a concubine. Either submit to me or perish. You a hen who cannot even lay eggs, dreaming of divorce, how absurd. Serve my son well, and the Lu family will provide for you, echoed the elder matriarch. Zhao Shi's heart bled, her face etched with disappointment and despair. After 5 years of devoted service to the Lu family, she was met with a comparison to a mere dog. How laughable, how utterly laughable. Madam, please, do not remain in this inferno. I beg of you. Live for yourself just once, pleaded the immobile Fuer. Tears streamed down Zhao Shi's face. Recalling the countless days devoid of hope that Fuer had endured alongside her, how could she witness Fuer suffer at the hands of that scoundrel Lu Kuan? Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage. Miss, is it truly possible for me to divorce? Of course, as long as you are willing. My fate lies in my own hands, not in the heavens. If you devalue yourself, how can others cherish you? Therefore, do not resign yourself to fate. Xingchen encouraged her. Zhao Shi, tears flowing freely, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. I have made my decision. I will divorce. You have gone mad. Daring to speak of divorce. I will not let you live. Lu Kuan spat in rage. Father, help. This woman has broken my hand. Father, please save me. Lu Kuan immediately resorted to theatrics. She has used witchcraft to make my son strike himself. You have only one son, dear husband. Please, save our son. The elder matriarch echoed. The Duke Yongding glared at Xingchen. You dare injure my son? You must be tired of living. Seize her at once. Anyone who harms my son deserves to die. The onlookers gasped in shock. The Duke, having fathered Lu Kuan later in life, was notoriously protective of him. This girl had certainly courted disaster. Xingchen retorted, does no one ask why I harmed your son? It matters not. Anyone who dares to harm my son stands against me. The Duke thundered. Lu Kuan relished the moment. You will see how my father deals with you, you wretched woman. Kill her. She dares to meddle in Zhao Shi's affairs with our son. Who does she think she is? The elder matriarch chimed in, emboldened. The Duke, now furious, declared, if Zhao Shi desires to leave the Duke's household, she shall die. How dare anyone interfere in my family's matters? Seize them and execute them. Before Xingchen could utter a word, a commanding voice resonated through the hall. I dare anyone to try. Chapter 73. The hard's eyes are completely transparent. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and there stood the regent, clad in a long black robe. His expression as frigid as eternal snow and frost, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The aura surrounding him was austere and noble, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure that left people feeling hesitant to act recklessly. Upon sighting the regent, the Duke of Yongding's face drained of color, and he promptly bowed in reverence. This old minister pays his respects to the regent. At this declaration, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The regent was a figure far more fearsome than the king of hell in the kingdom of Tsang Yue. It was rumored that he was ruthless and brutal, indifferent to kinship, and a merciless killer. If he wished for someone to perish at the third watch, that person would undoubtedly not survive until the fifth. The Duchess of Yongding and Lu Kuan were also taken aback and immediately knelt at submission. My goodness, the regent is so incredibly handsome. Arriving just in time to save the day, he is indeed a timely ring. The regent is simply my idol, rushing to my aid at the first sign of trouble. How moving, how heartwarming. Song Boyu, catching the unspoken thoughts of Xingchen, felt a flicker of warmth in his hawk-like gaze. Yet his countenance remained as cold as a frozen pond. I was unaware that the Duke of Yongding so callously disregarded human life. The regent remarked coldly. The Duke of Yongding trembled in fear. Your Excellency, you wrong me. I would never dare. It was this woman who broke my son's arm and instigated the Zhao family's divorce. I merely acted to discipline her. Oh, is that so? The regent raised an eyebrow, his sharp black eyes resembling a blade as they coldly scrutinized Lu Kuan. Is this true? Confronted by the regent, Lu Kuan dared not withhold the truth. That maid's contract resides within the Duke of Yongding's estate. I found her to be a stroke of fortune. Though her contract might be in the Duke's household, she is still a living being, possessing the right to refuse. Must you force her into becoming a concubine, thus disregarding her life? How can you claim that this is acceptable? Xingchen retorted icily. That is merely a matter of my Duke's household. It is not for you to meddle in, Lu Kuan scoffed. I shall indeed intervene in this matter today, Xingchen declared, immediately retracting the binding talisman, causing the maid, Fodder, to collapse to the ground. Fodder, you tell them yourself, do you wish to become a concubine to young Master Lu? Fodder, having gained her freedom, crawled over on her knees. I greet your excellency, the regent, and plead for your justice. I have been betrothed to my cousin since childhood, and we are to marry next month. The young lady has already given me my freedom, and I cannot abandon her. Even if it costs me my life, I will not become young Master Lu's concubine. As she spoke, she bowed repeatedly, her forehead quickly becoming red and swollen. To forcibly seize a woman and coerce her into concubinage, the Duke of Yongding possesses remarkable skills. Song Boyu's voice was chilling and devoid of warmth. The Duke of Yongding, perspiring profusely, shot a glare at his son. She is just a maid. What sort of woman is not available? Such a worthless creature. He then turned to the regent with utmost respect. I apologize for the embarrassment, Your Excellency. I truly was unaware. Had I known that this maid was betrothed, I would never have allowed my son to pressure her. Now that you are aware, should you not provide an explanation? Xingchen countered. The Duke of Yongding shot her a glance. Since she is betrothed, I shall release her. Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Miss. Fodder wept with gratitude, prostrating herself repeatedly. Xingchen approached to help her up. Rise, for happiness and freedom are earned through one's own efforts. This is what you have fought for. Thank you, Mississippi. If it were not for your intervention, Fodder would have perished. I would serve you as a beast to repay this kindness. Fu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Beside them, Zhao Shi realized Xingchen was signaling her. Could she truly take that step? If you wish for a divorce, the regent can advocate for you. This is your only opportunity. Xingchen urged solemnly. The so-called killing with intent. If she does not desire to save herself, no one else can help her. Young mistress, Fodder implores you. Please leave the Duke of Yongding's estate, or you shall be beaten to death, Fodder pleaded anxiously. Zhao Shi, dare you? If you even think of divorcing, I shall never let you go. Who would want a worn-out shoe like you? Lu Kuan spat with indignation. Even if no one desires me, I refuse to follow a beast like you. Zhao Shi summoned her courage and took several steps toward the regent, kneeling with a thud. I implore the regent to grant justice for this humble woman. Whether in divorce or dismissal, I refuse to remain with Lu Kuan. Zhao Shi, you ungrateful wretch. When your Zhao family fell into ruin, your parents perished, it was my Duke of Yongding who took you in, marrying you as the rightful wife. And now you dare to speak of divorce? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? The Duchess of Yongding bellowed in fury. Zhao Shi scoffed. You married me out of fear of being criticized. After all, everyone knows of the childhood betrothal between me and Lu Kuan. My Zhao family is in decline, with only me left as a lone girl. Yes, you did marry me, but I was made to perform menial tasks, washing clothes and cooking. Even serving the old lady with chamber pots, only to eat leftovers. In the harsh winter, the old lady deliberately made me do laundry and serve my in-laws. And I bore it without complaint, but you made me wash the clothing of all the servants. My hands became frostbitten, swollen, and painful every winter. Yet you had the servants press my hands on the hot stove, claiming I was being overly sensitive. As Zhao Shi spoke, she extended her hands, leaving the onlookers astonished. Some women even felt tears welling in their eyes. Her hands did not possess the delicate whiteness of a noble woman, nor the roughness and dullness of an ordinary woman. Instead, they were swollen and covered in blisters, with numerous fine cuts, some scabbed and others still bleeding, clearly the result of enduring heavy labor for an extended period. The crowd began to murmur in condemnation. Even the hands of the servant girls were far superior to hers. The Duchess of Yongding's expression faltered. That was all of your own volition. I did not force you. This old woman is truly wicked. The girl has lost her parents. And yet you threaten her with this. Your heart is rotten to the core. One person could no longer bear to remain silent, criticizing her. So much for the esteemed Duchess of Yongding, so thoroughly corrupt, you are no longer human. If you dislike her, you may dismiss her. But to torment her in such a manner, are you even human? Hearing the crowd's accusations, the Duke of Yongding turned to observe his daughter-in-law's hands, his expression darkening considerably. Years ago, Zhao Shi's father had saved the Duke's life, which was why, after her family fell from grace, the Duke insisted that his son marry her. However, he had never involved himself in the household affairs, unaware of how his wife had tormented Zhao Shi. Though all of this was bad enough. What I cannot endure is Lu Kuan. He is a complete pervert, Zhao Shi declared as she rolled up her sleeves. Chapter 74. Who says she cannot give birth? You dead woman, how dare you speak such nonsense? I have never laid a finger on you. Lu Kuan retorted. Indeed, you have not tormented me. Yet your actions are far more despicable than any suffering I could endure myself. With that, Zhao Shi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms marred with a disturbing tapestry of bruises, resembling the marks of a whip, alongside burn scars that crisscrossed her skin in a terrifying manner. These are the remnants you have left upon me. You are a fiend, binding me with ropes each night, lashing me with a whip, scorching me with candles, and deliberately pouring salt water on my wounds, tormenting me until dawn breaks. Even before my very eyes, you indulge in your carnal desires with other concubines, forcing me to serve as a mere bystander, only to later demand that I cleanse your aftermath. They all claim that I am less than a son, merely a hen that cannot lay eggs, and for these past years, I have been subjected to relentless torment and degradation. I have endured. Yet you now seek to drive Fuer to her demise. She has been my companion since childhood, though she is a servant. I have never regarded her as such, but rather as a sister. Countless days of anguish have been shared with her by my side. I have lived a life worse than death, and I shall not allow her to share in my suffering. I beseech the regent to intervene on my behalf. Even if it leads to my demise today, I refuse to continue as a daughter-in-law of the Liu family. I do not wish to live a life that is less than that of a beast. Zhao wept profusely, each tear cascading down her cheeks as she poured forth the grievances she had harbored over the years. In the past, she felt too ashamed to voice her suffering. But now, she cast aside her pride and confronted the truth, no matter how much she endured or compromised, in the eyes of the Liu family. She was merely deserving of her plight. It was utterly inhumane, witnessing the demise of her parents, leaving her a solitary orphan, and still being subjected to such torment was a testament to their heartlessness. Indeed, the Zhao elders had once been paragons of virtue. Had they known the torment their daughter faced at the hands of the Duke of Yongding, they would surely have departed this world with unquiet spirits. Such cruelty, one would think, would haunt them with nightmares. I must ensure that my daughter chooses her future in-laws with utmost discernment. The townsfolk directed their ire towards the elderly matriarch of the Duke of Yongding. Lu Kuan, his eyes ablaze with fury, glared at Zhao. How dare you be so shameless? Uttering such words, you, who cannot bear children, have the audacity to scorn me, the young master? Despicable! As the sound faded, the Duke of Yongding delivered a resounding slap. Crack! A resounding declaration stunned the onlookers. Lu Kuan, in disbelief, turned to his father. Father, how could you strike me? I am your own son. Silence. Many years ago, Zhao's father saved my life. I had intended to honor his wishes now that Zhao and his wife are no longer with us. Yet, I am appalled to witness the torment and humiliation you have inflicted upon Zhao. How could I face Zhao's spirit after my demise? The Duke of Yongding bellowed. Bring me paper and ink. I hereby declare that Zhao shall be granted a divorce, setting her free. Henceforth, she shall have no ties to the Yongding Duke's household. Father. Lu Kuan was filled with dissatisfaction. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall cast you out of this household. The eternal Ding Marquis hissed through clenched teeth. My son, refrain from speaking. If divorce is what you desire, then so be it. Who would want a hen that lays no eggs? In the future, you shall have your choice of women. The old lady of the eternal Ding Marquis immediately whispered words of comfort. Xingchen raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Lu Kuan, yet chose to remain silent. Moments later, a servant presented paper and ink, and Lu Kuan, with great reluctance, penned the divorce decree. Zhao Shi received it with the reverence of a treasured possession, bowing 3 times to the regent and then to Xingchen. Thank you, my lady, for rescuing me from the flames. In this lifetime, I am unable to repay you, and I can only wish to serve you as a humble servant in the next life. Zhao Shi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xingchen gently assisted her to her feet. There is no need to wait for the next life. You may repay me now. Zhao Shi froze, and the others were equally taken aback. It is often said that the debt of saving a life surpasses all, and indeed, Xingchen's act of salvation was monumental. Yet one does not typically demand repayment in such a manner. Since you have no one left and nowhere to turn, would you consider following me? Xingchen inquired, while Zhao's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Thank you, my lady, for taking me in. I am willing. It was she who granted her a new lease on life, rescuing her from the depths of despair, and naturally, Zhao was grateful. Xingchen, immensely satisfied, turned her gaze towards the venerable matriarch of the Yongding Marquis, who claims that Zhao cannot bear children. Her destiny encompasses a son and a daughter. It is your son who is barren, with a harem full of women. Has any one of them conceived? Upon the utterance of those words, a tempest of chaos ensued. The elderly matron of the Yongding Marquis found herself utterly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that amongst her son's numerous concubines and maidservants in the rear courtyard, there was indeed not a single one who was with child. You speak nonsense. How could I be incapable of fathering a child? I could boast and display my prowess throughout the night. Lu Kuan retorted, that is merely the effect of the tiger wolf medicine you have consumed. Your body has long been depleted, rendering you incapable of bearing a child. If you doubt this, you may consult the imperial physician. Xingchen scoffed dismissively. The crowd cast increasingly disdainful glances at Lu Kuan, their contempt palpable. The Duke of Yongding was taken aback. No one desired a robust grandson more than he did, for it was the only way to ensure the continuation of the Lu family's lineage. How could you possibly know that? Yongding Marquis cast a dubious glance. She is Xingchen, the Xingchen who divorced the Mo Wang. Someone shouted out, and the crowd turned their gaze toward Xingchen, their expressions shifting. No wonder they encouraged her to divorce. She herself had been cast aside by the Mo Wang. Xingchen, however, showed no signs of being perturbed. Indeed, I am Xingchen, the one who divorced the Mo Wang. Though my 3 years in the Mo Wang's residence were not as tragic as the Zhao family's plight, they were hardly idyllic either. Why should we forsake an entire forest for a gnarled tree? A man has treated me poorly, and I divorced him, yet here I am, living freely. Life is fleeting. Why should I suffer for the sake of others? Who says a woman must accept her fate? It is precisely because I have endured these trials that I wish to offer shelter to others. At this moment, Zhao felt profound admiration for Xingchen, vowing silently to follow her for life. You speak the truth. I wholeheartedly agree. Women are expected to obey their fathers at home and their husbands after marriage. But when will we have the autonomy to make our own choices? If life is unsatisfactory, we ought to divorce. Why should we endure hardship? I find his words exceedingly reasonable. A voice of agreement resonated, astonishing the crowd. Xingchen lifted her gaze to see a finely adorned woman approaching, appearing to be in her 30s, adorned with opulent jewels. The newcomer was none other than Princess Fuyang, the maternal cousin of the Empress. Princess Fuyang, having lost her husband early on, had raised her children alone and had not remarried, making her a paragon among women. The emperor recognized her struggles and treated her with great care. As Princess Fuyang approached, Yongding Marquis immediately bowed respectfully. This humble servant pays his respects to the princess. Princess Fuyang shot him a glare. Well, Lu Chun, at your age, have you taken to tormenting your daughter-in-law? In a couple of days, I will enter the palace to meet the emperor and inform him of your merciless ways in bullying the orphan Zhao. Upon hearing this, Lord Yongding was so frightened that he fell to his knees on the ground, exclaiming, Your Highness, please spare my life. I am utterly unaware of any such matters. I am being wronged. Chapter 75. The unforeseen betrayal. Though you consented to the divorce, you, ungrateful child, are now troubling the Zhao family. They are but a solitary and vulnerable entity, no match for the power of the Yongding Marquis. Princess Fuyang declared with a disdainful huff. The Yongding Marquis glared fiercely at his son. You are forbidden from causing any more trouble for the Zhao family. Otherwise, I shall disown you. Lu Kuan trembled in fear. Father, please calm your wrath. I assure you I will not trouble her again. The Yongding Marquis finally exhaled in relief. Princess Fuyang, is this satisfactory now? That is more acceptable. Should I discover that your Lu family continues to bully the weak, I shall show no mercy. Princess Fuyang retorted coldly. I would never dare. The Yongding Marquis stammered as he rose from the ground. Quickly turning to Xingchen, what did you mean when you said my son cannot bear children? Xingchen, how dare you curse me? Father, you must discipline her. She has cursed our Lu family with no heirs. Lu Kuan, already brimming with anger, unleashed it all upon Xingchen. You are not even a member of the Lu family. How dare you speak such words? Xingchen scoffed. I am indeed my father's son. Lu Kuan shot back defiantly. The Yongding Marquis' face darkened. Miss Yi, do not presume that your lineage grants you immunity from my wrath. You slander my son, and I will not stand for it. I extend this warning out of respect for the Yongding Marquis allowing Zhao to divorce. It shows you are not entirely senile. Lu Kuan is not your son, but rather the offspring of your wife and the steward. You should inquire with your wife instead, lest you raise another man's son for decades only to find yourself childless. Xingchen elucidated. The expression on the Yongding Marquis' wife's face instantly turned pale. You are speaking nonsense. Kuan is certainly the Marquis' son. How dare you assist Zhao and sow discord? What is your intent? Princess Fuyang's brow furrowed. Xingchen, such accusations must not be made without evidence. The Yongding Marquis' wife panicked. My lord, she speaks untruths. I would never do anything to betray you. However, The Yongding Marquis's complexion turned ashen, for he recalled that his son's left shoulder and right knee bore the exact marks Xingchen had described. "Bring the steward here," the Yongding Marquis bellowed. The steward, who had been observing from a distance, was petrified upon hearing Xingchen's words and attempted to flee. Yet, Su Ruan had already been vigilant and seized him, tossing him forward. "The steward has arrived. Strip him of his garments," the Yongding Marquis roared. At once, the servants complied. "My lord, spare me. I am innocent. After decades of service, do you not know my character? If you publicly strip me, how shall I face the world again?" The steward lamented. The Yongding Marquis, well aware of the steward's loyalty, nevertheless hardened his heart. The bloodline of the Liu family must not be muddled. "If you are wronged, I will not spare you, Xingchen." The Yongding Marquis's wife turned a ghostly white. It was over. Everything was lost. In a matter of moments, the steward was stripped bare, revealing a black mole on his left shoulder and a red birthmark on his right knee, precisely as Xingchen had described. The Yongding Marquis delivered a fierce kick to the steward's chest, sending him sprawling and spitting blood. "I have treated you well. Yet you dare to betray me with my wife, allowing me to raise another man's son for years. How despicable." The steward, in agony, dared not utter a word. The Yongding Marquis turned furiously to his wife, striking her multiple times, the slaps resounding and shocking the onlookers. "You dared to consort with the steward and kept it hidden from me all these years. I shall drown you in a pig's cage." The Yongding Marquis's wife, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased her pretense. "How dare you scold me? Shortly after our marriage, you took a fancy to a peasant girl and even sought to divorce me for her. Why should you be free to frolic while I remain in solitude? Indeed, Kuiner is the steward's son. I seek revenge, so that you may grow old and die without an heir." The Yongding Marquis's fury surged. "Cursed woman, I shall end your life," he shouted as he mercilessly pummeled his wife. Lu Kuan stood in stunned disbelief. How could he, the son of the Yongding Marquis, be the steward's child? He had known nothing but luxury, surrounded by sycophants due to his status. Now, with the revelation of his true lineage, he found it impossible to accept. "Father, I am your son. I am not the steward's child. I recognize only you as my father," Lu Kuan cried out desperately. The Yongding Marquis, enraged by Lu Kuan's pleas, turned his wrath upon him, delivering a brutal beating. "You deceitful wretch, you have tricked me into raising someone else's son. I am not your father." The Yongding Marquis's curses and Lu Kuan's wretched wails echoed throughout the mountain. The onlookers, astonished, could scarcely believe the shocking turn of events. "Let us depart." Xingchen glanced at Zhao and walked away. Zhao quickly followed, surprised to learn that her perverse spouse was not the Yongding Marquis's son after all. "Miss Yi, wait for me." Princess Fuyang hurried after them. "Today has been quite cathartic. You are truly remarkable." Xingchen smiled lightly. "Your Highness is too kind." "I concur," Xingchen agreed. "Haha. Indeed, you are a refreshingly straightforward person," praised Princess Fuyang as they parted ways at a fork in the road. Zhao expressed her profound gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Yi." "No need for thanks. Go settle matters with Agio," Xingchen replied. "Certainly." Agio led Zhao to a nearby courtyard, while Xingchen proceeded to the residence of the regent. Chapter 76. Crafting a bracelet for the regent. As Xingchen stepped into the room, she immediately sensed a chilling atmosphere, akin to the depths of winter. Her gaze fell upon the regent, whose countenance was clouded with an ominous frown. What troubles the regent? Who has dared to provoke such ire? Should I retreat for now and return when his mood is lightened? Do not even think of leaving? Song Boyi's cold voice cut through her thoughts. Xingchen was taken aback, her mind racing with suspicion. How does the regent know of my intent to depart? Is he somehow privy to my thoughts? Song Boyi motioned for her to approach. "Come here." Reluctantly, she stepped closer. "Regent, your demeanor seems troubling. Is there anything amiss? Perhaps I could offer my assistance." She found no signs of distress in his steady pulse or even breathing, which left her puzzled. "How did you come to know of Lu Kuan and the steward's birthmarks?" Song Boyi inquired icily. Xingchen's eyes widened in realization. "I discerned their features by observing their faces. I had no intention of exposing them, but they were rather confrontational and left me no choice." In truth, she was aware of more than just Lu Kuan and the steward. She also knew that Zhanbai bore a small red mole on his back, while Su Ruan had a crescent-shaped birthmark on her posterior. Song Boyi's expression grew even frostier, his eyes blazing with indignation. At the entrance, Su Ruan, having overheard, rushed in, panic-stricken. "Regent, I swear I have never allowed Miss Yi to see my body. Please, do not let her harm me." Zhanbai followed suit, declaring, "Regent, I pledge my innocence with my life." Observing their frightened demeanor, Xingchen scoffed. "I merely noted some distinguishing features. Why are you both so terrified? Miss Yi, I beg you to cease. We wish to live long lives. Can't you see the regent is jealous? Su Ruoan exclaimed, her head pounding with anxiety as she intervened. Realization dawned upon Xingchen. Oh, I see. I can also tell from the regent's features that he has a birthmark behind his left ear, a scar on his right wrist, and has sustained injuries to his right knee and left foot from sharp implements. Oh dear, regent, you have endured so much pain. It is truly distressing to behold. You must take better care of yourself. I shall protect you. Song Boi, who had maintained an icy demeanor, felt warmth wash over him at her last words. It was the first time someone had offered to protect him, and it was a woman at that. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed it as arrogance. Yet with Xingchen, it felt rather agreeable. Su Ruoan, observing the regent's softening expression, quietly sighed in relief. Miss Yi, please refrain from such statements in the future. I desire to live a few more years. Xingchen chuckled awkwardly. Fear not. You possess a strong constitution and could live to 90. To think I could live so long. How wonderful. Thank you, Miss Yi. Su Ruoan exclaimed joyfully. Zhanbai chimed in, Miss Yi, how long do you foresee my lifespan? Xingchen glanced at him, frowning slightly. You might live to 70 or 80. That is not too shabby, Zhanbai replied. Pleased. Noticing Xingchen's earlier frown, Song Boi spoke up. You two may leave now. Yes, my lord, Su Ruoan and Zhanbai responded respectfully as they exited. Song Boi then turned to Xingchen. Is there something amiss with Zhanbai? His brows knitted in concern. Is there a way to remedy it? Will he be able to remain by your side when he turns 30? Song Boi instinctively asked, for Zhanbai was his loyal attendant, and he wished to ensure his safety. Yes, Xingchen assured him. Thank you. I have yet to show you around properly since your arrival. Would you care to explore? Song Boi suggested. Certainly, she replied. Song Boi led Xingchen to the rear mountain, where the woods were lush and the pathways serene, allowing for a leisurely stroll. How do you know this place is so devoid of people? Xingchen inquired. I visit the Baoyan temple several times a year. Naturally, I have become familiar with where the crowds tend to gather. I have been rather busy of late and have not had the opportunity to accompany you. Song Boi confessed with a hint of regret. It is of no consequence. I have explored many places with a geo and sampled various delicacies. By the way, can the abbot assist you with the antidote? Xingchen asked, recalling a geo's mention of it, which indicated her acceptance among them. The abbot has discovered a method this year, and we shall see how it fares in a couple of days, Song Boi replied without reservation. That is reassuring. Hope is always a welcome sentiment, Xingchen remarked, her attention drawn to a Bodhi tree on a nearby slope, her eyes sparkling with delight as she hurried over. Song Boi followed, observing her pause beneath the sprawling branches. Is there something special about this tree? He inquired instinctively. This is a Bodhi tree, which flowers every 7 years and bears fruit only after 15. I cannot believe I stumbled upon it. The Bodhi fruit is said to ward off evil spirits and symbolizes peace, Xingchen exclaimed, eagerly producing a talisman to affix to the tree. To her astonishment, the Bodhi tree began to tremble violently, and countless fruits cascaded to the ground. Without hesitation, she began to gather the fallen fruits, and Song Boi joined her. Not far off, Zhanbai suggested, should we also assist in gathering? Fool. We should make ourselves scarce and not intrude upon the regent and Miss Yi, Su Ruoan chided. Pulling Zhanbai away, Xingchen and Song Boi collected a great number of fruits, their hands overflowing. Xingchen produced a storage bag to stow them away. Song Boi's eyes sparkled with a mix of exasperation and amusement, never imagining he would one day accompany Xingchen in foraging for wild fruits. Her passion was infectious, and he willingly indulged it. Once they had gathered the Bodhi fruits, Xingchen decided against further exploration. She instructed a geo to procure some crafting tools and threads from a merchant at the foot of the mountain. She then selected the largest and finest fruits, as well as some of the smallest, and began to carve. Song Boi, without asking too many questions, joined her in her labor. Before long, the task was completed to Xingchen's satisfaction. She consecrated the items, placing a talisman within, and then presented them to him. Regent, these are for you. Please wear them. Song Boi was momentarily taken aback. These are for me? Of course. This is a creation of my own hands, a token of my regard. The larger ones can be worn as adornments, while the smaller ones are bracelets. I have consecrated them and placed a talisman within to ensure your safety. I made several so you can alternate them daily, Xingchen explained. Chapter 77. If I were you, I would not attend the appointment. Song Boi was profoundly touched, never expecting that Xingchen would think of him first when preparing such a thoughtful gift. His heart swelled with joy. Thank you, he said, reaching out to accept it. He adorned himself with a large Bodhi fruit attached to his waist, and on both wrists, he wore delicate bracelets, while the rest were neatly tucked away. A smile stretching across his face. Seeing him put it on immediately, Xingchen smiled brightly. Why be so polite? When you helped me before, your bracelet got damaged. And I've been meaning to make you a new one. I just couldn't find the right materials until now. This Bodhi fruit is perfect. Song Boya's icy heart warmed in an instant. She had remembered all along. Watching Xingchen continue to polish, he instinctively asked, Are you making one for someone else? Then you need not do it yourself. Song Boyu promptly called for Ajio. He showed Ajio what he was wearing and briefly explained the polishing process and the intended design, instructing Ajio to have the remaining Bodhi fruit polished by a vendor. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Can I do it myself? What you create is meant only for me. Let others handle the rest. You can simply bless them later, Song Boyu replied possessively. Xingchen smirked, amused by his possessiveness. The region is indeed quite the jealous one, but I like it. Song Boyu grinned wider, his gaze softening further at the sight of the white jade hairpin nestled in her hair. He gifted her the hairpin, and she reciprocated with the Bodhi fruit. Could this be considered a token of their affection? That evening, Song Boyu accompanied Xingchen for dinner, and only after the abbot's visit did he take his leave. Ajio was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, miss you. It's such a blessing to be with you. That's only natural, Xingchen chuckled. While they conversed, a young servant approached. Miss Yi, my lady, the side consort has requested to meet you in the pavilion at the back mountain, saying she has important matters to discuss. Xingchen raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as someone close to Fu Yuru. Tell Fu Yuru I have no time for her, she coldly declined. The servant's expression stiffened, and seeing that Xingchen wouldn't engage further, he reluctantly departed. Ajio leaned closer. Miss Yi, you've already parted ways with the King of Ink. What could Fu Yuru want with you? Certainly nothing good. Perhaps you should follow me to see, Xingchen suggested. That won't do. The regent has ordered me to stay by your side at all times. What if they attempt to lure you away? I cannot leave, Ajio replied earnestly. Xingchen laughed at his seriousness. No wonder you're the regent's person. You truly have a clever mind. I am quite intelligent, Ajio stated proudly. Meanwhile, Fu Yuru seethed with rage, her face contorted with hatred. Damn Xingchen. I sought her out of respect, and she dares to act aloof. What a piece of work. Consort, Xingchen has already divorced the prince. She poses no threat to you. The real danger lies with Miss Jing, given her status. Should she marry the prince, she would undoubtedly become the Princess of Ink, her confidant Kaiwei cautioned softly. Fu Yuru clenched her fists tightly. Am I unaware? She is the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. I could never compare to her. Suddenly, Fu Yuru's expression brightened. You're right. I will never relinquish the position of Princess of Ink. Send someone to deliver a message immediately. Kaiwei diligently noted her instructions and went to carry them out. Meanwhile, Jing Yin was troubled, pondering how to dispel the misunderstandings the King of Ink harbored against her, wanting him to believe her attendance at the chrysanthemum banquet was unintentional. At that moment, her maid entered with news. Miss, a servant from the King of Ink has come. Jing Yin was instantly elated. Let him in. The servant bowed. I have come on behalf of the King of Ink, requesting to meet Miss Jing in the pavilion at the back mountain regarding urgent matters. Very well, the servant departed. Jing Yin had her maid prepare her appearance, then made her way to the pavilion at the rear. The night had grown dark, and many visitors had already left, leaving the back mountain deserted. As she walked, Jing Yin was filled with excitement, rehearsing in her mind what to say to the King of Ink, how to present herself gracefully, hoping to leave a good impression. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path, and upon recognizing Xingchen, her cheerful expression instantly darkened. What are you doing here? Xingchen glanced at the meticulously adorned Jing Yin. If I were you, I would not attend the appointment. Who are you to dictate my actions? What right do you have to interfere? Even if you were once the Princess of Ink, you are divorced now. Why do you still obstruct me? What are your intentions? Jing Yin questioned angrily. I truly have no authority. Consider it my meddling. The one summoning you to the back mountain is not the King of Ink, but Fu Yuru. When I was the Princess of Ink, she tried every means to undermine me. Now that you are the favored daughter-in-law of the Xian consort, she will not let you usurp the position of the Princess of Ink. I have said my piece. Whether you believe me is up to you. I simply wish to prevent Fu Yuru from succeeding, Xingchen stated before turning to leave. Jing Yin glared at her in fury, convinced that Xingchen was merely jealous and seeking to sabotage her. Miss, shall we still go? Her maid inquired. She glanced at the pitch-black sky, narrowing her phoenix eyes. Change into my clothes and go in my stead. I want to see what tricks Fu Yuru is playing. as Xingchen observed from a distance. The path to the pavilion was adorned with beautiful flowers, winding its way to the pavilion. How romantic of the king of ink, she thought, filled with delight, yet more infuriated with Xingchen. Surely, she was envious of her, which is why she spoke ill of the king. The maid donned her attire and headed toward the pavilion, where a tall figure stood with his back to her. Xingchen felt frustrated. Blaming Xingchen for making her feel anxious, the king of ink was waiting for her. As the maid approached, before she could speak, the figure suddenly turned and embraced her, kissing her forcefully despite her protests. Let go of me. Help, help, the maid cried out in terror, her voice trembling instinctively as she shouted for assistance. Xingchen stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes as she witnessed the scene unfold before her. Chapter 78. No harm shall come to her. Xingchen never anticipated that the Prince of Mo would treat her in such a manner. How could he be so frivolous with her, especially when the maidservant was a representative of her? Suddenly, she heard voices nearby. Your Highness. It seems Miss Jing is over there. It's rather late for her to be in the pavilion. It might not be safe. It appeared to be Fu Yuro. The prince's expression remained calm as he gazed towards the pavilion, where he witnessed a man embracing a woman, the two engaged in an indecent act. Xingchen's face darkened. He had not expected the seemingly dignified Xingchen to be so brazenly involved with a man. How scandalous. Xingchen snorted in anger. Your Highness, Miss Jing appears quite reluctant. Perhaps that man is harassing her. Shall we go and assist her? Fu Yuro deliberately suggested. Xingchen's expression turned grim. Yet he proceeded toward the pavilion. Xingchen was aware of Xingchen's affections for him, but he was taken aback by her sudden display of intimacy with another man, especially after she had apologized to him just the day before. Fu Yuro was caught off guard when a figure suddenly rushed towards her, delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face. Ah! Fu Yuro screamed in shock. Just as she was about to retaliate, she recognized the person before her and gasped. You! How could it be you? What is happening in that pavilion? Xingchen, equally surprised by Xingchen's abrupt appearance, had not processed the scene quickly enough. Observing Fu Yuro being struck, his expression turned icy. Miss Jing, why did you strike Ruuru? That is something you should ask her. I have no grievance with you. Fu Yuro, why do you wish me harm? Xingchen retorted angrily. Fu Yuro quickly concealed her astonishment and feigned grievance. I do not comprehend your words, Miss Jing. When did Ruuru harm you? Was it not you who instructed the servant to say that the Prince of Mo summoned me to the pavilion on the back mountain? I rushed here in excitement, only to be intercepted midway. Had I not been stopped, I would have been the one subjected to that man's advances. And you just happened to bring the prince along, witnessing my disgrace. I would have had no hope of a future with the prince. Thankfully, I had my maid disguise herself as me. I never wanted to believe you could be so malicious, yet you truly are a venomous woman. You dare to act innocent and seek sympathy. How shameless you are, Fu Yuro. Xingchen seethed with fury. Fu Yuro's complexion grew pale. Someone had intervened with Xingchen. Who was it that thwarted her plans? Xingchen furrowed his brows, casting a colder gaze at Fu Yuro. Ruuru, did you truly orchestrate this? Your Highness. How could you doubt Ruuru? I would not harm even an ant. How could I commit such a wicked act? You must believe me. Miss Jing has truly misunderstood. Fu Yuro pleaded, her eyes glistening with faint tears, appearing pitiful. From a distance, a desperate cry for help echoed. Miss, save me. Miss, please help me. Upon hearing her maid's cries, Xingchen's face contorted with worry, and without a second thought, she dashed towards the sound, though she lacked martial prowess. Witnessing her maid being torn at by a man drove her to summon all her strength to push him away. Get away. Do not touch my maid. Xingchen bellowed. The man, unfazed, laughed lewdly, his face flushed with a disturbing hue, clearly indicating he was under the influence of a substance. Ha, a willing offering. You shall both serve me. Miss, please save me. I do not wish to die. The maid was in a state of panic, crying out for mercy. Xingchen, equally terrified, glanced towards the distant Prince of Mo, making a resolute decision in her heart. She positioned herself protectively in front of her maid. You shall not harm her. Then I shall deal with you first, and then with her. The man sneered, lunging towards Xingchen. Panic surged through her as her face turned ashen, instinctively. She embraced her maid. In truth, she was gambling on whether the prince would intervene. After all, as the daughter of the prime minister, could the prince really bear to witness her purity being tarnished by a scoundrel? Just as the man was about to reach Xingchen, Xingchen sprinted forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling out of the pavilion. He collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest in pain, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly immobilized. Miss Jing, are you all right? Song Xingchen hurriedly inquired. Xingchen found herself unscathed. Hearing the princess' voice filled her with relief. She had indeed gambled correctly. Rising to her feet and straightening herself, she turned to the prince and bowed, but perhaps due to her earlier fright, she lost her balance and fell. Song Xingchen reacted swiftly, catching her as she fell, and she found herself nestled in his embrace. Their eyes met, and Xingyen's cheeks flushed crimson. Song Xingchen gazed at her blushing face, feeling a tightening in his throat and abdomen. Fu Yuro watched the interaction between them with jealousy, seething at the thought that despite her efforts, Xingchen had evaded her machinations. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Fu Yuro interjected, eager to disrupt the moment. Xingchen, feeling bashful, quickly stepped out of Song Xingchen's embrace. Thank you, Prince Mo, for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I would have lost all face. His gaze towards Xingchen carried a newfound admiration. She had selflessly risked herself for a maid, showcasing a commendable loyalty. Xingchen then turned to the fallen man. Who sent you? If you tell me the truth, I shall reward you tenfold. No, I shall offer you 10 times the payment. The man hesitated. Really? Tenfold? Indeed. My father is the current prime minister. If you reveal who sent you, I can ensure you receive 10 times the reward. What say you? Xingchen coaxed enticingly. Fu Yuro's face drained of color as fear gripped her. She had bribed a thug to humiliate Xingchen, but later, at Kaiwei's suggestion, she targeted Xingchen instead. If this thug revealed her involvement, the prince would surely despise her for her cunning and malicious nature. What could she do to silence him? Observing Fu Yuro's panicked expression, Xingchen felt more assured that this incident was indeed her doing. She was eager to see how Fu Yuro would extricate herself from this predicament. Chapter 79. Has the regent encountered a mishap? Fu Yuro was exceedingly anxious. Casting a hurried glance at the maid Kaiwei beside her, signaling her with her eyes. Kaiwei was equally terrified. Never anticipating that their scheme would be exposed, and that the Prince of Mo would catch them red-handed, it seemed truly dire now. Xingchen, on the other hand, wore a smug expression. If that person confessed Fu Yuro had orchestrated this, her fate would be sealed. Song Xingchen noticed the pallor of Fu Yuro's complexion. Her face was ashen, her gaze flickering, even avoiding looking at the individual, clearly displaying her guilt. Could it truly be the doing of Ruru? Just as it seemed that person was about to reveal the truth, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging in horror, and coughed up a mouthful of black blood, collapsing lifelessly. Song Xingchen rushed over, checking the man's neck. He was indeed dead. How could this happen? Xingchen was infuriated. Fu Yuro, you actually resorted to murder to silence him? Upon seeing the man's demise, Fu Yuro secretly breathed a sigh of relief but was instantly enraged by Xingchen's accusation. Miss Jing, you have repeatedly slandered me. What are your intentions? If you have the ability, present your evidence. Your Highness, you must uphold justice for me. I am your concubine. And Miss Jing's baseless accusations are a blatant disregard for your authority. Fu Yuro protested with indignation. Song Xingchen's expression darkened. After all, the man was dead, leaving no one to verify the truth. Fu Yuro, you are truly wicked, killing to cover your tracks while feigning innocence. Xingchen scoffed coldly. It was not me. I have never committed such an act. I was with the prince all night. Fu Yuro retorted. As the two of them continued their heated argument, Song Xingchen's patience wore thin. Enough. Since there is no one left to testify, this matter ends here. Let us depart. Song Xingchen declared curtly. Fu Yuro watched as the Prince of Mo escorted Xingchen away, her heart simmering with anger yet feeling compelled to follow silently. She sensed the prince's displeasure, a chill running down her spine. Could it be that he had discovered something? It should not have been possible. That person had not implicated her. Once back in the chamber, Song Xingchen's gaze was sharp as a blade, coldly scrutinizing Fu Yuro. Was that person acting on your orders today? Fu Yuro's heart skipped a beat, feigning calmness. Your Highness, do you suspect me? I assure you it was not I. I do not even know that person. I sympathize with Miss Jing's plight, but she is indeed slandering me. I had no knowledge of her being at the pavilion. If your Highness does not believe me, I am willing to die to prove my innocence. I harbor no grudge against her. Why would I wish her harm? Seeing Song Xingchen's continued icy demeanor, Fu Yuro, in a moment of desperation, hurled herself towards the wall. Song Xingchen was taken aback, exclaiming, Ruru. He rushed to intervene but was too late. Fu Yuro's head struck the wall, swelling instantly with blood oozing forth, causing Song Xingchen immense heartache. He grasped her firmly. Why are you so foolish? If you were to come to harm, how would I bear it? Dizzy and lightheaded, Fu Yuro weakly pressed her forehead where the blood flowed, murmuring, Your Highness does not believe me. I am willing to die to prove my innocence. I truly did not slander Miss Jing. Please trust me. She would not divulge to the prince that she had deliberately controlled her force when she aimed for the wall, sustaining only superficial injuries, sparing her bones. Fool. I believe you. Do not act recklessly again. Xingchen's heart ached as he gazed at her delicate face, marred by blood, tightening with concern. Someone, fetch a doctor immediately. Outside the door, Kaiwei was astonished by the concubine's drastic actions. Now, not only did the prince not suspect her, but he was also filled with concern for her. It was truly cunning. Yes. Before long, the physician arrived, promptly attending to Fu Yuro's wounds, ensuring no scars were left behind. Your Highness, please do not leave me. Fu Yuro implored, her pale face exuding a pitiful charm. Xingchen could hardly refuse. I shall not depart. I will remain here with you. Thank you, Your Highness. That wretched Fu Yuro dared to scheme against me. I shall remember this grudge and will never let her off the hook. Xingchen acceded. If not for Xingchen's timely warning, she might have truly fallen into a trap. Previously, she had manipulated and maligned Xingchen. Yet it was she who had ultimately saved her in a critical moment. When the opportunity arose, she would be sure to express her gratitude. Miss Yi, that performance was truly splendid. However, why did you suddenly compel me to use a hidden weapon to injure that man and feign his death? Agio inquired, perplexed. If Miss Jing had overturned Fu Yuro in one fell swoop, would there be no drama to witness? Agio admired her greatly. Miss Yi, you are indeed formidable. That move was quite cunning. Xingchen cast him a glance. I shall take that as a compliment. The following morning, Jing Yin'er heard another maid report. Miss. Last night the Prince of Imo stayed in Fu Yuro's quarters, accompanying her all night, and he even summoned a physician for her head injury. Jing Yin'er's face darkened with fury. That shameless Fu Yuro nearly tarnished my reputation. She resorts to such underhanded tactics to garner the prince's sympathy. How despicable. Indeed. Xingchen was far more honorable. That vile Fu Yuro would ultimately face her reckoning. As Jing Yin'er spoke, she stormed out. Meanwhile, Xingchen did not leave her room until nearly noon, only to find Su Ruan and Zhan Bai standing at her door, their expressions tinged with sorrow. What troubles you both? She instinctively asked. Has the regent encountered a mishap? Chapter 80. Come to see her joke, it is not the regent. My regent is quite well. Miss Yi, do not worry, it is just us two, Su Ruan explained. Upon hearing that the regent was unharmed, Xingchen felt a wave of relief wash over her. What happened to you two? Zhan Bai pouted. Agio was flaunting his Bodhi fruit to us. Miss Yi, we both hold you in high regard. When you were in danger, I devised strategies for the regent, and Zhan Bai has also protected you closely. If there are any extra Bodhi fruits, might we each receive a string? Su Ruan inquired. Xingchen smiled helplessly. Of course, there are for both of you. I collected many Bodhi fruits. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ruan and Zhan Bai swiftly hung the large Bodhi fruits around their necks, adorning their wrists with them. Miss Yi, we already inquired how Agio wears them. Thank you, thank you. Su Ruan beamed with delight. Now, with the Bodhi fruits and talismans blessed by Miss Yi, they would surely be safe. Thank you, Miss Yi, Zhan Bai said, fastening his carefully. You're too polite. After Su Ruan and Zhan Bai departed, Agio finally appeared. Miss Yi, I didn't mean to show off. They insisted on asking me after seeing it. Fortunately, I ran quickly, or they would have taken them from me. It's no problem. I intended to gift them anyway, Xingchen replied. Once Su Ruan and Zhan Bai were gone, the two chatted as they walked. Miss Yi is truly remarkable. She even discovered the Bodhi fruits. Indeed, Miss Yi is impressive. With both pendants and wrist strings, we shall undoubtedly be especially safe. Su Ruan boasted as they strolled. Just then, the Imo Wang, Xingchen, appeared, his expression darkened upon seeing the wrist strings on Zhan Bai and Su Ruan. Curse that Xingchen. She gives these to two servants yet neglects to bestow any upon me. How infuriating. Does she think this will curry favor with the emperor's uncle? Dream on. The emperor's uncle is far more formidable than I am. Xingchen seethed. My lord, perhaps Miss Yu has yet to offer you any. The guard Feng Yin suggested. Indeed, that must be it. Xingchen has always been enamored with me. Surely she would think of me when crafting these. Xingchen comforted himself. My lord, you and Miss Yi are already divorced. It would be inappropriate for her to give you gifts, Gu Jiu quietly reminded. Xingchen shot him a fierce glare. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Gu Jiu stiffened, realizing it was best for the lord to come to terms with reality. Miss Yi, what a coincidence to encounter you here. The lady of the Duke of Zhenghua exclaimed joyfully. Miss Yi, are you here to worship? Yin Tianming said, brimming with happiness. Recently, he had been confined at home by his father under the pretext of reflecting on his mistakes, though he was unsure of any wrongdoing. Seizing the opportunity while his father was away, he had stealthily followed his mother to the Baoan temple and unexpectedly ran into Xingchen. Xingchen smiled awkwardly. I suppose so. She could hardly admit to arriving with the regent. What do you mean by I suppose so? Yin Tianming questioned with confusion. It means the deities here are not worthy of my kneeling, Xingchen explained. Such words were audacious and presumptuous. Had anyone else uttered them, the lady of the Duke of Jingguo would have deemed them boastful, yet she held no doubts about Xingchen's claim. Since that is the case, Miss Yi, why not enjoy yourself and take a stroll, as if you were merely out for a breath of fresh air? The lady suggested. I think so too. Oh dear, who do I think I am? Merely a divorced woman from the Mo Wang, daring to claim that the deities cannot endure my worship. Such blasphemous words. How dare you utter them? A voice filled with indignation interrupted. Xingchen turned to see a thin figure, her complexion sallow and her expression harsh. Notably, a sinister aura clung to her, suggesting that she would not last long in this world. Madam of the Duke of Boyang, how do you speak? The lady of the Duke of Jingguo scolded, glaring at her. This notorious gossip was infamous for seeking out trouble. Even the concubines of the capital avoided her. The Madam of the Duke of Boyang was incensed. What do you mean by that, Lady of the Duke of Jingguo? I am merely stating the truth. It was Xingchen who spoke such words. A divorced woman visiting the Baoan temple is already inauspicious. How dare she be so brazen before the Buddha? No wonder the Mo Wang divorced her. What nonsense! Xingchen is divorced from the Mo Wang, not dismissed, Yin Tianming immediately retorted. Nearby, Xingchen approached. Having overheard their conversation, yet he made no effort to clarify for Xingchen. Instead, he coldly observed. He intended to let Xingchen find herself in a predicament, so she would eventually seek his assistance. He wanted her to realize that without him, she was not. Upon raising her head, Xingchen spotted Xingchen not far away. His expression frigid as he watched her, neither intervening nor leaving. She understood he was merely waiting to witness her humiliation. Being divorced holds no distinction from being dismissed. Both render her a cast-off. This is the Baoan temple, where the citizens of Zhangyu eagerly anticipate such moments. How could she speak so irreverently, so ungratefully? The Madam of the Duke of Boyang continued to taunt. Others passing by, upon recognizing Xingchen, felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the lady of the Duke of Yongding. Refraining from approaching too closely, yet unwilling to depart, for no one wished to miss the spectacle. Xingchen, the Baoan temple is the national temple of Zhangyu. The deities here protect the peace of our nation. How can you speak so? One bystander interjected. Others murmured their disapproval, as it was their faith at stake. Madam of the Duke of Boyang, what are you stirring up? It is merely a matter of words. Must it be taken so seriously? The lady of the Duke of Jingguo tried to mediate. This is no trivial matter. She speaks without thinking, insulting the deities. I want no part of it. If it were up to me, the abbot should be summoned to arbitrate. The Madam of the Duke of Boyang retorted defiantly. As they spoke, Feng Yun had already brought the abbot over, accompanied by a dozen monks. Very well, I wish to see the consequences of Xingchen's audacious words. Xingchen scoffed coldly. The abbot, leading his disciples, approached with righteous indignation. Umaba, who dares to insult the deities of my temple? Chapter 81. Seeking humiliation at one's doorstep host. You have finally arrived. Xingchen has audaciously insulted the deities of the Baoan temple, claiming they're unworthy of her reverence. The lady of Boyang Marquis exclaimed, her face alight with self-satisfaction, as if she had performed an extraordinary deed. The host's expression darkened, clearly displeased. My dear young lady, did you truly utter such words? Xingchen remained composed. Indeed, I did. However, my intention was never to demean the deities. I merely spoke the truth. What a bold assertion. To claim you spoke the truth, yet shamelessly deny the insult to the divine. Such a person deserves to be driven away from this sacred mountain. A monk beside the host declared. He appeared to be in his 40s, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding a burly presence, likely the eldest among the disciples. Brother Kaching, do not speak recklessly. The host immediately rebuked him. Host, I spoke no falsehood. This young girl dares to insult our Buddha. It is indeed blasphemous. Kaching retorted angrily. Xingchen had done so deliberately, having divorced the king of ink. Even if a woman like me were to worship the Buddha, the deities would surely disdain such an offering. How can she dare to say such things? Lady Boyang pressed for answers. Lady Boyang, do you continuously refer to her as a divorced woman out of ignorance or deafness? Miss Yu has merely parted ways with the king of ink. She was not cast aside. Your relentless pursuit of this topic suggests you wish for your daughter to marry the king, or perhaps you harbor feelings for him yourself. The lady of the state council retorted angrily. It became evident to her that Lady Boyang sought to humiliate Yi Xingchen intentionally. Lady Boyang's face darkened with rage. Lady of the state council, I have respected you as the wife of a duke, and yet you speak to me in this manner. How could my daughter ever marry the king of ink? If your daughter will not, then perhaps you wish to take her place? You speak nonsense. At my age, how could I entertain such thoughts? Do not frame me with your words. You are merely diverting the topic to absolve Yi Xingchen. Lady Boyang shot back sharply. Your ignorance knows no bounds. The lady of the state council dismissed her. Having witnessed Yi Xingchen's capabilities, she noted the calmness with which you carried herself. Suggesting she had a plan, thus she refrained from further comment. Am I truly ignorant? In this day and age, are we not allowed to speak the truth? Lady Boyang countered. Host, what are you waiting for? Our Bayan temple is the national temple of Sanyue Kingdom. How can we permit such outrageous words to go unchallenged? Kongqing bellowed. Indeed, host, she is here merely to provoke us. The disciples echoed in condemnation of Yi Xingchen. Each of you seems to be well-fed and unbothered. What right do you have to demand someone leave? It was but a statement. Is that so serious? Yin Tianming countered. If we allow her impudence to go unanswered today, tomorrow others will speak similarly, and our Bayan temple will be subject to ridicule. How can we maintain the respect of the pious who come to worship? Kongqing retorted vehemently. From a distance, Song Tingqian observed with satisfaction, eager to see how Yi Xingchen would navigate this predicament. Listening to the disciples, the host's expression grew increasingly grim. For so many years, no one had spoken so disrespectfully. If he were to let Yi Xingchen go today, how could he continue to manage Bayan Temple? How could he command the respect of his disciples? Kongqing spoke the truth. Since Miss Yi had no intention of worshipping, she should take her leave. The host coldly remarked. Yi Xingchen smirked. I did not come here to pay respects in the first place. With that, she turned to leave. Ajio promptly followed, and upon seeing this, Yin Tianming hastened to catch up. Mother, I will accompany Yi Xingchen, he called out, leaving her behind to continue her worship. Song Tingqian, noticing Yi Xingchen's intention to depart, felt a surge of anger. Stop right there. The crowd gasped, turning to look. The king of ink strode over. Yi Xingchen, did you not claim that the deities here are unworthy of your reverence? I now wish to see how they are unworthy. The onlookers were taken aback. It appeared the king intended to humiliate Yi Xingchen. Lady Boyang beamed with delight. The king speaks rightly. Yi Xingchen, can you prove otherwise? Originally intent on leaving, Yi Xingchen's expression hardened upon hearing Song Tingqian's voice behind her. You truly have no shame to appear just as we were about to leave and provoke us. Yin Tianming scorned. All this chatter is merely a defense for Yi Xingchen. She is too cowardly to act. Song Tingqian pressed. Yi Xingchen fixed her cold gaze upon him. Who says I lack courage? If the king publicly promises to finance the creation of a new deity for Bayan Temple, I shall worship. Do you dare, king? Her voice was laced with provocation and disdain, infuriating Song Tingqian. I hereby publicly pledge that should anything happen to the deities, I will donate a golden Buddha to Bayan Temple. If nothing occurs, you shall kneel and bow thrice, declaring yourself a wretch. Song Tingqian's voice resonated across the front mountain. Host, did you hear the king's words? The host, with a serious countenance and hands clasped, replied, Ahmedba, I have heard. Since the king and Monsieur are willing to wager, I shall bear witness. We shall all bear witness. Let us see how you make the deities unworthy. Kongqing huffed angrily. Other disciples chimed in, with Lady Boyang's voice rising above the rest. The lady of the state council murmured, Miss Yi, if you truly cannot proceed, it may be wise to slip away. I will buy you some time. Thank you for your concern, madam. Fear not. Yi Xingchen assured her as she made her way toward the temple hall. The king of ink followed closely behind, with the host and disciples trailing after. As the rest hurried to witness the spectacle, Yi Xingchen, the deity on the left, is the smallest. Shall we not worship that one? Yin Tianming suggested discreetly. Even if Yi Xingchen were to lose, surely the state council and the Yi family could pool resources to create one, he thought. Yi Xingchen understood his intent. If someone is willing to fund it, we shall worship the largest. Your confidence is commendable, if it comes to that. I shall repay my parents' legacy, Yin Tianming agreed. Yi Xingchen felt warmth in her heart. With your words, I assure you, we shall not lose. Song Tingqian regarded Yi Xingchen with disdain, doubting she could bring misfortune upon the towering 9-meter Buddha. Lady Boyang reveled in the unfolding drama, while Kongqing, the disciples, and other onlookers widened their eyes in anticipation. Yi Xingchen lifted 3 incense sticks, igniting them before approaching the largest statue. She turned to face Song Tingqian's triumphant expression. King, Should you wish to retract your words, there is still time. Humph. Why should I regret? It is you who boast excessively. If you concede now and kneel to me, I shall overlook this matter. Xingchen proclaimed arrogantly. Xingchen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With that, she raised the incense before the statue, bowing her head. Chapter 82. The Buddha statue has truly encountered trouble. Everyone's eyes widened as they gazed upon the towering Buddha statue, with some timid souls retreating several meters, fearful of being affected. Not far away, Song Boya was escorting the abbot, as a shadow guard reported the news. Song Boya was discussing anecdotes with the abbot, hence he invited him to join. After all, the matter concerned the Bayan temple if trouble truly arose. Having the abbot present would lend him some credibility. From a distance, the abbot spotted a radiant golden light emanating from the direction of the main hall, nearly blinding him. He hurried over and beheld a figure enveloped in golden virtue, holding 3 incense sticks before the deities of the hall. No, this cannot be. Do not worship, the abbot shouted. Yet, it was too late. Xingchen had already bowed a second time. Upon hearing the abbot's voice, the crowd turned their gazes, and upon recognizing him, they felt a surge of reassurance. Abbot, you have arrived just in time. Xingchen is dishonoring the deities of Bayan temple, claiming they're unworthy of her offerings. She does not regard our Bayan temple with any respect. We must let her worship. If she speaks so arrogantly, the king of ink will not spare her. Xingchen immediately reported, wearing an expression that sought praise, only to be met with a glare from the abbot. Foolish, ignorant, utterly ridiculous, the abbot bellowed as he strode toward Xingchen. Benefactor, please, I implore you, do not proceed. He urgently intervened. Xingchen looked innocent. You are the abbot. Yet I had no intention of offending the statue of Bayan temple. It was they who were aggressive. The king of ink insisted on a wager. Should the statue encounter trouble, he would fund the casting of a new golden Buddha for Bayan temple, so I did as he wished. Benefactor, I beseech you, please do not worship. The abbot pressed, his hands clasped in prayer. The crowd was bewildered. The host and Xingchen were equally dumbfounded. Before the abbot could explain further, the towering 9-meter Buddha suddenly cracked with a resounding snap. Look, the statue is truly in trouble. Yin Tianming shouted. The statue has cracked. Miss, let us retreat quickly, lest it fall upon you. A Jew expressed her concern. Xingchen scoffed. It dares not. Her voice was brazen, and in that moment, no one dared to doubt her words. The statue had indeed encountered trouble. What Xingchen had said was true. The Duchess of the State of Zhang guffawed. The others were terrified, hastily retreating far away. Xingchen stared at the statue in disbelief. How could this be? How could this Buddha statue crack? Xingchen had merely offered incense. How could it lead to such a calamity? The Duchess of Boyong was even paler, knowing she had instigated this, and now she could not escape responsibility. The host's face darkened, gripping his prayer beads tightly. This was a statue that His Majesty had once worshipped. How would he explain this to Bayan temple? And how would he report to His Majesty? Xingchen was equally bewildered. The statue has truly cracked. How is this possible? How could a mere girl cause such a phenomenon? Xingchen felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Just moments ago, he had been aggressive, demanding Xingchen to prove herself. Had he taken a step back, this calamity would never have transpired. Now he had caused a disaster. Neither the host nor the abbot would let him off easily. The other disciples were equally stunned, having followed Xingchen in their mockery, now regretting their actions. With a loud crash, the statue split in two, toppling to either side. Run, do not let the statue crush you, someone shouted, and the crowd scattered in all directions. Gugio quickly pulled the king of ink aside, while the Duchess of Boyong fled faster than a rabbit. Xingchen shielded the host as they retreated, and the abbot stepped back several paces, his heart aching. Oh, my statue. What have you done, Xingchen? Xingchen gazed at her, disbelief etched across his face. What exactly have you done to the statue? I merely offered an incense stick. Did the king of ink not witness it? Or is he blind? Xingchen retorted. Xingchen's face darkened with anger. Impossible. How could a single incense stick cause such a towering statue to crack? You must have employed some demonic sorcery. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd cast fearful glances at Xingchen. Could it be that she truly possessed such dark arts? An onlooker gasped in shock. It must be so. How could a statue over 9 meters tall crack like this? The statue's cracking was indeed an ominous omen. The statues of Bayan temple were consecrated and had withstood years of worship. Such a sudden mishap was far from fortuitous. Others had worshipped without incident. Why was it only when she offered incense that calamity struck? The crowd pointed fingers at Xingchen, branding her a harbinger of disaster. Song Boya, witnessing the crowd's accusations. Erupted in fury. How dare you slander Miss Yi as a bringer of misfortune? What audacity! His voice was icy, filled with rage, and it silenced the onlookers. The crowd gasped. It was the regent. They were suddenly too frightened to breathe. The regent was known for his ruthless nature. He could bring death to those who crossed him, leaving even the king of hell trembling in his wake. Xingchen's face darkened further upon seeing Song boil. What do you mean, your highness? The statue has cracked. This is a fact. Are you suggesting that you will absolve Xingchen? Song Boyu sneered. The king of Ink's talent for distorting truth is as remarkable as it was that night at the brothel. It is truly shameful. Do not think that just because I call you uncle, I fear you. Xingchen bellowed in anger. Everyone witnessed that it was you, king of Ink, who caused this calamity. Xingchen claimed that the statue could not withstand her offerings, and all present heard her. Kong Qing had been aggressive, and the Duchess of Boyong had relentlessly pursued Xingchen, inciting trouble, yet Xingchen did not retaliate, even when the host suggested she leave. She offered no further explanation and was prepared to descend the mountain. It was the king of Ink who intervened, insisting on a wager with Xingchen. Originally, this golden Buddha could have escaped calamity had the king of Ink not disregarded the temple's dignity and prestige, wishing to publicly retaliate against Xingchen. Yet he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Now that the statue had encountered trouble, the king of Ink accused Xingchen of being a bringer of misfortune. Is it you who cannot bear the loss, or do you not wish to fulfill your wager and provide a new statue? The host and the crowd heard it all. Thus, the king of Ink should swiftly arrange for a new golden Buddha to be cast. Song Boyu's words were sharp and unforgiving, leaving no room for Xingchen to save face. Upon hearing this, those who had previously accused and doubted Xingchen were left speechless. The regent was correct. I can attest that Xingchen had no intention of offending the statue. It was the king of Ink who persisted, and the Duchess of Boyong who fanned the flames. The Duchess of the State of Jin raised her voice deliberately. I too can attest that it was Xingchen who caused the statue's misfortune, Yin Tianming echoed. Chapter 83. The face of the Ink King is struck resoundingly indeed. You all have been watching intently. The words of the regent are but the truth. Anyone who dares to speak with a guilty conscience should remember, there are deities watching from above. A Jew shouted fervently. The crowd dared not utter another word. Their gazes towards Xingchen filled with trepidation. Xingchen, witnessing the silence, felt an intense frustration brewing within. How could my royal uncle know what transpired when he was not even present? My network of informants spans all 4 nations. What is a mere gratitude temple to me? Song Boyi scoffed. No one dared to dispute this assertion. Xingchen was left speechless. For how could he challenge the authority of his royal uncle, both in seniority and strength, when he was no match at all? The abbot glared at him angrily. Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Today, the citizens visiting the gratitude temple number in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Once the news of the incident with the Buddha statue spreads, it will surely shake the faith of the people and cast doubt upon the sanctity of our temple. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have also paid their respects here. This matter must be reported to the emperor. Upon hearing the need to inform the emperor, the crowd turned pale with fear, regretting their decision to spectate. Kong Qing, trembling with cold sweat, fell to his knees. Abbot, master, it is all my fault. I should not have been so aggressive, causing the incident with the Buddha statue. I implore you to punish me. The other disciples knelt as well, pleading for the abbot's and the master's forgiveness. The master's countenance was dreadful. Abbot, it is I who have been negligent. I am guilty. Senior brother, please report the truth. You, at least, hold the position of a temple master. How could you be so reckless? The abbot chastised. As disciples with insufficient cultivation, how could they not perceive that this young lady, Yi, is of noble birth? Noble birth? The master was taken aback. He merely sensed that Xingchen possessed a fortunate visage but could not discern the radiance of her merits. What do you mean by that? Xingchen asked coldly. The others perked up their ears, especially the wife of the Boyong Marquis, who wore a look of astonishment. What this old monk means is that Miss Yi is indeed a person of great fortune. Her merits surpass those of the deities in this gratitude temple, which is why they cannot withstand her veneration, the abbot clarified. How is that possible? Xingchen is utterly devoid of any merit, ignorant and arrogant, having never performed a good deed in her life. How could she be a person of virtue? Xingchen questioned incredulously. The old monk was uncertain, but firmly believed he was not mistaken. In all his years, he had never encountered such a fortunate individual. The abbot sighed and turned to Xingchen, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Benefactor, it was my disciple's ignorance and rashness that offended you. please do not hold it against us. The abbot's voice carried a hint of supplication. The master and Xingchen stood in stunned silence. The abbot, a revered monk esteemed and feared by the world, even by the emperor and empress dowager, was now pleading for mercy from Xingchen, leaving everyone astonished. Xingchen smiled faintly. I thank you, abbot, for confirming I am not a harbinger of disaster. Since you have said so, I shall not pursue this matter further. As for the Buddha statue, please seek it from the Ink King. Xingchen's expression darkened further upon being named. He had initially aimed to humiliate Xingchen but had failed miserably. And now the Buddha statue was indeed in trouble. The most infuriating part was that the abbot had declared her a person of fortune. Damn it, this is intolerable. He was digging his own grave, utterly defeated. Xingchen's temples throbbed with pent-up rage as he glared. Royal uncle, do you take such pleasure in meddling? I am loath to interfere, but the Gratitude Temple is the national temple of Tsangyue. This Buddha statue is not merely an artifact of the temple. It represents the faith of the common people who await their worship. Therefore, I urge the Ink King to act swiftly, Songboi stated with emphasis. For the sake of Tsangyue and its citizens, Xingchen found himself without a retort. I implore the Ink King to deliver the Buddha statue promptly. I thank you in advance, the abbot said solemnly. Xingchen, seething with rage, stormed off. Upon seeing the Ink King depart, the wife of the Boyang Marquis attempted to slip away unnoticed, only to be confronted by the wife of the Duke of the Nation. Boyang Marquis's wife. Where do you think you are going? The incident regarding the Buddha statue fundamentally stems from you. Had it not been for you, Xingchen and the disciples would not have been so aggressive. If not for your slanderous words, the master would not have put Miss Yi in a difficult position, leading to the incident with the statue. You, a mere mouse dropping, have stirred chaos within the entire Gratitude Temple, and now you wish to escape? I say you should contribute half the gold for the statue. The wife of the Duke of the Nation stated pointedly. Xingchen, upon hearing this, quickly chimed in. The wife of the Duke is correct. It was indeed the words of the Boyang Marquis's wife that led us to trouble Miss Yi. The other disciples echoed, we concur. The crowd scorned the wife of the Boyang Marquis, their anger palpable. Indeed, she had instigated the commotion. While the wife of the Duke suggested letting things go, she continued to show off. One bystander remarked, she has been the source of trouble. Miss Yi was about to leave the mountain but was incited by her. It is truly a woman's folly. She should be made to compensate for the Buddha statue. Hearing the crowd's accusations, the wife of the Boyang Marquis turned ashen. How can this be my fault? It is all Xingchen's arrogance. You dare say Miss Yi is arrogant? She merely spoke the truth. Quickly compensate for the Buddha statue. The wife of the Duke of the Nation derided. Outside the crowd, Su Ruoan, following the regent's orders, recounted the recent events to the Boyang Marquis. That Buddha statue, standing nearly 9 meters tall, would require an immense amount of copper, let alone gold. Even the entire Boyang Marquis's estate could not afford it. Moreover, this matter must be reported to the emperor. The Boyang Marquis, seething with rage, stepped into the throng. Look at the trouble you have caused, foolish woman. The wife of the Boyang Marquis looked to him as if he were a savior. My lord, this has nothing to do with me. It was the Ink King's instigation. I never anticipated it would come to this. Xingchen's phoenix eyes narrowed. It was indeed Xingchen's doing. I hereby declare publicly that I shall cast you aside. From this day forth, you shall have no ties to the Boyang Marquis. You shall bear the consequences of your own folly. The Boyang Marquis coldly declared, turning to leave. The wife of the Boyang Marquis was left in shock. My lord, you cannot treat me this way. At her age, if she were to be cast aside, how could she live with herself? Chapter 84. The wealthy regent must prepare himself. How could I possibly divorce you? You have been sharp-tongued and cruel, mistreating concubines and servants. And now you dare to cause trouble at the Temple of Gratitude. The wife of the Marquis of Boyang was utterly stunned. This was the husband she had spent most of her life with, yet in a critical moment, he chose to abandon her for his own sake. How could he do this? I bore you children. Even if I have no merits, I have endured hardships. You cannot treat me this way. The wife of the Marquis of Boyang immediately pursued him. The onlookers at that moment looked down upon the wife of the Marquis with disdain and revulsion. Those who had witnessed the entire scene understood clearly. The Marquis was sacrificing his wife to protect the entire Boyang household. She deserves it. Her own actions have led to this. After all, this is the golden Buddha of the Temple of Gratitude, and she has the audacity to slander it. The Marquis is notoriously stingy. How could he afford to jeopardize the entire Boyang estate for her sake? The wife of the Duke of Xingchen remarked. I just want to thank you for speaking up for me, said Xingchen gratefully. You were too modest, my lady. I merely spoke the truth. You truly possess remarkable talent, the wife of the Duke of Zhenghua expressed with admiration. Xingchen, the great Buddha, is unworthy of your offerings. The abbot himself has declared it. How impressive you are. At that moment, Yin Tianming was in awe of Xingchen. That golden Buddha stands at a height of 9 meters and 9 centimeters. Even the abbot cannot achieve such a feat. There should be no other like it in the 4 nations. Miss Yi, you are now my most admired person, Ajio echoed. He silently apologized to the regent. After all, who could rival Miss Yu's extraordinary abilities? Even the commoners who had previously slandered and looked down upon Xingchen began to praise her, extolling her prowess. If even the golden Buddha cannot withstand her offerings, what immense fortune she must possess. Xingchen smiled faintly, glancing at the wife of the Duke of Zhenghua. Noticing a thin veil of dark energy hovering above her head, causing her to frown slightly. Madam, observing your features, it seems you have encountered some misfortune recently. Here, take this bracelet. It shall protect you from your bad luck, Xingchen said, handing over a string of Bodhi prayer beads. The wife of the Duke of Zhenghua responded with delight. Thank you, Miss Yi. I shall not decline your kindness. She hurriedly accepted and put it on. Yin Tianming smirked. Xingchen, you are not fair. You only gift my mother and not me. Yin Tianming was moved to tears. How righteous of you. The other onlookers cast envious glances. Even the abbot looked on enviously. Benefactor, might I humbly request a blessing of such a charm for myself? I would be willing to chant sutras for your well-being. Xingchen glanced at him. This Bodhi fruit has merely been consecrated, and though it bears a peace talisman, it is of little use to the abbot. Your merits are boundless, yet you have been unable to make a breakthrough. Today, I shall gift you a progression talisman. As she spoke, she retrieved a talisman from her pocket and handed it over. The abbot was both shocked and delighted. His cultivation had stagnated for 3 years, and he had been unable to break through at crucial moments despite searching for answers. To his astonishment, this young woman had spoken the truth. The abbot excitedly reached out to accept the progression talisman, his hands trembling with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. This is a progression talisman. He had researched for years and sought many Taoists and eminent monks, none of whom could create one. Yet, Xingchen had one and offered it so casually, as if gifting a mere vegetable. Did she truly comprehend the talisman as power? However, seeing Xingchen surrounded by a radiant aura of merit, which even the deities could not compare to, the abbot felt his own perspective had been too narrow. Thank you for your generous gift, benefactor. I am immensely grateful. I would be honored to light a perpetual lamp for you, praying for your well-being every day. The abbot humbly expressed his gratitude. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Some shamelessly inquired, Miss Yi, do you sell this talisman? Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward to inquire, for if even the abbot spoke of it, the efficacy of Xingchen's talismans must be extraordinary. Xingchen contemplated for a moment. Yes, the peace talisman is 10,000 taels each. The longevity talisman 30,000 taels each, the strength talisman 5,000 taels, and the beauty-enhancing talisman 8,000 taels. Everyone was astounded. They had not expected such a variety of talismans. Upon hearing of the beauty-enhancing talisman, many women were immediately intrigued. After all, which woman does not desire beauty? Miss Yi, I would like a peace talisman. One person immediately offered a banknote. I want a strength talisman. I want a beauty-enhancing talisman and a longevity talisman. Many who had not brought enough money turned to look. After all, who carries tens of thousands of taels when they go out to offer incense? Sun Chanzheng was deeply moved. Thank you, Miss Yi. I assure you I will deliver the money. With his lead, many others who had not brought enough money began to inquire. Xingchen did not offer to everyone, but selectively extended credit to those with upright appearances, kindness, and filial piety while collecting payment from others. Not far away, Song Boyi observed Xingchen, who was surrounded by the crowd, eagerly collecting money. A smile graced his features. As expected of Xingchen, she has started a business at the Temple of Gratitude. With such a virtuous person by the regent's side, what poison could not be dispelled? The abbot approached. Song Boyi raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that Xingchen can cure me of my poison? Thank you, abbot. I shall certainly accept your words. Song Boyi then turned to Xingchen, his gaze softening with warmth and affection. The abbot then turned to the disciples still kneeling on the ground, his expression turning cold. Concubine, as a master, you must remain composed in the face of adversity. Today's incident with the Buddha holds you largely accountable. I shall demote you to a regular disciple and send you to the back mountain for a year of reflection. As for the other disciples, their unstable emotions and tendency to follow the crowd will result in a 6-month punishment of cleaning the temple gates. Thank you, abbot. Concubine immediately led the other disciples away, their faces filled with shame. Meanwhile, the host looked at the crowd eagerly purchasing talismans from Xingchen, feeling both envious and tempted. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Miss Yi, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I realize I may have overstepped. But I still wish to inquire if it would be possible to receive a talisman as well." Chapter 85. What wrong has my beloved done? Xingchen cast a cold glance at him and replied, "No need to see me off." The host, publicly rejected, felt a twinge of embarrassment but still managed to ask, "Why not? You've already given it to the abbot. I offered the abbot my favor because he proved I am not an ill-omened person. Yet you, from the very beginning, have relentlessly interrogated and troubled me, even attempting to expel me from the mountain. Every action has consequences. I am a person who holds grudges. I repay kindness with kindness. But I remember those who wrong me for a lifetime. So, do you think you have the audacity to ask me?" Xingchen retorted, each word struck like an invisible hand delivering a harsh slap to the host's face. His complexion shifted from green to purple, then to a deep black, rendering him utterly unattractive and profoundly embarrassed. In that moment, he wished for a hole to hide in, regretting his decision to ask Xingchen for a favor. The crowd, once respectful of the host, began to gaze at him differently. They had just witnessed his excessive behavior towards Xingchen, and now he shamelessly sought a talisman from her, which was indeed excessive. The other townsfolk, hearing this, felt grateful that they had not joined the Duchess of Boyang in humiliating Xingchen, for otherwise they too would be without a talisman. "I only have a limited number of talismans. For those who did not acquire one, you may wait until I draw more in the future," Xingchen announced. "Miss Yi, how long will it take you to create them?" someone inquired. "We can wait. There is no rush. Please inform us when they are ready for sale and where we can purchase them," the crowd chimed in, their eagerness palpable despite their words of patience. Those who had secured talismans were overjoyed, treating them as treasures, fearful of losing them or having them snatched away. Xingchen pondered for a moment before stating, "Perhaps in 5 days. Drawing talismans is quite taxing on both strength and spirit. I will produce 50 each day. Available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each person may purchase only one per day, and those who have bought one cannot buy another within 10 days. The sales will take place at the lian shop of the Yi family." "Only 50? Such a meager amount?" someone scoffed. "Did you not hear Xingchen say how physically and mentally draining this task is? 50 is already quite generous. If you find it insufficient, you are free to forego purchasing," Yin Tianming countered. "Indeed, 50 is commendable. We are grateful to Miss Yi." The crowd expressed their appreciation, offering thanks before dispersing. The Duchess of the State was deeply moved, stating, "Thank you, Miss Yi, for bestowing upon me such a remarkable bracelet. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." "There is no need for such formalities. We are all on the same side," Xingchen replied candidly. "Yes, indeed, we are on the same side." The Duchess of the State thought to herself that forging a good relationship with Xingchen was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions of her life. Meanwhile, the Duchess of Boyang found herself in a precarious situation, and rightfully so, for her incessant gossip had led her to this point. The Duchess of the State felt a sense of triumph. Her incessant chatter should be silenced, Xingchen remarked, glancing at the distant Song Boyi, sharing a knowing smile. The events of the day spread like wildfire, reverberating through every street and alley, reaching every corner of the Zhangyue kingdom. Once looked down upon, Xingchen was now praised by all, as even the abbot acknowledged her as a person of fortune. The townsfolk sighed, lamenting that the king of Ink had no fortune, having divorced Xingchen, thus failing to grasp such immense wealth. Even in the imperial palace, the emperor was taken aback upon hearing news from the Baoyan temple, his anger reaching new heights. The Baoyan temple was the state temple of Zhangyue kingdom, and to think that one could seek to humiliate Xingchen out of selfish desires, resulting in damage to the Buddha statue, was sheer foolishness. "Summon the king of Ink to the palace immediately," the emperor commanded, his voice laced with fury. "Yes." Eunuch Wu promptly dispatched someone to convey the emperor's decree. The Buddha statue could not withstand Xingchen's worship. This was indeed a peculiar tale. "Send someone to invite the abbot of Baoyan temple. I wish to personally verify this matter." The emperor's gaze darkened ominously. If this proved true, it would be ideal for Xingchen to be of use to him. Otherwise, she would have to be dealt with swiftly. That wretched Xingchen. She must be behind this mischief. I shall not let her escape. Song Tingchen seethed. The steward soon reported, "Your Highness, the imperial guard has arrived. His Majesty summons you to the palace." Song Tingchen's expression darkened further. His father had learned of the incident with alarming speed. In the past, it was always eunuch who conveyed the emperor's orders, but now it was the imperial guard, a clear indication of the emperor's wrath. Without daring to delay, Xingchen immediately followed the imperial guard into the palace. Upon seeing the king of ink, the emperor's fury erupted. The Buddha statue of Baoyun Temple represents the prosperity of Sanyue Kingdom, yet it has been ruined by your hand. Do you not recognize your crimes? His enraged voice echoed through the grand hall. Foolish child, I have already warned you against bringing trouble upon the Yi family. Now, driven by personal grievances, you disregard the divine, proving your utter foolishness. How could I have such a son? The emperor stormed forward, delivering a harsh kick that sent the king of ink sprawling. Pale with fear, the king of ink immediately pleaded, Father, please spare me. I acknowledge my mistake and vow never to repeat it. I was misled by Xingchen. That was the statue of Baoyun Temple, which both you and the empress have worshipped. How could a mere incompetent like her cause such a mishap? Perhaps the statue was already destined to crack. With thousands of monks patrolling the temple daily, alongside the guards I dispatched, if there had been any issue with the statue, the abbot and the host would have reported it to me at once. Yet here you are, failing to repent and shifting blame. You have truly disappointed me. The emperor lamented, his heart heavy with disappointment. He never imagined that his most favored son, one he cherished dearly, would show such a lack of responsibility. Your Majesty. The imperial concubine requests an audience. Eunuch Wu reported softly. The emperor shot a furious glare at the king of ink. Let her in. Yes. Upon entering, the imperial concubine immediately knelt. I beseech your Majesty to punish me. The emperor raised an eyebrow. What wrong have you committed, my beloved? I have failed in my duty as a mother, allowing Chinner to cause such a calamity. I bear an unforgivable sin. I am willing to donate all my wealth to help the king of ink reconstruct a golden Buddha for Baoyun Temple. The imperial concubine implored. Chapter 86. A burial without rest. The emperor's gaze darkened. Thus, the dilemma of the Baoyun Temple has been resolved. I have provided an explanation for both the temple and the citizens of Sanyue. With the treasury depleted, it is impossible to mint a statue of the Buddha. Thus, Xianfei's intervention has been beneficial in this matter. The Lord of Mo dares to disregard my command regarding the Yi family. He too deserves a lesson. Your Majesty is wise, Xianfei praised. Indeed, my beloved consort possesses great insight, the emperor replied, approaching to assist Xianfei to her feet. Please rise, my dear. Thank you, Your Majesty. This incident is ultimately the consequence of the Lord of Mo's actions. If he is not dealt with severely, it will be impossible to quell the public's unrest. A year of punishment and 3 months of contemplation should suffice, the emperor lamented. Do not forget to express your gratitude to your father for his leniency, Xianfei reminded her. Thank you, father. The Lord of Mo immediately bowed in gratitude. The emperor's expression turned cold. I am not fully aware of the specifics. The abbot has already arrived. Then your Majesty must inquire thoroughly. For this matter concerns the divine and could easily incite unrest among the people, Xianfei thoughtfully advised. The emperor furrowed his brows, recognizing the necessity of careful handling. Your Majesty, the abbot has arrived, Eunuch Wu announced. The emperor's face brightened. Perfect timing. Let him enter. Yes. The abbot entered and, upon seeing the emperor, immediately bowed respectfully. This humble monk greets your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The abbot glanced at the Lord of Mo before recounting the events in detail. The Lord of Mo's expression turned frigid. Though furious, he refrained from retorting, for the abbot spoke the truth. Why did Xingchen's offering cause the statue to crack? The emperor pressed. Both the Lord of Mo and Xianfei turned their attention, eager to understand the circumstances. Xingchen is merely the daughter of a merchant. How could she possess such merit, especially one that surpasses that of the Baoyun Temple's Buddha? Xianfei questioned, pinpointing the crux of the matter. The abbot's face tightened. This merit may not derive from this lifetime, but rather from a previous one. What did Xingchen do in her past life? Xianfei instinctively inquired. I do not know, the abbot replied. Why does this abbot know nothing? Are you not the abbot? The Lord of Mo retorted angrily. Amitba. Though I am the abbot, I cannot pry into the destinies of others or reveal heavenly secrets. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness, the abbot respectfully replied. The emperor's expression grew stern. Xianfei, Lord of Mo, you may withdraw for now. Yes. As they departed, the emperor pressed further. Abbot, could Xingchen influence the fate of my Sanyue? The abbot was taken aback. Historically, emperors were often suspicious, and the emperor's inquiry indicated a potential desire for harm against Xingchen. He shook his head. Your Majesty need not worry. San Yue will endure for millennia. And you are blessed beyond measure. While Yu Xingchen is indeed fortunate, she cannot destabilize the Song family's reign, for the Yi family lacks the dragon vein. The emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I shall rest easy. What then is the purpose of her merit? Merely that she enjoys slightly better fortune than others. For instance, when faced with danger, while others may suffer severe injuries or even perish, she may merely sustain light wounds or escape unscathed, the abbot explained. The emperor's furrowed brow relaxed. Thus, it is not to be feared. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, Xingchen, I heard the great Buddha at Baoyan Temple was damaged. Yi father expressed his concern. Have you been hurt, Xingchen? Yi mother added, even more worried. Xingchen, are you truly so formidable that even the Buddha cannot withstand you? The Lord of Mo has been humiliated? Yi Xiaoshu asked suspiciously. Do not speak nonsense, Yi Laodao interjected. Father, mother, brothers, do not worry. I merely learned some ghost-catching and exorcism techniques from a wandering Taoist at the Lord of Mo's residence and performed some good deeds. That is why the abbot deemed me a person of merit. I am perfectly fine, Yi Xingchen succinctly explained. As long as my daughter is unharmed. Let us see how the Lord of Mo will handle this. He sought to humiliate our daughter, yet it seems he has shot himself in the foot. Serves him right. Yi mother exclaimed, feeling vindicated. Thank goodness Xingchen is unharmed. We must celebrate this occasion, Yi father declared proudly. Indeed, let us feast tonight in celebration. In stark contrast to the Yi family's relief and pride, the atmosphere in the Lord of Mo's residence was heavy. The Lord of Mo had been bested by Yi Xingchen at Baoyan Temple and faced punishment from the emperor. Everyone in the Lord of Mo's household dared not breathe, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Fu Yuro watched as the Lord of Mo locked himself in his study, drowning his sorrows in wine, her heart aching for him. She approached to offer comfort. My lord, do not be disheartened. This predicament is solely due to Yi Xingchen's actions. I have devised a plan to deal with her. The Lord of Mo felt a flicker of hope. Really? My lord, have I ever deceived you? Rest assured, Fu Yuro reassured him. You are truly the best. For you understand my heart. Today, my father was furious. I feared he might abandon me, but thankfully, my mother appeared. Otherwise, I would have truly disappointed my father. The Lord of Mo recounted, filled with trepidation. My lord, do not worry. You are the emperor's most cherished son. This incident at Baoyan Temple is merely a temporary setback. In time, the emperor will once again place his trust in you. Fu Yuro consoled him. You are right. My father holds me in high regard. He is simply angry at the moment. The Lord of Mo reassured himself. Fu Yuro continued to comfort him until he succumbed to intoxication and fell asleep, at which point she quietly departed. Do you truly wish to proceed? What if it does not succeed or has adverse effects? The maid Kaiwei cautioned. Fu Yuro's expression turned icy. Today, she dared to humiliate my lord. I shall not let her escape unscathed. Let us begin. Yes. Kaiwei promptly fetched a brazier. Fu Yuro cast Yu Xingchen's birth date into the brazier, pricked her finger, and let 3 drops of blood fall upon the birth date. She then retrieved a small vial from her waist and opened it. A wisp of black smoke immediately escaped from the vial, elongating until it took the form of a small child, though with a ghastly visage, sharp teeth, and a tongue over a meter long, quite unsettling. Fu Yuro was instantly frightened pale, yet she feared. Chapter 87. Coming for her at midnight, Fu Yuro widened her eyes in astonishment as she beheld the little ghost, whose ethereal, smoky form gradually lightened in color until it became transparent, ultimately transforming into a pure white. Simultaneously, its body visibly expanded at an astonishing rate, swelling until it resembled a perfect sphere. A look of delight graced Fu Yuro's face as she realized that this little ghost had become such due to the absorption of the essence from its birth date. How wonderful! Absorb more, quickly. Ideally, let it consume her to death, she thought with fervent resentment. Beside her, Kaiwei was so terrified that she dared not even breathe, having already collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with fear of disturbing the little ghost. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, a banquet was underway to celebrate, with spirits high and revelry continuing late into the night. Today is truly satisfying. It's rare to see the Ink King humbled. Drink freely, Yi Xiaosha declared proudly while clutching a wine jug. All thanks to Xingchen. The next time we encounter the Ink King, we shall walk with our heads held high. Yi Laoer concurred. You are both correct. Song Tingchen is nothing. He is still too green to contend with me, Yi Xingchen boasted, but suddenly, an intense pain surged through her. It was a sensation she hadn't felt in a long time, not physical, but rather akin to a disturbance in her very soul. With a sudden gasp, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling dizzy and struggling to breathe. "Sister, what is wrong with you?" Yilao exclaimed in alarm. "Daughter," their mother cried, her face etched with concern. "Why are you suddenly spitting blood?" "Doctor, quickly summon a doctor," Yifu shouted in panic. "I'll go at once." Yilao San surged forward but stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps, having drunk too much. "Someone, quickly fetch a doctor," he shouted. The servants, upon hearing his command, hurried to obey. Everyone else was equally horrified. "Xingchen, how could this happen?" As Xingchen prepared to respond, another bout of blood erupted from her lips. "Xingchen, you must be all right. We just taught the Ink King a lesson." Yu Xiaosao cried, clutching her tightly. "Stop wailing. I'm not dead yet. How dare someone use magic against me? They are courting death," Yu Xingchen retorted coldly, dabbing her finger in her own blood. She drew a blood array in the air, directing it toward a specific location. Observers saw a flash of red light shooting off into the distance before vanishing. At the Ink King's manor, Fu Yuro watched with satisfaction as the little ghost's form expanded within the room, having absorbed the essence. "Suck more. I want to ensure Yu Xingchen suffers." Fu Yuro's triumphant thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the little ghost suddenly halted, its body twisting violently, appearing to be in great agony. With a thunderous crash and a blinding flash of white light, the large room collapsed, burying both Fu Yuro and Kai Wei beneath the rubble. The tremendous commotion startled everyone in the Ink King's manor. The patrolling guards, upon witnessing the chaos, were horrified and rushed to report to the Ink King. However, the Ink King was already asleep. Gugio, upon hearing of the sudden collapse of Fu Yuro's room, was equally astonished. How could a perfectly fine room just collapse? He promptly dispatched personnel to rescue her, throwing the entire Ink King manor into disarray. Back at the Yi residence, upon learning that Yi Xingchen had spat blood, the regent's expression darkened severely. He didn't even bother to don his outer robe. Immediately summoned Feng Yunmu. "We must go to the Yi residence," he commanded. Upon arriving at the courtyard and seeing Yi Xingchen's bloodied lips, Song Baoyu felt a surge of compassion and rushed to support her. "Regent, what brings you here?" Yi Xingchen asked in surprise. "Is the regent still awake at this late hour? I was worried about you, so I came," Song Baoyu explained. "You are spitting blood. How could you be fine?" "Feng Yunmu, come and examine Xingchen," he ordered. Feng Yunmu, assessing Yi Xingchen's pale visage, dared not ask further questions and promptly checked her pulse. His expression tightening. "Miss Yi, the pulse appears normal. There seems to be no significant harm. Then why is she spitting blood?" "Check her pulse again," Song Baoyu commanded. His gaze icy. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yunmu would have protested. But witnessing the regent's stern demeanor and the pool of blood before Yi Xingchen made him doubt his own assessment. He checked her pulse again. "This is not a physical issue. Someone has used dark arts to drain my essence, but I have already dealt with it, so the regent need not worry. However, I would appreciate it if you could send someone to investigate who has experienced misfortune tonight, so I can identify my assailant," Yi Xingchen reassured him. "Zhanbai, personally take all the hidden guards to investigate immediately," the regent ordered coldly. "Yes," Zhanbai complied at once. "Miss Yi, you are so formidable, yet have been schemed against to the point of spitting blood. Could your adversary be a formidable foe?" Su Ruoan inquired softly. "Not at all. It is merely a form of wicked forbidden technique," Yi Xingchen replied weakly. "Regardless of who is behind this, I will not let them go unpunished," Song Baoyu declared with fierce determination. The rest of the Yi family stood in stunned silence. From the moment the regent entered until now, they had not dared utter a word. Cough, cough. "It is an honor for the regent to visit the Yi residence. However, at this late hour, we are unable to properly host you. My sincerest apologies," Yifu said awkwardly. "Xingchen, do you know the regent?" Yimu unwittingly asked the pivotal question. Song Baoyu then realized, "I was preoccupied with worry for Xingchen and neglected my manners. I hope the two elders will not take offense. Previously, Xingchen saved me. And fearing the Ink King would trouble her after our separation, I dispatched hidden guards for her protection. Upon hearing of her distress, I rushed here." Yi Fu was utterly astonished, realizing his daughter had rescued the regent. If that were the case, everything made sense. After all, the regent ranked just below the emperor. And even the emperor might not have the privilege of summoning him at such an hour, yet here he was, for the sake of his daughter. "Now I understand. Please forgive the intrusion, regent," Yi Fu expressed his gratitude. "Do not mention it. Father, mother, I may need to rest," before Yi Xingchen could finish her sentence. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. Song Baoyu, closest to her, swiftly caught her. "Xingchen, Xingchen." Chapter 88. "Do you dare to take the regent as your son-in-law?" Yet Yi Xingchen remained unresponsive, allowing their shouts to echo around her. Feng Yunmu also appeared troubled. Regent, you have just heard Miss Yi say that her ailment is not due to physical discomfort, but rather the consequence of being ensnared by dark sorcery. I am not versed in such magic. Just moments ago, Miss Yi mentioned needing to rest for several days. It is likely that she will awaken and recover in due time. Song Boyi's expression was as cold as ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed the bracelet from his wrist and placed it upon Yi Xingchen, even bestowing upon her the pendant from his waist. The Yi family members were left utterly astonished, for the items worn by the regent were identical to those gifted to them by Xingchen. They had not anticipated that she would offer them to the regent as well. May I take Xingchen to the regent's residence? I have a divine physician at my side who can attend to her at any moment. The Mo Wang has just been humiliated by Xingchen, and I fear he may seek revenge. If she remains in the Yi household, I worry you may not be able to protect her. Given the Mo Wang's status, Song Boyi stated grimly, his tone more of a decree than an inquiry. Su Rowan and the others promptly followed, and soon their group vanished, leaving the Yi family in a state of calm once more. Father, did the regent truly take my sister away just like that? Yi Xiaosa was still processing the situation. The regent's concern for Xingchen was indeed unexpected. Yu Laosan agreed. Did the regent not say that our sister saved him? Such a life-saving grace must surely be repaid, Yi Lao interjected. Yi Laodi furrowed his brow. Yet the man is unmarried, and the woman is unwed. Should this news spread, it may tarnish Xingchen's reputation. When Xingchen's life is at stake, who cares for reputation? Life is far more precious. Brother, you are being overly pedantic, Yi Xiaosa retorted. Hearing the voices of his sons and gazing at the doorway where the figures had vanished, Yi father instinctively asked, My dear, do you not feel that the regent's treatment of our Xingchen is rather peculiar? Yi mother, being seasoned in such matters, immediately discerned the regent's unusual regard for their daughter. You have only just realized this? It seems you may soon have a son-in-law, she remarked. What? A son-in-law? You mean the regent? Yi father trembled in shock, losing his balance and nearly falling. Thankfully, Yi Laodi supported him. Father, are you all right? How could I be all right? If the regent becomes our family's son-in-law, then I shall forever be subservient to him. Yi father lamented dramatically. Consider your position. Despite his high status, he must still address you as father-in-law. Take joy in that. Yi mother chided him with a roll of her eyes. How can I rejoice? Yi father retorted. Such matters are still far from settled. Let the children handle their own affairs. After the incident with the Mo Wang, all I hope is that Xingchen chooses someone who truly loves her in return. Yi mother sighed. This sentiment rang true. Meanwhile, within the regent's residence, Song Boyi commanded, Su Ruin, go personally to summon the abbot of the Gratitude Temple and dispatch others to seek out capable individuals. Not a whisper of this must escape. Understood, the steward replied, bringing in warm water and clean garments, along with the previous maidservants and elderly caretakers to wait at the door. This servant has seen the regent. I shall assist the young lady with her cleansing, one of the maidservants respectfully offered. No need. I will tend to her myself. Song Boyi declared as he personally took a handkerchief, dampened it, and gently wiped the blood from Yi Xingchen's lips. The sight of the crimson stain pierced his heart. Never had he felt such anguish as he did now, witnessing her in a state of unconsciousness while feeling utterly powerless. In that moment, Song Boyi loathed himself. Had he known, he would have sought to learn some sorcery from the abbot. His gaze hardened with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. It was Fu Yuro who dared to harm Xingchen. Immediately deliver all evidence of the Fu family's crimes to the emperor. I shall ensure their ruin. As for Fu Yuro, once Xingchen awakens, she will decide her fate. Yes, came the response. Let him in quickly. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Boyi's eyes as he recalled someone he had nearly forgotten. Dao Tian, the master, entered with a young acolyte. And upon seeing the unconscious Yi Xingchen, Dao Tian's expression turned grave. Regent, I have heard that my master is in trouble, and I hurried here. What has happened to her? He inquired anxiously. She has been ensnared by dark sorcery. You must examine her immediately. Song Boyi snapped. Dao Tian rushed over, first checking Yi Xingchen's pulse, then examining her eyes. Finally, he invoked his magic to open the heavenly eye. When he perceived the damage to her essence, he froze in shock. How could this be? Master. In that instant, he realized that Yi Xingchen had been drained of her essence by the very spirit he had summoned. He never anticipated that the target of his magic would be his own master. Had he known, he would have never permitted it. At that moment, Dao Tian was filled with regret. What is wrong with her? Song Boyi demanded. She dispelled the dark magic herself, but her essence has been compromised. I will assist in restoring it. Please wait outside. Regent, Dao Tian replied solemnly. Should you dare harm her, I will have you torn apart and your bones crushed. Song Boi threatened. Rest assured, my life belongs to my master. Without her, there would be no me. Dao Tian affirmed his loyalty. Only then did Song Boi exit. The young acolyte closing the door behind them. Dao Tian knelt on the floor, pleading, Master, please do not come to harm. I could never find peace if you do. Master, you actually used a spirit to harm the mistress? The acolyte quickly discerned the issue with Xingchen. Dao Tian recoiled in shock, hastily signaling for silence. Heaven forbid. Do not speak of this. If the regent hears, we shall lose our heads. The acolyte nodded vigorously, then muttered a complaint. It's all because of the master's greed that the mistress is in trouble. Chapter 89. Xingchen called the regent father, and Dao Tian, the master, lamented. How was I to know that person intended to target your mistress? Had I known, I would have never surrendered that little demon. Even at the cost of my life. You stay here. I must hasten to save her. Dao Tian promptly produced his magical artifact and channeled the essence he had previously gathered into Xingchen. However, even after depleting his essence, Xingchen remained unconscious. In desperation, Dao Tian even transferred his own Taoist energy to her. As time slowly passed, Dao Tian's complexion grew pale, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Master, perhaps you should take a break, the young acolyte suggested, concern etched on his face. How could I? If anything were to happen to your mistress, I would bear the guilt for a lifetime, Dao Tian replied, filled with remorse. After a while, Dao Tian could no longer sustain himself and finally halted, gasping for breath. I am utterly exhausted. This should not be. With my abilities, why has she not awakened yet? He pondered in confusion. Outside, Song Boi was filled with worry. Uncertain of Xingchen's condition, Su Ruan arrived with the abbot in tow. Regent, the abbot has come, she announced. Greetings, Regent. What has happened to Miss Yi? The abbot inquired, concern evident in his voice. Su Ruan informed him of Xingchen's predicament, causing the abbot to gasp in shock. Could it be that his majesty has intervened? I must come at once. Who is responsible for this? The abbot asked, his brow furrowed deeply. Could it truly be her? The abbot mused, troubled. You know her? Song Boi queried, his expression turning icy. This king will not let her go. Please accompany me, abbot, he stated, turning to push open the door. Inside, the young acolyte stood vigil at Xingchen's bedside while Dao Tian lay collapsed on the floor, pallid and unconscious. My master provided essence to the mistress, but he has succumbed to exhaustion, the young acolyte explained. The abbot approached Xingchen to examine her, nodding in agreement. The young acolyte speaks truth. Miss Yi has been injured by dark magic, and this master infused her with significant essence. However, this essence contains both human and demonic elements, as well as malevolent energies. Song Boi's brows knitted in concern. Will this adversely affect Xingchen's health? No, the essence has been refined and poses no harm to Miss Yi. The abbot reassured him. That is a relief. Someone, carry him away, Song Boi commanded. The guards promptly lifted Dao Tian, while the young acolyte remained steadfast by Xingchen's side. In her hazy state, Xingchen sensed someone murmuring beside her, and annoyance welled up within her. Quiet. Do not disturb my slumber, she mumbled. The abbot, who had been chanting, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, stunned as he looked at Xingchen. He had only wished to offer her prayers. How could she suddenly demand silence? The abbot felt a mix of frustration and grievance at the situation. Upon hearing her words, Song Boi's tense heart finally relaxed. Xingchen was speaking again. She was awakening from her slumber. How wonderful. He remained oblivious to the abbot's sorrowful expression, overwhelmed with joy that Xingchen was safe. Xingchen slept for 3 days, only waking on the night of the 3rd day. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at Song Boi, who examined her intently. Xingchen, you are awake. Thank heavens. Do you feel any discomfort? Someone quickly summoned Dao Tian and the abbot. He exclaimed, excitement flooding his voice as he embraced her. She had finally awakened. Heaven knows how anxious, worried, and fearful he had been over the past 3 days. Dreading what might happen, Xingchen found it difficult to breathe in his tight embrace. Let go of me. I can't catch my breath, she gasped, realizing his rudeness. Song Boi quickly released her. I apologize. I was overly excited. Are you hungry or thirsty? Is there anything you desire to eat? I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. Feeling his concern, Xingchen instinctively called out, Father? Song Boi froze, disbelief washing over him as he stared at her. Xingchen, what did you just call me? Are you my father? Xingchen ventured cautiously. With those words, Song Boi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Just then, The arriving abbot and Dao Tian overheard her and were equally shocked. How could this be? Does the master no longer recognize the regent? Dao Tian trembled in fright. The abbot could not speak, only gestured. Su Ruoan quickly handed him paper and brush. And the abbot swiftly wrote, "It must be due to damage to her soul." "Abbot, what should we do?" Song Boyi asked, anxiety etched on his brow. He certainly did not wish to be Yi Xingchen's father. Could it be that too much essence was infused? Dao Tian pondered, turning to Yi Xingchen. "Master, do you know who I am?" Dao Tian's face darkened. This was disastrous. His master no longer recognized anyone, and it was all his fault. The abbot's expression was grave. He had never encountered such a situation and could not devise a solution. "Feng Yunmu, come and take a look," Song Boyi commanded. Feng Yunmu rushed over to check Yi Xingchen's pulse, shaking his head in response. "Regent, this pertains to her soul. I am not knowledgeable in this area." "How could this be? Will Xingchen remain this way for life?" "We must send someone to find every capable individual in Songyue Kingdom or the Four Nations," Song Boyi ordered. "Understood," Zhanbai replied, hastily departing. "Father, hold me. I'm scared." Yi Xingchen looked up at Song Boyi with a plaintive expression. Song Boyi felt 3 black lines form on his forehead, quickly suppressing his irritation. Although he disliked this title, seeing Yi Xingchen so frightened tugged at his heart. Thus, Song Boyi approached and gently embraced Yi Xingchen. "Do not fear. I am here." The onlookers felt embarrassed. Should Yi Xingchen become aware of calling the regent father upon regaining consciousness, they could only imagine the awkwardness that would ensue. "Father, I am hungry," Yi Xingchen continued. With no other option, Song Boyi carried her to the hall, where Su Ruoan promptly had a table laden with food brought forth. Song Boyi specifically served her a bowl of porridge. "Since you have just awakened, have some porridge before eating." Yi Xingchen obediently nodded. "Father, feed me." Chapter 90. The uncooked rice becomes a cooked meal. Song Boyi's lips twitched slightly as he picked up a spoonful of congee, blew on it gently, and fed it to Yi Xingchen. "Father, it's delicious. I want more," Yi Xingchen said obediently. Feng Yunmu, standing nearby, let out a chuckle, prompting a fierce glare from Song Boyi. "I apologize, Miss Yi, but the contrast is simply too great. I couldn't help myself," Feng Yunmu replied, embarrassed. "It's the first time I've seen Miss Yu so attached to the regent, but calling him father is indeed hard to accept," Su Ruoan sighed. "How could my master acknowledge someone else as his father?" Dao Tian added, looking distressed. Song Boyi shot them a fierce glare. "Do you think this prince wants to?" He was the one feeling most aggrieved. Who would want to be Yi Xingchen's father? Yet, with her current state, he could not rest easy. "Regent, should we inform the Yi family about this?" Su Ruoan asked instinctively. Song Boyi furrowed his brows. "Not yet. The Yi family is already worried about Xingchen. If they learn she has awakened but doesn't recognize anyone, they will only be more anxious. Let's wait a few days to see if there is a way to resolve this. Your wisdom is commendable, Regent." "Father, I want to drink water," Yi Xingchen called out in a high-pitched voice. Everyone's lips twitched, feeling embarrassed. The regent was indeed in for some trouble. After Yi Xingchen had her fill, Song Boyi took her for a stroll in the courtyard, and she directly reached out to grasp his hand. "Father, let's walk together." Song Boyi looked at the soft little hand in his heart filled with surprise. All right. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to hold his hand, albeit under such circumstances. "Let's go, father," Yi Xingchen urged, pulling him along. Song Boyi felt helpless but also somewhat pleased. It was rare for her to be so close to him, and perhaps this was not so bad after all. Song Boyi had not anticipated that she would be so perceptive. "Father indeed has a rather distressing matter." "What is it?" "Do share," she inquired. "There is a woman I am quite fond of, but after being schemed against and injured, she no longer recognizes me. What should I do?" Song Boyi confessed. Knowing full well that she did not recognize him, he still wished to test the waters. Yi Xingchen contemplated seriously. "Does she like you?" "Yes. If both of you like each other, then let nature take its course. She won't be able to refuse when the time comes," Yi Xingchen replied with a mischievous smile. Song Boyi couldn't help but chuckle. Even without recognizing him, her thoughts remained as bold as ever. "That is an excellent idea," he agreed, leaning closer. "Xingchen, the woman I speak of is you." Yi Xingchen froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Father, you must be joking." Song Boyi's expression turned grave. "I am not jesting. I mean you." He leaned down deliberately. Yi Xingchen's heart raced, and she immediately ran away in fright. "Help. Father has gone mad." With that, she fled in a panic. Observing her hasty retreat, Song Boyi couldn't help but smile. Previously, she had always teased him, but now her reaction was quite amusing. The following day, The emperor received evidence of the Fu family's embezzlement of disaster relief funds, forming cliques for personal gain and causing 3 deaths. Enraged, the emperor immediately dismissed Fu Yuro's father, ordered an investigation, confiscated the Fu family's property, and imprisoned them for execution after autumn. Meanwhile, in the Ink King's residence, Fu Yuro was trapped under the rubble of her collapsed house due to the incident involving the little ghost. Gugio and his men managed to rescue her, but she had sustained a broken leg. Doctors rushed to treat her, yet Fu Yuro remained in a coma. In the morning, the Ink King awoke to the news of the previous night's events, shocked, and promptly went to check on Fu Yuro's injuries. Seeing her pale face devoid of color filled him with sorrow. How could your house have collapsed? It did not appear to be man-made. The Ink King's residence was constructed under royal supervision, so it was impossible for corners to be cut. Could it be Xingchen? Send someone to investigate immediately, he commanded. Yes. The Ink King took Fu Yuro's hand in his, gripping it tightly. Yuro, you must wake up. I cannot be without you. He spoke many heartfelt words. And perhaps his sincerity moved the heavens. Or perhaps Fu Yuro's injuries were not so severe, for she indeed suddenly awoke from her coma. Yuro, you're awake. How wonderful. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? The Ink King asked with concern. Fu Yuro looked at the Ink King, tears streaming down her face. I thought I would never see you again, my lord. Remembering the little ghost's sudden explosion, which had caused the entire house to collapse, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. She was fortunate to be alive. Fool, do not speak such ominous words. By the way, how could a perfectly good house suddenly collapse? The Ink King inquired, deeply concerned. Fu Yuro's gaze flickered, and she feigned innocence. I do not know. I was just about to sleep when I suddenly heard a crack. Before I could react, the roof collapsed, and then I lost consciousness. Thank you, my lord. Fu Yuro thought with joy in her heart. In the Ink King's residence, he had always been the sole occupant of his quarters, while the women of the back courtyard, including the princess consort, could only stay in their own quarters. Now that the Ink King had allowed her to reside in his chambers, it felt like a blessing in disguise. Did this imply that the Ink King intended to elevate her status? Suddenly, a servant rushed in. My lord, something terrible has happened. The Ink King's expression turned cold. What is it that warrants such panic? The servant glanced at Fu Yuro before speaking. My lord, early this morning, the Fu family encountered a calamity. They have been raided, and all members have been imprisoned. The imperial guards are already at the door, claiming they are here to apprehend the consort. Fu Yuro was left dumbfounded. How could this happen? How could the Fu family be raided? Her concern was not for the Fu family, but for the ramifications of such a raid. Her maternal family was already in a precarious position, and this left her with no support whatsoever. Outside, Gugio entered. My lord, the commander of the Imperial Guards has arrived. Fu Yuro's face turned pale. My lord. Save me. I am innocent. I do not know what has transpired. Please save me. The Ink King's expression tightened. Do not worry. Yuro, I will ensure your safety. Chapter 91. Rage for a beloved. Thank you, your highness. Fu Yuro wept, her tears resembling rain on pear blossoms. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Xiao Qiao, entered, bowing and stating, I have come to apprehend Fu Yuro on the emperor's orders. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Xingchen's countenance darkened with fury. What are you to dare arrest my consort? Xiao Qiao's expression turned icy. I have no intention of opposing your highness, yet I am here on the emperor's command. Do you intend to defy the edict? As his words echoed, the imperial guards surged into the room. Xingchen's expression transformed into one of chilling severity. As he prepared to speak, Gugio swiftly intervened. Your highness, perhaps we should allow Commander Xiao to take the consort first. You are aware of the consequences of defying the emperor. Hearing this, Fu Yuro was instantly terrified. Your highness, save me. I am innocent. I do not wish to go. Xingchen's heart ached deeply. Do not worry, Yuro. I shall rescue you. Your leg is injured, and I will carry you out. Fu Yuro froze. Your highness. What has happened to my leg? In her plight, she had neglected her discomfort. Quickly, she lifted the covers and was horrified to see her right leg bound with a wooden plank. My leg. What is wrong with it? I do not wish to be a cripple. Panic overwhelmed her. If her leg was disabled, how could she ever become the princess of the Mo kingdom? Do not fret. My dear, the physician assures that after 100 days of healing, you shall recover fully. Xingchen reassured her with patience. Is it true? Can my leg truly heal? Fu Yuru's anxiety was palpable. Indeed, it is true. Have I ever deceived you? I trust you, your highness. With that, Song Xingchen lifted Fu Yiru into his arms and instructed the steward to prepare a carriage, personally ensuring Fu Yiru was settled inside. Your Highness, you must save me, Fu Yiru pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Rest assured, I shall enter the palace and petition my father, Song Xingchen comforted her. Yiru awaits your return. As she watched the carriage depart, a fierce determination ignited within Song Xingchen. How could the Fu family encounter such calamity? Which fool dares to provoke them? Do they wish to oppose me? Song Xingchen's rage was palpable. Our men are still investigating. It must be Xingchen. No, he lacks the capability. It must be my uncle. Now that I have severed ties with him, only he would dare oppose me. Come with me to the palace. Your Highness, you cannot enter the palace. The Emperor has placed you under house arrest. If you provoke him further, he will surely be enraged, Gujo cautioned. Song Xingchen's expression was icy. And what of it? I cannot be without Yiru. Bring the horses. The guards swiftly brought forth the steeds. Song Xingchen mounted and galloped towards the palace. Gujo, resigned, followed, knowing he could not dissuade his lord from his impetuous course. Father, I beseech you to spare Yiru. If you do not acquiesce, I shall kneel here until my knees bleed, Song Xingchen declared, prostrating himself before the grand hall. Eunuch Wu gasped, Your Highness, you must not do this. It will only anger the Emperor further. I cannot be without Yiru. Song Xingchen insisted stubbornly. Seeing his refusal to relent, Eunuch Wu turned away, unable to persuade him further. News of the Mo king's kneeling for his consort spread throughout the palace, bringing great delight to the favored concubine, who reveled in the spectacle. I never imagined that the cunning Xian Fei could bear such a foolish son. This is delightful. Come, let us witness this drama unfold, she proclaimed. Her pregnancy now passed the perilous stage. Your Highness, do not forget Miss Ye's admonitions. You must be cautious, her maidservant reminded gently. Indeed, a young eunuch hastily departed. Upon hearing the news, Xian Fei was incensed. This fool dares to provoke the Emperor for Fu Yiru. How utterly foolish. My lady, temper your anger. The Mo king is simply loyal in his affections, the maidservant consoled. Loyalty? Nonsense. He is a fool. If he angers the Emperor, other princes will seize the opportunity, and he will be rendered powerless. Xian Fei elucidated the gravity of the situation. The maidservant gasped, My lady, what shall we do? This matter is too delicate for me to handle directly. You must speak with the Mo king, Xian Fei instructed softly. The maidservant hurried to fulfill her mission. Racing towards the grand hall. Outside, Song Xingchen remained kneeling when he spotted the maidservant approaching, immediately recognizing her as a confidant of his mother. Lu Mama, you have come at the right time. Please implore my mother to save Yiru. He pleaded anxiously. Lu Mama bowed respectfully. I have been sent by Xian Fei to convey a message. If you anger the Emperor over a mere woman, you shall lose your standing, and she will be executed at once. The weight of her words struck Song Xingchen like a thunderbolt. How could my mother be so cruel? Yiru is innocent. I must see my mother, he demanded, bewildered. Your Highness, the Emperor has many heirs. You are not his only concern. Your current favor stems from the Emperor's regard for Xian Fei. If you endanger her, it would show a lack of understanding, Lu Mama warned. You are a prince. You can have any woman you desire. Why provoke the Emperor's authority for one? Song Xingchen froze in fright. I only wish to save Yiru. I never intended to implicate my mother. But Yiru's fate? Lu Mama scoffed. Reluctantly, Song Xingchen rose, realizing that his mother was resolute. If he continued to press, Yiru would surely be in peril. Xian Fei fumed, that wretched Fu Yiru nearly caused my son's downfall with the Emperor. I shall keep a watchful eye on her. Chapter 92. A desire to marry Xingchen as the crown princess in the royal palace, within Fengyi Palace. The Empress erupted into laughter upon hearing of the recent events concerning the Prince of Mo. How delightful. The Prince of Mo has finally encountered a setback. That wretched Xian Fei has shown me no respect over the years, yet it was all due to her son being favored by his majesty. Now, with the prince's actions inciting the Emperor's wrath, it brings great satisfaction. For years, they have held dominion over me and the crown prince, and today, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Your Highness has endured much. The Prince of Mo has indeed acted foolishly, provoking the Emperor over a mere woman. It reveals his lack of true power, whispered her confidant, Granny Zhong. He is nothing but a fool, swayed by emotion and short-sightedness. Who cares if he has a favored mother? I shall eventually place Xian Fei beneath my feet. The Empress declared with bitterness. Your Highness speaks wisely. How has the Crown Prince been faring as of late? The Empress inquired, her heart suddenly gripped with concern. What could have transpired? Come, let us investigate, she commanded. quickly rising to depart, with Granny Zhong following closely. Upon entering the crown prince's chambers, the servants, upon noticing the empress, immediately bowed respectfully. "We greet your majesty. May you live long and prosper. Rise. Where's the crown prince?" the empress asked. "Open the door," she ordered. The servant complied, and as the empress entered, she found the crown prince seated at his desk, surrounded by scattered sheets of paper filled with writing. "What are you writing?" she inquired as she stepped closer. Startled by her arrival, the crown prince hurriedly stood and bowed. "I greet you, mother." Seeing his pale complexion, disheveled hair, and wrinkled attire, the empress felt a surge of worry. "Crown prince, what has happened to you?" "Mother, your timing is impeccable. I was just writing about my experiences at the gratitude temple. I feel as though I have found hope," he began, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing due to his excitement. "The physician warned you against becoming overly emotional. Be cautious of your health." The empress gently patted his back and glanced at his writing, her eyes widening in astonishment. "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven?" he reflected. "I have been frail since childhood, relying on medicinal broths, believing my life would always be thus. I have merely endured, wasting my days." However, upon hearing Xingchen utter those words at the gratitude temple, I was truly taken aback. She, a woman of seemingly no talent, has managed to live so freely and boldly, despite her separation from the Prince of Mo. Why should I not strive for the same? I have spent these past few days in contemplation. Mother, should I not also defy fate and fight for my desires? The empress was astounded, her heart swelling with joy as she witnessed the light in her son's eyes. Tears filled her eyes. "At last, you have awakened to the realization that you can shape your own destiny. Splendid. I never doubted you would remain in despair forever. My son is not one to be deemed weak. For too long now, the Prince of Mo and Xianfei have looked down upon us, forgetting their own status. You are the crown prince of Songyue Kingdom, destined to inherit the throne. The Prince of Mo is nothing. He has just provoked the emperor. And now you have found your resolve. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes," the empress said, her heart filled with pride. "Mother, it is not the heavens that have opened their eyes. It is Xingchen who has inspired me. I have a thought that I am unsure whether to voice." The crown prince hesitated. "Speak freely. There is no need for formality with your mother," the empress encouraged. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage. "Mother, I wish to marry Xingchen as my crown princess." The empress was taken aback. "How can this be? She is a divorced woman, and her scandal with the Prince of Mo is well known throughout the city. You are to inherit the throne. How can you marry a woman of such a reputation? I care not for her past. Xingchen is far superior to those noble ladies. Unlike them, she is genuine. When Miss Shen attempted to humiliate her, she retaliated fiercely, exposing Zhao Gongzi's disgrace, forcing the Shen and Zhao families to break their engagement. She is not the fool that others claim. In fact, I believe she possesses great wisdom." The crown prince countered. The empress furrowed her brow, having heard of the Shen and Zhao families' affair but knowing only the surface details. She had not realized Xingchen's involvement. With the Prince of Mo facing punishment from the emperor over the Buddha statue incident, it was indeed due to Xingchen's influence. Perhaps she truly is a nemesis to the Prince of Mo and Xianfei. The crown prince's perspective held merit. Perhaps the empress had been too hasty in her judgment. If you admire Xingchen, then perhaps it would be wise to engage with her further. Given her recent divorce, if you were to suddenly declare her as crown princess, it would undoubtedly provoke public outcry. If you believe she is as free-spirited as you say, then she likely values her own choice in marriage. Thus, we must ascertain her feelings. In matters of the heart, mutual affection is paramount. I do not insist you marry a noble lady, but rather someone you truly cherish, who reciprocates your feelings, for that is the path to happiness, the empress advised earnestly. The crown prince was deeply moved. "Thank you, mother. Your words resonate with me. I have been too hasty, and I shall heed your counsel. It is good that you understand. As members of the royal family, we often find ourselves constrained. And it is my hope that you find genuine happiness," the empress expressed with concern. "Thank you, mother." After a lengthy conversation, the empress finally took her leave. On her way back, Granny Zhong quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, how can you allow the crown prince to pursue Xingchen?" The empress smirked coldly. "When did I ever agree to that? This is merely a delaying tactic. It is rare for the crown prince to have such a moment of clarity. If I were to oppose him now, it would only backfire. It is better to support him for the time being. If Xingchen has managed to separate from the Prince of Mo and rid herself of that wretched Xianfei, it shows she possesses some capability. If she can indeed restrain the Prince of Mo and Xianfei, allowing the crown prince to interact with her may not be a bad idea. However, The crown princess must come from a pure background without any blemish, and Xingchen does not fit that criterion, the empress analyzed. Your wisdom is unmatched, Granny Zhong praised. Vowing deeply, send someone to watch Xingchen closely. Report her every move to me immediately. The empress commanded. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 93. So it was you who caused this in the regent's palace, Song Boyi, concerned for Xingchen, decided to let her reside in his chamber while he occupied the adjacent room for her convenience. Meanwhile, Dao Tian, the master, and a young disciple, who had been lurking in the shadows, stealthily approached Xingchen's quarters upon the regent's departure. Observing this from the rooftop, Ajio's expression turned icy. Rather than confronting them immediately, he chose to follow quietly, eager to discern their intentions, should they dare to harm the young lady. Ajio vowed to make them pay dearly. Upon entering the room, Dao Tian swiftly shut the door behind him and approached the bedside, whispering, Master, Master? When Xingchen did not respond, Dao Tian exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a strong grip seized his wrist. What do you intend to do? A chilling voice accompanied a piercing gaze that startled Dao Tian. The intensity of that gaze led him to mistakenly believe Xingchen had regained consciousness, causing him to kneel in fright. Master, spare me. I am Dao Tian. I only wish to save you. It is all my fault. I caused your misfortune. Someone once approached me to purchase a ghost for revenge, and I was unaware that the target was you. It was only after hearing of your plight that I realized my grave error. I am profoundly remorseful, Master. My greed has brought you harm. I offered you all the soul essences I had collected over the years and infused you with my own spiritual energy, but I miscalculated and overwhelmed you, leading to your condition. Though the room remained dark, the luminous moonlight allowed Xingchen to discern Dao Tian kneeling before her, tilting his head in confusion. So it was you who caused this. But why do you call me master? She questioned, puzzled. Dao Tian froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. The sharpness and coldness had vanished, replaced by confusion. He felt relieved. His master's instincts had reacted without clarity. Had she been fully aware of his culpability, she would have surely exacted a harsh punishment upon him. What a scare, what a close call, he thought, sighing inwardly. I call you master because I have taken you as my teacher. You are truly shameless, remarked the young disciple at the door. Hush, you know nothing. I am merely seizing the opportunity to acknowledge my master, Dao Tian retorted. When the mistress awakens, she will undoubtedly not recognize you, the disciple interjected. You little rascal. You certainly know how to expose my shortcomings, Dao Tian quipped. Master, I speak only the truth, the disciple replied innocently. Enough of this. We must focus on the matter at hand. Master, please allow me to try again. Perhaps you can return to your former self. I have brought you some sweets. Dao Tian said, producing the confections. Xingchen, filled with joy, accepted the treats and began to eat. Very well, do as you wish. Excellent. Dao Tian took out a talisman and affixed it to Xingchen's forehead, then retrieved his tools to perform the ritual. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and eventually, he collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Master, how do you feel? Do you recognize me? Dao Tian asked anxiously. His complexion turned ashen when he realized there was no effect. It's over. If Master awakens and does not recognize me as her disciple, I am doomed. Will the Master remain this way forever? The disciple inquired. Outside the door, Ajio had pieced together the events and suddenly kicked open the door. You, Dao Tian, are responsible for the young lady's predicament. The disciple guarding the door was unexpectedly knocked aside by the force of the kick, falling unconscious to the ground. Dao Tian trembled in fear. What are you doing here? Ajio's gaze was icy as he replied. From the moment you entered the young lady's quarters, I was aware of your presence. I merely wished to observe your intentions towards her, but I never anticipated you would be the true villain behind her plight. Dao Tian's face drained of color. I never intended to harm Master. I was unaware that the person sought to harm her. Had I known, I would have never sold her the ghost. Save your excuses for the regent, Ajio scoffed, seizing Dao Tian and dragging him away as if he were a mere chick. Please spare me. I truly meant no harm. Master, save me. I do not wish to die. Dao Tian pleaded desperately. Meanwhile, Xingchen remained absorbed in her sweets, oblivious to Ajio, who failed to notice her gradually chilling gaze. My subordinate has apprehended him, and he has confessed to being the cause of the young lady's misfortune. I urge you to decide his fate. Ajio conveyed to the regent. Song Boy's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing like those of a hawk as he glared at Dao Tian, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. Dao Tian cried out in agony as he hit the ground, feeling as though his insides had shattered. and he spat out blood. Spare me, Regent. I understand my transgressions. It was my fault that Master suffered. I deserve punishment, but I never intended to harm her. Please, I implore you to see the truth. Dao Tian begged. Do you think acknowledging your faults will heal Xingchen? Killing you would be too merciful. Bring him here. Tie him up, and every half hour, dunk him into a water vat and whip him 20 times. Let him not die. When Xingchen recovers, then we shall end him. Song Boi commanded coldly. Yes, Your Excellency. Hearing this, Dao Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Regent, I beg you, spare my life. Chapter 94. Daring to compete with the Regent for Miss Yu, Song Boi had little patience for Dao Tian's ramblings. He had specifically sent someone to investigate, and the findings only implicated Fu Yuru. Consequently, Song Boi submitted evidence of the Fu family's crimes to the emperor, leading to the confiscation of their assets and the imprisonment of all family members, including Fu Yuru herself. Song Boi then dispatched someone to interrogate Fu Yuru in prison. Yet she adamantly denied any wrongdoing against Yu Xingchen. Even under extreme torture, with her fingernails ripped out one by one, she remained silent, leaving the investigation at a dead end. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Dao Tian was involved, and Song Boi would not let him escape unscathed. In the expansive courtyard, the anguished screams of Dao Tian echoed, each cry piercing the heart, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it, yet no one felt any sympathy for him. Although their acquaintance with Yu Xingchen had been brief, they were already captivated by her abilities and admired her candid sincerity. In other words, Ajio and Su Ruoan regarded Yu Xingchen as a future regent's consort. Upon learning that Dao Tian was the root of all this turmoil, Su Ruoan and others took turns lashing him with a whip, exerting every ounce of their strength without hesitation. Song Boi turned to Yu Xingchen's chamber, finding her seated on the bed, blissfully indulging in candies like an innocent child. His heart ached with both pain and guilt. He approached her and gently stroked her head, saying, I am sorry. It is my failure to protect you. Yu Xingchen looked up at him and replied, There is no need for you to feel guilty. This is not your fault. Her words only deepened Song Boi's sorrow, but he did not notice that she had not referred to him as father this time. Then I shall stay with you, Song Boi murmured softly. He dared not leave her side, aware that the perpetrator was within the regent's residence. And he had been utterly oblivious, a grave oversight. Yu Xingchen extended her hand, offering him a piece of candy. Would you like some? Song Boi shook his head helplessly. I shall not partake. You enjoy it. Very well. Yu Xingchen continued to savor her treats. Song Boi sat beside her until she finished, then personally assisted her in washing up and watched over her as she drifted off to sleep, finally feeling at ease. Outside, Su Ruoan observed the scene, moved. I have followed the regent for many years and have never witnessed him serve anyone in such a manner. Miss Yi is the first. Zhanbai nodded in agreement. Indeed, if I were Yu Xingchen, I would be overwhelmed with gratitude. Alas, she seems oblivious. Feng Yunmu scoffed. In unison, Su Ruoan and Zhanbai shot him furious glares. Your silence does not render you mute, Feng Yunmu. Miss Yu merely requires time to recognize people. She will surely recover, Su Ruoan retorted angrily. Absolutely. Miss Yi is destined for greatness, Zhanbai concurred. The regent within the room overheard this exchange, his expression instantly darkening. Feng Yunmu, do you wish to lose your tongue? Feng Yunmu trembled in fear. Regent, consider me a mere passing wind. I shall take my leave. With that, he fled in haste. Regent, our informants report that the crown prince attended court this morning. Song Boi furrowed his brows, glancing at the still sleeping Yu Xingchen before rising to exit. The crown prince had been frail and ailing since childhood, relying on medicinal concoctions for sustenance and never attending court, thus remaining overshadowed by the Mo king. Now, hearing of his sudden appearance, Song Boi was naturally skeptical. Due to the distance, our informants did not catch the conversation between the crown prince and the empress. They only noted that he seemed revitalized after her departure, Su Ruoan explained. Song Boi raised an eyebrow. The crown prince has been lethargic for years. The empress lacks the ability to rejuvenate him, or else he would have recovered long ago. Something must have transpired to cause such a transformation. But what could it be? Regent, the eunuch responsible for cleaning the crown prince's quarters, mentioned discovering this on his desk. Zhanbai produced a piece of paper. Song Boi opened it, revealing the crown prince's notes, which contained a single audacious sentence. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Such a bold declaration struck a familiar chord within Song Boi. Regent, I recall that Miss Yu uttered these words at the Baoyuan temple, Ajio promptly reported. Song Boi's brow furrowed. The crown prince's change was surprisingly linked to Xingchen. Did Xingchen have any interaction with the crown prince at the Baoyuan temple? Song Boyi inquired instantly. Ajio shook his head. No, I have been by Miss Ye's side, ensuring her safety. She has not encountered the Crown Prince. If they had not met, it implied that the Crown Prince had inadvertently taken notice of Xingchen. For someone who had languished for years to undergo such a drastic change in mood, whether it was for good or ill remained uncertain. Song Boyi sighed softly, gripping the paper tightly. Could it be that the Crown Prince harbors feelings for Miss Yi, wishing to compete with me for her affections? Su Ruoan blurted out instinctively. But as soon as he spoke, he felt the weight of the regent's murderous gaze and promptly fell silent. Miss Yi is no ordinary woman, after spending these days together. I have observed her remarkable decisiveness. She holds a unique regard for our regent, while others do not capture her interest, Ajio stated candidly. Song Boyi's icy demeanor softened slightly. Xingchen's judgment has always been commendable. Su Ruoan's lips twitched. If her judgment were indeed so sound, why would she consider marrying that scoundrel Mo King? Yet, he dared not voice this thought, lest he invite his own demise. Regent, what shall we do? We cannot allow the Crown Prince to abduct Miss Yi. Ajio exclaimed anxiously. She belongs to me. No one can take her away. Dispatch someone to the East Palace immediately to ascertain the Crown Prince's intentions. We must uncover what exactly transpired between the Empress and the Crown Prince. Song Boyi's tone was grave and brooked no dissent. Yes. Meanwhile, the unconscious young boy remained unaware of how long he had slept. Upon awakening, he felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body, his limbs numb. Rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he realized he was still in the nurse's quarters. He was simply too small, having been kicked under the table by Ajio, and the large tablecloth had neatly concealed him from Song Boyi's view. The young boy suddenly recalled that he had accompanied his master to find the nurse. Spotting Xingchen still lying on the bed, he hurried over. Nurse, please do not blame my master. Though he is greedy, he never intended to harm you. He did sell the little ghost. But the backlash from that ghost brings unbearable pain and suffering. So the one who harmed you must be in great torment now. Nurse, here are the talismans you previously gifted me. I return them to you now. Please awaken soon. As he spoke, he took out the few talismans given to him by Xingchen and placed them beside her pillow. In an instant, the talismans vanished, and twinkling lights surged into Xingchen's brow. Suddenly, the previously sleeping Xingchen opened her eyes. Chapter 95. Longing to be held by him for a lifetime, little Tongzi was taken aback. Master, you're awake. Do you recognize me? Xingchen cast a cold glance at him. Aren't you Dao Tian's disciple? I'm not foolish enough to forget you. Little Tongzi's cherubic face lit up with joy as he clung to Xingchen's leg and began to weep. Wonderful. Master, you finally awakened and recognized me. Seeing him cry with such fervor, Xingchen's mouth twitched. Why are you crying? I'm not dead. Xingchen felt as if struck by lightning. Unable to believe what she heard. I call him the Regent King. How could this be possible? He must be furious. Feeling embarrassed, she wanted to hide her toes. Realizing she had even allowed the Regent King to feed her and hold her. Although she indeed harbored feelings for him, even in her clouded state, this was utterly excessive. She could only imagine how devastated the Regent King must have been, struggling to maintain his composure instead of casting her away, and instead, tending to her needs. Did the Regent King truly feed me? Xingchen asked tentatively. Little Tongzi nodded vigorously. Yes, we all witnessed it. He took great care of you. Despite his rather dour expression, Xingchen wished to vanish into thin air, mortified by the sheer number of humiliating incidents she had inflicted upon herself, particularly before the very man she admired. Her image was utterly destroyed. She could only dread what the Regent King must think of her now. She contemplated whether to admit that it was not her actions, or to feign ignorance. What other embarrassing things did I do? Xingchen inquired softly. Little Tongzi shook his head. Nothing else. Upon waking, you only recognized the Regent King and were with him. I cannot speak of anything beyond that. Before Xingchen could respond, a piercing scream echoed from outside, a voice she found familiar. Oh no, it must be Master. He must have been discovered by the Regent King as the one who harmed you and is being punished. Master, please save him. Little Tongzi exclaimed. His face filled with concern. Xingchen frowned. You mean your master harmed me? Yes, he was greedy and sold a small ghost to someone. And that person intended to harm you, Master. When he learned of this, he was filled with regret. He gave you all the essence he had cultivated over the years to make amends, and even transferred his own power to you. But he overdid it, and you became unrecognizable. Little Tongzi recounted the events. Xingchen's expression darkened. So it turns out that the ghost sent by Fu Yuru was orchestrated by Dao Tian. Little Tongzi could sense her anger and quickly retreated, silently wishing, "Master can't see me, can't see me." Another anguished scream erupted from outside, prompting Xingchen to rise and step out. In the courtyard, it was none other than the Regent King wielding the whip. He personally administered each strike, infusing it with his internal energy, each lash akin to tearing flesh from bone, rendering the recipient in a state of unbearable agony. "Regent King, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. It is I who deserves to die?" Dao Tian cried out in a pitiful wail, barely clinging to life. His powers had been given away to his master, and with his strength not yet restored, he could not withstand the punishment being inflicted upon him. Daring to harm Xingchen. "You truly deserve to die," Song Boi growled, preparing to strike again. "I'll do it." A cold voice cut through from behind. Song Boi started, instinctively glancing back. Xingchen approached in a flowing white dress, her expression frosty and tinged with anger, yet possessing a familiar air. The clear sky illuminated her figure, backlit by sunlight. She appeared as a goddess of war, exuding an aura of elegance that commanded respect. "Xingchen, are you well?" Song Boi asked, his voice tinged with excitement, his grip on the whip trembling slightly. The sight of Xingchen filled him with familiarity. Xingchen nodded. "I am well now. There is no harm done. I've caused a few misunderstandings these past few days, and I hope the Regent King will not take offense." In the next moment, Song Boi tossed aside the whip and rushed to her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "So tightly, so fiercely. It is wonderful that you have awakened." Song Boi's voice was hoarse, even choked with emotion. These past few days had been fraught with worry for him, fearing she might never awaken. He felt immense guilt for not having protected Xingchen. He was consumed with regret, wishing he could have discovered the plot sooner to prevent her from being harmed. Xingchen felt his grip tighten to the point of discomfort, her breathing becoming labored, yet sensing the tremor in his arms and body. She did not push him away but instead embraced him back. "I'm sorry for causing you worry. Foolish girl, do not say sorry to this king. The only thing that matters is your awakening and well-being." Song Boi's magnetic voice resonated in her ear, slightly husky. Xingchen felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and joy. "This is the first time the Regent King has taken the initiative to embrace me. It feels wonderful. The Regent King truly cares for me. How delightful. It's all my fault for being careless and falling into a trap, causing the Regent King to worry. He must have suffered these past few days. Unable to eat or sleep well, my heart aches for him. The Regent King must take care of himself. Oh no, the Regent King is holding me too tightly. I feel as though I might suffocate. What should I do? Should I tell him? But if I do, he will surely let me go. I'll just endure a little longer. Let him hold me a while longer." Song Boi, who had been worried about her, nearly faltered upon hearing her thoughts. This girl, how clever she is, even contemplating enduring further. Song Boi felt a wave of joy wash over him as he loosened his grip slightly, though he did not release her. Oh, the Regent King knows to ease his hold a bit. Not bad, not bad. Now I can finally breathe. This is wonderful. How I long to be held by the Regent King like this forever, ideally for a lifetime, huh? The once cold expression on Song Boi's face softened, his furrowed brows relaxing, a smile gracing his lips. "Then let us embrace for a lifetime." Xingchen froze. For a lifetime? Could it be that the Regent King can hear my thoughts? Song Boi's forehead twitched with 3 dark lines as he quickly clarified. "What I mean is, I wish to hold you like this for eternity." Chapter 96. Will you follow me? Xingchen, filled with joy, was about to express her agreement when a chilling scream pierced the air. "Master, could you refrain from being affectionate with the regent for a moment? Please save me first. I acknowledge my mistakes and promise I won't do it again." The Taoist master Dao Tian wailed pathetically. Xingchen's expression turned icy, her sharp phoenix eyes darting towards him. "I am not your master, and you are unworthy to be my disciple." Her voice was as frigid as ever. Surprisingly, Dao Tian was not angered. Instead, he cried out in excitement, "Master, I thought I would never hear you scold me again. Truly, your scolding voice is the most familiar and comforting to me." Xingchen's lips twitched, questioning whether Dao Tian had a penchant for masochism. Meanwhile, Song Boi's expression darkened with displeasure. This insufferable Dao Tian had no sense of propriety, daring to interrupt his embrace with Xingchen. How dare he? Ignore him. Song Boi huffed coldly. "I am a person who holds grudges. Since that little imp was sold by him, he deserves punishment," Xingchen declared as she released Song Boyu. With no other option, he reluctantly let her go. "You may punish him as you wish." Beside them, Su Ruan, ever observant, picked up the whip from the ground and respectfully handed it to Xingchen. "Miss Yik here. Thank you." Xingchen accepted the whip and turned towards Dao Tian. As a master, you should understand the importance of not aiding malevolence. How dare you raise a little ghost to harm others? You seek death. With a fierce shout, she swung the whip down hard. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I will donate all ill-gotten gains to the poor. Please spare me. Dao Tian hurriedly pleaded. Do you know why I never took you as my disciple? It is because of your twisted intentions. If you call me master again, I shall ensure you never utter another word. Xingchen warned, followed by another crack of the whip. Master, no. Miss Yi, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Dao Tian begged. You harmed me first. While you wish to save me, you have bestowed upon me the souls of so many evil spirits. Did you want me to die quicker? If not for my high cultivation, I would have long gone mad, perhaps never to awaken again. As a master, you are driven by greed, unforgivable. Xingchen lashed out again. I only wanted to wake you quickly. I didn't realize I gave too much. Dao Tian protested, feeling wronged. Twisted intentions, flawed methods, haste, and recklessness, unforgivable. With each word, Xingchen struck him again, until Dao Tian could no longer muster the courage to plead for mercy. Every utterance seemed a mistake, leaving him speechless while Xingchen rebutted him effortlessly. Originally hopeful for his master's swift recovery, Dao Tian now felt that her clarity only exacerbated his own plight. Meanwhile, a small boy who had been hiding in the room watched in distress as his master was struck repeatedly, covering his eyes with his hands. However, the master's cries were too pitiful, akin to a slaughtered pig, prompting him to cover his ears instead. After a while, unable to bear it any longer, the boy, raised by the master, timidly approached. Mistress, please spare my master. He guarantees he will never sell little ghosts again. Dao Tian, moved to tears, exclaimed, You little rascal. It seems my love for you was not in vain. Miss Yi, I swear I will never err again. Xingchen glanced at the small boy. I see you possess some aptitude for exorcism. Would you care to follow me? The boy's face lit up with joy. Mistress, really? I can truly follow you? Indeed, your master's intentions are not pure. If you continue to follow him, you will surely go astray. If you are willing, come with me. Xingchen affirmed with a nod. Thank you, mistress. I am willing. I will follow you from now on. The small boy beamed with delight. Do not call me mistress. It makes me feel aged. From now on, you shall call me master, Xingchen proposed. Thank you, master. I shall heed your teachings, the boy replied respectfully. Bowing 3 times to Xingchen, Dao Tian watched in despair as his only disciple was taken by the very master he had chosen. He had no choice but to lament his predicament. If only his rival were less formidable, but it was Xingchen and the regent. With a mere flick of their fingers, they could obliterate him. He could only grumble about his disciple's betrayal. You little wretch, have you forgotten who raised you? I would go without food to save some for you, yet you abandoned me for another master? Dao Tian complained, feeling stifled. Xingchen raised an eyebrow, surprised by Dao Tian's affection for the boy. Just then, Dao Tian's expression shifted in shock. How do you know? I was worried about you, fearing you might faint from hunger, so I secretly hid half a bun for you. But instead, I found you hiding in the corner, pulling out meat buns, 2 of them. The boy retorted. You not only stole meat buns, but also meat pies and meatballs. You always keep the best for yourself. The small boy accused. Dao Tian felt utterly embarrassed. I only wanted to ensure you didn't eat too much meat and get indigestion, so I finished it for you. That's just an excuse. Don't think I'm easily fooled because I'm small. The boy shot back angrily. You little brat. I raised you this big. What's wrong with me eating a bit more? When I started earning, did I not buy you 10 drumsticks? Dao Tian countered. That doesn't matter. You've lost my trust. I won't believe you anymore. I'm following my new master now, humph. The boy turned away, ignoring Dao Tian. Dao Tian's heart shattered, filled with indignation. You ungrateful little rascal. If you ever wish to follow me again, I shan't take you. Xingchen turned to the small boy. Do you enjoy meat? Hearing this, Xingchen felt a pang of sympathy. Then your first meal as my disciple shall be a feast of meat, as much as you desire. Upon hearing this, Song Boyu, ever perceptive, promptly ordered. Prepare a banquet of meat. Yes, my lord. The servants hurried off to fulfill the command. Xingchen smiled gratefully at Song Boyu. Thank you, regent. With me. There is no need for formality, he replied. Before long, a lavish banquet of meat was prepared, and Xingchen had it set in the courtyard, a good distance from Dao Tian. Upon seeing the abundance of meat, the boy's eyes sparkled. Thank you, master. Thank you, regent. Today, indulge yourself, Xingchen generously declared. Yes, master. The boy eagerly began to feast, his greasy little mouth shining, while Dao Tian felt both frustrated and wronged, consumed by envy. Chapter 97. The regent is a jealous man. You are truly cruel. You indulge in meat while forcing me to watch. Is there any difference between this and murder? Dao Tian could not help but lament. Xingchen heard him but chose to ignore his complaint, instead serving vegetables to the young attendant. Choose what you like and eat more, but don't overindulge, she advised gently. Yes, master, the young attendant replied. Song Boyi observed Xingchen's actions with a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. I want some too. Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. Want what? Master, oh no. Miss Yi, can't you see? The regent is jealous, Dao Tian muttered while hanging upside down. Only then did Xingchen realize, casting a bemused glance at Song Boyi. But he is still a child. Yet he is a boy, Song Boyi countered. Xingchen frowned slightly. The regent is quite the jealous type. How did I not notice this before? Such jealousy is not a good trait, she mused silently. Song Boyi's expression stiffened. It appeared that Xingchen did not favor men who were overly jealous. That's right. The regent is indeed magnanimous, Xingchen concluded with satisfaction. I see now that I was mistaken. The regent is not a jealous man. That is good. A man who is excessively jealous cannot be tolerated. I cannot endure being placated every day. The regent is quite commendable, discerning indeed. Song Boyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had narrowly avoided being disliked by Xingchen. It seemed he must not display his feelings too overtly in the future. Beside them, Su Ruoan could not help but scoff. The regent is hopeless. He was clearly furious just now, yet he shamelessly claims to be joking. Only Miss Yi can bring out such a side of him. Zhang Bai nodded in agreement. I too noticed the regent's anger. Thus, it is said that one thing can counter another. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Unless one is male and the other female, Feng Yinmu reflected. Song Boyi shot a cold glare at him, causing Feng Yinmu to shudder and hastily cover his mouth as he fled. Xingchen chuckled at his hasty retreat. Where did you find such an astonishingly outspoken subordinate? He is not my subordinate, but a disciple of the renowned physician Luo Ju. For years, he has been assisting me in regulating my health and suppressing toxins. Song Boyi explained candidly. I see. As the two conversed, a young servant entered from outside the courtyard, bowing respectfully. Greetings to the regent and Miss Yi. Yin Tianming seeks an audience outside the residence, claiming he wishes for Miss Yi to save someone. Xingchen furrowed her brow. Did he mention who needs saving? The servant shook his head. He did not specify. Let him in, Xingchen instructed. The servant instinctively glanced at the regent, who nodded in approval, prompting him to summon Yin Tianming. Song Boyi raised an eyebrow, noting the timing of Yin Tianming's arrival was quite opportunistic, coinciding perfectly with Xingchen's awakening. Before long, Yin Tianming rushed in, his face a mask of urgency. Xingchen, come quickly. Zhou Kai is in trouble. Zhou Kai? That name sounds familiar, Xingchen replied. Her suspicion piqued. Realization dawned upon her as she recalled a certain Zhou Kai. What has happened to him? 2 days ago, he suddenly began wearing skirts, applying makeup, and mimicking the mannerisms of women. The Zhou family initially thought he was merely play-acting, but this morning, he declared his intention to pay homage to his husband while carrying a bamboo basket filled with paper money. The Zhou family was alarmed and immediately sought my help. I had no way to assist him, so I thought of you. As your parents informed me you were at the regent's residence, Yin Tianming explained. It seems he has encountered some misfortune. Very well, I will accompany you to investigate, Xingchen declared, rising to her feet. Master, I am full now. I shall accompany you as well. The young attendant stuffed the remaining half of a chicken leg into his mouth, ready to follow. Xingchen glanced at him. All right. I will escort you to the Zhou residence, Song Boyi offered. He was concerned about Xingchen venturing out alone, especially since she had just regained consciousness. What if something were to happen again? Very well. To the Zhou residence. Kair, it is your mother. Let us not cause a ruckus. You do not wish to marry the Lu family's young lady. I shall not press you further. Please behave, Zhou's mother implored with a pained expression. My son, your father will no longer strike you. If you wish to fight cocks or walk dogs, so be it. I only ask that you act normally, Zhou's father lamented. Zhou Kai glared furiously at his parents. I have told you repeatedly, I am not your son. I am Hong Ling, and I intend to pay homage to my beloved. If you do not step aside, I shall not be courteous. Child, I beg you not to go, Zhou's mother pleaded. Old woman, you speak too much. You seek death, Zhou Kai bellowed. Zhou's mother, sensing her son's cold murderous intent, was taken aback, her face drained of color. Her beloved son was threatening her with death, leaving her in shock and disbelief. Madam, be careful. Zhou's father immediately shielded her. If anyone is to be harmed, let it be me. This is your own doing. Zhou Kai, losing patience, launched an attack. However, before his hands could reach his parents, an ominous and sharp energy surged through the air, and he barely had time to react before a talisman flew toward him, striking him squarely on the forehead. Zhou Kai found himself immobilized, unable to move. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Just a mere wandering soul does not deserve to know who I am. A haughty voice echoed as Xingchen stepped into the room. Although Zhou Kai could not see the radiant aura surrounding Xingchen, he could sense her overwhelming presence and terrifying power, filling him with panic and dread. Miss, spare me. I only wish to borrow his body to pay homage to my beloved. I mean no harm. Please, I implore you to show mercy. Zhou Kai immediately begged. Zhou's parents were left in astonishment, quickly turning to Xingchen with desperate eyes. Miss, please save our son. I will agree to any terms. He is my only child. Xingchen nodded reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall rescue Zhou Kai. He has testified on my behalf in the past. She then turned her gaze to Zhou Kai. If you depart now, I shall grant you a chance to escape. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Miss, I only wish to pay homage to my beloved. Please grant me this request. I promise to leave this body immediately after the ritual. I beg of you. Zhou Kai cried, dropping to his knees. Chapter 98. The remarkable survival of this person master. She has truly never harmed anyone. She is a benevolent spirit. The young apprentice spoke up, for he had observed that the ghostly apparition was a pure white, untainted by bloodshed. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Indeed. You possess a remarkable talent for this line of work. Song Boyi, too, was taken aback by the capabilities of the apprentice that Xingchen had recently taken under her wing. Please spare me, I was wrong. I have never hurt anyone. My time is running short, which is why I lost my temper earlier. I only intended to frighten them. I implore you to believe me. Zhou Kai wept, tears streaming down her face. Zhou's mother looked on with compassion. Miss Yi. Perhaps we should allow her to pay her respects. She does sound rather pitiful. As long as she does not harm my son, a little delay would not matter. Since Madame Zhou had spoken thus, Xingchen acquiesced. Do you know where your husband is buried? Zhou Kai, overwhelmed with joy, replied through tears. Thank you, miss. But I do not know where my husband lies. I have searched for him for many years, losing track of time in the process. Yet I have still not found him. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How can one not know where their husband is buried? My dear girl, please reflect. Are you certain your husband is deceased? Or do you truly have a husband? Zhou's mother asked instinctively, for the ghost appeared rather erratic, her mind seemingly unhinged. Of course I have a husband. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts, pledging our lives to one another. However, his family opposed our union, looking down upon me as merely the daughter of a humble farmer. They introduced him to a wealthy young lady of suitable standing, coercing him into marriage. Zhou Kai lamented. And then, Yin Tianming inquired with a curious expression, intrigued by the ghost's enthralling tale. Of course, they did not marry. Yao Ge loves me. I am the one he adores. He promised he would marry only me in this lifetime. One fateful night, we eloped to a distant place, concealing our identities and marrying in secret. I worked tirelessly, washing clothes and cooking, while Yao Ge, raised in affluence, struggled with labor. Eventually, he grew frustrated and despondent, turning to alcohol for solace. My heart ached for him, and I offered him comfort and encouragement. He later found work as a teacher, barely managing to survive. And shortly thereafter, I became pregnant. Though we lived in poverty, being with the one I loved was enough, just as we envisioned our future together. Yao's family discovered our whereabouts. They sought to separate us without compassion. When Yao Ge revealed my pregnancy, hoping they would allow us to remain together for the sake of our child, Madame Yao merely stated she would consider it. That night, while I was in the outhouse, I overheard her instructing her servants to kill me and the child. I was terrified. I never imagined they would go so far as to harm an unborn child. In a desperate attempt to escape, I was captured by Madame Yao's confidant. For the sake of our child, I feigned agreement to leave Yao Ge, promising never to entangle him again, pleading only for one last day together. Madame Yao consented, and so I procured rat poison. If our family could not live together, then we would perish together. After parting from Yao Ge, I could not bear to live. He, too, would not survive without me, so we consumed the poison and died. I had hoped to wait for him on the Naiha Bridge, but as I waited, 1 month, half a year, 3 years, 10 years, my beloved never came. I began searching, visiting our former home, Yao's family, and wandering to unfamiliar places, yet I found no trace of him. I could scarcely recall his visage. and lost track of time, nearly forgetting who I was. Zhou Kai wept, her tears cascading like a torrential flood. Xingchen was taken aback by the devotion of this ghost, who had searched for so many years. Do you know your husband's birth date? I can assist you with divination, she proposed. Zhou Kai's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that truly possible? That would be wonderful. He is, before she could finish. Xingchen began to calculate, glancing at the young apprentice beside her. Perhaps you should give it a try? Yes, master. The young apprentice eagerly complied. Ah, you little one. You can divine as well? Yen Tianming asked with curiosity. The apprentice shot him a disdainful glance. My former master, the Taoist, swore to teach me. He claimed that teaching a disciple would lead to the master's own demise. Thus he imparted only the barest knowledge, which I have since learned on my own. Well done, lad. You possess a cunning mind, Yen Tianming praised. Suddenly, the young apprentice's cherubic face tightened with concern. Wait, master, how can this person still be alive? Could it be that I have miscalculated? Alive? How could that be? Yao Gu consumed the rat poison alongside me. I witnessed him eat it. Zhou Kai immediately refuted. Xingchen swiftly resumed her calculations, her expression growing increasingly grave. According to this birth date, he is indeed alive, residing 50 miles to the southeast. Zhou Kai was overcome with a mix of excitement and disbelief, her heart heavy rather than elated by the revelation that he lived. He promised to share life and death with me, to accompany me into the underworld. How absurd it is that he still breathes. As she wept, laughter bubbled forth. A bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow that elicited sympathy from those present. Then let us go and meet this Yao Gu, Xingchen declared. This king shall arrange for a carriage immediately, Song Boi announced. Su Ruan and Zhanbai hurried to prepare, their hearts moved by the ghost's profound love. Yes, I must seek clarity. I desire answers, Zhou Kai insisted. Miss Yi, may I accompany you? Although she inhabits my son's body, my heart aches for her plight. She is such a pitiable woman, Zhou's mother instinctively asked. I wish to join as well, for this body is my son's, Zhou's father concurred. Then let us all go together. Thank you, Xingchen replied. The group boarded the carriage and journeyed for an entire day, finally arriving at Niujia village. 50 miles to the southeast. Su Ruan inquired around and located Yao Gu. Zhou Kai stood in shock as she beheld the elderly man with a head of white hair in the courtyard. The image of Yao Gu she had cherished was tall and graceful, yet the man before her was stout, his hair grizzled and thinning, a stark contrast to her memories. However, the red string tied around his wrist instantly identified him. It was the very one she had woven with her own hands. Her legs felt heavy as if burdened by lead, yet she summoned the courage to approach the elder, Yao Gu. Chapter 99. I have wronged you. The elderly man with white hair in the courtyard froze upon hearing that name, staring in disbelief at the approaching Zhou Kai. You, who are you? How do you know my name? Brother Yao's voice trembled, his murky eyes scrutinizing Zhou Kai. This name was known to only one person, Hong Ling. Yet, she had passed away many years ago. How could this person know? Brother Yao, I am Ling Mei, Hong Ling, Zhou Kai lamented, his eyes instantly reddening. Brother Yao was utterly astonished, his expression one of incredulity. Before him stood a young man. Yet his voice resonated with the same timbre as that of the one from his memories. We had promised to descend into the underworld together. After I ingested the rat poison, I died and waited for you by the Niha Bridge, but I waited for many years without seeing you. I searched for you in the places we had married and in those we had not, but I could never find you. Now, my time is short. I had no choice but to inhabit the body of this young Master Zhou, hoping to encounter you once more before I pass. I did not expect to meet this young lady, who discerned that you were still in the mortal realm and brought me to you. Zhou Kai recounted the events of the past, word by word. Brother Yao's eyes had long since turned red, tears streaming down his face as he trembled and embraced Hong Ling Mei. It truly is you. I never expected to see you again before my death. It is such a joy. I am sorry for what I have done. It is all my fault for making you wait for so many years. Brother Yao expressed with deep remorse. Zhou Kai could sense the violent tremors of his body. This embrace, separated by decades, felt as if it bridged the realms of life and death. After a long while, Zhou Kai finally released Brother Yao. Brother Yao, we both ingested rat poison back then. Why did you not die? With a face full of guilt and regret, Brother Yao explained. Ling Mei, forgive me. I have wronged you. When my mother discovered that we had taken rat poison, she summoned a doctor to induce vomiting and treat me, and miraculously, I was saved. Having died once, I was truly terrified. But after learning of your death, I fell into despair, existing like a walking corpse. My mother forcibly arranged my marriage to that young lady. And even on our wedding night, I was drugged. I felt like a worthless being. Since they would not let me die, I sought revenge in my own way, frequenting taverns and gambling houses, living a life of debauchery. Before long, I squandered the family fortune, and my parents died of grief. That young lady eventually succumbed to depression and passed away as well, leaving me utterly alone. Ling Mei, it was then that I realized living was more painful than dying. It is a blessing to see you again before my end. I would gladly die now. Zhou Kai wept and laughed simultaneously, though his laughter was pale and self-deprecating. He had vowed to share life and death with her, yet he had succumbed to fear. He had promised to marry only her in this lifetime. Yet he had wed another. Zhou Kai felt that all his years of waiting had been a farce, a grand joke. He had lingered by the Naiha Bridge for decades while she had struggled to survive in the mortal world. How tragically ironic, how profoundly sorrowful. Zhou Kai did not cast another glance at Brother Yao, but turned instead to Xingchen. Miss, my heart is at peace now. Please escort me away. Xingchen nodded. Very well. She bit her finger, tracing a talisman in the air, and suddenly, a white gate of light appeared. Indeed, it was the entrance to the underworld. You have committed no sins in this life, and have accrued some merit. In your next life, you shall be reborn into a good family. Xingchen comforted. Thank you. Miss, Zhou Kai replied, walking towards the gate of light. No, Ling Mei, you cannot leave me. Please, do not abandon me. I have already lost you once. I beg you. Brother Yao's choked and urgent voice echoed from behind. After uttering those words, Hong Ling abruptly withdrew from Zhou Kai and flew into the gate of light. Zhou Kai immediately collapsed, losing consciousness as the gate vanished. Ultimately, they had missed their chance. Son, wake up. Zhou's mother rushed to Zhou Kai. Zhou's father hurried over as well. Son, what is wrong with you? Zhou Kai, regaining consciousness, blinked in bewilderment at his parents, and upon seeing Xingchen, he was struck dumb with fear. Father, mother, where is this? Why am I here? Why are the regent and Xingchen here? I haven't offended the regent. Have I? Zhou Kai stammered in terror. Zhou's mother, overwhelmed with joy, wept. Son, you have finally awakened. Thank heavens, I was so frightened. You must not have any more troubles. The heavens have opened their eyes. Thank you, Miss Yi. My son is finally well, Zhou's father added, his eyes red. Zhou Kai was utterly confused. Father, why did the regent bring Xingchen here? And why am I here? Yin Tianming approached, because you were possessed by a female ghost. It was the ghost who came to see your lover, which is why you are here. He proceeded to recount the events. Zhou Kai listened in shock and fear. Thank you, Miss Yi, for saving me. Xingchen and Song Boi exchanged glances before departing. Brother Yao, heartbroken, trembled as he walked towards the spot where Hong Ling had vanished, yearning to grasp something. Suddenly, he stumbled, falling to the ground. A stone on the ground pierced his heart, killing him instantly. In the carriage, Xingchen furrowed her delicate brow slightly. How tragic for Hong Ling. Waiting for so many years only to discover he was a heartless man. If someone I cherish in the future were to betray me like this, I would not let him go even in death. Indeed, the words of men are deceitful. There are no good ones among them. Song Boi's lips twitched as Xingchen berated all men in her heart. Instinctively, he spoke, I am the exception. Xingchen paused. What do you mean? What I mean is, should I encounter a woman whom I love dearly, I will certainly share life and death with her, never to lead a life of debauchery. Song Boi declared solemnly. Xingchen met his earnest gaze, feeling her cheeks grow warm, instinctively turning her head away. Chapter 100. Does he like me too? Why is the regent telling me all this? Xingchen murmured. Is he confessing his feelings to me? Yet, when she thought of the one in the palace, who had schemed tirelessly to usurp what was rightfully his, gifted her a problematic residence, poisoned her, and sought her demise, she realized that if she were to be with him, the emperor would undoubtedly eliminate both her and the Yi family. This was not the outcome that Song Boyu desired. He did not want Xingchen to suffer because of him. Song Boyu wished for Xingchen to be safe and joyful. So he refrained from voicing the words that lingered on his lips. I just wish to convey that not all men are like Brother Yao, Song Boyu explained. Oh. Xingchen's enchanting eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. I thought the regent was going to confess to me. It seems I was mistaken. Does the regent not harbor feelings for me? Song Boya's handsome brows furrowed. Of course, he liked Xingchen, but he could not openly admit it. He pondered the fragility of his own existence and what would become of Xingchen if something were to happen to him. Thus, he pretended not to hear her unspoken thoughts. It was not that he did not want to. Rather, he could not. I'm tired after so long. Perhaps I should rest for a while, Song Boya suggested. All right. Xingchen, indeed weary, leaned back, and soon fell asleep. Listening to her gentle breathing, Song Boyu quietly sighed with relief. At that moment, he vowed that one day he would boldly confess his feelings to Xingchen. Song Boyu instructed the coachman to halt the carriage in a secluded alley, ensuring that no one would know of Yi Xingchen's connection to him. Yi Xingchen exited the carriage, followed closely by the young boy, making their way to the Yi residence. Upon hearing the commotion, the Yi family rushed out, overwhelmed with excitement. "My dear girl, how wonderful it is to see you safe. It is truly the regent's skill that has saved my daughter," Yi Fu affirmed. "This matter indeed deserves our heartfelt gratitude to the regent," Yi Lauda remarked. "Father and mother, allow me to introduce my newly accepted disciple, named Yi Xingchen," the young boy said, realizing he had yet to reveal his own name. "Young lad, what is your name?" The boy looked at Yi Xingchen, visibly troubled. "Master, may I refrain from saying?" "Why?" Yi Xingchen inquired, puzzled. The young boy pouted. "Because my previous master named me Dog Ignored." "How could such a peculiar name exist?" Yi Mu questioned, bewildered. "My former master said I was abandoned in a cesspit as a child, presumably to perish. Yet, I survived because the cesspit froze in winter, allowing me to float atop the ice. My master happened upon me and saved me. But he remarked that I was so foul-smelling from the filth that even a hungry dog ignored me and ran away. Hence, he bestowed upon me the name Dog Ignored. When I matured, I asked him for a name change, but he refused, claiming that the name was easy to care for." The young boy explained. Yi Mu's heart ached for the boy. "You are a pitiful child. Since you are Xingchen's disciple, you shall henceforth be considered part of the Yi family. Dog Ignored is an unsuitable name. Let us rename you Fu Lai, for it symbolizes fortune. What do you think?" The boy's face lit up with joy. "This name is far better than Dog Ignored. I shall henceforth be known as Fu Lai." "Indeed, Fu Lai is quite adorable. Now that you are part of the Yi family, treat this place as your own home. Eat and drink freely. Do not hold back," Yi Mu said kindly. "Thank you, madam," Fu Lai replied gratefully. "Haha, Fu Lai is such an understanding child. What do you enjoy eating?" "I shall have the housekeeper prepare it immediately," Yi Mu inquired. "Madam, I am not picky. I eat anything. But if I could have some meat, that would be splendid," Fu Lai replied with a cheerful smile. "That is simple. Housekeeper, prepare plenty of meat dishes. We shall celebrate tonight," Yi Mu commanded. "Yes, madam." In the evening, the Yi family gathered together, eating, drinking, and chatting merrily. Yi Mu continually served Fu Lai, clearly fond of the little fellow. Fu Lai's cheeks were stuffed full, mumbling thanks, resembling a charming little squirrel. Yi Xingchen indulged in the meal. "The food at home is simply the best. Daughter, have you been starving at the regent's residence?" Yi Fu asked. "Of course not. It's just that after so many years of eating home-cooked meals, I am more accustomed to them," Yi Xingchen clarified. "Father, you worry too much. How could the regent allow my sister to go hungry?" Yi Xiao dismissed. "Indeed, the regent treats me very well. Do not fret, father and mother," Yi Xingchen reassured them. Only to catch sight of her third brother across the table. A dark cloud seemed to hang over him, indicating potential misfortune, and his complexion appeared rather poor. "Third brother, do you have something troubling you?" Yi Xingchen instinctively asked. "We are family. Do not distance yourself. If there is a difficulty, speak of it, and we shall face it together," Yi Xingchen feigned anger. "Third brother, what is it? Speak up," Yi Mu urged. Yu Laosan hesitated before finally disclosing. "Xia Lan wishes to withdraw from our engagement." "What? The Xia family wishes to break off the engagement? Why?" Yi Fu exclaimed in shock. The Yi and Xia families were closely connected, and Yu Laosan and Xia Lan were of similar ages and shared a good rapport. The two families had arranged the engagement, and the wedding was merely 6 months away. How could they suddenly wish to annul it? Yu Laosan looked despondent. "This is my fault. I am lacking in capability. Despite studying for 3 years for the palace examination, I failed to secure a rank, leading Xia Lan to lose faith in me." Chapter 101. The proposal for withdrawal from engagement. Yi Xingchen recalled that the storybook mentioned the Yi family as a merchant household, looked down upon by the high-ranking families of the capital. Yi Laosan abandoned commerce for literature, striving to bring honor to the Yi family. He fared well in the provincial and metropolitan examinations, yet failed to secure a position in the palace examination after 3 attempts, leading to a deep despondency. Consequently, his fiancée, Yi Xiaolan, called off the engagement and married the son of a minister. Following this, Yi Laosan succumbed to alcoholism and moral decay, ultimately sacrificing his life to protect Yi Xingchen when the king of Mo sought to obliterate the Yi family. In truth, Yi Laosan was not devoid of talent. Rather, it was the king of Mo who obstructed him, desiring to suppress the Yi family and deny them any opportunity to ascend to power. Thus, the Yi family was left with no choice but to rely on him, ensuring their wealth was devoted to his cause. Now that she had become Xingchen, she was resolute in thwarting the king of Mos schemes. Brother, the palace examination is in 3 months. You must attempt it once more, Xingchen urged. Yet, Laosan appeared dejected. I think I should refrain. I have failed for 3 years. I am simply not capable. You were unsuccessful before because Xingchen began to reveal the truth, but at that moment, a servant entered to report. Sir, madam, the Xia family has arrived. Do they dare come? Let them in. Lady Yi huffed angrily. The elders of the Xia family entered, accompanied by their daughter, Xia Lan. Mrs. Xia wore a smug expression. We have come uninvited and hope not to disturb. In the past, the elders of the Xia family would approach the Yi family with deference. But this was the first time they presented themselves with such arrogance. Lady Yi's countenance darkened immediately. What brings you to the Yi family? Let us speak frankly today. We are here to withdraw from the engagement, Mrs. Xia declared coolly. Madam, there is no need for such hostility. Let us discuss this amicably, Mr. Xia interjected apologetically. Yi Laosan has failed the palace examination for 3 years and has not even made a name for himself. How could I bear to marry my daughter to such a mediocre man? Mrs. Xia retorted. What does that matter? I have only one daughter, and naturally, I wish for her to enjoy wealth and nobility. Mrs. Xia countered. Miss Xia marrying into the Yi family, with our vast riches, would certainly ensure a life of affluence. Mr. Yu reasoned. Among the 4 classes of society, merchants are regarded as the lowest. The Yi family has always been looked down upon by the aristocracy of the capital. How could I allow my daughter to wed into a family of merchants? I, as her mother, cannot bear it, Mrs. Xia fumed. Madam, enough. Mr. Xia interjected sternly. My apologies to you both. My wife has always been rather outspoken. Please do not take offense. Han Cheng, when your Xia family fell into misfortune, it was the Yi family that extended a helping hand, restoring your family to its former glory. Now, you dare to withdraw from the engagement? How can you show such audacity? Lady Yi retorted mercilessly. That statement is not entirely accurate. The Yi family did help the Xia family. But it was of your own volition. We did not solicit your aid. Allow me to inform you that my daughter has caught the eye of the son of the Minister of Revenue. He is a high-ranking official and has promised her the status of a legitimate wife. Therefore, regardless of your consent, we are withdrawing from this engagement. Mrs. Xia asserted firmly. Yi Laosan's face turned ashen from the public humiliation, especially knowing it came from his future mother-in-law. He felt utterly disgraced. Xingchen glanced at Xia Lan. Noticing her averted gaze and pale complexion, her demeanor was indeed cold. Such a person was unworthy to marry her brother. Should we not inquire directly with Miss Xia regarding her intentions? Xingchen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet all present heard her. Upon being directly addressed, Xia Lan's expression soured further. Very well, let Lana speak for herself regarding the withdrawal. Mrs. Xia beamed with pride. Yi Laosan took a deep breath, summoning his courage to approach Xia Lan. Xia Lan, I am unworthy. Please grant me another chance. I promise I can succeed this time. Xingchen was taken aback. Her brother, who had just claimed he was incapable, now offered guarantees fueled by love. Alas, it seemed fate had determined that he and Xia Lan were never meant to be. Xia Lan's expression tightened. I'm sorry, Ah Chong. I have waited for you for 3 years. It seems we are fated to part ways. Yi Laosan gazed at Xia Lan in disbelief, astonished by her words. Lana, how can you say such a thing? We have been engaged for many years. I have always regarded you as my Ah Chong. Let us forget our past. I only have this one opportunity. I beg you to agree, Xia Lan implored. Yi Laosan was incredulous. The woman he cherished, who was gentle and cultured, was now asking him to release her in pursuit of power. It was absurd, truly laughable. Since Xia Lan has said so, let the engagement be dissolved. My family's sons can have their pick of brides. We need not settle for a family so enamored with vanity and power. Someone, please escort our guests out. Lady Yi shouted angrily. Mrs. Xia, publicly humiliated, could not maintain her composure. This is your own decision to withdraw from the engagement. Henceforth, the 2 families shall have no further ties. Madam, please refrain from speaking further, Mr. Xia said, looking apologetic. Brother Yi, my apologies. As the Xia family departed, Lady Yu furiously overturned the entire table. Those ungrateful wretches. How dare they insult my son? They act as if they are of some importance. Were it not for the Yi family's assistance, they might still be begging on the streets. I refuse to believe that without Xia Lan, my son cannot find someone better. What nonsense. Such heartlessness. Mr. Yi was equally incensed. One cannot find a three-legged toad, but two-legged women are plentiful. We must find the finest in the capital for my brother to ensure the Xia family is thoroughly vexed. Father, mother, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Yi Laosan lamented. Brother, do not blame yourself. Your inability to succeed in the palace examination was not due to your own shortcomings, but rather the machinations of the king of Mo, who does not wish for our Yi family to thrive. Thus, we are left with no choice but to rely on him. Yi Xingchen revealed the crux of the matter. Everyone was taken aback, and Lady Yi looked utterly incredulous. Xingchen, is what you say true? Daughter, how do you know this? I overheard a conversation between the king of Mo and his confidant, which revealed the truth behind Brother S' failures in the examinations, Yi Xingchen explained. Were she to claim it was from a storybook or her own calculations, they would never believe her. That despicable king of Mo. How base and shameless to persecute Laosan in such a manner. Lady Yi roared. Yi Laosan is the most talented among us. I always believed my son could not possibly fail repeatedly. It turns out this is the work of that scoundrel. How disgraceful. Mr. Yi concurred. Yi Xiao's turned to Yi Xingchen. Sister, since you were aware of this, why did you not speak up earlier? Chapter 102. Indifference towards him had I spoken earlier. The members of the Xia family would undoubtedly have dismissed my words as mere folly. Their vanity and affinity for the powerful might lead them to betray us at the first opportunity, even if they were to believe me. Do you think Xia Lan would be willing to wait for our third brother? Would the elders of the Xia family genuinely grant him a chance? Even if they were inclined to wait, would our brother find such a union acceptable, considering that the Xia family values not the man himself, but rather his status? Yi Xingchen retorted. Indeed, the expressions of everyone present darkened. Just look at Madame Xia's sharp and acerbic demeanor. Even if Xingchen claimed they believed her, I would still refuse. My third son is in no way inferior to anyone else and shall never wed such a vain woman. Mother, you declared vehemently. Indeed. It is not that our third brother is unworthy of Xia Lan. Rather, it is Xia Lan who is unworthy of him. Elder Yi huffed in anger. The Yi family members were filled with righteous indignation, yet only the third brother gazed at Yi Xingchen in disbelief. Sister, is what you say truly the case? Of course. My third brother is exceptionally talented, and there is no doubt about it. You should register for the palace examination. This time, you will undoubtedly succeed. Trust me. Sister, can you foresee fates? What of my brother's romantic prospects? Which lady? Yu Xiaosao inquired, intrigued. Priceless beyond measure. My heavens. It must be a princess or a county lord's daughter. It would infuriate the Xia family. Yu Xiaosao exclaimed with a sense of vindication. Enough. Let us disperse. The Xia family has sullied our celebration. Go wash up and rest. Mother Yi turned to leave. Everyone else followed suit, but Yi Xingchen remained behind, seizing a wine jar and pulling her third brother along to drink. Taking the jar, he gulped excessively, causing him to choke and cough violently. Yi Xingchen offered no consolation but merely observed silently, knowing that her brother was grappling with his emotions and feeling deeply troubled. After consuming a jar of wine, Yi Laosan was intoxicated yet remarkably clear-headed. Xingchen, my heart aches terribly. How could she be this way? She was never like this before. Previously, she was gentle, considerate, and kind. She would help fallen elders in the street and generously give to beggars. Do you understand? Ever since our parents announced our engagement, I treated her as my fiancée, never glancing at other women when walking the streets. Each time I ventured out, I pondered what she liked to eat and what she desired. I spent my own savings on gifts for her, wanting to offer her the very best in the world. But why has she treated me this way? When did she begin to care for power? It is my inadequacy, my failure, that has let her down, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. It is said that a man does not shed tears lightly, only when truly heartbroken. Yi Xingchen discerned that her brother was genuinely grieving. If you wish to cry, then let it out. Shedding tears will bring you solace. Perhaps she has always been this type of person, and you simply failed to notice. The Xia family's elders, so driven by profit and devoid of gratitude, could hardly raise a daughter of virtue. If Xia Lan truly cherished you, she would have opposed her parents' decision to break the engagement, even if it meant throwing a tantrum or resorting to desperate measures. But look at her. She came with her parents to call off the engagement, indicating her own willingness to do so, desiring instead to marry the son of that minister. Yi Xingchen comforted. Yi Laosan sighed deeply. I am aware of what you say, yet my heart remains heavy. Brother, even if you were to drink yourself to oblivion, Xia Lan would not feel a shred of sorrow. Perhaps the Xia family is secretly reveling in this moment. Yu Xingchen remarked, and suddenly an idea struck her, prompting her to gesture into the air. A Jiao immediately appeared. Miss Yi, what is your command? Take my brother to the Xia residence. He need not enter. Just let him peek over the wall to see what the Xia family is doing. Yi Xingchen instructed. Very well. A Jiao replied, promptly lifting Yi Laosan and leading him away. Yi Xingchen sighed deeply. I hope my brother can soon see the truth. What do you think? Yi Xingchen inquired. Yi Laosan remained silent, his hands clenched at his sides. Miss Yi, you have no idea. Xia Lan has discarded all the gifts our third son bestowed upon her. The Xia family has accepted the betrothal gifts from the minister's family and are now joyfully preparing for the wedding. Moreover, Xia Lan herself proclaimed that she never harbored feelings for our third son, merely regarding him as a simpleton easy to manipulate, declaring him as worthless as mud that cannot be molded. The Xia family is utterly shameless. Miss Yi, if you say the word, I will ensure they are beaten to a pulp. A Jiao exclaimed angrily. Yi Xingchen shook her head. Beating them, or even killing them, would not quench my thirst for vengeance. The best course of action is for my brother to rise above them, to make Xia Lan regret her decision. To make the Xia family rue their choice today. Does she believe that marrying the son of a minister will bring her happiness? They will not realize that marrying him is merely the beginning of her nightmares. You are right, sister. I will ensure they regret today's broken engagement. And Xia Lan will learn that I am far from worthless. Yi Laosan vowed fiercely. A glint of satisfaction crossed Yi Xingchen's eyes. This is the brother she knew. That is the spirit. My brother shall not be easily defeated. Since they have looked down upon him, let him deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Yi Xingchen declared. Very well. Early the next morning, Yi Xingchen accompanied Yi Laosan to register. On the way back, however, Yi Laosan's confidence wavered. Sister, can I truly do this? Last night, fueled by drink, he had spoken boldly, but now doubt seeped in. The abbot of the Gratitude Temple proclaimed that I am a person of fortune. If I say my brother can succeed, then he certainly can. Yi Xingchen asserted with conviction. Yi Laosan had indeed heard the abbot's words about his sister being a person of fortune. Yes, I believe you, sister. But wasn't he confined by the emperor? How can he still roam freely? Yi Xingchen scoffed. What of the Fu family? Yi Xingchen inquired with curiosity. Chapter 103. The marriage proposal. Tang Yu was utterly astonished. Miss, are you not aware? The Fu family has embezzled disaster relief funds and caused great suffering. His Majesty has ordered the confiscation of their assets. And all members of the Fu family, including Fu Yuru, have been imprisoned. However, several days have passed, and there has been no news from them. The king of Mo is beside himself with worry and has visited several ministers in the past few days, even going to the prime minister's residence last night. Who would have thought that such a scoundrel as the king of Mo would plead for Fu Yuru? Yet, since Fu Yuru maliciously schemed against you, she deserves her fate. Yi Xingchen stiffened. She had not anticipated the downfall of the Fu family. The first person that came to her mind was the regent. Surely, he must have been enraged by Fu Yuru's machinations against her and provided evidence to the emperor. After all, the Fu family was closely related to the king of Mo. And the only one audacious enough to act against them, disregarding the king's status, would be the regent. A wave of gratitude surged within Yi Xingchen. She was deeply moved that the regent would take such action for her sake. But is there truly someone willing to assist him? She inquired. It shouldn't be the case. Over the years, the king of Mo has amassed considerable influence by utilizing the wealth of the Yi family. Even if the situation with the Fu family is dire, it should not leave him without allies. She furrowed her brow. Moreover, there is something else you may not know. The crown prince has attended court sessions again. This crown prince was frail and sickly from a young age, often relying on medicinal soups for sustenance, and he was rather despondent. However, for reasons unknown, he seems to have found a new resolve and has been performing admirably lately, much to the emperor's satisfaction. Consequently, many ministers who had previously supported the king of Mo have begun to change their allegiance, as the crown prince is the legitimate heir, being the son of the empress. Tang Feng explained. Yi Xingchen frowned. The tale spoke of the crown prince of Tsangyue as a mere invalid. Everyone believed he was unwell, but in truth, he had been poisoned by Xian Fei. After all, the crown prince was an obstacle in Xian Wang's path to the throne, and Xian Fei would never allow him to compete with her son for the imperial seat. Years of poisoning had infiltrated his organs and marrow, leading to his demise on a snowy night. It was said that after his death, the empress was consumed by grief, fell ill, and soon passed away herself. Miss, do you think the king of Mo may pose a threat to you? Yi Laosan asked with concern. Fu Yuru nearly brought you to ruin. If he is allowed to roam free, would that not be a license for chaos? Yi Laosan said angrily. Who can we blame when we hold no power? Xingchen sighed deliberately. If our family had a high-ranking official, the king of Mo would certainly think twice. She aimed to inspire Yu Laosan's ambition, and indeed. His expression grew serious. Very well. Damn it. How dare a mere prime minister threaten me? Xingchen seethed. Your Highness, the prime minister has agreed to save the person, but only if his daughter becomes your legitimate consort. This is indeed the best outcome. Otherwise, the concubine will surely perish. Advised his confidant, Gugio. I am well aware. Yet to be coerced into marriage is a source of great anger for me, Xingchen replied furiously. Xingchen is the only legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Jing. With his support, your great ambitions will surely be realized more efficiently, Gugio counseled. Very well, as long as I can save Roer, I shall endure this for now. Sooner or later, I will deal with Jing Feng, Xingchen gritted his teeth. Your Highness is wise. When shall we visit the Prime Minister's residence for the marriage proposal? Gugio inquired. Have someone prepare immediately. Ensure everything is done according to the standards for a legitimate consort. Once ready, deliver it to the Prime Minister's residence. Xingchen said irritably. Understood. Gugio worked swiftly, and within 3 days, everything was prepared and sent to the Prime Minister's residence. Upon receiving the marriage proposal from the King of Mo's personal attendant, the Prime Minister was naturally delighted. Please convey my gratitude to His Highness Xin Wang. Indeed, my lord. His Highness instructed me to remind you not to forget your promise to him, Gugio replied solemnly. Gugio furrowed his brow. This old fox was clearly wary that the prince might change his mind and insisted on waiting until the wedding to plead with the emperor for the release of the prisoners. In that case, I express my gratitude to the Prime Minister. His Highness consulted the astrologers and has chosen an auspicious date for the wedding on the 16th of next month, Gugio stated. Then I shall take my leave, Gugio said as he turned to depart. Inside, Xingchen, upon hearing that the King of Mo had sent a marriage proposal, was filled with joy and rushed out. Father, I have heard that the King of Mo has come to propose. Where is he? The King of Mo is undoubtedly preoccupied with wedding preparations and cannot be here. Xingchen mused. My daughter, are you truly certain? Although the proposal has been made, if you wish to withdraw, it is still possible. The King of Mo is cunning and not a suitable match, Prime Minister Jing cautioned. Father, the King of Mo possesses ambition and aspirations. This is a good thing. Should he ascend to power, I shall be a revered matron. Is that not desirable? Xingchen countered. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not impose further. Life, like drinking water, has its own warmth and chill. I only wish for your happiness, Prime Minister Jing sighed. Rest assured, Father, I shall be very happy. Xingchen proclaimed confidently. Observing the bounty of the marriage gifts, Xingchen suddenly thought of Xingchen. Peach, accompany me to the Yi family. The maid, Taozi, froze. Miss, why do you wish to go to the Yi family? Naturally, to inform Xingchen that I am now the King of Mo's consort. Prepare the carriage. Xingchen declared triumphantly. Yes, at the Yi family, Xingchen remained calm and composed. It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Indeed, who would want to marry such a scoundrel as the King of Mo? Those who wed him would surely find themselves in misfortune. Thankfully, our miss escaped in time. I wonder how long Xingchen can endure this time, Tangyu scoffed. Whatever, a young servant entered the courtyard. I have come to see you, Mississippi. The eldest daughter of the Jing family requests an audience. What does she want? Surely, her intentions are not pure, Qing Luo remarked with displeasure. Xingchen raised an eyebrow. No matter, let her in. Chapter 104. His Majesty is unavailable to meet consort Xian. Xingchen followed the young servant into the room, surprised to find Xingchen sipping tea with an air of tranquility. What brings you here? Xingchen inquired. With a smug expression, Xingchen proclaimed. I have come to inform you that the Mo Wang has officially proposed to the Prime Minister's residence. I am now undoubtedly to become the Mo Wang's consort. Is that so? You have come to gloat? Xingchen replied, raising an eyebrow. I see, Xingchen continued. Xingchen's expression soured. Is that all? You won't even offer me a word of congratulations? Congratulations, Xingchen replied flatly. Irritated, Xingchen snapped. No wonder the Mo Wang has lost interest in you. You truly lack the art of conversation. Why should my lady congratulate you? You ought to consider your own choices. Tangyu, unable to hold back, interjected. How dare you speak to my lady like that? Xingchen shot her a fierce glare. What gives you the right to address me? My words are representative of my lady, yes. If you choose to leap into the fire, that is your decision, but I hope you do not come to regret it. Xingchen scoffed in response. I will never regret. Xingchen stormed out, her face dark with anger. What does she think she is, flaunting herself before my lady? Should I teach her a lesson? Tang Yu fumed. I think it's a good idea. Even the usually timid Qing Luo chimed in. Yi Xingchen chuckled at this. Indeed. Even Qing Luo is willing to stand up for what's right. But remember, sometimes subtlety is more effective than overt confrontation. Tang Yu looked at her with admiration. You are truly astute, my lady. I have much to learn. Yi Xingchen, recalling the numerous classic texts and poems stored in her space, thought they might aid her third brother, so she entered her space, selected a few books, and headed to Yi Laosan's courtyard. Third brother, I bring you a few books. I hope they assist you in your examinations. Though Yi Laosan knew his sister lacked scholarly depth, he appreciated her thoughtfulness and accepted the books. Thank you, sister. You are too kind. As he opened the first book, he was astounded, leafing through several pages with unbridled excitement. This is truly a remarkable gift. Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. Enjoy your reading. I shan't disturb you further, Yi Xingchen said as she departed. Such treasures are the essence of 5,000 years of Chinese heritage. How could they not be valuable? Meanwhile, in the palace, Consort Xian was pleased to hear that the Mo Wang had proposed to the Prime Minister's household. Truly, my son is worthy of his lineage. With the Prime Minister's support, even the Crown Prince's efforts will be in vain, she declared triumphantly. Your Highness, has the Crown Prince not always been frail? He was previously in a state of despair. What has prompted this sudden desire to attend court? Her confidant, Lu Mama, inquired. Consort Xian narrowed her eyes. Have our spies uncovered any leads? Since the Crown Prince's first day back at court, I have dispatched people to investigate. Yet there has been no significant information. Continue the investigation. The Crown Prince's drastic change after years of despondency must have a reason, regardless of his transformation. He shall not obstruct the Mo1's path. Inform our contacts to increase the dosage, even if he regains favor with the Emperor. It will not save him from my wrath. Consort Xian sneered. Little did she know. The Empress had already taken measures to cleanse the Crown Prince's chambers of any incriminating evidence, and his attendants had been warned. Hence the lack of information from Consort Xian's side. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is currently enjoying a surge in favor. If anything were to happen now, it would surely raise suspicions. Should it lead back to you, it would be a costly error, Lu Mama cautioned. True, I have been impulsive. Let us proceed as before. Consort Xian sighed. Yes, I shall request an audience with His Majesty to prepare for the Mo Wang appropriately. With that, Consort Xian rose and headed towards the Emperor's study. However, upon reaching the door, she was halted by Eunuch Wu. Your servant has seen much of Consort Xian. His Majesty is currently occupied and may not be able to see you, he said, trembling slightly. Consort Xian's expression turned cold. She was the Emperor's favored consort and had never been denied an audience. How dare you obstruct me? Go in and report immediately, she demanded. Eunuch Wu, frightened, nodded hastily. Yes, I shall inform him at once. As he turned to enter, a sultry voice floated out from within. Your Majesty. Oh, Your Majesty, you are truly delightful. Consort Xian's expression darkened immediately. Who is in there? Yes, Lu Mama followed closely behind. Back in her chambers, Consort Xian was furious, flinging all the fruits and vegetables from her table to the ground. That despicable Ji-Pin dares to provoke me, clinging to the Emperor as if she were worthy. She seethed. Recently, Ji-Pin had been favored greatly, often spending the night in the Emperor's quarters, and the other consorts, once eager to curry favor with Consort Xian, had flocked to Ji-Pin's residence instead. Upon learning this, Consort Xian was enraged, but she did not take it to heart, believing the Emperor's affections for her to be steadfast. Until today, when she encountered Ji-Pin, her fury reached new heights. Your Highness, shall I take action? Lu Mama whispered. Do it discreetly. How dare she compete with me for the Emperor's affection? He belongs to me, and no one shall take him away. Consort Xian hissed through gritted teeth. Understood, I shall take care of it. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's study, the moment Consort Xian spoke, the Emperor had already heard her. Normally, he would have welcomed her in immediately, but the situation with the Mo Wang had left him irate and frustrated, prompting him to intentionally snub Consort Xian. Your Majesty, should I not be here? Will my words anger Consort Xian? Ji-Pin's coy voice chimed in. Pay her no mind. The Mo Wang disregards my commands. Seeking aid for a woman, it is truly disappointing, the Emperor replied, his voice laced with displeasure. Your Majesty, please do not be upset. Your health is paramount. Your distress pains me, Ji-Pin said sweetly. The Emperor felt warmth spread within him. Only you genuinely care for me. My affection for you has not been misplaced. With that, he drew her closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Chapter 105. Do you acknowledge your crimes? My emperor, you are my heaven. Thus, I naturally wish for your longevity and well-being, Xingchen immediately proclaimed. The emperor, thoroughly pleased, replied, You are truly the most eloquent. Following this exchange, he bestowed further favors upon her. It was not until an hour later that Xingchen departed. Her maid, Xingchen, assisted Xingchen in changing her attire. Upon observing the numerous dark bruises covering Xingchen's body, nearly devoid of unblemished skin, Xingchen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. While others envied their mistress's favor, they remained oblivious to the burden she bore. Enough, you may leave now. I shall soak for a while, Xingchen instructed. Yes, I shall remain outside, Xingchen replied as she exited. Xingchen immersed herself in the warm water, the searing pain prompting her to furrow her brow, stripping away her earlier coyness and gentleness, her countenance turning as cold as ice. Today, when Xuanyi encountered her in the imperial study, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. So caution was imperative henceforth. Her gaze fell upon the fragrant pouch hanging on the screen, and her expression hardened further. After a time, approximately the length of an incense stick, Xingchen finished her bath, and Xingchen promptly returned to assist her with her garments. Esteemed mistress, the Imperial Hospital has sent a new ointment for bruises, claiming its efficacy is extraordinary. I shall fetch it at once, Xingchen informed her. Go ahead, Xingchen replied. Before long, Xingchen returned with the ointment. As she opened it to apply it to Xingchen, the scent wafted into the air, causing Xingchen to frown. Let me see, she commanded. Of course, Xingchen respectfully handed it over. Xingchen took it, bringing it to her nose to inhale, her phoenix-like eyes suddenly sharpening. Did you retrieve this ointment yourself, or was it delivered by another? No matter, I have suddenly developed an aversion to its scent. Set it aside for now. I wish to rest my eyes, Xingchen stated. As you wish, Xingchen replied, placing the ointment aside before respectfully withdrawing. Once alone, Xingchen's gaze darkened with foreboding. Had Xuanyi become so impatient to act against her? Unfortunately for her, disappointment awaited. If she had sent the ointment to Xingchen, she had undoubtedly done the same for others. Thus, Xingchen resolved to return the favor with a grand gesture. Dressed anew, Xingchen made her way directly to the Empress's quarters. This humble servant pays her respects to Her Majesty. I have been poisoned. I implore you to seek justice on my behalf, Xingchen declared. The Empress was taken aback. Who would dare to poison someone in the palace? It was Xuanyi. Xingchen answered. A flicker of excitement crossed the Empress's eyes. Do you possess evidence? If this could lead to Xuanyi's downfall, it would be splendid. This is the evidence. Your Majesty may have the imperial physicians examine it. The ointment contains musk and blood glutinous flour, which, with prolonged application, can render a woman infertile and lead to skin decay, ultimately resulting in a painful demise, Xingchen replied. Summon the imperial physician at once. The Empress commanded. Yes. Granny Zhong promptly dispatched someone to fetch him. Before long, Physician Guo arrived. Old Minister pays his respects to your Majesty. May you live long and prosper. Physician Guo bowed respectfully. Rise, Physician Guo. Please examine this ointment and determine if anything is amiss. The Empress signaled to Granny Zhong, who promptly handed it over. Physician Guo accepted it with reverence, inspecting its color and scent. He then retrieved a silver needle from his medical kit to test it, but the needle showed no discoloration. Your Majesty, may I have a candle? He inquired. The Empress nodded, and Granny Zhong quickly brought one forth. Physician Guo took a small amount of the ointment and held it over the candle's flame. In moments, it turned a deep crimson, as red as blood. Physician Guo's expression shifted drastically. Your Majesty, this ointment contains blood glutinous flour. Upon contact with the skin, it initially causes itching, followed by the emergence of small red spots, culminating in severe decay, and there is no antidote. Moreover, I detect a faint musk scent in this ointment, though subtle. My years of experience in medicine allow me to recognize it. Frequent use could lead to infertility in women. Xingchen had initially intended to temper her claims, lacking direct evidence, but she reconsidered, viewing this opportunity as a means to solidify her position. Indeed, the guards were immediately dispatched to apprehend the perpetrator. Meanwhile, Xuanyi, having heard from Granny Lu that matters had unfolded favorably, was elated, envisioning Xingchen's skin rotting, thereby incurring the Emperor's disdain. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Who are you? This is Xuanyi's chamber. How dare you trespass? I come in the name of the Empress to arrest Lady Xuanyi. Stand aside, one of the guards shouted. Granny Lu was taken aback. How can this be? On what grounds does the Empress seek to detain my lady? I advise you to step aside, Old servant. The guard retorted impatiently. I shall not yield, even unto death. You shall not take my lady. The empress must have made a mistake. Granny Lu obstructed their path. Two guards swiftly approached, seizing Granny Lu and moving her aside as others charged into the chamber. Xuani fumed. What audacity! How dare you invade my quarters? What if I refuse to comply? She glared at them. Then we must insist, my lady, the guards replied, advancing with an air of authority that suggested they would force her compliance. Xuani's face darkened with rage. You are bold indeed. Should the emperor learn of this, you shall not escape his wrath. Please, my lady, one guard implored. Though infuriated, Xuani recognized the futility of resistance against the armed guards. Very well, I shall go willingly. But I am eager to see how the empress intends to handle me. In the empress's quarters, upon entering, Xuani spotted Ji Pin nearby, her brow furrowing slightly. What brings you here? Unaware of the empress's summons, I come to inquire about the matter at hand, Xuani stated, her voice cold and laced with disdain, showing no regard for the empress's authority. The empress, well aware of Xuani's demeanor, had tolerated it previously, but today would be different. Xuani, do you acknowledge your crimes? The empress admonished coldly. Chapter 106. Who is the master of the 6 palaces? Your Majesty, I fail to comprehend your words. What crime have I committed? Xian Fei retorted. The empress's expression turned icy. You poisoned the ointment used by Ji Pin. How dare you claim it was not your doing? Xian Fei's face stiffened in disbelief. How could Ji Pin have discovered it so swiftly? Previously, she had discreetly eliminated numerous concubines with that very ointment without anyone suspecting a thing. Could it be that Ji Pin possessed some extraordinary ability? The empress observed the shock and fleeting panic on Xian Fei's face, understanding everything. Indeed, the poisoner was she. I have never committed such an act. If your Majesty insists, then present your evidence. Xian Fei coldly scoffed. Even if they discovered the ointment was tainted, since it never passed through her hands, they could not convict her. That is the evidence, Ji Pin interjected, swiftly producing the box of ointment. Xian Fei glared at Ji Pin with fury. You dare accuse me over a mere box of ointment? How audacious, Ji Pin. Ji Pin, determined, replied, I had no intention of opposing you, but you sought to end my life. I cannot allow myself to be at your mercy. What a joke. You are but a lowly concubine, not worthy of my attention. Why would I wish to harm you? Xian Fei sneered. True, my rank is inferior to yours, but I have recently garnered great favor. Today, when you sought an audience with His Majesty in the imperial study, you happened upon me there, and His Majesty did not grant you an audience. Thus, you harbor resentment and sought to poison me, eager to eliminate me. After all, His Majesty has always favored you and has never denied you an audience. Ji Pin responded earnestly. The empress raised an eyebrow, realizing Xian Fei, who had always been His Majesty's favorite, faced a setback for the first time, bringing her a sense of satisfaction. Xian Fei's face paled in rage. Who do you think you are to compete for favor with me? You deserve to die. She raised her hand to strike Ji Pin fiercely. Ji Pin stood her ground, allowing the slap to land. A sharp cry escaped her lips as her cheek reddened, marked with 5 clear handprints. Your Majesty, first you poisoned me, and now you strike me. Do you truly believe the harem is under your absolute control? Ji Pin retorted angrily. Xian Fei laughed coldly. While I may not control everything, dealing with a mere concubine like you is sufficient. Ji Pin seethed with indignation but was acutely aware of the hierarchy within the palace. Her lower rank weighed heavily against her. Ji Pin immediately turned to the empress for aid. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for me. The empress had been watching the quarrel between Xian Fei and Ji Pin with a cold demeanor. Now, hearing Ji Pin's plea, she spoke. Xian Fei, you first poisoned Ji Pin, then struck her in my presence. The harem is not your playground for harming other concubines. Guards, seize Xian Fei. I dare you. Xian Fei retorted defiantly, producing the jade pendant gifted to her by the emperor. Upon seeing the pendant, the empress furrowed her brow. How could he bestow upon Xian Fei the emblem of his identity, which he had never given her? The empress felt a pang of heartache. Even if you are the master of the 6 palaces, you should kneel before this pendant. It is equivalent to His Majesty's presence. Xian Fei proclaimed triumphantly. The empress then descended and paid her respects to the pendant. This humble servant greets His Majesty. Ji Pin was equally terrified. She had not anticipated that Xian Fei possessed the emperor's pendant. How infuriating. Empress, now that you recognize this pendant, do you have any proof that I poisoned Ji Pin? Did she witness me poisoning the ointment? Xian Fei questioned coldly. The empress was taken aback, glancing at Ji Pin. Did you see Xian Fei poison it? With that, the empress sighed inwardly. It was over. They could not bring Xianfei down. Haha, Ji-Pin, you just admitted it. Empress, did you hear? She did not see me poison anything and dares to slander me. This is treason. Xianfei declared triumphantly. Hearing the word treason, Ji-Pin was horrified and immediately prostrated herself. Your Majesty, spare me. I do not wish to die. I beg you to forgive me. If I let you go today, others will follow your example and falsely accuse me tomorrow. Guards, administer 50 strikes to Ji-Pin to teach her a lesson. Xianfei commanded coldly. The guards rushed in at once. Your Majesty, spare me. I realize my mistake. Ji-Pin pleaded, but was dragged away by the guards. The Empress's expression darkened. 50 strikes could cost Ji-Pin her life. A common person could not withstand even 20, let alone 50. Xianfei turned to the Empress. I suspect you have been misled by Ji-Pin. I hope you will investigate the matter thoroughly in the future. After all, you are the master of the 6 palaces. If you are biased, how will you manage the harem and maintain order? The Empress seethed with anger but found herself at a loss for words, watching Xianfei depart with a smug demeanor. Your Majesty, Xianfei is far too arrogant. Openly accusing you. Mama Zhong exclaimed in indignation. Meanwhile, outside, the guards were administering punishment to Ji-Pin in the courtyard. As she lay over the bench, the guards began to strike. Ji-Pin stiffened, sensing that the guards were not using much force. It did not hurt at all. Ah, it hurts. Help, Your Majesty. Save me. Ji-Pin began to wail dramatically. The Empress, hearing her cries, grew colder. She deserves the beating. Coming to me with accusations without having witnessed the act, causing me to be chastised by Xianfei. She is truly despicable and needs to learn her lesson. The news of Ji-Pin's public punishment quickly spread throughout the 6 palaces. The echoes of her anguished cries sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. The other concubines were terrified. Xianfei was clearly setting an example. Before long, Ji-Pin had fainted from the punishment. The guards hesitated, debating whether to report back to the Empress. One guard, looking troubled, spoke, but Xianfei ordered 50 strikes. The Empress exploded in fury. I am the master of the 6 palaces. Do you dare disregard my command? Her expression softened slightly. Ji-Pin is currently favored. If His Majesty learns that she was punished to the point of unconsciousness by Xianfei, how might he feel? Chapter 107. Let her try now. A captivating spectacle awaits. Even if His Majesty does not punish Consort Xian, a rift will undoubtedly arise between them. However, Your Highness, how shall we deal with this ointment? Granny Zhong inquired. I recall that previously, noble Lady Xiang and Yu Ronghua seemed to have been unwell and had not sent any messages for quite some time. They were also favored when the incident occurred. It is evident that this situation mirrors that of Consort Ji. Granny Zhong, you must personally investigate to confirm whether they have indeed used this ointment. If so, summon them to meet me. I shall personally escort them to the palace audience. Understood. Granny Zhong promptly went to carry out the task. Approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, Granny Zhong returned with noble Lady Xiang and Yu Ronghua. Upon seeing the Empress, the two immediately bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Rise, the Empress commanded, glancing at Granny Zhong, who nodded in affirmation. Please, Your Majesty, take action on our behalf, noble Lady Xiang and Yu Ronghua implored, removing their upper garments and turning their backs. The Empress beheld their backs, which were marred with red swelling, numerous spots, and intertwining scratch marks. Some areas were even festering, a most chilling sight. Is it true that both of you have suffered from this ointment? The Empress asked. Had it not been for Granny Zhong's warning today, I would have remained oblivious to my poisoning. I have brought the ointment I used. I beseech Your Majesty to investigate, one of them replied. While Yu Ronghua echoed the sentiment and presented her own ointment. Imperial physician, please examine them, the Empress ordered. How dare someone poison the harem? I shall not let this go unpunished. I will take you to meet His Majesty. The Empress declared angrily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Noble Lady Xiang and Yu Ronghua responded, filled with immense joy, following closely behind. In the imperial study, upon learning that the Empress was accompanied by noble Lady Xiang and Yu Ronghua, the Emperor permitted them to enter. What brings you here, Empress? The Emperor inquired indifferently. In truth, the Emperor harbored no affection for the Empress. He had only married her to bolster his power upon ascending the throne, although he had fulfilled his promise by making her Empress. He had only visited her chamber on the 15th and 16th of each month, neglecting her on all other occasions. The palace servants had long reported the events involving Consort Ji and Consort Xian to the Emperor, and upon seeing the Empress, he assumed she had come to lodge a complaint. Your Majesty, may I request that the attendants withdraw? The Empress asked. Furrowing his brow, the emperor acquiesced. You may all leave. Once the palace maids and eunuchs had departed, the emperor inquired, Empress, what is it that you wish to discuss? Noble Lady Xiong and you Ronghua. Let his majesty see your backs, the empress instructed. The two women immediately shed their garments and turned to face away from the emperor. Upon witnessing the intertwined scratch marks, red spots, and extensive festering on their backs, the emperor was genuinely taken aback. What has happened to you both? He asked in shock. This ointment has been poisoned. It contains musk and blood glutinous flour. Prolonged use renders a woman unable to conceive, causes skin to fester, and ultimately leads to death. Consort Ji discovered the poison within the ointment and sought my assistance. She accused Consort Xian of the poisoning. As today she was not summoned by your majesty in the imperial study. However, Consort Ji did not witness the act herself, leading to Consort Xian using your majesty's jade pendant to punish her publicly, she explained. I implore your majesty to investigate. Someone has poisoned the ointment of the harem's consorts, seeking to prevent your majesty from having heirs. Such malicious intent demands justice. The empress articulated eloquently. The emperor's countenance darkened, and an icy aura enveloped him, veins protruding on his forehead. How audacious it was for someone to conspire against the royal heirs. Could it truly be Consort Xian's doing? The emperor was well aware of her past actions, yet he had chosen to turn a blind eye. However, discovering that she resorted to poisoning Consort Ji due to his neglect and scheming against the heirs would not be forgiven. The emperor recalled that noble Lady Xiong and Yu Ronghua had also taken a leave of absence due to illness when they had been favored. At first, he had paid little mind, but their continued ailments had incited his ire. With new candidates entering the palace each year, they had gradually faded from his memory. Now, upon seeing their backs, he felt a pang of remorse and sympathy. Noble Lady Xiong knelt before him. I beseech your majesty to take action on my behalf. Had it not been for Granny Zheng's warning today, I might have died unaware of the poison. Yu Ronghua followed suit, your majesty. I have never competed for favor and have always conducted myself with propriety. Yet, I have been schemed against. I implore your majesty to investigate. The emperor, gazing at them, felt an even deeper compassion rise. I shall ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. To poison in my harem and conspire against the heirs will not go unpunished. Summon Su Qianmian. Yes, Eunuch Wu immediately set off to convey the order. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed the empress's eyes. She had intentionally framed the matter as a conspiracy against the heirs. Had she merely mentioned the women's festering skin, the emperor might not have reacted so vehemently. But when it involved the heirs, he would naturally not show favoritism. Su Qianmin was renowned for his investigative prowess. There was no case he could not solve. Now, it would be interesting to see how Consort Xian might extricate herself from this predicament. Thank you, your majesty. Noble Lady Xiong and Yu Ronghua expressed their gratitude profusely. You may rise. I acknowledge my negligence, and I shall ensure the perpetrator is punished severely, the emperor solemnly declared. Thank you, your majesty. Since Noble Lady Xiong and Yu Ronghua have consulted physicians multiple times with no improvement, perhaps we might consider seeking expertise beyond the palace, the emperor suggested. Are you implying that you know someone capable of detoxification? The emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Your majesty, you overestimate my knowledge. I am unaware of anyone skilled in detoxification. However, did not the abbot of the Gratitude Temple mention that Yi Xingchen is a fortunate individual? It may be worth allowing her to try, even if she fails. Your majesty could issue an edict to seek out skilled individuals, the empress proposed. The emperor's profound gaze darkened as he recalled Yi Xingchen. This could serve as an opportunity to test her abilities. Chapter 108, Will you two not bathe? The emperor commanded. As the empress wishes, Eunuch Wu, summon Yi Xingchen to the palace. Yes, your majesty. A young eunuch from the Yi family arrived with a decree by the emperor's command. Summon Miss Yi Xingchen to the palace. The Yi family was immediately thrown into a state of panic, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do. Eunuch. May I inquire why His Majesty seeks my daughter Xingchen? Lady Yi asked, discreetly slipping a gold ingot to the young eunuch. The eunuch's face brightened. Lady Yi, you are too kind. The emperor wishes to see Miss Yi because there has been poison found in the medicinal ointments used by the palace concubines. His Majesty believes Miss Yi is fortunate and wishes for her to take a look. Yu Xingchen furrowed her brow. If there is poison in the palace, shouldn't the imperial physicians be able to detoxify it? The young eunuch looked embarrassed. It is said that the physicians are at a loss. If the physicians cannot handle it, then the poison must be quite serious. Yi father inquired, his expression grave. My sister cannot detoxify either. Yi Xiaoshu expressed his deep concern. Is it possible that His Majesty is mistaken? My sister truly does not possess the knowledge of antidotes, Yi Laodao questioned, eyeing the eunuch suspiciously. The eunuch sighed. I assure you, the emperor is calling for Yi Xingchen. Why would his majesty think of me? Yi Xingchen asked, hitting upon a crucial point. Lady Empress, we of the Yi family have never offended you, have we? Yi Father instinctively spoke. Lady Yi immediately shot him a glare. Do not speak foolishly. Eunuch, please do not take offense. We have never had dealings with the Empress, and her sudden mention of my daughter leaves us in a state of panic. Lady Yi, do not be concerned. Even if the imperial physicians cannot help, Miss Yi should be fine. It is merely a formality, the eunuch kindly explained. Thank you for your guidance, Lady Yi said, handing him another gold ingot. The eunuch quickly tucked it into his sleeve. Thank you, Lady Yi. Miss Yi, please follow me. I must not delay further. In that case, I shall accompany you, Yi Xingchen replied. Although she was uncertain why the Empress mentioned her, she decided to discover what was truly afoot. Be careful, my daughter, Lady Yi cautioned. Do not worry, mother. I will be fine, Yi Xingchen reassured her before following the eunuch. In the palace, Yi Xingchen encountered the emperor and immediately bowed. This humble girl greets your majesty. May your majesty live long and prosper. Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow, realizing the emperor was testing her. Despite the eunuch's mention of poison, the emperor did not explicitly state it, indicating his ulterior motives. Yet, those two names sounded strikingly familiar. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen recalled the story where two concubines of the emperor suffered from severe skin rot due to poisoning, which the imperial physicians could not remedy, ultimately leading to their demise. The poisoner was none other than consort Xian, who had tampered with the concubines' medicinal ointments, employing multiple poisons that not only caused severe skin decay but also rendered women infertile, truly malicious. Consort Xiang and Yu Rongwa approached, removing their outer garments and exposing their backs. Yi Xingchen gazed at their inflamed, festering skin with a frown. How could it be this severe? Please, Miss Yi, help us, they implored. Did you not consult the imperial physicians? They should have prescribed medication or offered treatment for such a serious condition, Yi Xingchen inquired deliberately, as she examined their backs closely. A thought slipped out. Is it possible that you two have not bathed, and with time, your skin has become foul? The emperor frowned, wondering if he had indeed overestimated Yi Xingchen. Consort Xiang's expression darkened instantly. Miss Yi, what do you mean by that? We bathe daily, how rude. Indeed, in this heat. Who would refrain from bathing? Yu Rongwa added, equally displeased. Initially hoping for Yi Xingchen's assistance, she now doubted her capabilities. Yi Xingchen awkwardly smiled. I apologize. That was a slip of the tongue. If you do bathe, then perhaps you are bathing too often? Consort Xiang became incensed. Can you not see? We are poisoned. Oh, so it is poison. Why did you not say so earlier? Since it is poison, do you know which type it is? Did you ingest something, or use a specific item? It is problematic if you are unsure of the poison, Yi Xingchen analyzed earnestly. The emperor glanced at eunuch Wu, who nodded in response, and immediately handed over the medicinal ointment. Miss Yi, the two ladies were poisoned by this ointment. Yi Xingchen took it, opened the lid, and inhaled deeply. This ointment has a delightful fragrance. The emperor's hawk-like gaze remained fixed on Yi Xingchen, scrutinizing her every expression. Yu Rongwa, noticing Yi Xingchen leaning in closer, quickly interjected. Miss Yi, do not inhale too deeply. The physicians warned that this ointment contains musk and blood glutinous flour, which can lead to infertility and skin decay with prolonged use. Yi Xingchen gasped, alarmed, and hastily tossed the ointment away. The round container clattered to the ground. Rolling towards the entrance, Your Majesty, Minister Su Qianmian requests an audience, called the eunuch outside, his voice echoing. The emperor's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Let him in. As Su Qianmian entered, the box of ointment rolled to his feet, colliding with his official boots before coming to a stop. Yi Xingchen had been observing the box and, following its path, looked up to see the newcomer. Clad in dark official attire, with a jade belt adorning his waist, he exuded an air of composure. With refined features, a prominent nose, and bright red lips, his eyes sparkled like stars in the night, radiating an extraordinary charm. His demeanor was elegant and his visage warm, embodying a tranquil, scholarly aura. Yi Xingchen found herself entranced. He was unlike the ruthless and bloodthirsty regent, appearing more like a gentle and approachable gentleman. This is Minister Su Qianmian. He is truly handsome. As Su Qianmian walked in, he froze at the sound of a woman's voice, clear and melodious, laced with laughter. Yet, he scanned the hall and found no one speaking, which struck him as odd. However, He noticed that Xingchen was staring directly at him. Could that voice have been hers? But she had not spoken. Refined and composed, strikingly handsome. He is indeed remarkable. What a pity to be associated with the wrong person, leading to such a tragic end. Xingchen mused internally, instinctively shaking her head. Su Qianyan stood still. Now certain that the voice belonged to Xingchen, he was perplexed as to why he could hear her thoughts. Furthermore, her remark about being associated with the wrong person and meeting a tragic end intrigued him.